Introduction. In the realm of primordial chaos, I, the unfortunate Biyun, find myself reborn as the hapless disciple of the Stone Lady, having met my untimely demise at the hands of Nezha. Struck down by an arrow at Skeleton Mountain before I could even make my entrance, I failed to secure a place on the divine list. What have I done to deserve this? Merely gathering herbs on my own mountain, and I'm felled by Nezha. While Ao Bing may have sought his own demise through provocation, I, Biyun, had not even laid eyes upon Nezha before being obliterated, a truly vexing fate. At this pivotal moment, the Survival King's system awakens, guiding me to evade misfortune and evolve rapidly. Chapter 1. Am I the unfortunate one slain by Nezha? In the world of primordial chaos, within the white-bone cave of Skeleton Mountain, I, Biyun, sat dazed upon a meditation mat, my brow furrowed and my heart in turmoil. What a calamity it is to have traversed into the primordial realm, only to become the unfortunate Biyun. Discontent swirled within me, and my visage was marred by sorrow here in this realm. I had become the true Biyun, severed from my former self on Blue Star. Once a trifling youth of the 21st century, I unexpectedly found myself transported to this primordial world after an all-nighter gaming session. Out of all the characters I could embody, I had to become the third-generation disciple of the Jijiao, the very one felled by Nezha. The entire conflict between the Jijiao and the Tenjiao was ignited by this event. The significance of Biyun was, regrettably, undeniable. As a disciple of the Stone Lady, I had been diligently cultivating within the White-Bone Cave, yet misfortune struck while I sat in stillness. Biyun, merely gathering herbs, was shot dead by Nezha's arrow, and my master was subsequently incinerated by the true man of Taiyi. Such injustice is unbearable. I shook my head repeatedly, acknowledging my position as the foremost unfortunate soul. Having done nothing wrong, I was nonetheless directly slain by this mischievous child. When my master sought to reason with the perpetrator, she too fell victim to the chaos. If Ao Bing faced a dire fate for provoking Nezha at Sanha Bay, I had not even encountered Nezha face-to-face. While Nezha lounged atop the city wall of Chontang, he casually unleashed his Jun Tian arrow, claiming my life with a single shot. Who could I possibly turn to for justice? If all of this is predestined, why must I bear the burden? What have I done to provoke such wrath? I cursed internally, having just arrived in the primordial realm, and I had no desire for an early demise. Furthermore, the manner of my death was both vexing and unjust. My disdain for Nezha's actions had been palpable even during my days on Blue Star. His arrogance, bullying demeanor, and distortion of truth were truly contemptible. The so-called divine ordination is merely a struggle for power among the various sects. I, Biyun, shall never become a pawn in their games. The more I contemplated, the more my anger swelled, when suddenly, a divine thought pierced my consciousness. Disciple, come to the White-Bone Cave to see me. The voice was soft and gentle, emanating from my mentor, the Stone Lady. Yes, Master. Shiji Nyang held a favorable regard for Biyun Tongzi, who, in turn, harbored deep respect for his master. He dared not linger and promptly set forth. Upon arriving at the White-Bone Cave, he discovered that Biyun Tongzi was also present. Seeing this scenario, Biyun Tongzi's heart sank. Could it be that the time had come for him to ascend the mountain to gather herbs, only to be struck down by Nezha? Maintaining a composed facade, he was nonetheless in a state of inner turmoil as he saluted Shiji Nyang and hurriedly seated himself upon the meditation cushion. Master is concocting the 3-turning Qi Yuan pill, but we lack several fire dragon herbs. Our Skeleton Mountain possesses such medicinal plants. Who among you will assist me in gathering a few? Adorned with a fishtail golden crown and clad in a grand red bagua robe, Shiji Nyang exuded a sense of boundless wisdom. Though tragically, she remained oblivious to the impending calamity looming over her lineage. The moment had arrived. Biyun Tongzi felt a surge of anxiety. Embarking on this task seemed a certain path to demise. What was to be done? Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Qinquan Bagua system for fortune and misfortune avoidance. Upon hearing this voice, Biyun Tongzi was momentarily taken aback. Had his fortuitous crossing into this realm finally rewarded him? He hastily opened the system as his thoughts whirled. 3 new task options materialized before him, and all knowledge pertaining to the system seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. This system was designed to assist him in evading disaster, possessing the remarkable ability to attract fortune and avert misfortune. Upon grasping this, Biyun Tongzi immediately scrutinized the task options. The annihilation of the Shiji lineage. Option 1. Step forward and venture to Skeleton Mountain to collect Fire Dragon herbs. Reward: superior innate spiritual treasure, Qinkuan Dao Sword. Option 2. Recommend that junior brother Kai-Yun Tongzi ascend the mountain to gather herbs, while feigning illness to escape Skeleton Mountain. Reward: medium innate spiritual treasure, Fire Gathering Wind Banner. Option 3. Remain silent and await a turn of events, doing nothing. Reward: 300 years of foundational cultivation. Upon viewing these three options, Biyun Tongzi's heart grew heavier. The first choice was undoubtedly a death sentence. The reward was indeed Intisinga's superior innate spiritual treasure, surpassing even that of Shiji Nyangyang's Bawa Cloud Light Robe and Taiyi Sword. Yet, what use was a reward if one could not live to enjoy it? Hence, he dismissed this option. As for the second choice, sending his junior brother to his doom, while he himself sought to prolong his existence, could he truly escape from Skeleton Mountain? Would Kai-Yun's demise guarantee his own survival? Surely not. One could not defy destiny. It was entirely possible that Nezha might, by some twist of fate, let fly another arrow, ensuring his certain death. In the original tale, Nezha had shot down Biyun Tongzi, who could claim it was not intentional. In the vastness of the Primordial World, how could it be mere coincidence that a single arrow found its mark? Given the proclivities of Taiyi Zhenren and Nezha, it was plausible that they had orchestrated this entire affair from behind the scenes. Both of the first two options were paths to death, with the second also endangering his junior brother. The relationship between Biyun Tongzi and Kai-Yun Tongzi was remarkably close, making it difficult for him to take action against his junior brother. To betray my junior brother would merely extend my own existence by a few hours. It is unnecessary. He pondered, turmoil swirling within him. Noticing his senior's silence, Kai-Yun Tongzi hastily declared, "Master, I am willing to go." Kai-Yun Tongzi smiled at his brother, eager to share the burden. After all, gathering herbs on the mountain was not an arduous task. They had undertaken such excursions numerous times before. Before Biyun could make his decision, his junior had already woven this thread of fate. Upon hearing this, a wave of shame washed over Biyun. Yet, he found himself too apprehensive to speak. Should he inadvertently reveal celestial secrets, he feared that before Nezha's arrows could reach him, the heavenly laws would silence him forever. "Very well, Kai-Yun Tongzi, go swiftly and return promptly," commanded the Lady of Shiji, indifferent, as it seemed to her that it mattered not who undertook the task. It was merely a routine herbal gathering. As Kai-Yun Tongzi set forth to collect herbs, the Lady of Shiji continued her cultivation, while Biyun Tongzi retreated to his quarters. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 300 years of foundational cultivation has been credited. Please check your account promptly. A spark of excitement ignited within Biyun. The reward had arrived. He quickly assumed a meditative posture, absorbing the 300 years of cultivation. Boom! Though 300 years was not an overwhelming amount, it sufficed to significantly enhance Biyun Tongzi's abilities. As he absorbed the energy in his quiet chamber, a formidable aura surged within him, swiftly propelling his strength to the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm. The realms he was aware of included Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Each realm was further divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and great perfection. Following his breakthrough, a glimmer of joy appeared in Biyun's eyes. He remained acutely aware of his own weakness. Every enhancement was of utmost importance to him. As he concluded his training, a piercing scream echoed across Skull Mountain, unmistakably clear from afar. It was Nezha, leisurely cooling off at Shintang Pass, who, with a casual draw of his Qinkuan bow, unleashed a thunderous arrow that struck Kai-Yun Tongzi down on the spot. "Junior brother," Biyun Tongzi exclaimed in shock. He had held onto a flicker of hope, believing that his brother might still have a chance, as he was the one originally destined to face calamity. However, upon hearing the scream, that hope was entirely extinguished. Biyun rushed up the mountain, only to behold the horrific sight of Kai-Yun Tongzi with an arrow piercing his throat. "Brother, save me." Witnessing his junior's pitiful state ignited a tempest of rage within Biyun. What transgression had his brother committed while they were merely cultivating in peace on the mountain? Am I truly destined to perish? Is this the will of heaven? I shall see how you, Nezha, intend to slay me, and how fate shall conspire against me. With eyes ablaze, Biyun understood that his tribulations were far from over. He now awaited the next wave of adversity directed at him. From this moment forth, Biyun resolved to no longer yield. He would fiercely contend against fate and the will of heaven. Chapter 2. My junior disciple is dead, yet I remain alive. Kaiyun's countenance was etched with anguish, blood gushing from his neck and mouth in a frenzied torrent. Biyun rushed forward to embrace his junior disciple, yet found himself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Shiji Nyang arrived, and upon witnessing her disciple's tragic state, her eyes brimmed with sorrow and torment. This is the thunderous arrow. Kaiyun's 3 souls and 7 spirits have been shattered. Shiji Nyang was enveloped in profound grief, having only 2 disciples whom she cherished dearly. She had never anticipated such calamity would befall them even within her own abode. Kaiyun soon fell silent. His 3 souls dissipated and 7 spirits returned to the heavens, devoid of vitality. Who dares to slay my disciple? Shiji, she bellowed. As a practitioner of true Tao, her prowess had reached the Taiyi golden immortal realm, though not among the great Luo. She held considerable esteem within the outer sect of the Jiejiao. Biyun silently wept, consumed by sorrow. He was aware of the perpetrator's identity, but could not utter it aloud. His junior disciple had already sacrificed himself for him. Must he now risk the lives of both his master and himself? This vendetta must be avenged, yet he currently lacked the strength to do so. Shiji Nyang advanced, her gaze falling upon the thunderous arrow, whereupon she noticed the inscription, General Li Jing of Chintang Pass. Disciple, guard the cave while I seek out Li Jing to demand retribution. Shiji Nyang was ablaze with fury. She was acquainted with Li Jing, and upon reflection, his descent to the mortal realm to serve was partly due to her own kindness. However, in this instance, she could hardly afford to hesitate and was resolute in confronting Li Jing. Biyun's side, this was indeed a deadlock. Even with the emergence of certain variables, resolution remained elusive. Should Shiji Nyang proceed to Chintang Pass, it was inevitable that she would encounter Nezha, ultimately drawing the ire of Taiyi Zhenren, leading to the annihilation of the Shiji lineage. Biyun wished to dissuade his master, yet he understood that Shiji Nyang would not easily relent. After all, her disciple had been unjustly slain. No matter who found themselves in such a predicament, vengeance would be an inevitable response. Fully aware that persuasion would bear no fruit, Biyun hastily contemplated countermeasures. It was imperative to recognize that should Shiji Nyang perish, her eldest disciple, would undoubtedly be eradicated as well. In the midst of this fleeting moment, a system task reappeared, prompting Biyun to examine it with urgency. The annihilation of the Shiji lineage. Option 1. Comply with Shiji Nyang's directives, remaining alone to guard the cave and await developments. Reward: a random mid-grade, innate defensive spiritual treasure. Option 2. After Shiji Nyang departs, seize the opportunity to flee Skeleton Mountain and seek refuge with the Western sect. Reward: a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, a 3rd-grade golden lotus. Option 3. Accompany Shiji Nyang to Chintang Pass and act according to circumstances. Reward: 300 years of foundational cultivation. Upon contemplating the 3 options presented alongside the previous tasks, the young disciple of the Azure Cloud, Biyun, had come to a deeper understanding of the so-called Heaven and Earth Bawa system for seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. This system served as his guiding light, assisting him in evading treacherous paths that could lead to certain demise. Coupled with Biyun's familiarity with the narrative, he could deftly sidestep perilous situations fraught with death. Take, for instance, the present choice. The first option of remaining in the cave would merely propel the story along its original course, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of the entire Shiji lineage. As for the second option of seeking refuge with the Western sect, it seemed likely he would meet his end before even reaching the West. Once he departed from the Skeleton Mountain, it would be nearly impossible for Biyun to escape death, a suspicion that lingered in his mind. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to pursue the third option. Although the rewards appeared somewhat meager, this route promised a chance at survival. Master, my junior brother has been slain. I wish to journey to Chintang Pass. Might we take my brother's remains along to confront Li Jing? What more could he possibly say? Biyun exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Observing his fervor, Lady Shiji interpreted it as a sincere desire for vengeance on behalf of her disciple and did not hesitate to comply. She sealed the cave and the 2 soared towards Chintang Pass. Not long after their departure, amidst the clouds above Skeleton Mountain, a shadow flickered briefly before vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, Another disciple of the GS sect, the ethereal steed Yuan, closed his third eye and wore a grave expression. Unbeknownst to Biyun, he and Lady Shiji made their way to Chuntang Pass aboard the Azure Phoenix, where Lady Shiji bellowed, "Li Jing, come forth at once." Recognizing the voice of Lady Shiji, Li Jing hastily exited his residence and prostrated himself, saying, "I did not realize my revered elder was visiting. I regret not greeting you properly. Please allow me to host you in my humble abode." Having studied under the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren at the Western Kunlun, who was a registered disciple of the Ta Ching Saint, Li Jing humbly regarded himself as a disciple. Li Jing, evidently unaware of the unfolding events, could only tread cautiously. Lady Shiji rebuked him fiercely. "Li Jing, once you failed to master your craft at the 8 Treasures Cloudlight Cave, it was I who interceded with your master on your behalf, allowing you to descend the mountain to seek a life of glory and wealth. Yet, you repaid my kindness with betrayal, slaying my disciple Kai Yun. Today, I demand an explanation." Ultimately, Lady Shiji was a reasonable being despite her disciple's murder. She refrained from immediate violence, granting Li Jing the opportunity to defend himself. It is worth noting that, although Li Jing possessed mediocre cultivation talents, he was known for his integrity and benevolence, having ensured peace and prosperity for the people of Chuntang Pass during his tenure. Lady Shiji was well aware of this. Upon hearing her words, Li Jing was struck with terror, hastily kneeling and imploring, "I beseech you, my revered elder, to temper your wrath. I am filled with dread, and I would never dare forget the kindness I have received. How could I commit such heinous acts? There must be some misunderstanding. I implore you to discern the truth." Li Jing knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in reverence. With his meager strength confined to the realm of earth immortals, how could he dare to offend the formidable Lady Shiji? Observing her wielding the legendary Taiyi sword and her brows furrowed in anger, it was evident that this matter was no mere fabrication. Lady Shiji, indignant, declared, "Disciple, bring forth the remains of your junior brother, so that your unworthy senior may ascertain the name inscribed upon the feathered arrow." The young boy of Biyun presented the corpse, an arrow still lodged in the throat. Upon witnessing this, Li Jing's countenance turned ashen as the commander of Chuntang Pass. He instantly recognized the formidable Jindian arrow. This arrow, a relic from the ancient human emperor, existed in only 3 copies, all within his jurisdiction. "Li Jing, what further excuse can you muster?" shouted the young boy of Biyun. Although he understood that Li Jing was also a victim of circumstance, he harbored a secret resentment for his failure to properly educate his son, leading to the emergence of the chaotic Nezha. Li Jing stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to bow, before finally stammering an explanation. This allow me to inform you, esteemed uncle, that the Jindian arrow indeed resides within my residence. However, throughout the entirety of Chuntang Pass, no one possesses the strength to draw the Qian Kuan Bao, nor to unleash this Jindian arrow. I implore you to discern the truth. Lady Shiji was well aware of Li Jing's limitations. The Qian Kuan Bao was a gift from the human emperor Xian Yuan, and he lacked the ability to draw it. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, an explanation was imperative. If it is indeed the treasured artifact of Chuntang Pass, then it must have been perpetrated by someone within your ranks. Upon uttering these words, Li Jing nodded vigorously in agreement. "Rest assured, esteemed uncle, there is certainly a mystery behind today's events. I shall investigate diligently to uncover the truth and bring the culprit before you." With a bow of apology, Li Jing promptly returned to his residence. Chapter 3. The demise of Nezha. As Biyun Tongzi observed Li Jing's return to the residence, he anticipated the imminent appearance of Nezha. At that moment, the task notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 300 years of foundational cultivation has been credited. Please check your account promptly. Biyun Tongzi, upon receiving the notification, felt a surge of determination and immediately absorbed the 300 years of cultivation. This time, however, he did not directly break through, as it was evident that 300 years of Dao cultivation was insufficient for him to attain the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. Master, it appears that senior brother Li Jing lacks the necessary strength. It seems that the one responsible for slaying the disciple Kaiyun must be someone else. Biyun Tongzi's words were somewhat inconsequential, and Shiji Nyang merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Noticing her reaction, Biyun Tongzi continued, "I have heard that Li Jing has 3 sons, each possessing remarkable abilities. The eldest, Jin Jia, is cultivating at Wulong Mountain with the venerable Manjusri. The second son, Muzha, is resting at Baiha Cave on Jiogong Mountain with the real person Puxian. The youngest, Nezha, is training at Jingguan Cave on Qianyuan Mountain with the venerable Taiyi. Upon hearing this, Shiji Nyang grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that this matter is the doing of Li Jing's 3 children? She inquired. Already familiar with the 3 disciples of the Chan sect, Biyun Tongzi replied, I am merely speculating, but regardless of which one it is, their master is known for being protective. If they are indeed involved, master, you must not show any mercy. They must not be allowed to escape. The protective nature of the Chan sect was well known, and among the great teachings, Shiji Nyang held a particular disdain for the second-generation disciples of the Chan sect. Now, spurred by her disciples' reminder, her eyes glinted with a more profound, murderous intent. Today, they have slain my disciple. How can I allow them to go unpunished? No matter who they are, they shall not evade the grasp of my Taiyi sword. Anger swelled within Shiji Nyang, and unbeknownst to her, she had become tainted by the aura of calamity. Even Biyun Tongzi, had it not been for the assistance of his unique ability, would have likely succumbed to this corrupting force, losing his sense of self. Meanwhile, within the confines of Chintang Pass, Li Jing returned home in a state of despondency, discussing the matter with his wife, Lady Yin. At that moment, Nezha stepped forward, disdainfully declaring, Father, it was I who shot the Zhentian arrow while enjoying the breeze on the city tower, aiming towards the southwest. How could it have killed her disciple Biyun? Upon hearing this, Li Jing and his wife were instantly taken aback. You fool, you have caused a tremendous calamity. Come with me at once to apologize to your uncle Shi. Li Jing bellowed, dragging Nezha out of the pass to confront Shiji Nyang. However, Nezha, known for his rebellious nature, upon seeing Shiji Nyang, wasted no time in launching an attack with the Qiankuan circle before Li Jing could even utter a word of apology. With a thunderous crash, the Qiankuan circle, a treasured artifact bestowed upon Nezha for protection by venerable Taiyi, was unleashed. Biyun Tongzi was utterly unprepared to withstand such an assault. Fortunately, Shiji Nyang had anticipated this. She swiftly raised her hand, casting forth a beam of golden light that ensnared the Qiankuan circle, drawing it into her sleeve. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Jing hastily scolded, Unfilial child, you have slain the esteemed disciple of my master. How dare you continue your rampage? Kneel and repent at once. Yet, to his astonishment, Nezha retorted furiously, Old witch, ignorant of heavenly decrees, you are destined to face this calamity. Your disciple's demise is merely the will of fate. With that, he summoned the magical Hunyuan silk, transforming it into a fiery dragon, charging towards Lady Shiji. Nezha wielded impressive treasures. Yet his strength paled in comparison to Lady Shiji, who, being a golden immortal, effortlessly captured the Hunyuan silk with a mere wave of her hand. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Nezha attempted to flee back to the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan to seek assistance. However, Lady Shiji, acting on the guidance of the young Biyun, had already executed a spell, ensnaring Nezha in a flash of crimson light. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers beheld a silken handkerchief intricately woven with the 8 trigrams, embodying the principles of yin and yang, which had firmly bound Nezha, sealing his powers and rendering him incapable of further resistance. This was indeed the lady's innate treasure, the superior innate spiritual artifact, the 8 trigram cloud light handkerchief. Old witch, you dare to harm me? My master shall undoubtedly reduce you to ashes. Even in captivity, Nezha continued to hurl insults, stubbornly unrepentant. Biyun stepped forward, delivering several sharp slaps that left Nezha bruised and battered, silencing him with a painful whimper. Lady Shiji addressed Li Jing, saying, Li Jing, your son has killed my disciple and now dares to insult me. How shall we resolve this matter? Filled with remorse, Li Jing bowed deeply, replying, as a disciple, I have failed in my duty to instruct my child. How could I dare to plead for leniency? I leave all matters to your discretion. Upon hearing this, Nezha, with a face flushed in rage and despair, directed a series of incoherent sounds at his father, uncertain whether he was cursing him or begging for mercy. Lady Shiji nodded, stating, Today's events are indeed unrelated to you. Li Jing, I had wrongfully accused you before. However, this time, should I choose to end Nezha's life, you shall have no grounds for protest. Despite her words, she showed no intention of delivering a fatal blow. In the original narrative, Lady Shiji was to be evaded by Nezha, eventually pursuing him to the Golden Light Cave, where he was ultimately slain by the true man of Taiyi. Observing the situation, Biyun steeled himself and plunged a blade into Nezha's crown, instantaneously ending his life. For the vengeance of my master's disciple, This reckless strike by Biyun swiftly dispatched Nezha, as he desperately sought to disperse the latter's 3 souls and 7 spirits, thereby eradicating any future threat. With Nezha firmly in Biyun's grasp and his powers sealed by Lady Shurji, he had no opportunity to struggle. Lady Shurji, witnessing this, realized it was too late to intervene. Nevertheless, she bore no ill will towards Biyun. The debt of vengeance must be repaid, and Nezha was destined to pay the price for his actions. Though the disciples of the sect were not all born as celestial beings, they understood right from wrong, recognizing the distinctions between justice and injustice. Nezha's corpse was utterly shattered, and upon witnessing this scene, Lady Shurji presumed that the young deity of Biyun harbored a deep-seated hatred for Nezha, unaware that he had acted with intent. Meanwhile, the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren, who awaited Nezha in the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, was suddenly overcome with unease. Hastily calculating with his fingers, he exclaimed, "This is dire. How dare Shurji harm my disciple?" In a fit of rage, Taiyi Zhenren summoned a cloud and soared beyond Qianyuan Mountain. At that moment, the heavens above stirred ominously. Although Nezha was destined to face death, it was not at the hands of the young deity of Biyun. Previously, Nezha had slain the 3rd prince of the dragon, and soon, the dragon kings of the 4 seas would unleash a deluge upon Qintang Pass. In that eventuality, Nezha would pay the price for his actions, with flesh for his mother and bones for his father, which would truly be the cause of his demise. However, with Nezha now slain by Biyun, the entire cataclysm of the Fengshen would be profoundly affected. What lay before Lady Shurji and the young deity of Biyun was not the prospect of rebirth from calamity, but rather an even more perilous predicament. The celestial beings of the Chan teaching were descending, and the enigmatic figures orchestrating the Fengshen were preparing to intervene and rectify this blunder. In this moment of crisis, the young deity of Biyun received yet another task notification. The annihilation of the Shurji lineage. Option 1. Accompany Lady Shurji back to the Skeleton Mountain's Bone Cave. Await the arrival of enemies for battle. Reward: mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Rui Qiankuan Mirror. Option 2. Persuade Lady Shurji to leave with him. Return to Golden Ao Island to report the day's events to the Tongtian. Reward: low-grade innate spiritual treasure, a sea-calming pearl. Option 3. Flee from Skeleton Mountain. Persuade Lady Shurji to join the Western sect. Reward: high-grade innate spiritual root, a 3-leaf Bodhi tree. This time, there were no basic rewards, only formidable prizes, leaving the young deity of Biyun momentarily at a loss regarding his choice. It was evident that the level of danger had escalated significantly. Chapter 4. Is Taiyi Zhenren in pursuit? The previous 2 tasks had gradually allowed the young deity of Biyun to grasp the system's patterns. The higher the rewards offered by the fortune-evading system, the greater the peril involved. Earlier, the tasks that led to certain death were accompanied by high-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Conversely, the relatively safe options yielded only basic rewards. Yet this time, all offered tasks lacked basic rewards. The young deity of Biyun speculated that any choice he made this time would inevitably involve considerable danger, an unavoidable fate. Having slain Nezha, the threat level had surged dramatically. Returning to the bone cave of Whitebone Mountain was out of the question. Taiyi Zhenren would surely come knocking soon, and going back would be akin to awaiting death. As for fleeing and persuading his master to join the Western sect, given the current regard for their lineage, convincing his master to defect would likely provoke Lady Shurji to take matters into her own hands to cleanse the ranks. Thus, neither of the first 2 options presented any chance of survival, leaving only the second option, to persuade his master to journey to Golden Ao Island and bide their time away from the storm. This option too bore its own risks, yet it was significantly safer than the other 2 alternatives. I choose the second option. In a moment of urgency, Biyun Tongzi swiftly made a decision, showcasing his decisiveness and intelligence during this critical period. Although persuading Shurji Nyang to depart seemed rather impractical, Biyun Tongzi felt compelled to make the attempt. His master had extended a degree of nurturing and guidance towards him, and thus Biyun Tongzi earnestly wished to extricate her from the impending calamity of the Fengshen. Master, having killed Nezha, we find ourselves in a precarious situation with Taiyi Zhenren likely to protect his disciple. Perhaps we should temporarily retreat to Jinao Island and report this matter to our ancestral master for deliberation. As Biyun Tongzi observed Shurji Nyang preparing to return to Skull Mountain, he immediately urged her to reconsider. Upon hearing his words, Shurji Nyang paused and coldly retorted, "Is it permissible for Taiyi Zhenren's disciple to commit murder while others cannot retaliate? Life for a life is the natural order." Even at this juncture, Shurji Nyang clung to rationality, failing to recognize the malicious intent of Taiyi Zhenren. This was merely a trap laid by others, waiting for them to fall into it, thus igniting the long-standing conflict between the Chan and Jie sections. Over the years, their discord had accumulated, and they were merely awaiting a spark to ignite the flames of confrontation. While Biyun Tongzi's words held truth, Taiyi Zhenren was unlikely to engage in reasoned discourse. His indulgence towards Nezha was excessive. Otherwise, such a tempestuous figure would not have emerged. Shiji Nyang, upon reflecting, conceded this point. Had Taiyi Zhenren truly imparted wisdom, Nezha would not have been so arrogant. His present disposition was undeniably linked to Taiyi Zhenren's influence. Consequently, Biyun Tongzi's assertions were indeed valid. Your words resonate. Yet even if Taiyi Zhenren were to assault Skull Mountain, do I appear to be intimidated by him? You shall return to Jinao Island on my behalf and report this matter to our master. I will remain here to oversee Skull Mountain and see what Taiyi Zhenren dares to do. At this moment, Shiji Nyang, afflicted by the influence of calamity, was impervious to persuasion. Moreover, it was unrealistic to expect Biyun Tongzi, a third-generation outer disciple, to easily gain an audience with the Tongtian. Even some second-generation outer disciples might lack such privilege. By the time a third-generation outer disciple sought an audience with a sage, Skull Mountain would likely have already been razed to the ground. If the Tongtian were genuinely inclined to rescue his disciples, the vast Jie sect would not have been left in such disarray. Biyun Tongzi's earnest efforts to counsel Shiji Nyang proved fruitless, and he found himself at a loss for further words. At that moment, a system notification announced the completion of a task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 1 low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Dinghai Shinju, has been credited. Please check promptly. Upon hearing this notification, Biyun Tongzi felt no joy whatsoever. The completion of the task signified his failure to persuade her. Shiji Nyang remained resolute in her decision to return to Skull Mountain, showing no inclination to depart. In Biyun Tongzi's eyes, his master's journey seemed fraught with peril, and the changes he had endeavored to implement ultimately appeared futile in rescuing her from catastrophe. Destiny is inexorable. Yet, this was not destiny. It was merely the covert clash among several saints. My disciple, there is no need for further persuasion. I am eager to witness the extent of Taiyi's capabilities. You shall proceed as I have instructed. Lady Shiji is a decisive figure. Although she is an outlier who has attained enlightenment, she is renowned in the vicinity of Skull Mountain. Observing this, the young disciple Biyun could only nod in agreement. After careful consideration, he resolved to accompany Lady Shiji back to Skull Mountain before returning to Golden Ao Island. Master, do we not have an elder uncle at Skull Mountain? Why not summon him for assistance when the time comes? It would provide you with some security. Biyun had only heard vague accounts of Ma Yuan, never having encountered him, and thus was unaware of the relationship between the second-generation disciple of the Cut sect and his master. Lady Shiji shook her head, stating, Ma Yuan's heinous actions of extracting hearts and drinking blood have incited the wrath of both gods and men. Though we are both disciples of the Cut sect, I am ashamed to be associated with him. The Cut sect is rife with both virtuous and nefarious characters, and even though Lady Shiji is a formidable figure, she refuses to be likened to Ma Yuan. Biyun nodded vigorously, sharing her disdain for Ma Yuan's cruel methods that brought suffering to countless beings. As it became apparent that Lady Shiji was resolute in her stance, Biyun felt a headache coming on. Upon returning to Skull Mountain, Lady Shiji entrusted him with Nezha's universe ring and the mysterious heavenly silk, saying, the journey to Golden Ao Island is perilous and fraught with dangers. Take these treasures for your protection. Although these artifacts were indeed impressive, Lady Shiji regarded them as too trivial for her use and found them more suitable for Biyun. Biyun bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these treasures upon me. These spiritual artifacts were indeed valuable, and given the treacherous path ahead, they would serve him well. Hurry along. Lady Shiji waved her hand, signaling Biyun to depart. She understood the impending dangers of the battle ahead, and was well aware of the character of the Golden Immortal from the Chan sect. Master, I cannot ascertain how much time my journey will take. Should Taiyi Zhenren come seeking me, you may utilize the grand formation within the mountain to confront him. I have heard that Taiyi possesses a formidable spiritual treasure known as the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire, which wields the power of divine flames. Biyun shared the knowledge he possessed, and Lady Shiji, who was originally a primordial stone that attained enlightenment, was said to be a remnant of the 5-colored stone left by Nuwa when she repaired the heavens. Regardless, Lady Shiji held a profound fear of fire. Upon hearing about the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire, she silently noted it. Such an artifact could prove to be her greatest adversary. As for Biyun, he felt immense gratitude for Lady Shiji's guidance and had no intention of abandoning his master to escape alone. Yet, the situation was evidently dire, and remaining would only make him another casualty. Moreover, even if he were to leave Skull Mountain, there was no guarantee he would reach Golden Ao Island alive. High above in the nine heavens, a watchful gaze was already fixed upon Biyun, waiting for the moment he departed Skull Mountain to strike. At this moment, the youthful figure of Biyun had yet to depart from the domain of Skull Mountain when a new task materialized, igniting a spark of joy within him as he hastily examined the details. Chapter 5. Aiding hand from the outer sect's senior brother of the Chan religion, the golden finger that aided Biyun had repeatedly turned peril into safety, enabling him to evade the lethal strikes of Nezha and now to elude the relentless pursuit of Taiyi Zhenren. His faith in this golden finger had grown immensely. As he opened the task interface, Biyun's demeanor became notably solemn. The annihilation of the Shiji lineage. Option 1. Continue onward. Heading straight to Jinao Island to seek out the Tongtian Saint and report today's events. Reward. Superior grade pre-celestial spiritual treasure, Yin Yang treasure mirror. Option 2. Immediately return to Skull Mountain, find a place to conceal himself, and disregard the matter of relaying messages. Reward. Medium grade pre-celestial spiritual treasure, 6 Chun galloping whip. Option 3. Return to Skull Mountain, then stealthily depart in the opposite direction towards the Luofu Cave on Amei Mountain, requesting the assistance of Zhao Gongming for Shiji. Reward. Basic cultivation of 300 years. Upon seeing this prompt, Biyun's face lit up with delight. The presence of foundational task rewards indicated that venturing to Luofu Cave was indeed a prudent choice. Biyun scrutinized the options, realizing that heading directly to Jinao Island was a perilous dead end, even more treacherous than returning to Skull Mountain. It appeared that the area surrounding Skull Mountain was under strict surveillance by enemies. Without the guidance of his golden finger, he would have undoubtedly fallen prey to ambush. Biyun's sense of caution intensified. Any previous carelessness evaporated, replaced by a resolute humility. He adhered to his plan and retraced his steps to Skull Mountain. Observing from the air, a shadowy figure pondered, why has Biyun returned to Skull Mountain? Was he not meant to seek aid at Jinao Island? My path leads directly toward the seas. The onlooker, lost in contemplation, soon arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps he had forgotten something essential. I shall remain here, watching from afar, and once he departs the territory of Skull Mountain, I shall strike him down in one fell swoop. After all, a mere minor Earth immortal poses no significant threat. The atmosphere within Skull Mountain was thick with dark clouds and an overwhelming aura of malevolence, causing those who lurked in the shadows to hesitate in their approach, wary of exposure and repulsed by the ominous energy. Meanwhile, upon returning to Skull Mountain, Biyun quickly made his way back to his own cave residence, where he formed a hand seal and quietly burrowed into the earth. Though this earth escape was far slower than flight, Biyun chose the most discreet method for safety's sake, retreating in the opposite direction from Skull Mountain. At this moment, the hidden cultivator in the clouds, having waited in vain for Biyun's appearance, began to sense that something was amiss. Is it possible that Biyun has decided against reporting the situation? Emerging from the clouds, the cultivator could no longer resist the urge to approach Skull Mountain for further investigation. This individual was none other than Huanglong Zhenren, a disciple of the Chan religion and one of the 12 golden immortals, hailing from the Ma Gu cave of the 2 immortal mountains. The esteemed Huanglong Zhenren, possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan, although recognized as one of the 12 golden immortals of Yushu, found himself in disfavor with the saints. He proactively volunteered to monitor the lineage of Shiji, hoping to demonstrate his capabilities and earn favor in the eyes of the saints. However, should he fail to restrain the likes of Biyun Tongzi, he would indeed find himself bereft of face before the saints. With the death of Nezha, should the instigator, Biyun, escape, how could he possibly explain this to his master? Huanglong Zhenren was anxious, yet he was unaware that Biyun Tongzi had already burrowed far away, 1,000 miles distant. Once Biyun Tongzi distanced himself from Skull Mountain, he emerged from the earth, summoning a fresh breeze that carried him swiftly towards Amei Mountain. Zhao Gongming, the esteemed eldest disciple of the outer sect of the, was known for his righteousness and generosity. It was not beyond expectation that he might lend his assistance. Alas, his master had little rapport with Zhao, and the Tongtian Patriarch had explicitly commanded all disciples to seclude themselves within their caves, forbidding any descent from the mountain lest they attract calamity. This predicament was proving to be quite troublesome. Biyun Tongzi, filled with concern, resolved to exert every effort to save his master. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and a spiritual pearl materialized in his hand. It was said that the Tongtian Patriarch had bestowed upon Zhao Gongming 24 sea-calming pearls. If he were to gift one of these pearls to Zhao Gongming, perhaps he would descend the mountain to assist him. With this thought, Biyun Tongzi felt a flicker of reassurance and hastened towards Amei Mountain. The distance between Amei Mountain and Skull Mountain was considerable. Even at full speed, Biyun Tongzi found himself parched and utterly fatigued. As he approached, he beheld a majestic mountain rising between heaven and earth, shrouded in ethereal mist and enveloped in celestial energy. Towering trees adorned the mountainside, occasionally concealing flying creatures and beasts within their midst. Amei Mountain must be near. Lacking profound cultivation, Biyun Tongzi was not adept at the intricate calculations of fate, but he relied on fragmented memories from his past and current whispers to fortuitously locate Amei Mountain. Upon reaching the towering sacred peak, he was greeted by an abundance of spiritual energy and a refreshing breeze. Zhao Gongming's abode was not hidden. The Raofu Cave occupied the prime position on the southern face of the mountain, clearly visible to the eye. Biyun Tongzi noticed several radiant golden characters inscribed outside the cave, Amei Mountain Raofu Cave. His heart swelled with joy as he hurried forward to pay his respects. Just then, a figure flew forth from the mountain, commanding, "Who approaches? Halt at once. This is my master's sacred ground." Seeing the newcomer, Biyun Tongzi hastily approached, bowing in reverence and introducing himself. "Forgive me, esteemed brother. I am Biyun, a disciple of the White Bone Cave of Skull Mountain, under the tutelage of Lady Shurji. I come in haste, for Nezha, a disciple of the Chan sect, has been slain, and I fear that Taiyi Zhenren may seek revenge. I implore Zhao Shurbo to descend to Skull Mountain and lend his strength." Upon disclosing his lineage, Biyun Tongzi found that Chun Jiugong, the eldest disciple of Zhao Gongming, was aware of a master named Lady Shurji. Chun Jiugong, having been posthumously bestowed the title of wealth-bringing envoy, held a commendable divine position. It was none other than the disciple Biyun. "Currently, my master is meditating in the cave, and your arrival is quite timely. However, this matter must be reported to our revered master first. Please follow me." Chun Jiugong led the young Biyun directly towards the Luo Fu cave, with Biyun expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Before they could even meet Zhao Gongming, melodious singing echoed from afar, the lyrics proclaiming, "Emerald bamboo, yellow beards, and white bamboo shoots. Scholar's cap and Taoist shoes, adorned with white lotus blooms. Red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. The three teachings are, after all, one family." Upon hearing this song, Biyun was enveloped in a profound silence, as the melodic verses conveyed a deep and serene meaning. The notion that the three teachings are fundamentally one family was Zhao Gongming's way of communicating to Biyun that the teachings of the Chan and Jie schools are indeed one and the same, and he held no desire to engage in this matter. Yet now, Zhao Gongming was the last hope for Biyun. To save Lady Shurji, he had to take the chance. Upon entering the Luo Fu cave, Biyun beheld a celestial master seated upon a high mat. The figure was imposing, with a broad forehead, dark beard, and a robust physique, a formidable iron whip lying before him, exuding an aura of immense authority. Biyun bowed deeply, addressing him. "Disciple Biyun pays respects to Master Uncle. May your path of enlightenment be boundless and your celestial journey everlasting." Zhao Gongming, observing Biyun's entrance, could only open his eyes and nod slightly, indicating, "Noble nephew, having traveled from afar, please take a seat." Chapter 6. Taiyi would not cease with concern for his master's safety weighing heavily on his heart. Biyun hardly settled in before he bowed once more and said, "Master Uncle, disciples of the Chan school have harmed my junior brother Kaiyun, and now I have slain Nezha in return, which may bring calamity upon my master. The true man of Taiyi is likely to trouble my master at any moment. So I dare to ask for your assistance to rescue my master from peril." As Biyun explained his intentions, Zhao Gongming fell into contemplation, uncertain of how to decline. Previously, he could not discern the situation due to the veils of fate, but now, having listened to Biyun's words, he quietly calculated and understood the entire sequence of events. The fault lay with the Chan school, they bore no blame. Additionally, as the senior disciple of the Jie school, Zhao Gongming had been entrusted by the Heavenly Lord himself to oversee all external affairs, which was both a mark of trust and a significant responsibility. Thus, he was indeed obligated to intervene. However, he was also aware of certain hidden truths from the time the three teachings signed the Fengshen list. This celestial calamity was a matter of utmost gravity, and caution was paramount. Even Zhao Gongming, despite his formidable strength, faced the risk of demise. The Heavenly Lord had explicitly advised them to secure the mountain gates and refrain from descending lightly. Furthermore, the three heavenly maidens had repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of this matter to their elder brother. Therefore, even though Zhao Gongming desired to assist Lady Shurji, he had to weigh his options carefully. Moreover, While he and Shiji were both disciples of the Jie school, their bond was not particularly deep. They had only crossed paths a few times during teachings. Acting out of righteousness was one thing, but recklessly courting death was another matter entirely. As Zhao Gongming hesitated, the young disciple Biyun hastily interjected, "My master had previously prepared a gift for you, esteemed uncle. I implore you not to refuse it." With that, Biyun produced a sea-calming pearl. Zhao Gongming, initially indifferent, was a figure of profound cultivation, dismissing even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. He possessed an abundance of spiritual treasures, rivaling, if not surpassing, those of the aforementioned immortals. However, upon seeing Biyun extend his hand to reveal the pearl, Zhao Gongming's eyes widened in astonishment. He was already in possession of 6 innate spiritual treasures: the binding dragon rope, the measuring ruler, the sea-calming whip, the golden hook of wishes, the bright mirror of spiritual radiance, and 24 sea-calming pearls. Among these, the 24 pearls formed a complete set, regarded as supreme innate treasures, which Zhao Gongming cherished dearly. This exquisite collection had been personally bestowed upon him by the celestial master, further enhancing its significance in his eyes. Now, witnessing that Biyun possessed yet another sea-calming pearl, Zhao Gongming felt a surge of interest. Were it any other treasure, even a superior innate one, he would scarcely be intrigued. Yet this sea-calming pearl held him captive. With his 24 pearls already forming a distinguished set, the prospect of acquiring additional pearls tantalized him with the possibility of ascending to the realm of innate supreme treasures. It is worth noting that within the entirety of the Primordial World, only the sage of Taiyi and the sage of Yushu among the 6 sages possessed innate supreme treasures, while the remaining 4 wielded only supreme innate treasures at best. Thus, Zhao Gongming was acutely aware of the value of this singular sea-calming pearl. Such treasures often came in sets, 24, 36, or 48. The presence of an additional pearl indicated the potential to gather a complete set of 36. Contemplating this, Zhao Gongming felt an overwhelming anticipation swell within him. He could not help but grasp the sea-calming pearl, and in that moment, the 24 pearls within him responded, soaring forth and radiating brilliance around him. Observing the spectacle, Biyun promptly praised, "This treasure indeed shares a bond with you, esteemed uncle. Once you unite the pearls into a set, their power will undoubtedly surpass that of the past." Having obtained the sea-calming pearl, Zhao Gongming could not bear to part with it now. Nearby, Chun Jiugong and Yao Shaoxi shared in their master's elation. Recognizing his master's growing interest, Chun Jiugong seized the moment, saying, "Master, it is true that the disciples of the Chan sect have erred this time. Uncle Shiji merely acted as he should. I ask you to intervene and restore the dignity of our Jie sect." Yao Shaoxi quickly added, "The elder brother speaks wisely. The disciples of the Chan sect have long been arrogant and overbearing, ravaging the primordial world. I have been unable to tolerate them for some time. Please, master, take action to eradicate this blight upon our realm." The disciples of the Jie sect were known for their righteousness. This was no idle claim. Seeing an opportunity to intervene, Zhao Gongming nodded and declared, "Rest assured, dear disciple, I shall personally take action this time, and ensure that those disciples of the Chan sect will be dealt with accordingly." Zhao Gongming possessed the power to easily overpower the 12 golden immortals, and for the sake of the sea-calming pearl, he was willing to lend his assistance. The young disciple, Biyun, hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed uncle. With your intervention, those disciples of the Chan sect will be utterly insignificant." Biyun was well acquainted with the unfolding narrative. When facing the second-generation disciples of the Chan sect, Zhao Gongming was an undeniable force. The 4 of them departed from the Luo Fu cave, with Zhao Gongming riding on auspicious clouds, swiftly carrying his 3 disciples towards the domain of Skull Mountain. His flight was swift as lightning, and they soon arrived atop Skull Mountain. At that moment, Lady Shiji was ensnared within the 9-dragon divine fire barrier. With the entire bone cave in ruins and even Skull Mountain cleaved in 2, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. "Shiji, this time you are destined to perish. No one can save you." The flames within the 9-dragon divine fire barrier soared skyward, as 9 fire dragons relentlessly assaulted Lady Shiji. The Taiyi, sword in her grasp, could not inflict any harm upon her adversaries, and her situation grew increasingly desperate. "Ha ha ha, remnants of the Jie sect. How dare you kill the vanguard officer appointed by our revered master? Today is your destined downfall." Outside the 9-dragon divine fire barrier, Taiyi Zhenren and Huang Long Zhenren's eyes glimmered with cold determination, exuding an air of assured victory. Their intention in capturing Lady Shiji was to incinerate her with divine fire, thereby exacerbating the conflict between the Chan and Jie sects. From a distance, Zhao Gongming witnessed the scene of the fierce battle and bellowed, "Taiyi, cease your actions at once. Do not harm my friend." Zhao Gongming's purpose in coming was to rescue Lady Shiji, and failing to do so would be a significant disgrace. Upon seeing this, Taiyi Zhenren's eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly transmitted a message to Huang Longzhenren. "Brother, you must stop Zhao Gongming at all costs and buy us some time. Shiji can hardly hold on much longer, and I will soon finish her." Huang Longzhenren, equally fearful of Zhao Gongming, realized that failure to complete the task would mean facing the wrath of the Primordial Supreme. Gritting his teeth, he mounted his celestial crane and charged towards Zhao Gongming. Like a thunderbolt, Zhao Gongming surged forward, prompting Huang Longzhenren to hastily ascend and shout, "Zhao Gongming, do not be reckless. Huang Long challenges you." Chapter 7. Primordial, Zhao Gongming cannot escape. Huang Longzhenren, not well regarded within the Chan sect, was dubbed the Three No Zhenren. Yet he felt a strong sense of belonging to the sect, always safeguarding its interests and reputation. As Zhao Gongming approached to disrupt the grand plan of the investiture of the gods, Huang Longzhenren, though filled with trepidation, resolutely charged forth. "Behold my sword," he cried, casting his celestial sword into the air, which transformed into a colossal true dragon, its roar reverberating across the heavens, its overwhelming might asserting dominance in all directions. Faced with the assault of the yellow dragon, Zhao Gongming's eyes brimmed with disdain as he scoffed, "Such trifling skills. Dare you present your ineptitude before me?" With a swift motion, he struck the sea-subduing divine whip into the air, conjuring a dazzling golden radiance that enveloped the surroundings. A resounding boom echoed as the colossal true dragon was ruthlessly battered, its flesh torn asunder, and it shattered into fragments before transforming back into a celestial sword that flew back to him. Upon inspecting the sword, Yellow Dragon found its brilliance dimmed, its precious aura dissipated, clearly a victim of grievous injury. "Zhao Gongming, you have damaged my treasured artifact. I shall fight you to the death." The Yellow Dragon, already a miser, possessed but this one precious item, now rendered nearly useless by Zhao Gongming's hand. Without millennia of nurturing, it would be nearly impossible to wield again. Zhao Gongming erupted into laughter, stepping forth with his sword, and with a casual gesture of his left hand, summoned a radiant treasure ruler that soared toward the Yellow Dragon's head. With a sharp crack, the Yellow Dragon, vastly inferior in strength, was struck across the face. Sent hurtling 100 yards away, his right cheek swelling grotesquely, rendering him utterly disheveled. Witnessing this, Taiyi Zhenren's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had been dispatched with a mission to eliminate Shiji, for if she remained alive, the discord between the Chan and Jie sects could never reach its zenith. Observing the Yellow Dragon's impotence, Taiyi Zhenren hastily channeled all his power into the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield to incinerate Shiji, simultaneously unleashing a beam of golden light from his sleeve, aimed directly at the crown of Shiji's head. This item was none other than the exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, the Rui Golden Brick. At that moment, Shiji, already at her limit, stood defenseless against the Rui Golden Brick, which struck her forehead, instantly scattering her 3 souls and 7 spirits into the ether. Master, Biyun Tongzi, witnessing this from afar, let out a furious roar. Should Shiji perish, he would lose his only pillar of support. As for his distant master, the Tongtian Jiao Lord, he likely would not recognize Biyun as anything significant. It was Shiji who held the utmost importance to him. Regrettably, Biyun's own lack of strength rendered him unable to rescue his master. Zhao Gongming, observing this turn of events, felt a surge of anger flood his face. The slaughter of his own disciple before him was a gross affront. "Taiyi, you have slain a disciple of my sect. How can I possibly spare you today?" Zhao Gongming bellowed, raising the sea-subduing divine whip to strike. Seeing Shiji vanquished, Taiyi Zhenren raised his hands to manipulate the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, intent on annihilating Zhao Gongming alongside her. "Zhao Gongming, your arrival is fortuitous. Watch as I rid the primordial realm of you once and for all." Taiyi Zhenren roared, now fully engulfed in the maelstrom of slaughter, his spirit tainted by the aura of calamity. As the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield descended, Zhao Gongming remained unperturbed. With a resounding clang, the sea-subduing divine whip struck, sending the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield careening away, its divine flames scattering across the heavens and the earth. Taiyi Zhenren gasped in shock. He had presumed that with the advantage of his spiritual treasure, he could successfully incinerate Zhao Gongming, yet the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield had failed to even restrain him. Great Luo Golden Immortal. This chapter is not finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The venerable Taiyi Zhenren's eyes widened in shock as a sudden realization struck him. Despite being one of the 12 golden immortals of Yushu, his strength was merely at the Taiyi golden immortal level, whereas Zhao Gongming had already ascended to the realm of Deluo. Taiyi, meet your demise, Zhao Gongming roared, unleashing his spiritual treasure once more. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as boundless lightning crackled, and celestial radiance burst forth. Taiyi Zhenren fought desperately to resist, swiftly retreating. Zhao Gongming descended like a divine weapon, his sea-calming whip crashing down, inflicting grievous wounds upon Taiyi Zhenren, who fled in utter disarray, no longer daring to confront Zhao Gongming. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Gongming triumphed over Huanglong and repelled Taiyi, showcasing his formidable prowess. The youthful Biyun rushed forward, noticing a 5-colored divine stone lying in the mud, utterly devoid of its former brilliance. Huanglong, my junior brother, we must flee. Taiyi Zhenren, unwilling to linger, transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. Biyun sighed deeply, lamenting that his master could not escape this calamity. My dear nephew, grieve not. We have arrived too late. Zhao Gongming shook his head in sorrow, believing that had he arrived sooner, he might have saved Shiji. Yet, Biyun understood in his heart that even if they had come earlier, the outcome for Shiji would likely remain unchanged unless the primordial teacher intervened personally. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Destiny and fate are merely tools wielded by the powerful. There is no need for you to blame yourself, my honored uncle. The calamities of immortals are simply a matter of heavenly decree. Biyun sighed once more, securing the 5-colored stone close to him. Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Biyun's profound insight, regarding this nephew with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Huanglong Zhenren and Taiyi Zhenren stumbled back to Kunlun Mountain, their expressions a portrait of disarray. Although they had completed their mission, they were in a pitiable state. Huanglong Zhenren's face was grotesquely swollen, his robes in disarray, devoid of any celestial grace. Taiyi Zhenren fared even worse, nearly shattered, with multiple injuries and his robes stained crimson with blood, a horrifying sight indeed. How infuriating! How could Zhao Gongming possess such strength at the Deluo level? A disgrace to the sect, a mere spawn of filth. Yet he dares to claim the title of Deluo Golden Immortal. The two cursed vehemently but dared not linger, hastening back to the Yushu Palace in Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, the primordial teacher was meditating within the palace. Upon seeing his 2 disciples return in such a wretched state, a flicker of displeasure crossed his gaze. Master, the demoness Shiji has slain my disciple Nezha. My junior brother Huanglong and I attempted to confront her, but Zhao Gongming arrived to assist her and defeated us. We beseech you to take action on our behalf. Taiyi Zhenren knelt in despair, presenting a visage of profound grievance. He recounted the events, albeit with embellishments. Yet he was unequivocal in stating that Biyun Tongzi had not been slain. Despite Huanglong Zhenren's unpopularity, Taiyi Zhenren was a favored disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Observing his disciple's lamentation, Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded and remarked, "You too may rise. This matter shall be addressed by me." Zhao Gongming cannot evade his impending doom. He will inevitably find himself on the list of the fallen. Yuanshi Tianzuan regarded the disciples of Jie Jiao with disdain, having long harbored intentions of eradicating them completely, leaving no opportunity for survival. Chapter 8. The Resurrection of Nezha, the Transformation of Lotus Root. As the two withdrew, Yuanshi Tianzuan pondered. Biyun Tongzi was destined to fall at Nezha's hand. Now, not only has he survived, but he has also avenged himself upon Nezha. Could he be a variable? After a moment of contemplation, Yuanshi Tianzuan attempted to divine the situation through his mystical calculations, yet found himself unable to discern anything. The calamity had commenced, and the air was thick with disastrous energy. Even the art of divination was compromised, rendering him incapable of foreseeing the fate of a mere 3rd-generation disciple of Jie Jiao. Shaking his head, Yuanshi Tianzuan dismissed the insignificant Biyun Tongzi from his thoughts, considering him nothing more than a lowly insect unworthy of his attention, far from deserving of concern. In Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes, Biyun Tongzi was merely an ant, lacking even the qualifications to be inscribed on the divine list. Once the grand calamity of the gods erupted in full force, it would be trivial to dispatch Biyun Tongzi with any disciple. Meanwhile, Biyun Tongzi, having lost Shiji Nyang, accompanied Zhao Gongming back to the Luofu Cave on Amei Mountain. With Shiji Nyang now deceased, Biyun Tongzi found himself adrift, compelled to absorb the 300 years of cultivation bestowed upon him as a reward. In the tranquility of his chamber, Biyun Tongzi diligently focused on his cultivation. 300 years of cultivation was not an insignificant amount under Biyun Tongzi's earnest efforts. It swiftly melded into his own power. A thunderous roar erupted within the sea of his consciousness. marking a breakthrough in his strength as he successfully attained the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal Realm. This cumulative 600 years of cultivation enabled his advancement. However, to reach the Celestial Immortal Realm, he would need to endure further trials. Yet, armed with a system comparable to that of the King of Survival, Biyun Tongzi felt unperturbed. With his master deceased and his junior disciples fallen, having vanquished Nezha, he believed this chapter was drawing to a close. Especially since the grand calamity had yet to fully unfold. Biyun Tongzi reflected clandestinely, aware that he was now alone and uncertain of his next steps. Though he seemed to have evaded disaster, it remained a fleeting tranquility. When the calamity erupted, this fortunate escapee would inevitably face reckoning. A truth he was all too aware of. Lacking absolute power, survival would prove a formidable challenge. Just as Biyun Tongzi experienced his breakthrough, a new task prompt materialized once more. Now, the Biyun Boy has thoroughly grasped that this Gowang system serves as a guiding light for him, steering him towards fortune while steering clear of peril, thereby identifying the path with the greatest chance of survival and avoiding danger as much as possible. He first examines the current task. Upon opening the system, 3 options immediately present themselves before him. Option 1. Remain at the Luofu Cave on Amei Mountain, seeking protection from Zhao Gongming. Reward: superior innate magical artifact, the sea-overturning Golden Bowl. Option 2. Depart from Amei Mountain and journey to Golden Tortoise Island in search of refuge. Reward: 300 years of foundational cultivation. Option 3. Leave Amei Mountain and hide in Chaoga City, waiting for the opportunity to navigate through the Fengshen Great Calamity. Reward: mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Light Lioli Pagoda. As Biyun Boy reviews the 3 tasks, he cannot help but engage in analysis. Zhao Gongming is destined to be summoned down the mountain by Wen Zhong to partake in the Fengshen Great Calamity, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Liu Ye Daoist with the nail-headed 7-arrow book. The entire lineage of Amei Mountain faces annihilation. Thus, following Zhao Gongming does not guarantee safety. The first option is tantamount to courting death, while the third option, actively venturing to Chaoga City, amounts to throwing oneself into the jaws of a tiger, rendering it an unwise choice as well. Consequently, only the second option remains, traveling to Golden Tortoise Island. The disciples on Golden Tortoise Island ultimately meet the same fate of slaughter. Yet, this golden finger prompts him to seek refuge there. Is there perhaps another twist of fate awaiting him? After a round of speculation, Biyun Boy ultimately chooses to trust the system and head to Golden Tortoise Island for refuge. With the Fengshen Great Calamity on the verge of eruption, Golden Tortoise Island is a sanctuary of the sages, making it a considerably safer haven. At the very least, it would allow him to survive the climactic battle ahead. With this thought in mind, Biyun Boy resolves to depart. He approaches the Luofu Cave to pay his respects to Zhao Gongming. Master, I have been a constant bother these past few days. Now that matters have concluded, I wish to proceed to Bio Palace to report this to my ancestral master and request justice for my master. Biyun Boy has come to bid farewell, and Zhao Gongming comprehends his intention clearly. This time, he has accepted Biyun Boy's sea-calming pearl, yet he was unable to save Lady Shurji, which fills him with guilt. Now, with Biyun Boy about to leave, Zhao Gongming feels a pang of regret. My dear disciple, with Taiyi hiding within the Yushu Palace, I truly have no means to assist you. How about having your senior brother accompany you to Golden Tortoise Island? Perhaps after meeting your ancestral master, justice may be served for your master. Zhao Gongming dispatches his disciple, Chen Jiogong, to accompany Biyun Boy. Chen Jiogong possesses formidable strength, having reached the Taiyi Zhenren realm, just a step away from ascending to the Golden Immortal Realm. Thank you, master. This journey is long, and should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly return to pay my respects. Biyun Boy bows deeply. Although Zhao Gongming was unable to save Lady Shurji, the blame does not lie with him, and Biyun Boy understands this well. After bidding farewell to Zhao Gongming, accompanied by Chen Jiogong, the two set forth on their journey to Golden Tortoise Island. Throughout this journey, a gentle breeze accompanied me, while white clouds drifted gracefully, creating a harmonious scene. The youthful Biyun had escaped the vortex's center, while in the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain, the venerable Taiyi was diligently engaged in the resurrection of Nezha. As the vanguard general against the tyrant Zhou, Nezha could not exit the stage prematurely. Taiyi produced his cherished celestial lotus and lotus root to craft a lotus incarnation for Nezha. The detestable Biyun had indeed endangered my disciple's life. One day, I shall ensure he transforms into ashes. Taiyi, filled with indignation, continued his work tirelessly, and through his efforts, the lotus incarnation gradually took shape. Unwilling to spare any of his 1,000 years of magical energy, Taiyi ultimately succeeded in reviving Nezha. With the Lotus Incarnation, Nezha's power increased 100-fold compared to before. I am eternally grateful, Master, for your salvation. This kindness shall never be forgotten. Nezha knelt before his master, devoid of his former arrogance and defiance, clearly revealing a nature that was perceptive and wary of the powerful. There is no need for such formality. Our bond as master and disciple dictates that I must save you, Taiyi replied, clearly pleased with Nezha before him. Master, how I loathe that Biyun. He has miraculously evaded this calamity. I vow to slay him with my own hands. Nezha gritted his teeth, fully aware of the events that transpired after being slain by Biyun, though his 3 souls and 7 spirits had been secretly rescued. Particularly vexing was the fact that his Qianquan circle and Hunyuan silk remained in Biyun's possession, fueling his frustration. Despite his overwhelming strength surpassing that of Biyun, he had fallen to him, which was utterly humiliating. In the future, Biyun would surely face dire consequences in the sacred grounds of Zhao Gongming on a Mei mountain. Taiyi comforted his disciple, knowing all too well that Nezha had suffered greatly at the hands of Zhao Gongming, and if given the chance, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Chapter 9. The third-generation Master Sister of the Intercept Teachings, Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. Both Taiyi and Nezha harbored deep resentment towards Biyun, constantly seeking opportunities to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Biyun had arrived at Golden Turtle Island with the assistance of Chen Jiugong. This hallowed sanctuary of saints was filled with ethereal beauty, where rare birds and exotic beasts sang merrily amidst lush, vibrant flora. Streams of spiritual energy swirled like clouds, meandering across Golden Turtle Island. From afar, Biyun spotted a grand stone tablet inscribed with the words, Golden Turtle Island, Bio Palace, Intercept Teaching Sanctuary. Truly, the magnificent island lived up to its reputation, being born upon the back of a colossal turtle, majestically traversing the seas, exuding boundless mystery. Brother, this surely is the place of our ancestral master's cultivation? Biyun smiled as he beheld the locale. Chen Jiugong chuckled. Indeed, junior brother, you are correct. This is our Intercept Teaching Sanctuary, rivaling even the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun. Pride shone in Chen Jiugong's eyes, for as disciples of the Intercept Teachings, they felt a profound sense of honor. The 2 individuals descended upon the island, and a ripple emanated around them, clearly triggered by the island's protective array. Soon, a female cultivator soared towards them. She rode a golden-eyed camel, adorned with a crown of golden mist atop her head, her hair cascading like a 20-zhang-long golden haze that illuminated the surroundings. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe, boundless golden flames danced around her, her dainty feet bare. Her features were exquisite, radiating an extraordinary aura. It was none other than Chen Shidi, who inquired, "Why have you left the leisurely confines of Luofu Cave to arrive at Bio Palace?" The newcomer was none other than Holing Xingmu, the disciple of the second-generation Master Duo Bao Daoist from the sect. She held significant esteem amongst the third-generation disciples, surpassing some of the second-generation uncles in prowess. Chen Jiugong approached respectfully and replied, "Senior sister, previously, Shiji Shirshu was slain by Taiyi Zhenren in a clash of powers. Biyun Shidi seeks to avenge his master, which is why he has accompanied me to Bio Palace to report this matter to our ancestral master." Upon hearing this, Holing Xingmu turned her gaze toward Biyun. With the demise of the Lady of Shiji, Biyun no longer retained his youthful demeanor. He stood 9 feet tall, his visage resembling jade, his sword-like eyebrows soaring, and his starry-eyed gaze exuding a remarkable vigor. Holing Xingmu silently admired the striking figure before her. She had encountered numerous cultivators, yet those from the sect rarely possessed such handsome countenances as Biyun. His aesthetic appeal, shaped by his origins from a later era, intrigued her immensely. "Thank you, Chen Shidi. The disciples of the Chan sect have long acted with impunity, relying on the protection of the sages to wreak havoc in the primordial realm. It is high time for our ancestral master to intervene and teach them a lesson." Her words prompted Biyun to regard her with increased interest. This celestial maiden possessed a graceful form and remarkable charm. Her every glance was naturally captivating, radiating an exceptional brilliance. The 3 of them activated the Grand Array and stepped onto Golden Turtle Island. The spiritual energy within was 100-fold superior to that of the primordial realm, far surpassing even the likes of Skeleton Mountain and Amei Mountain. Since the ancient battle between the Wu and the Yao, the disruption of Mount Buzhou had led to untold suffering, causing the spiritual essence of the primordial world to dissipate over the years, no longer comparable to the dawn of creation. In contrast, Golden Turtle Island thrived with abundant spiritual energy, standing as a singular marvel. This was one of the pivotal reasons why the second and third generation disciples of the sect completely overshadowed those of the Chan sect. When it came to sheer strength, the two sects were simply incomparable. Biyun Shidi, our ancestral master, is currently in seclusion within the palace, traversing the boundless void, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him. You may explore the island at your leisure, and when our master emerges, you may convey the matter then, Holing Shengmu said, showing great care for Biyun and providing him with specific details. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Biyun and Holing Shengmu exchanged glances before averting their eyes. Unfinished, the chapter beckons you to turn the page. Biyun was keenly aware that Holing Shengmu was a renowned figure on the Fengshen Bang, who had been posthumously honored as the Lord of the Fire Mansion. The three enjoyed their time on Golden Turtle Island, and after Holing Shengmu arranged accommodations for Biyun, she took her leave. While many cultivators resided on Golden Turtle Island, a greater number of disciples dwelled in the surrounding areas, moving in accordance with the island's shifts. The claims to have a multitude of celestial beings in attendance, and this is merely considering the second-generation disciples. If we were to include the third-generation disciples, the numbers would be even greater. Chun Jiugong, realizing that he would not be able to see his grandmaster for the time being, and having ensured that Biyun was settled, said, "Dear junior brother, make yourself at home here. I shall return to Amei Mountain for now, and should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." As Chun Jiugong prepared to depart, Biyun did not attempt to retain him, but instead rose to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your kind care along the way, senior brother. There is something I am uncertain whether I should speak of." Hearing this, Chun Jiugong chuckled. "We are brothers. There is no need for hesitation." Biyun nodded and continued. "Now that the great calamity has commenced, I trust you have sensed it as well. Regrettably, my master lacked sufficient fortune and was slain by a disciple of the Chan sect. Senior brother, you must exercise caution in the times ahead, lest you become entangled in these matters. Although Master Zhao possesses formidable strength, there are many extraordinary beings emerging in this chaotic era, so I implore you to remain vigilant." Biyun's words stemmed from a deep appreciation for the assistance rendered to him by Master Zhao and his disciples, prompting him to take the risk of sharing this counsel. Chun Jiugong gazed at Biyun with gratitude. Despite his relative lack of power, such sincerity moved him deeply. Furthermore, he was quietly astonished by Biyun's discernment. "When my master entrusted me with the Taiyi Divine Pearl, he once proclaimed that this spiritual treasure was extraordinary, containing boundless space and mysteries beyond description. However, it is said to have inherent adversaries. What precisely they are, I remain unaware. Perhaps you could relay this to Master Zhao upon your return." Biyun's words resonated with Chun Jiugong, who took them to heart, intending to subtly guide Master Zhao in his cultivation, believing that it might help him evade disaster in the future. The Taiyi Divine Pearl is indeed remarkable. It governs a realm unto itself, yet regrettably, Master Zhao does not recognize its value, utilizing it solely to vanquish foes without understanding the potential of refining its internal space, thus wasting such a treasure. Later, the lantern bearer transformed this pearl into the 24 heavens, achieving the status of an ancient Buddha, relying upon the Taiyi Divine Pearl. Biyun's reminder was meant to encourage Master Zhao to delve deeper into his studies. Additionally, the Chao Bao of Wui Mountain possesses the falling treasure money, which is specifically designed to counter various spiritual treasures. Master Zhao lost the Taiyi Divine Pearl and numerous other treasures here, leading to his eventual demise. "Thank you for your alertness, junior brother. I shall take my leave for Amei Mountain now." Chun Jiugong bid farewell to his junior brother and ascended into the clouds. Notification: congratulations to the host for completing the task. A reward of 300 years of foundational cultivation has been credited. Please check your account promptly. Once Chun Jiugong departed, Biyun considered his task fulfilled, and the reward of 300 years of foundational cultivation was received. He disregarded other matters and immediately began to cultivate within the cave, absorbing this newfound power. The assimilation of such cultivation was swift, and Biyun effortlessly completed the integration. This enhancement brought him a step closer to the realm of heavenly immortals. Looking at the Qinkuan circle and the Hunyuan silk, he thought to himself, "I have yet to refine these two treasures." A surge of joy welled up within Biyun as he retrieved the Qinkuan circle, a splendid treasure seized from Nezha, which he could not allow to be reclaimed. Thus, Biyun contemplated hastily refining the treasure for his own utilization. Chapter 10. Refining Nezha's Universe Ring. The Universe Ring and the Merging Heaven Silk are both exquisite innate spiritual treasures, possessing remarkable power. At this moment, Biyun was in his cave dwelling, and the first step he needed to undertake was to erase Nezha's soul imprint. However, this endeavor proved exceedingly challenging, as Biyun's strength was inferior to Nezha's. making it immensely difficult to eliminate the other's soul imprint. As Biyun commenced his actions, far away in the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain, Nezha immediately sensed it. After all, the treasure belonged to him, having been refined by Nezha himself. Even across vast distances, a connection remained. Upon realizing that Biyun was refining the universe ring, Nezha's anger erupted. How dare this vile insect attempt to refine my spiritual treasure? Nezha's countenance twisted in fury, his once harmonious features contorting grotesquely. Should I catch you? I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Nezha roared, demolishing his cave in a fit of rage, unknowingly increasing the calamity aura that clung to him. Meanwhile, Biyun, on Golden Tortoise Island, struggled to refine the universe ring, yet his soul power was too feeble to succeed. After half a day, a cold smile crept across Nezha's face. How foolish to think that a mere earth immortal could refine the universe ring. It was nothing but a delusion. Nezha discerned that Biyun was utterly incapable of refining his spiritual treasure, given the latter's lack of strength. In his eyes, even if Biyun possessed his treasure, he would still be unable to refine it. Ha! Nezha laughed joyfully, dismissing the matter entirely. Meanwhile, Biyun was left in utter frustration. After a day of attempts, he found himself incapable of refining the universe ring. Being a superior innate spiritual treasure, its formidable power rendered him unqualified for such an endeavor as an earth immortal. Given the circumstances, he decided it would be better to venture outside for a stroll. Biyun, feeling disheartened, was reluctant to remain in his cave. Just then, a system task reappeared. Stay on Golden Tortoise Island. Option 1. Leave the cave to unwind and wander about before returning. Reward. Premium Post-Heaven Spiritual Treasure, Heart-Shattering Drill. Option 2. Leave the cave to visit the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, engaging in discussions about life. Reward. Medium Post-Heaven Spiritual Treasure, Great Dragon Spear. Option 3. Continue to seclude oneself, diligently cultivate in the cave, disregarding outside affairs. Reward. 1 Basic Spiritual Treasure Refinement Talisman. Upon seeing the 3 options, Biyun's heart raced. Was there danger in leaving the cave? Although the peril was not considerable, Biyun was hesitant to take the risk. Ultimately, staying in the cave posed no challenges and, most importantly, would yield a basic spiritual treasure refinement talisman. Upon examining it, he realized this basic refinement talisman could refine any treasure of superior innate quality, akin to a timely boon. I choose the 3rd option. The gloom within Biyun dissipated entirely as he resumed his cultivation in the cave. A notification resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. A basic spiritual treasure refinement talisman has been credited to your account. Please check it promptly. The task was accomplished swiftly, and Biyun chose to enter seclusion, immediately receiving his reward. Any item bearing the term basic was deemed a foundational reward, representing the safest option available. Upon receiving the reward, he promptly began the refinement process. Using the primary spiritual treasure refinement talisman, Biyun focused his mind, igniting the talisman. Instantly, the soul imprint left by Nezha within the Qinkuan circle was obliterated, and Biyun's consciousness was imprinted within instead. Suddenly, Nezha, who was cultivating in the Golden Light Cave, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Impossible. That Biyun Boy actually refined my Qinkuan circle. It cannot be. Nezha exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror, his previously arrogant demeanor now replaced by utter disarray. He had previously scorned Biyun, believing it impossible for him to refine his Qinkuan circle. Yet, at that moment, he realized the connection to the Qinkuan circle had been severed, now filled entirely with Biyun's soul imprint. Curse you! I will kill you! Nezha roared, causing chaos in the Golden Light Cave. Taiyi Zhenren arrived upon hearing the commotion, and after understanding the situation, his expression mirrored profound shock. How could this be? A mere Biyun, even if capable of refining the Qinkuan circle, would require at least a millennium. To Taiyi Zhenren, refining a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure was an arduous task, particularly for cultivators of lesser strength, who would need exponentially more time. Yet, Biyun had accomplished this feat, completely refining the Qinkuan circle, while Nezha had only managed a fraction. This boy cannot be left unchecked. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Taiyi Zhenren's mind as he recognized the shift in circumstances. Biyun was likely to become a variable. Unfortunately, he lacked the courage to confront Zhao Gongming or to commit violence at Jinao Island, forcing him to suppress his concerns and seek alternative solutions. Meanwhile, Nezha found his heart disturbed, unable to cultivate in peace. His spiritual platform was tainted by resentment, leaving only hatred and fury in place of his former tranquility. On Jinao Island, Following the refinement of the Qianquan circle, the spiritual treasure radiated divine light, flooding the cave with an overwhelming golden glow. The Qianquan circle, a treasure of utmost rigidity and brightness, embodied the principles of primordial chaos and was a gift from the sage of Yushu Palace, as well as one of Nezha's vital artifacts, now fully refined by Biyun. Indeed, what a magnificent treasure! Biyun effortlessly refined this spiritual artifact, enhancing his combat prowess significantly. The golden finger truly possesses remarkable power. A single refining talisman has spared him a millennium of arduous cultivation. Biyun was filled with delight, and after practicing for a while, he stowed away the Qianquan circle. He yearned to test his skills outside. Yet he understood well that it was not the opportune moment. Discretion in wealth is a wisdom he grasped thoroughly. After refining the Qianquan circle, Biyun adopted an even more low-key demeanor. He devoted himself to day and night cultivation within the cave, gradually enhancing his own prowess. The fact that Biyun was esteemed and accepted as the chief disciple by Shiji underscores his exceptional talent. As the sun rose and set, 3 months passed, during which Biyun's mastery of the Tao deepened, and his distracting thoughts gradually dissipated. The calamity of the Fengshen had commenced. Following the demise of the goddess Shiji, the next significant event would be Jiangxia descending the mountain to enter Chaoga. As long as Biyun vigilantly guarded the cave entrance and diligently practiced in the mountains, he could avert disaster. However, despite Biyun's desire for tranquility, circumstances would not bend to his will. The atmosphere of calamity between heaven and earth grew increasingly intense. Even the distant Golden Ao Island remained ensnared by this ominous aura. Countless disciples of the Jiejiao found themselves mired in this predicament, unaware that disaster was already upon them. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Jiangxia had descended with the god-subduing whip in hand. Chapter 11. Fire Spirit. Junior brother, would you care to stay tonight and discuss the Tao? On Golden Ao Island, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit suddenly recalled her junior brother Biyun, who had not ventured out in recent days, piquing her curiosity. Disciple, go and pay a visit to your uncle Biyun, inviting him to our cave for tea. Remembering Biyun's earlier visit, the Holy Mother promptly instructed her disciple to extend the invitation. By her side, Hulei obeyed and promptly bowed before exiting the cave to seek out Uncle Biyun. Hulei, a guard of the Dreaming Fortress, had previously met his demise at the hands of Princess Longji, who had used the Qianquan needle to seal his fate in the Mud Pill Palace. Now, as a fourth-generation disciple of Jiejiao, he remained under the command of his master, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Upon finding Biyun and entering the cave, Hulei approached and respectfully stated, Uncle Biyun, since your arrival at Golden Ao Island, you have not ventured outside. Our master fears you may feel confined and has sent me to invite you for a gathering in the cave. While Hulei spoke plainly, he held Biyun in disdain. In his view, Biyun's master had been slain, yet he chose to seek refuge on Golden Ao Island, living in comfort rather than seeking vengeance. Biyun, upon hearing this, perceived the underlying sentiment, yet he had a favorable first impression of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, which troubled him. Being isolated in Jiejiao, he worried that provoking the lineage of the Holy Mother would only complicate his circumstances further. Thus, he found himself at a crossroads, to decline the invitation or to pay a visit. My dear disciple, since it is the elder sister who has invited me, I cannot refuse. Please lead the way. Biyun ultimately acquiesced, departing the cave with Hulei to head toward the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's abode. Upon their arrival, the Holy Mother had already prepared spiritual tea and delicacies, warmly welcoming Biyun. Junior brother, since your arrival on Golden Tortoise Island, you have not ventured outside. Today, I have specially prepared spiritual tea for you. I kindly invite you to savor it. The attitude of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit towards Biyun stands in stark contrast to Hulei's hostility and disdain. This alleviates Biyun's anxiety, affirming that coming to see the Holy Mother was indeed a wise decision. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I have been deeply engrossed in my cultivation lately, which has prevented me from visiting. I apologize for causing you to worry, Biyun replied with a smile, his fondness for the Holy Mother increasing. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, with her voluptuous figure and unparalleled beauty, is among the finest of the celestial maidens within the teachings. Her title as Holy Mother speaks volumes of her stature. The two raised their cups in a toast, engaging in delightful conversation. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit frequently cast lingering glances at Biyun, their bond growing ever more intimate. The evening feast continued until the night deepened and the moon ascended the treetops. Having consumed a considerable amount of spiritual tea and fine wine, a rosy hue graced the Holy Mother's cheeks, enhancing her exquisite allure. Particularly striking was her intoxicated gaze, filled with alluring glances which stirred Bai Yun's heart, making it difficult for him to maintain composure. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, suggested, "Junior brother, our conversation has been most enjoyable. Why not stay tonight, and we can continue our discourse?" Bai Yun's heart skipped a beat at her open invitation. His senior sister was offering him a place to stay? At that moment, a task prompt echoed within his consciousness, suddenly clearing his mind. Task: remain on Golden Tortoise Island. Option 1. Go with the flow and stay in the Holy Mother's cave, taking the opportunity to cultivate a romantic relationship. Reward: low-grade innate spiritual treasure, wind and fire chi sword. Option 2. Pretend to hesitate, and then stay in the senior sister's cave, but refrain from any inappropriate actions. Reward: medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, double dragon spear. Option 3. Immediately rise to take leave, stating, "I appreciate your kind intentions, senior sister, but my heart is solely focused on avenging my master. I cannot entertain other thoughts. I shall return to discuss the great Tao in the future." Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, foundational comprehension 100. Upon seeing the task prompt, Bai Yun had already devised a plan in his mind. Although the first two options posed minimal danger, they still carried certain risks. Conversely, the final option surprisingly offered two foundational rewards, a first for him. Gazing at his beautiful and gentle senior sister, he found it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Ultimately, with great reluctance, he said, "I appreciate your kind intentions, senior sister, but my heart is solely focused on avenging my master. I cannot entertain other thoughts. I shall return to discuss the great Tao in the future." Having spoken, Bai Yun hastily departed, genuinely fearing that he might succumb to the temptation of staying, which would lead to complications with the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Observing Bai Yun's hurried retreat, the Holy Mother's eyes sparkled with an even greater hint of amusement. At this moment, she exhibited no signs of inebriation, playfully rebuking. "Little junior brother displays quite a degree of composure. You nearly led me to mistake the pretense for reality. However, forming a partnership with you, dear junior brother, is, I suppose, a commendable choice. Yet, your skills remain rather insufficient." Naturally, Bai Yun was oblivious to the intricate thoughts of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Upon departing from the cave, Hulei had been waiting outside. For several hours, he had lingered at the entrance, and upon witnessing Bai Yun's departure, the disdain and resentment in his eyes intensified. "Bai Yun's strength is inferior to mine. How could he be worthy of my esteemed master? Such delusions are preposterous. It would be wise to find a reason to teach him a lesson, to ensure he comprehends the gravity of the situation and extinguishes any misguided ambitions." Hulei had long observed the exchanged glances between his master and Bai Yun, stirring calculations within him. After Bai Yun returned to his cave, he had little time to ponder these matters, as the notification of task completion chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, and an increase of 100 in basic comprehension has been credited. Please check your account promptly. At this moment, Bai Yun realized that the reward this time was indeed 500 years of cultivation, surpassing the previous 300. Furthermore, while the increase in comprehension appeared modest, Bai Yun placed great significance on the concept of comprehension itself. In the primordial world, what holds the utmost value? Certainly, it is one's lineage and foundation. Lineage and foundation represent the innate potential, fortune, and luck of a being. Comprehension is a vital indicator of one's innate quality. An enhancement in comprehension allows for greater insights when grasping the laws of the universe, which is the most immediate benefit. As for fortune and luck, they are far more elusive concepts than comprehension. For instance, the child of destiny or child of the heavenly Tao pertains to such notions of luck. Bai Yun, possessing scant fortune and luck, could only aspire to be a third-generation disciple of the sect. He resolved to absorb the 500 years of foundational cultivation and ascertain whether any transformation would occur. Bai Yun felt a surge of joy. With this absorption, he might just break through to the celestial immortal realm. For him, this represented the most tangible advantage. Only with formidable strength could Bai Yun find true peace of mind. All else is but trivial. With this thought, Bai Yun dedicated himself to his practice, eager to achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 12. Breakthrough. Early celestial immortal realm in the cave. Time is but an illusion. 1,000 years have passed in the world. Bai Yun diligently practiced within the cave, and following the increase in his comprehension, his cultivation speed showed marked improvement. After absorbing the 500 years of foundational cultivation, he finally achieved a breakthrough, reaching the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. In merely a few months, my cultivation has advanced to the early celestial immortal realm. At this pace, my power will swiftly ascend. Biyun, brimming with excitement, scrutinized his enhanced strength, realizing that the Qiankuan circle could now wield even greater power. Regrettably, the confines of his cave were far too limited for any substantial practice. Compounded by the fact that the Qiankuan circle had been seized from Nezha, and thus, Biyun was reluctant to expose it readily. As Biyun's strength ascended, so did his cultivation pace, heralding yet another piece of good news for him. The rewards bestowed by his golden finger were evidently not limited to mere cultivation. There were additional foundational rewards, and perhaps in the future, even more varied rewards might arise. Elated, Biyun immersed himself in secluded cultivation within the cave. During this period, there remained no news of Tong Tian, his master who had passed away. Even if Tong Tian were to learn of the event, it was unlikely he would intervene. Biyun understood that although Tong Tian did not directly participate, the entire affair transpired under his tacit consent. After all, who would dare to recklessly slay a disciple of a sage? Consequently, Biyun harbored resentment towards Tong Tian, though he could not openly express it. On Jinao Island, Hulei was conspiring with several fellow disciples to secretly plot against Biyun. Are you referring to that coward, Biyun, who has been hiding on Jinao Island since his master's demise? Spoke Yun, a third-generation disciple of the, whose countenance bore an indigo hue, with fiery red hair and fangs, standing an impressive height of over 7 feet, his eyes radiating a fierce glimmer. Yun's master was the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, his junior was the Grand Minister Wenzhong, and his disciple was the seven-headed General Yu Hua of Sisui Pass. Indeed, it is clear that Biyun has remained in seclusion out of fear, showing no intent to avenge his master, Yun remarked, while Hulei added fuel to the fire. Casting furtive glances at Yun. Humph, should Biyun cross my path, I shall ensure he regrets it, Yun declared, downing his drink in one gulp, evidently displeased with Biyun. Seizing the moment, Hulei urged, Master Uncle, why don't we pay him a visit and teach him a lesson? So he understands that not everyone can linger on Jinao Island? Given Yun's formidable prowess, if he were to capture Biyun, the latter would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Hulei was intentionally inciting this notion, hence his persuasion. Both Yun and Hulei, being staunch disciples of the, naturally held little regard for someone like Biyun. Your reasoning is sound, let us seek him out, Yun proclaimed, relying on his master's status as a beloved disciple of a sage to flaunt his might within the. As the two departed from the cave, intent on seeking misfortune for Biyun, the latter had already received a prompt from his golden finger. Faced with the task before him, Biyun found himself at a loss for words. Stay on Jinao Island. Option 1. Continue to remain in the cave for cultivation, regardless of what transpires outside. Reward. Inferior quality postnatal spiritual treasure, 5 dragon wheel. Option 2. Depart the cave immediately to explore the surroundings of Jinao Island. Reward. 500 years of basic cultivation. Proficiency in the art of painting and calligraphy to 100. Choosing option 3. Remain within the cave, awaiting Hulei to come seeking trouble, and then create a commotion, ensuring that all disciples on Jinao Island are aware of the situation, with the reward being a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, the Great Yellow Halberd. After perusing the task, Biyun surmised the general circumstances. Previously, Hulei held Biyun in disdain, a sentiment he was acutely aware of. Biyun, as a disciple of the Fire Spirit Holy Mother, was under the tutelage of the illustrious duo Bao Daoist, the foremost disciple of the Zhejiao. In Hulei's eyes, his status was undoubtedly more esteemed than that of Biyun, which led him to look down upon the latter, particularly after learning of the demise of the Stone Lady. While Biyun remained unscathed, Hulei's contempt for him only intensified. Creating a ruckus would yield no benefit for me. If I were to remain in the cave like a timid turtle, I would only be further belittled. After weighing his options, Biyun promptly made his decision. I shall choose the second option, to vacate the cave. Without a moment's hesitation, Biyun took to the clouds, departing without packing. Upon arriving at Biyun's cave, Hulei and Yu Yuan coincidentally crossed paths with him. Had Biyun delayed his departure any longer, he might have found himself cornered within the cave. Upon arrival, Hulei immediately shouted towards the cave, Biyun, my esteemed senior, please do come forth for a discussion. As a fourth-generation disciple, his tone was decidedly impolite. However, there was no response from within the cave. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Biyun, my esteemed senior, please do come forth for a discussion. Hulei raised his voice further, his irritation becoming palpable. After a prolonged silence, still no reply was forthcoming. This only served to inflame Hulei's temper. Just as he prepared to call out once more, he was halted by Yu Yuan, who stepped forward to announce, Biyun. It is Yu Yuan who has come to pay his respects. His voice resonated loudly, ensuring that anyone within the cave would hear. Unfortunately, regardless of their shouts, there was no response from within, which gradually ignited Yu Yuan's frustration as well. Although he was a third-generation disciple of Zhejiao, his strength and status rivaled many second-generation disciples. Thus he was accustomed to being heated in the outer sect. Being disregarded by Biyun naturally incensed him. If he does not emerge soon, we shall force our way into the cave. I am curious to see how long he intends to hide. As Yu Yuan and Hu Lei caused a ruckus outside, numerous second and third generation disciples of Zhejiao heard the commotion, yet none dared to intervene. Hu Lei's ancestral master was the illustrious Duo Bao Daoist, while Yu Yuan's master was the revered Holy Mother of Gold Spirit. They were not individuals to be trifled with. Observing that Biyun disregarded them, their irritation compelled them to take action. However, upon entering Biyun's cave, which lacked even a formation, they were left utterly dumbfounded. It turned out that he was not present at all, rendering them as fools, shouting in vain. The sight of these two making a ruckus in an empty cave was indeed laughable, a spectacle that was utterly embarrassing. The laughter that echoed from the shadows caused both Yu Yuan and Hu Lei to lose their composure, prompting an immediate retreat from the scene. In stark contrast, Biyun found himself leisurely enjoying the splendid vistas of the vast ocean outside Jinao Island. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance, allowing him to evade trouble while simultaneously reaping rewards. Truly a remarkable situation. As Biyun traveled far and wide, his spirits soared. A notification rang out, congratulating the host on the successful completion of a task, with a reward of 500 years of foundational cultivation and a proficiency of 100 in the art of painting. Biyun received his rewards, and his smile deepened further. He was in no rush to absorb the cultivation. Instead, he continued to revel in his maritime escapades. Before long, a radiant beam of light shot up into the heavens from the distant horizon. Its resplendent brilliance was unmistakable, a clear indication of something extraordinary. A treasure had manifested. Biyun exclaimed in delight, astonished that his outing had led him to such a fortuitous discovery, truly a cause for celebration. Chapter 13. The machinations of the two saints of the West. The emergence of a treasure is a serendipitous event. Certain fortunate beings often encounter opportunities that arise unexpectedly, and it was evident that Biyun was currently experiencing such a stroke of luck. The radiant light displayed a spectrum of colors, with celestial clouds spreading across thousands of miles of ocean, a magnificent display amidst the shimmering starlit sky. It was unclear what treasure had emerged, but the commotion it caused was significant. Biyun felt a surge of excitement as he swiftly approached the source of the light, eager to claim the treasure for himself. At that moment, the divine radiance expanded, attracting numerous beings who, like Biyun, were driven by the same desire and hastened toward the area where the spiritual artifact had appeared. The ocean's surface shimmered enticingly, hinting at the presence of an extraordinary treasure. Fellow cultivators exclaimed, "Indeed, we must investigate. The treasure lies just beyond Jinao Island. It is rightfully ours." Even the practitioners on Jinao Island sensed the emergence of the treasure and hastily departed the Celestial Isle, racing toward the location of this newfound opportunity. As the saying goes, greed clouds judgment. Upon witnessing the chance before them, these beings lost their capacity for rational thought, consumed solely by the desire to possess it. While Biyun soared through the air, he suddenly received another system notification indicating the emergence of a new task. Opportunity outside Jinao Island. Option 1. Immediately fly at full speed to seize the opportunity, regardless of the outcome. Reward: superior innate spiritual treasure, flying tiger banner. Option 2. Conceal oneself and wait for the opportune moment to take advantage of the chaos. Reward: medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, wind gathering bowl. Option 3. Instantly change direction without a second thought and continue traveling northwards. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, proficiency in basic formations at 100. Upon reviewing these three options, a wave of trepidation washed over Biyun. The prospect of competing for the opportunity was fraught with peril, yet there were no other cultivators in sight. He felt a pang of reluctance. He was the closest to the treasure and had been the first to notice it. However, the system's warning of imminent danger made him wary, and he dared not let his guard down. To endure is the ultimate path. Opportunities and treasures are merely external objects. Biyun engaged in a thorough mental reassessment, resolutely determining that survival was paramount, and swiftly altered his course northward. Just after Biyun departed, another figure hastened toward the location of the opportunity. He was the second being to discover the chance, following closely behind Biyun. with Biyun abandoning the opportunity. This individual became the closest to it. His face was alight with joy as he laughed maniacally, propelling himself to the utmost limits of speed. Haha, this opportunity is mine. After thousands of years in the fortune has finally smiled upon me. Clearly, he was a disciple of the, and upon encountering this opportunity, he felt that the path to greatness was within reach, and the celestial road was unobstructed. However, as he approached the opportunity, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the sea. Boom! A terrifying blast ensued, obliterating the disciple into mere fragments, leaving not a trace of life behind, not even the remnants of his soul. This was no opportunity. It was a death warrant. Biyun, hearing the commotion and witnessing the distant scene, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he not departed in time, he might have faced a similar fate. Without a backward glance, he hastily retreated, sensing an underlying conspiracy. Otherwise, how could such an opportunity have appeared so fortuitously before him? After Biyun's departure, ripples of disturbance emerged from that location, suggesting the presence of a hidden power that, upon realizing their plan had failed, silently withdrew. After all, this was near Jin-Ao Island, and the adversaries dared not roam freely under the watchful eyes of the sages. Regrettably, they could not eliminate Biyun and had to return to report to their master. Shadows danced in secrecy, leaving no trace behind. Biyun, now drifting northward, remained vigilant, frequently employing his spiritual power to scan the surroundings, hoping to detect danger in advance. Fortunately, he encountered no threats. Not wishing to linger outdoors, he promptly turned back toward Jin-Ao Island after his explorations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, and a proficiency of 100 in basic formations has been credited. Please check promptly. Biyun's heart swelled with joy. This outing not only evaded the troubles posed by Hu Lei and Yu Yuan, but also netted him a millennium of cultivation, alongside a masterful brush and a proficiency of 100 in basic formations. Upon returning, he would prioritize absorbing this cultivation to elevate his realm further. Ecstatic, Biyun mused that this 1,000 years of cultivation might well propel him into the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm, a remarkably rapid advancement indeed. At this moment, on Jin-Ao Island, numerous second, third, and fourth generation disciples congregated, fervently discussing the opportunity they had just witnessed. Surely, the opportunity outside the island was evident to you all? It was hardly an opportunity. It was nothing short of a death warrant. Indeed, the third generation disciple, Qing Niu, met a tragic end, his soul scattered by the explosion. At that moment, I stood behind him, inwardly cursing, thinking that fortune had finally smiled upon him. Now, surely you do not envy him. It appears we are being targeted by the... Such occurrences are not uncommon. It must be the disciples of at work. Alas, with the great calamity now upon us, our master forbids us from descending the mountain. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while, passing by at a distance, caught wind of their conversation, feeling increasingly fortunate. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean, a figure swiftly retreated, heading directly towards the western spiritual mountain. This being was none other than the one who had previously conspired against. As a disciple of the Western sect, they had long been secretly inciting discord between, and fostering conflict between the two. They had engaged in such schemes numerous times, aiming to create friction between the two sects, allowing the Western sect to reap the benefits. Now, upon discovering that had become an unpredictable variable, the two leaders of the Western sect promptly set about dealing with him, seeking to extinguish this potential threat in its infancy. It must be said that, in their efforts to elevate the Western sect, the two leaders were truly hands-on, exhibiting far more diligence than even in addressing a minor matter such as, they remained ever vigilant, demonstrating their commitment. Within the Western spiritual mountain, the two leaders were engaged in expounding the profound teachings of Buddhism. They exuded an aura of majesty, their words flowing like golden lotuses, enveloping the mountain in an ethereal resonance that sanctified every devotee present. The followers worshipped devoutly, each immersed in the path of enlightenment. Noticing the return of his disciple, he exchanged a glance with his elder brother, withdrawing his celestial form to meet his disciple. How have matters unfolded? The deeply invested in the prosperity of the Western sect, took personal interest even in the triviality of a single master, I am powerless, has once again evaded disaster. He recounted the events with urgency, sorrow etched across his face. He was none other than the future of Buddhism, now a trusted disciple of the two Western saints, holding a status akin to yet another failure. He frowned, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had recognized as a variable, yet did not anticipate that he would be so formidable to contend with. They dared not act openly, resorting instead to covert maneuvers. But it appeared that eliminating was proving to be no simple task. Do not fret, my junior is but a mere celestial being. Even as a variable, he wields limited influence. Moreover, should one plan falter, we can devise another. Perhaps we might draw him into our Western sect. The smiled enigmatically, igniting a spark of inspiration within the Chapter 14. The return of the Tao unfolds in all directions. The two leaders of the Western sect labored tirelessly for its ascendancy. Any talent was highly coveted, as they yearned to deplete the East of its resources. Your insight is commendable, brother. I shall follow your lead. The nodded with a smile. His previously furrowed brow now relaxed. Biyun is merely a humble disciple of a trifling figure among the three generations. The Western teachings, should they promise him a lofty position, would undoubtedly entice Biyun to join their ranks. It is well understood by the two saints of the West that Biyun's circumstances within thee are far from favorable. They have altered their strategy, seeking to win Biyun over to their cause. Yet this endeavor cannot be rushed. It requires a careful and gradual approach. Biyun has now returned to Jineo Island, where he has entered his cave abode to activate the Grand Formation, immediately dedicating himself to the absorption of his cultivation. A millennium of cultivation is sufficient to significantly enhance Biyun's prowess. Time flies during his seclusion, and before long, over a month has passed. Having absorbed 1,000 years of cultivation, Biyun successfully breaks through to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. At this moment, he is enveloped in radiant hues and ascending celestial energy. Originally a mere cloud, he has cultivated beside the five-colored divine stone for 10,000 years. After the transformation of Shi Jin Yang, she favored Biyun and appointed him as her foremost disciple. Now, with his greatly augmented strength, his essence begins to flourish even more. Biyun's true form embodies a vast and profound aura, as well as boundless cloud energy. The essence of clouds embodies the pathways of wind and water, with the ability to gather and disperse at will, creating infinite transformations. As he completes the absorption of this cultivation, the manifestations surrounding him gradually dissipate. With the enhancement of his power, Biyun's magical abilities have surged, particularly in terms of speed, where he has acquired the flight of clouds technique, allowing for astonishing swiftness. Regrettably, his cultivation method is not of high caliber. If only he possessed a formidable technique, his progress would be greatly accelerated. Now devoid of a master, what Biyun lacks most is an advanced cultivation method. The techniques he currently practices are merely rudimentary, offering limited assistance. Unfortunately, advanced techniques are not so easily attained. For instance, the Ta Ching Xian Jing and Shang Qing Xian Fa are reserved solely for core disciples, leaving ordinary disciples without the qualification to access such methods. With the Gowang system in his possession, Biyun's heart finds peace. Following his breakthrough, he becomes even more composed. Meanwhile, the news of Hulei and Yu Yuan's intentions toward Biyun has reached the ears of the Fire Spirit Holy Mother. Initially, she held Hulei in high regard. But following this incident, her feelings have soured slightly. Hulei, instead of focusing on his own cultivation, dares to challenge his senior brother, demonstrating a blatant disregard for propriety. The Fire Spirit Holy Mother harbors a certain fondness for Biyun, and upon learning of Hulei's discontent towards him, she promptly instructs her attendant to summon Hulei. Unaware of the circumstances, Hulei approaches to pay his respects to his master. Disciple pays respects to master. Hulei bows respectfully, his face brimming with reverence. Observing this, the Fire Spirit Holy Mother nods and advises, "Disciple, the calamity has arisen. Remember to avoid provoking unnecessary conflicts. Upon your return, confine yourself to your cave and diligently cultivate, refraining from venturing out. Furthermore, do not disturb your uncle Biyun lightly." Though her words are indirect, Hulei comprehends their implications with clarity. Secretly seething, he suspects Biyun has reported him to their master, and his resentment toward Biyun deepens further. Gratitude flows from the disciple for the teachings of his esteemed master. And though a tempest of discontent brews within, he dares not exhibit it openly. Instead, he bows and silently retreats from the cave dwelling. The chapter remains unfinished. Proceed to the next page to continue reading. Upon returning to his own abode, Hulei could no longer contain the fury that simmered within him. How audacious of Biyun to dare report him to the master. Surely, he would not let this transgression go unpunished. This ignoble thought festered in Hulei's mind, tainting his spirit. A mere earth immortal, he sought to bring misfortune upon Biyun, a folly that bordered on self-destruction. Yet, Hulei possessed a modicum of intellect. He understood that he could not act recklessly on Golden Ao Island. Thus, he resorted to lurking in the shadows, clandestinely spreading slander about Biyun. If he could not strike directly, Then he would orchestrate troubles for Biyun, allowing other disciples of the to extinguish his adversary, thereby achieving his aims through indirect means. Hu Lei's machinations indeed stirred discontent among many disciples of the, for within their ranks were those who harbored a fierce aversion to malevolence and stood ready to champion justice. Unfortunately for Hu Lei, Biyun remained elusive, sequestered in his cave for solitary cultivation, rendering Hu Lei's efforts fruitless. Despite his frantic attempts to tarnish Biyun's reputation, he succeeded only in expending his energy without inflicting any tangible harm. During this interval, Biyun immersed himself in his studies, mastering the art of painting, and spent his days creating exquisite works within his cave. Over time, his ink and wash landscapes and portraits became vividly lifelike, transcending mere description. As he diligently cultivated his skills, news finally reached Biyun from the Biyou Palace. The revered Tongtian Jiaozhu had awakened. This sage, who traversed the realms, had returned to the Biyou Palace. With a surge of emotion, Biyun pondered the implications of this return. Should he report the events? He would no longer have a reason to remain on Golden Ao Island, a prospect that filled him with trepidation. Having vanquished Nezha and seized his Qinkuan circle and Hunyuan Ling, he knew that the Chan sect would not let him escape unscathed, particularly Nezha and Taiyi Zhenren, who were more than capable of bringing him to ruin. Biyun shook his head in distress. Although he had ascended to the mid-stage of the celestial, immortal realm, he was still insufficiently powerful to contend with someone of Taiyi Zhenren's caliber, a being among the 12 golden immortals. Furthermore, even if he could rival Taiyi Zhenren, the formidable Yuan Shi Tianzun would certainly not spare him. Thus, until he could stand toe-to-toe with the saint, it was prudent for Biyun to bide his time and avoid unnecessary entanglements. Just as he was consumed with concern for his uncertain future, the divine manifestation of Tongtian Jiaozhu appeared above Golden Ao Island, visible to every disciple of the salutations to our revered ancestor. Biyun dared not be remiss and hurriedly paid his respects. There, seated amidst the clouds, was the illustrious sage, Tongtian Jiaozhu. The verse reads, "Golden light atop divides 5 hues. Beneath, red lotuses pursue myriad paths. The 8 trigrams row brings forth purple aura. 3-edged sword heralds azure whispers." The celestial master manifested his divine form and addressed all disciples of the, "A great calamity approaches. I intend to open a forum to expound the teachings. All disciples are welcome to gather at Golden Tortoise Island to listen to the grand principles." At this juncture, the celestial master's discourse was evidently aimed at encouraging his disciples to remain on Golden Tortoise Island, thereby refraining from engaging in the impending calamity of the canonization. Regrettably, a portion of the disciples were far removed in the mortal realm, unable to return in time. For instance, when Zhong, a disciple of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, had been entangled in the affairs of Chaoga City for decades, his duties rendering him unable to extricate himself. At that moment, Biyun felt a stirring within him. The Master's teachings posed an uncertain fate for him. It was known that once the celestial master commenced his discourse, a multitude of disciples would flock to him, and the ensuing events were unpredictable. While Biyun pondered this, a task prompt from his golden finger appeared, providing him with some solace, prompting him to examine it immediately. Chapter 15, Rare Reward. Insight 100, Transmission of Teachings from Biyou Palace. Option 1. Remain secluded, abstaining from attending the lecture, and engage in solitary cultivation within the cave, ignoring external affairs. Reward. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, Great Sun Dharma Wheel. Option 2. Depart from Golden Tortoise Island immediately, seeking refuge elsewhere to continue surviving. Reward. Low-grade innate spiritual treasure, for Symbol's Creation Tower. Option 3. Proceed to wait outside Biyou Palace to attend the lecture, demonstrating respect for the master. Reward. Basic cultivation of 500 years, insight 100 points, basic alchemy proficiency of 100 points. Upon seeing the new task prompt, Biyun resolved firmly and rose to his feet, making his way to Biyou Palace. It was imperative that he attend the palace. Hu Lei had already disseminated his affairs widely, and remaining secluded or leaving Golden Tortoise Island could provide grounds for criticism. He feared that the disciples of might consider him disrespectful to the master and disregardful of his ancestors. Although Biyun chose to remain secluded, he remained acutely aware of the external circumstances. His reputation within was already tenuous, largely due to Hu Lei's machinations. Should he choose not to attend this time, Hu Lei would likely possess further evidence to malign him. Therefore, feigning ignorance or seizing the opportunity to depart were both imprudent. Only by proceeding to Biyou Palace to listen to the teachings could he ensure his safety. The sage's discourse contained profound truths. If he could grasp even a fragment, it might yield boundless benefits. As Biyun contemplated this, he arrived at the entrance of Baiyu Palace. There, 7 cultivators stood in 2 rows, welcoming the disciples who had come to listen. Among them, Biyun immediately recognized one figure, the long-eared diligent light immortal, whose long, white ears and protruding rabbit teeth, along with his crimson eyes, rendered him an unmistakable large rabbit. This individual, after all, was the foremost traitor of. Biyun silently stood aside, showing no intention of entering Baiyu Palace. The third-generation disciples were not qualified to enter the palace to listen, with the multitude of disciples, numbering in the tens of thousands, even among the second generation. How could the sage possibly attend to them all? Biyun, my junior brother, you have come. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit descended from the clouds, greeting Biyun with evident delight. Although both are disciples of the third generation, the Holy Mother of Fire possesses the privilege to enter the Baiyu Palace. My senior sister has also arrived. I came a step earlier and secured a place. Biyun gazed at the incomparable beauty of the Holy Mother of Fire, a smile gracing her face. With a figure that exudes allure, the Fire Spirit, reluctant to don excessive clothing, covers only the essential areas, leaving much of her skin exposed, creating an enchanting spectacle. As our revered master emerges from seclusion to impart wisdom, we must listen attentively. One might unexpectedly gain profound insights. The Holy Mother of Fire holds high hopes for Biyun, and her words are clearly intended as a gentle reminder. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I will certainly listen intently to the teachings and strive for a breakthrough in my cultivation. Biyun nodded repeatedly, her eyes discreetly avoiding the Holy Mother of Fire's captivating figure. Just as Biyun was covertly observing, 3 celestial maidens gracefully approached from a distance. Fire, you have arrived quite early. These 3 maidens were breathtakingly beautiful. While they shared a striking resemblance, each possessed unique features. Upon noticing them, the Holy Mother of Fire's eyes sparkled with joy, and she promptly turned to bow, exclaiming, "Greetings to the 3 esteemed aunts." Biyun, following suit, stepped forward to pay her respects. One of the maidens, petite and sprightly, approached and took the Holy Mother of Fire's hand, laughing, "No need for formal titles. Just call me sister for a more intimate bond." The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. The Celestial Maiden, clearly familiar with the Holy Mother of Fire, was playfully reprimanded by another maiden. "Bai Shao, do not be so presumptuous." With the master imparting teachings this time, all fellow practitioners are present. How can we act so casually? Upon hearing this, Biyun instantly understood the identities of the 3 maidens. The one speaking was Yin Xiao, one of the 3 celestial maidens of the Jie sect. The one holding the Holy Mother of Fire's hand was Bi Xiao, while the graceful maiden observing Biyun was Qiong Xiao. The 3 celestial maidens and the Holy Mother of Fire exchanged nods and departed toward the Baiyu Palace. As the group moved away, a mocking voice echoed from behind. "Biyun, niece, the lineage of Skull Mountain has been entirely slaughtered by the Chan sect. I wondered how you survived alone. It turns out you were hiding on Golden Tortoise Island." Biyun turned to investigate and found a fierce-looking cultivator standing behind her. His hair unkempt, head bald, with sharp teeth exposed. This was Ma Yuan, an ethereal spirit residing in Skull Mountain alongside Lady Shiji. Behind Ma Yuan, Hu Lei and Yu Yuan wore expressions of cold amusement as they regarded Biyun. Ma Yuan's words were piercing, drawing the attention of many cultivators gathered to listen. The news of Lady Shiji's demise was already well known, clearly a malicious rumor being spread by those with ill intent. Upon learning Biyun's identity, onlookers began to whisper and point. The disciples of the Jie sect placed great importance on loyalty, and in their eyes, Biyun's survival tactics were nothing short of disgraceful. Biyun furrowed her brow. It was evident that Ma Yuan was deliberately targeting her. "Dare I inquire, esteemed master, why you survived when the disciples of the Chan sect besieged our residence on Skeleton Mountain, while your companion, my revered master, did not?" Biyun, choosing not to dwell on her own plight, redirected the conversation towards Ma Yuan. It is well known among the disciples of that Ma Yuan's abode resides upon Skeleton Mountain. Struck speechless by Biyun's inquiry, Ma Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Biyun pressed on, "My master was slain by the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren. I sought your aid. Yet you remained inactive, permitting the disciples of the Chan sect to harm my master. How dare you question me now?" As Biyun recounted the sequence of events, Ma Yuan's true nature was laid bare, and the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, scrutinizing his actions. This turn of events left both Ma Yuan and Hu Lei rather disconcerted, compelling them to refrain from further entanglement with Biyun. "Once I report this matter to our ancestral master, the truth shall be revealed." Biyun remained relentless, while Ma Yuan, fully aware of his culpability, hastily retreated towards Biyun Palace. Hule exchanged a glance with Biyun, his heart seething with resentment, yet he too had no choice but to depart begrudgingly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, 100 points of enlightenment, and 100 points of basic alchemy proficiency have been credited. Please check your account promptly. Seated in a meditative posture, Biyun felt a surge of joy. While 500 years of cultivation was commendable, the 100 points of enlightenment held even greater significance. Previously, Biyun's skills in painting and alchemy had flourished, enabling him to effortlessly master both arts. Enlightenment is intrinsically linked to one's comprehension of the Tao, and an increase in this attribute would facilitate a deeper understanding of the fundamental truths of existence, yielding boundless benefits. As more disciples gathered on Golden Arowana Island, the Tongtian Patriarch deemed the assembly sufficient and commenced his exposition on the Tao. Seizing this opportunity, Biyun was eager to witness the advantages of his newfound enlightenment. He adjusted his focus and listened intently. At that moment, the Tongtian Patriarch manifested his dermic form, his presence appearing outside Biyun Palace. The disciples within the palace beheld his true form, while those outside witnessed his ethereal manifestation, revealing that the distinctions of location bore little impact on their understanding of the Tao. Chapter 16. Breaking Through Four Realms, a sudden surge in cultivation chanting the sacred incantations. The Tongtian Patriarch elucidated the profound methods of and the celestial arts of the upper purity. In an instant, the atmosphere of Golden Arowana Island was suffused with spiritual energy. Flowers blossomed in abundance, and the melodies of birds and beasts filled the air, wreathed in ethereal mist. The teachings of the upper purity are inclusive, imparting the essence of life from the cosmos to enlighten all beings. The Tao encompasses all things under heaven, embracing the vastness of existence, encompassing the myriad phenomena of the universe. Every grain of dust and every blade of grass can embody the Tao. The Tongtian Patriarch's doctrine is fundamentally inclusive, and as numerous disciples absorbed the teachings of the Tao, they found themselves entranced. Biyun too was enraptured, as he gleaned from the Patriarch's discourse a universal principle akin to the way of the clouds. The way of the clouds embodies the heart's whims, boundless in transformation, capable of embracing all, thus attaining profound freedom and boundless ease. As the Master Tongtian continued his profound discourse, the principles of the Tao grew increasingly intricate, leaving many disciples with furrowed brows, lost in contemplation. Yet, Biyun remained enraptured in understanding, his entire being radiating a luminous glow, clearly reaping significant benefits from this session. This time, the Master shared his insights without reservation, imparting the wisdom gleaned from years of diligent practice. Regrettably, despite the simplicity of his explanations, many disciples struggled to grasp the essence of his teachings. Every word and action of a sage embodies the Tao. Thus, those lacking in comprehension could never truly fathom its hidden mysteries. In contrast, Biyun listened with rapt attention, evidently gaining much from the experience. The Tao is boundless. Only those with unwavering resolve may ascend to its pinnacle. While delivering his teachings, Master Tongtian also observed his disciples. Within the confines of Biyun Palace, his 7 closest disciples displayed significant progress, yet among the second-generation disciples, only Zhao Gongming maintained his composure, attentively absorbing the teachings. The others wore expressions of distress, grappling with their inability to comprehend. The disparity among the disciples was glaring. Looking beyond the grand hall, Master Tongtian noted that among the third-generation disciples outside Biyun Palace, none were worthy of transformation. As the Master sighed inwardly, he caught sight of Biyun in a corner, surrounded by a shimmering aura, having also grasped the quintessence of the teachings. This brought him great joy, prompting his voice to swell in grandeur, as if to ensure Biyun would not miss a word. The desire for wealth is inherent in all. Many among the third-generation disciples possessed formidable skills, yet when it came to the pursuit of the Tao, few were promising. Skill in combat does not guarantee the opportunity to attain enlightenment. As Master Tongtian's teachings deepened, the other disciples found themselves compelled to pause. Forcing their understanding of the Tao only led to greater anguish. In some cases, relentless striving could even yield adverse results. Consequently, numerous disciples chose to halt their efforts, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the lecture. Hule, a 4th-generation disciple of average talent, unable to grasp the Tao in this moment, noticed Biyun still attentively listening. Humph, a mere charlatan. I shall see how long he can maintain this facade, he scoffed, waiting to witness Biyun's eventual unraveling. Yuyuan had also observed Biyun, sharing the belief that he was merely masquerading. He deemed Biyun deserving of such trickery. After all, The profound teachings of their revered ancestor eluded even many of their seniors. What merit did Biyun possess? Both Yuan and Hulei perceived Biyun as an impostor, while Biyun, oblivious to their judgments, remained devotedly focused on the master's teachings. As Master Tontian meticulously elucidated, only 8 disciples remained in the Grand Hall, diligently absorbing the essence of the Tao, Daobao Taoist, Wudong Holy Mother, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, Fairy Yun Xiao, Fairy Bi Xiao, Fairy Qiong Xiao, and Zhao Gongming. These 8, alongside Biyun outside the palace, became the last individuals to engage with the profound teachings. To be continued. Much like the revered figures of Jinao Island's 10 heavenly lords, the 4 saints of Fire Dragon Island, and the Plague Emperor Lu, their comprehension paled in comparison. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months later, the teachings of the Tontian Patriarch grew increasingly profound, rendering the other disciples mere embellishments. Hulei and Yu Yuan found themselves utterly bewildered, as if grappling with an incomprehensible tome. Even Ma Yuan, seated within the Baiyu Palace, cast a surprised glance towards Biyun, who was outside the palace. Could it be that this young man was truly absorbing the teachings? A fierce glint shone in Ma Yuan's eyes, as he found it hard to believe that Biyun could grasp the profound principles elucidated by the Tontian Patriarch. It was well known that among the myriad beings of the Jiejiao, there were many with deep roots. Yet, aside from the 8 distinguished figures like Zhao Gongming, none had the fortune to comprehend the Tontian Tao. Surely, they were mere pretenders. Ma Yuan thought resentfully, in his eyes. If he himself struggled to grasp the great Tao of saints, how could a mere youth like Biyun have the right to listen to the heavenly sound? However, just as Ma Yuan and Hulei harbored their doubts about Biyun, a surge of mystical energy erupted from within him. Boom! Under the blessing of the great Tao, Biyun's cultivation broke through, entering the realm of perfected celestial. The mysteries of the upper clear immortal path were boundless. To grasp even a fragment could lead to ascension. Biyun's spontaneous breakthrough clearly indicated that he had gained something profound. In that moment, all present were left speechless, unable to believe that Biyun had truly achieved enlightenment during the discourse. It must be a fluke. What merit or virtue does Biyun possess that could possibly allow him to comprehend the path of the saints? Hulei seethed with jealousy, his eyes burning with envy. To understand the great Tao of saints was an unparalleled opportunity and a testament to one's own formidable potential. Boom! Just as Hulei's heart brimmed with malice, a radiant light burst forth above Biyun's head. He broke through once again, successfully advancing to the early stage of the true immortal realm. The realms of Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, and Profound Immortal represent the 4 foundational stages of cultivation. Biyun's leap into the early True Immortal realm undoubtedly ignited envy among countless peers. Hulei and Yu Yuan were left utterly aghast, rendered speechless, forced to concede that Biyun's talent far surpassed their own. Biyun's prowess had validated his strength. He was indeed comprehending the great Tao and not merely masquerading. At that moment, many third-generation disciples cast envious glances at Biyun, with even some second-generation disciples taking notice. They marveled secretly, believing that Jie Jiao had birthed yet another extraordinary genius. The Tontian Patriarch nodded inwardly, contemplating. With such a talent among the 3rd generation, our Jie Jiao is destined for great prosperity. Hulei and Yu Yuan seethed with resentment, their teeth clenched in frustration, lamenting that such insight could not be stolen. And they dared not overstep their bounds within the sacred grounds of the saints. Boom! Just when everyone thought Biyun had accomplished something remarkable, he broke through once more, attaining the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. At this juncture, the majority of the disciples of the Jie sect found themselves utterly intimidated by Biyun. Even the Tontian Patriarch nodded in approval, his gaze towards Biyun brimming with admiration. Unbeknownst to Biyun, who was absorbed in the profound mysteries of the Tao, he had previously possessed only average aptitude, but now, due to an enhancement in his comprehension, he was afforded the opportunity to listen to the grand truths of the universe. Chapter 17. The Tontian Sage personally imparts celestial arts. The Tontian Patriarch elaborated on the upper clear immortal path, having initially intended to conclude his teachings within a year. However, he astonishingly extended his discourse for 3 years solely to elucidate the concepts for Biyun. Throughout these 3 years, Biyun diligently contemplated the Tao, yielding significant gains in his understanding. As the teachings drew to a close, the Patriarch instructed the disciples to return to their respective abodes for focused cultivation, admonishing them not to stray from their cave dwellings. Just as Biyun prepared to depart, the Tontian Patriarch called out, "Biyun, stay a moment." Biyun's exceptional performance during the teachings clearly caught the patriarch's favor. Meanwhile, Hulei cast a resentful glare at Biyun before turning away in discontent. Both Hulei and Yu Yuan were perplexed as to how Biyun, seemingly unworthy, could receive such a direct summons from the sage. This distinction in treatment stirred feelings of imbalance within them, intensifying their envy towards Biyun. Biyun glanced at Hulei, then bowed respectfully to the Tongtian patriarch as he made his way into the Biyo palace. The second-generation disciples, enviously observing Biyun, retreated. For being summoned personally by the patriarch was a privilege many of them had never experienced. Upon entering the palace, only the 8 foremost disciples and the Tongtian patriarch remained. Biyun saluted the revered ancestors and the esteemed uncles. Seated upon his cloud bed, the patriarch acknowledged Biyun's entrance with a nod, signaling him to rise. Many of the disciples present were seeing Biyun for the first time, and both parties scrutinized one another. They were evidently astonished that a third-generation disciple could possess such remarkable insight. Among the seated second-generation disciples, each boasted a solid foundation. However, since the calamity of the Wu and the Liao, the once prosperous world of Honghuang had diminished, making it increasingly rare for individuals of profound fortune to arise. Now, amongst the third-generation disciples of the Jie sect, perhaps only Biyun retained commendable potential. Biyun, your master's fate has reached my ears. Her fortune is insufficient, and her demise in the calamity is fated, the Tongtian patriarch remarked, implying that Shiji Nyongyang's death was in vain, and he would not intervene. Biyun bowed his head, remaining silent, concealing his innermost thoughts from all. Your aptitude is commendable. Should you dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation, a promising future awaits you. The purpose of the Tongtian patriarch's invitation was to offer guidance to Biyun. Grateful for the benevolence of my revered master, I, the disciple, shall exert myself 100-fold to live up to your lofty expectations, expressed by Yun with fervent gratitude. The celestial master of the heavens then proclaimed, in light of the recent demise of Shiji, I present to you 3 distinct paths of cultivation. You may select one to bring back and study diligently. As he spoke, he released a stream of ethereal light from his hand, which divided into 3 separate forms in the void, each embodying a different mystical technique. The first, the Supreme Clarity Array; the second, the Supreme Clarity Thunder Method; and the third, the 8-9 Mysterious Arts. Upon witnessing these 3 methods, Bai Yun felt a surge of excitement within. Each of these techniques, once mastered to a profound extent, promised to greatly enhance his capabilities, paving the way for him to ascend the path of the Great Tao. The Supreme Clarity Array pertains to the mastery of formations, when cultivated to its zenith. It allows one to establish unparalleled arrays, including the formidable extermination of a mortal's sword array. The Celestial Master elucidated that many of the disciples of the Jiejiao practiced the Supreme Clarity Array. The 10 Lords of Golden Ao Island devised their 10 Absolute Array from insights gleaned from this technique. And the 9 Curves Yellow River Array of the 3 Heavens Fairies also draws from it. The Supreme Clarity Thunder Method pertains to the Path of Thunder. My elder brother possesses the Grand Clarity Thunder Method, while my second brother wields the Jade Clarity Thunder Method, both of which are part of the same lineage. If one could collect all 3 forms of thunder methods, they could merge into the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Method, surpassing the powers of the 3 Clear Thunder Methods. As for the 8-9 Mysterious Arts, it originates from the Wu clan's 9 Transformations Mysterious Arts. Although it may lack strength in the realm of the primordial spirit, its physical prowess is unparalleled. When cultivated to great heights, one becomes impervious to all forms of attack and indestructible. The Celestial Master detailed these techniques, and even the likes of Duobao and others were taken aback. This time, the Master imparted his knowledge freely, for many second-generation disciples lacked the privilege to select their methods. Yet here was Bai Yun, a mere third-generation disciple, granted the rare opportunity to receive direct instruction from the Master and choose at will. This clearly indicated the profound regard the sage held for Bai Yun. In that moment, Bai Yun set aside his thoughts and began to weigh the merits of the 3 techniques. The path of formations did not appeal to him. He had no desire to delve into it, recognizing that even the most formidable formations hold little value in the early stages, as opponents would not wait for one to complete their grand array before launching an attack. Aware of the limitations of formations in unforeseen circumstances, he promptly discarded the Supreme Clarity Array. What remained were the Supreme Clarity Thunder Method and the 8-9 Mysterious Arts. The former boasts immense offensive power, and should he master it, he could very well attain enlightenment through it in the future. Conversely, the 8-9 Mysterious Arts focuses on the path of the physical body. Though its power in the realm of the primordial spirit may be lacking, Its physical form is nearly invincible and can yield significant benefits early on. However, this technique is notoriously difficult to master. Throughout the vast expanse of the Primordial World, aside from the Wu clan, only 4 individuals, Yang Jian, Yu Yuan, Yuan Hong, and Sun Wukong, have successfully mastered the 8-9 mysterious arts. Master, I wish to learn the 8-9 mysterious arts. With a moment of contemplation, Biyun promptly reached a decision. Although the 8-9 profound art may pose challenges to others, Biyun consistently received cultivation rewards upon completing tasks, thus enabling him to genuinely master this mystical skill. Most significantly, the subsequent techniques of the 8-9 profound art promise even greater achievements, far surpassing the supreme thunder method. The 8-9 profound art is derived from the Witch clan's 9 transformations profound art, a practice rooted in the bloodline of the Panga deity. Should he succeed in perfecting the 9 transformations profound art, it might even lead to the rediscovery of Panga's physical cultivation methods, an existence of unparalleled magnitude. Biyun harbored this ambition, bolstered by the presence of his unique advantage. He may not be able to deduce it himself, but with the aid of this advantage, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. It was this consideration that guided Biyun's choice of the 8-9 profound art. The celestial teacher's eyes lit up with intrigue at Biyun's selection. Now that you have made up your mind, I shall impart this technique to you today. Return and cultivate diligently. With that, the celestial teacher bestowed the technique upon Biyun, his figure gradually dissipating from the cloud bed, vanishing from sight. We bid farewell to our esteemed master. Biyun, along with several senior disciples, respectfully saw the celestial teacher off, and in that moment, the others regarded Biyun with newfound esteem. The 8 core disciples of the sect understood well how to treat someone favored by the celestial teacher. With the completion of the saint's sermon, everyone returned to assimilate their insights. After bidding farewell to his seniors, Biyun hurried back to his cave abode to delve into the 8-9 profound art. Meanwhile, Hu Lei, Yu Yuan, and Ma Yuan gathered together, seething with indignation. What merits does Biyun possess to garner such favor from our master, receiving personal instruction in the sacred arts? It is utterly infuriating. Yu Yuan could not fathom why Biyun was deemed worthy of learning the core techniques of the Jie sect. Humph, the calamity of the canonization has already begun. Do not fret. In due time, he will face the tribulations and be reduced to ashes, Ma Yuan ominously remarked. Not one to exhibit benevolence. Ma Yuan had long harbored thoughts of eliminating Biyun, especially after being rebuffed by him prior to the sermon. Chapter 18. How could Biyun break through so quickly again? Unbeknownst to them, Biyun remained oblivious to their schemes. Upon returning to his cave, he immersed himself in the study of the 8-9 profound art. This technique was profoundly intricate, and Biyun found himself captivated, unable to extricate himself. Now at the mid-stage of true immortal, his cultivation was commendable among the 3rd-generation disciples. After 6 months of deep comprehension, Biyun awakened to find himself having reached the 2nd transformation of the 8-9 profound art. This art is similarly divided into 9 tiers, and upon achieving a high level of mastery, one can attain indestructibility. Yang Jian's brilliance during the canonization calamity was largely attributed to this 8-9 profound art. Perhaps a stroll outside will trigger some tasks, Biyun mused, leaving his cave to venture forth. With his unique advantage in hand, it would indeed be a waste not to make the most of it. In the present day, Biyun is diligently seeking the mechanism to activate the golden finger. Should he grasp the critical key, he would be able to confidently enhance his various cultivation levels and attribute points. The Gowong system is designed to trigger in advance when danger approaches. For instance, during the incident with Nezha, it served as a form of early warning. Additionally, if I venture into perilous locations, it will provide timely notifications. Having departed from his cave dwelling, Biyun began to meander about on Golden Ao Island. Not far away, a group of disciples engaged in mutual combat, the cause of their dispute unknown, be it a clash of grievances or a friendly exchange of spells. It is truly reprehensible that within the sanctum of the sage, they dare to oppress their peers, exhibiting a complete disregard for propriety. After observing for a while, Biyun discerned that one senior disciple was bullying a junior, provoking immense indignation within him. The aggressive demeanor of the assailant was enough to make even Biyun uneasy. Concealed nearby, Hu Lei and Yu Yuan had deliberately orchestrated this scenario, enlisting several fellow disciples to set a trap aimed at luring Biyun. Should he approach, they would seek to provoke the adversaries and subsequently humiliate Biyun. As Biyun, who typically secludes himself in meditation, witnessed the commotion, his curiosity was piqued, and he contemplated intervening. At that moment, the golden finger once again provided a prompt. Option 1. Step forward immediately, champion the junior disciple, and teach the troublemaker a lesson. Reward: superior postnatal spiritual treasure, white bone whip. Option 2. Rush to inform the elders of the sect, bringing them to intervene in this matter. Reward: intermediate postnatal spiritual treasure, ancient mirror of Taishu. Option 3. Turn away without a backward glance and flee, disregarding the dispute between the disciples. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation. Upon seeing the 3 task options, Biyun's fleeting sense of justice evaporated, and he swiftly fled the scene. Hulei, who had initially noticed Biyun approaching and believed he had taken the bait, was left in a state of furious disbelief when Biyun unexpectedly turned and bolted. The smile that had just graced Hulei's face froze, replaced by a tempest of rage. How infuriating! This cowardly fellow runs faster than a rabbit. Hulei fumed. His face contorted with anger, while Yu Yuan beside him wore a similarly grim expression. Biyun was nothing more than a turtle hiding its head. For days, he had remained holed up in his cave, too fearful to venture out. Yu Yuan scoffed, believing that even with the acknowledgement of the Tongtian teacher, Biyun was merely an ineffectual softy. While these two seethed with indignation on the island, Biyun, in contrast, reveled in delight. After leaving the area, the system promptly notified him of the task's completion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation has been credited. Please check promptly. Elated by the system's reward, Biyun continued to enjoy his day. By the end of it, he had successfully triggered a system reward, gaining 500 years of cultivation. Upon returning to his cave, he found that Hulei and Ma Yuan had already departed. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. In a single day, one could attain 500 years of cultivation. At this pace, would I not soon experience another breakthrough? Biyun, engrossed in his secluded training within the cave, absorbed the entirety of this 500 years of cultivation. Upon awakening, he found his strength significantly enhanced, drawing him closer to the late stage of true immortal realm. He decided to venture outside once more, seeking additional rewards. Through his experiences, Biyun discovered that whenever potential danger loomed, his golden finger would provide timely warnings. This time, he departed from Golden Ao Island and began to traverse the vast sea. One cannot endlessly milk the sheep, otherwise they would soon be stripped bare. Biyun smiled radiantly and soared into the ocean. The sea stretched endlessly, with many disciples of the passing by. Ahead, a beautiful female cultivator was enjoying herself alone amidst the azure expanse. Biyun couldn't help but observe her. This celestial maiden possessed a dignified appearance and a voluptuous figure, undeniably a rare beauty of the mortal realm. Just as Biyun intended to invite her to explore together, his golden finger promptly presented him with options. Option 1. Boldly approach and invite the celestial maiden to travel the seas together, seizing the opportunity to win her over. Reward: high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the divine seal of mountains and rivers. Option 2. Ignore the celestial maiden and immediately alter his course northward. Reward: high-grade acquired spiritual treasure, the Taiyi seal. Option 3. Turn back to the cave and seclude himself. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation. Upon seeing these 3 choices, Biyun's heart raced. The first 2 options were fraught with peril, particularly the first, which seemed akin to courting death. At that moment, all carnal desires dissipated, and he resolutely flew back into Golden Ao Island, choosing to cultivate in solitude. Meanwhile, other cultivators in the sea noticed the celestial maiden, and one approached to greet her, embarking on a journey through the clouds together. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation has been successfully credited. Please check promptly. While Biyun was immersed in his training, the system's notification filled him with joy, and he hastily began to absorb the reward. With his enhanced comprehension, the same 500 years of cultivation would yield even greater strength. After this absorption, Biyun's power finally reached a critical threshold. Boom! A formidable aura enveloped Biyun, marking his successful breakthrough into the late stage of the true immortal realm. Astonishingly, in just a few days, my realm has ascended once more. The commotion from this breakthrough was immense, perhaps due to his practice of the 8-9 profound art, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently towards him. Simultaneously, a colossal golden figure manifested outside Biyun's cave, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators. How could Biyun have advanced so swiftly? The celestial horse, Yuan, gasped in astonishment. Having just concluded a discussion and entered seclusion on Golden Ao Island to refine his cultivation, witnessing Biyun's breakthrough left him utterly astounded. To comprehend the initial breakthrough of Ma Yuan from the realm of true immortals, it is essential to recognize that each minor stage necessitated millennia of arduous cultivation. Conversely, Bai Yun's recent advancement from his teachings to yet another breakthrough within merely a few days is indeed astonishing. Even the celestial master of Tongtian, residing within the Baiyu Palace, reopened his enlightened gaze, casting an approving glance towards the direction of Bai Yun's abode. Bai Yun's consecutive breakthroughs undeniably reflect extraordinary talent. It appears that the teachings of our path are truly remarkable. A smile graced the face of the celestial master as his figure vanished once more. Chapter 19. The disciples of the eagerly competing to accept Bai Yun as their apprentice. During Bai Yun's latest breakthrough, a formidable golden manifestation emerged outside his dwelling. The 8-9 profound arts excels in the cultivation of the physical body, and once mastery is attained, one may possess a powerful golden form. This breakthrough has not significantly enhanced my primordial spirit strength, yet it has considerably fortified my corporeal form. Bai Yun perceives that each of his breakthroughs substantially amplifies his physical prowess, particularly now that his 8-9 profound arts has begun to take shape, proving beneficial in combat. While Bai Yun was engrossed in his cultivation, a voice resonated from outside. Bai Yun, my junior disciple, are you within the cave? It was the voice of Chen Jiugong, who had arrived at Golden Ao Island alongside his master, Zhao Gongming, to engage in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun's heart swelled with joy. He rose to deactivate the protective array of his cave and personally welcomed his brother disciple. Brother, I apologize for not greeting you properly. Bai Yun was indeed elated, as he shared a certain camaraderie with Chun Jiugong and the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit within the. Chun Jiugong chuckled, Junior brother, there is no need for such modesty. You are favored by our esteemed ancestor. Who knows, I may come to rely on you in the future. Chun Jiugong held a favorable impression of Bai Yun, and with the latter's newfound standing, he felt a natural inclination towards him. Bai Yun hastily waved his hands in humility, inviting Chun Jiugong into the cave for a conversation. Brother, do not jest. My humble talents cannot compare to yours. Furthermore, I am currently without support and have little standing on Golden Ao Island. So how could I dare to aspire for more? Bai Yun's situation was indeed precarious, as not everyone could cultivate on Golden Ao Island. Now that he had reported the matters concerning the Stone Lady, he ought to depart from the island promptly. Presently, he felt rather shameless for lingering there. Ha ha ha, junior brother. Why the humility? I have come today at the behest of our master, who wishes to present you with an opportunity. Chun Jiugong clarified his intent, leaving Bai Yun in a state of bewilderment. How could there be an opportunity for him while seated within this cave? Do not fret, junior brother. Just follow me, and you will understand, Chun Jiugong teased, yet Bai Yun felt a twinge of concern in his heart. Without the guidance of a golden finger, he found himself uncertain. In recent days, he had developed a habit of lurking within his cave dwelling, yet Chun Jiugong remained one of the only two practitioners he was willing to approach. It would be impolite to disregard the latter's sentiments. What my senior brother says is entirely correct. Let us proceed to pay our respects to our esteemed uncle. Bai Yun rose, and as Zhao Gongming extended his invitation, he felt compelled to comply without hesitation. The two made their way to Zhao Gongming's temporary sanctuary, which was bustling with activity. Several key disciples of the were present, including Daobao Daoist, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Unchanging, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Three Heavens Fairies, and Zhao Gongming himself. Bai Yun's heart skipped a beat as he stepped forward to pay his respects. I greet you, esteemed uncles. All core members of the second generation were gathered there, accompanied by their disciples and followers, marking a significant assembly among the core members. Dear nephew, there is no need for formality. The purpose of your visit is to introduce you to a new master, which will enable your fellow disciples to guide you better in your cultivation, ultimately benefiting your strength as well. Zhao Gongming was the first to speak. Having cultivated a rapport with Bai Yun, he proactively brought forth this matter to his peers. Before Bai Yun could settle himself, he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Gongming, saying, Thank you, esteemed uncle, for your concern. I am deeply appreciative. However, deep down, Bai Yun was reluctant to take on another master, fully aware that nearly all present were destined for the Fengshen list. Aside from Daobao Daoist, who had defected to the West and later became the Buddha, only the Holy Mother of Unchanging survived. The others perished during the calamity of the Fengshen. To take them as teachers would be tantamount to courting death. The death of Shiji Nyang had already placed Bai Yun in a precarious position, and now, burdened with karmic ties, he feared that accepting another master would further entangle him in calamity. Yet, unbeknownst to Bai Yun, an invisible hand seemed to be conspiring against him. This was the power of the heavenly Tao, intent on eliminating all variables and restoring order to the cosmos. Zhao Gongming continued with a smile. Your talents have garnered the approval of our master, and as disciples, we naturally must contribute to the growth of the. Any of the fellow disciples present may take it upon themselves to accept Biyun as their apprentice if they find him worthy. Zhao Gongming's intentions were clear. Although he had initiated this gathering for accepting disciples, it had already received the endorsement and support of Tontian Jiao Master. Biyun disowned this implication, which only deepened his despair. Now, refusing was not an option. He could only hope that these esteemed uncles would not consider him. Alternatively, if the Holy Mother of Unchanging would express her desire to take him as a disciple, that would be acceptable, as she was the sole survivor among the second generation. As Biyun silently worried, the esteemed uncles began to deliberate amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan and Hu Lei, due to their respective sects, were fortunate enough to partake in this gathering. However, their expressions were markedly different from those of Chun Jiugong and Yao Shaoxi. Theirs were filled with resentment and jealousy. With so many core disciples of the gathered together, it is solely for the purpose of having Biyun take on a master. Such a grand occasion can undoubtedly be deemed a testament to her prominence within the. Biyun, a talented and virtuous disciple, has yet to receive any disciples under the tutelage of the three sisters. If she is willing, she may join our Sanshao sect, and together we shall guide her in her cultivation. As the Yunxiu fairy spoke, her enchanting gaze fell upon Biyun, her gentle demeanor bringing an overwhelming sense of tranquility to Biyun, who was nearly inclined to agree on the spot. To be candid, the Sanshao fairies are truly remarkable, and Biyun has long admired them. Particularly, these three sisters possess not only formidable cultivation but also unparalleled beauty. Each a stunning embodiment of spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, captivating all who behold them. Following the Yunxiu fairy's words, the Bixiao fairy chimed in. Indeed, dear sister, you speak the truth. Our bond with Sister Shiji has always been close, and should we have the honor to guide her disciple, we would share our knowledge freely. Upon finishing her statement, Bixiao fairy playfully winked at Biyun with her charming eyes. Nearby, the Jinfeng Holy Mother chuckled and remarked, My dear sisters, I too have taken note of Biyun's exceptional qualities and may find myself vying for her as a disciple. Currently, I have Wenzhong and Yu Yuan under my wing, and if I were to also take Biyun as my student, it would complete the trio of heaven, earth, and man, allowing my lineage to flourish. The Jinfeng Holy Mother is indeed a masterful instructor. Having cultivated Wenzhong and Yu Yuan into distinguished disciples among the third generation of the, choosing her as a mentor would undoubtedly benefit one's cultivation. Moreover, her beauty is hardly inferior to that of the Sanshao fairies. As the two parties contended for Biyun's allegiance, an unexpected cultivator also stepped forward to vie for the disciple. Chapter 20. Reward. Advancement of the plump-faced Duobao Taoist beamed with delight as he addressed Biyun. Esteemed niece, I am the eldest disciple of the. Should you choose to study under me, you would become a junior of the fire spirit, and I shall spare no effort in nurturing your cultivation. It is entirely possible for you to secure your place within the in the future. At this moment, Duobao Taoist remains unaware that he is destined to join the Western sect. His sole ambition lies in inheriting the teachings of the Tongtian. Thus, with Tongtian's esteem for Biyun, Duobao Taoist hopes to take her under his wing, thereby augmenting his influence as the eldest disciple within the. To inherit the position of the next of the, it is not only essential to possess sufficient power and prestige, but also to have a substantial following. Duobao Taoist's prowess is unquestionable, as he stands as the foremost figure within the, and his reputation is equally unmatched as the most esteemed disciple of Tongtian among the core disciples. Should Duobao Taoist garner additional supporters, he would be well equipped to solidify his position, rendering it unassailable. It is precisely for these reasons that he proactively seeks to take Biyun as his disciple. Upon his declaration, the Yunxiu fairy could not help but smile. Master brother, we had hoped you would preside over the situation. Yet here you are vying for disciples alongside us. Upon hearing this, the celestial maiden of Yunxiao chimed in. Master brother is wholly devoted to crafting magical artifacts, showing little regard for his disciples. Dear Biyun, you must think carefully. You must not fall under Master brother's tutelage. Her jest elicited laughter from the assembly. Duobao's face also brightened with a smile as he addressed the gathering. Junior brothers and sisters, fine materials are cherished by all. Though I am often engrossed in the art of artifact crafting, should Biyun choose to be my disciple, I would wholeheartedly nurture him, ensuring that his promising future remains unimpeded. The second-generation disciples of the Jiejiao were all in high spirits, yet Biyun felt a pang of distress. He had no desire to take on a master, but in the presence of these formidable Deluo golden immortals and quasi-saints, he found himself unable to offend any of them. These were all pivotal members of Jiejiao, and displeasing any one of them would be ill-advised. Biyun cast a furtive glance at the Holy Mother of Wudong, yet she showed no inclination to accept a disciple and remained silent. The Jiejiao disciples, each aspiring for prominence, held no allure for him. Dear disciple Biyun, do not feel any pressure, regardless of whom you choose as your master. We shall harbor no discontent, so you may select freely. Even if you ultimately choose none of us, Duobao assured him candidly. However, Biyun dared not take this to heart. Without sufficient strength, such pleasantries were merely for show. To take them seriously would be to court disaster. Just as he grappled with his decision, the guiding system offered another suggestion. Option 1. Immediately take Duobao as your master, becoming his disciple, with a reward of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The Western Plain Cloud Banner. Option 2. Immediately take the Holy Mother of Jinling as your master, becoming her disciple, with a reward of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Banner. Option 3. Immediately take the Three Heavens Celestial Maidens as your masters, becoming their disciple, with rewards of 500 years of foundational cultivation, 100 points of basic fortune, and an upgrade in foundational magical decision level. Upon seeing these options, Biyun's spirit soared. Yet, he found himself questioning the system's suggestions. Rejecting the overtures of the Jiejiao's esteemed disciples seemed untenable. The celestial Lord Tongtian had recognized Biyun's potential, granting him the opportunity to take on a master. If he were to rebuff all the invitations from the elite of Jiejiao, he would surely be deemed arrogant and dismissive of the sages. Should that occur, his standing within Jiejiao would be irreparably compromised. Now, taking the Three Heavens as his masters appeared devoid of peril, and most importantly, it offered an opportunity for a foundational magical decision enhancement, a reward Biyun ardently desired. To take the Three Heavens as his mentors meant he could receive 3 rewards. A first for him. With everyone's gaze upon him, Biyun weighed his options and resolved to take the Three Heavens Celestial Maidens as his masters. To have such a beautiful fairy as a master is truly a remarkable fortune. If a romantic bond could also blossom between master and disciple, alas. Biyun quickly dismissed the thought. Esteemed masters, I am but a humble disciple with limited knowledge and coarse talents, unworthy of your guidance. I am immensely grateful for your regard, yet regrettably, I cannot honor all of you as my masters. Thus I must choose the 3 Shaos as my mentors. Upon hearing this, the 3 Shaos burst into smiles, their joy evident. The trio holds significant standing among the core disciples of the, bolstered by Zhao Gongming's support, making them a formidable force within the sect. Their extraordinary powers, coupled with their close relationships with all female immortals, afford them a transcendent position within the. Accepting Biyun as their disciple will undoubtedly fill the void of their lineage. Disciple Biyun pays her respects to the 3 esteemed masters. Biyun hurriedly stepped forward to bow, feeling the weight of having 3 esteemed fairies as mentors, thus securing 3-fold guidance in her cultivation, a privilege unattainable by other disciples. Furthermore, with the formidable strength of the 3 Shaos, should anyone dare to bully Biyun, their intervention would surely quell most troubles. Setting aside the calamity of the Fengshen, having such masters as the 3 Shaos is indeed a splendid fortune. Yun Shao, with a beaming smile, nodded and said, Disciple, no need for formalities, rise quickly. She was quite fond of Biyun's aptitude, having been impressed by her talents during the teachings at Bio Palace. Now, receiving a disciple of such caliber, she felt immense satisfaction. Thank you, Master, and thank you, esteemed seniors. Biyun stood, bowing to all present. Congratulations to our junior sister on acquiring such a fine disciple. In the future, our will gain another prodigy among its ranks, said de Bao Dao Ruan, his face alight with joy, showing no signs of emotional turmoil. However, the fire spirit mother stood nearby, a look of disappointment etched upon her face. She had initially thought that becoming siblings with Biyun would facilitate her own aspirations. But alas, fate had other plans, and Biyun had become a disciple of the 3 Shaos, much to her vexation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, 100 fortune points, and 1 enhancement of basic has been credited. Please check your account promptly. Just as Biyun successfully became a disciple, a notification of her rewards chimed, filling her heart with immense joy. The rewards were substantial. The 100 fortune points and the enhancement of her basic would prove invaluable if utilized wisely. After the 3 Shaos took on a disciple, it was certain they would not overlook the customary gift, an event Biyun eagerly anticipated. Chapter 21. Advancement of Techniques. 9 turns mysterious art after exchanging pleasantries. The second-generation disciples of the each took their leave. The 3 Xiaos also bid farewell to Zhao Gongming, taking Biyun back to their enchanting abode on the 3 Immortals Island. Dear disciple, I possess numerous treasures. I wonder which one might capture your fancy. The celestial maiden, Bai Xiao, was quite delighted and playfully jested with Biyun. The goddess of clouds, Yun Xiao, admonished, Sister, one must not be impudent. As a master, one ought to embody the demeanor of a mentor. Bai Xiao merely stuck out her tongue, continuing to exchange glances with Biyun. Yun Xiao then addressed Biyun, saying, Disciple, the 3 of us are manifestations of celestial clouds. You too are a cloud, thus belonging to our kindred. Should you ever encounter uncertainties during your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek our guidance. Yun Xiao had a fair understanding of Biyun, and the shared origin was indeed a significant reason for their willingness to accept her as a disciple. Thank you, Master. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. Biyun replied, nodding obediently. Yun Xiao presented a treasure, stating, This item is known as the 5-colored smoke flag, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. When activated, it can unleash clouds of smoke for miles, possessing a degree of defensive power. I bestow it upon you for your protection. Upon hearing this, Biyun's heart surged with joy, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for this precious gift. The 3 celestial sisters were not particularly affluent. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper and the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors were gifts from the celestial teacher, and thus could not be given away casually. Xiong Xiao interjected, Disciple, my sister and I do not possess any remarkable gifts at this moment. However, should the opportunity arise in the future, we shall make amends with a suitable welcoming gift. Biyun promptly bowed and replied, It is already a great fortune for me to be accepted under the tutelage of the 3 esteemed masters. As for the treasures, they are ultimately mere external possessions. The true foundation of our cultivation lies in following the path of our masters. Biyun's words elicited nods of agreement from Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, who grew increasingly fond of their obedient disciple. While the aptitude of a cultivator is undoubtedly significant, the quality of one's heart for the Tao is even more paramount. With the onset of the great calamity of conferring gods, dear disciple, remember to refrain from descending the mountain recklessly. Remain here on the 3 celestial islands for your cultivation. After imparting this counsel, they allowed Biyun to pursue her training, and the 3 sisters each retreated into seclusion. Upon returning to her new cave dwelling and settling in, Biyun eagerly activated the system to check her rewards. First, she received a 100-point fortune reward, the effects of which were not immediately discernible, so she set it aside for the time being. Her priority was to enhance her cultivation technique. At present, Biyun only possessed the 8-9 profound art and a fundamental technique bestowed by Lady Shiji, leaving her with no choice but to upgrade the 8-9 profound art. After careful consideration, she made her decision. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your 8-9 profound art has successfully evolved into the advanced technique, 9 transformations profound art. In an instant, Biyun's technique was elevated, and the newly acquired 9 transformations profound art wielded even greater power, with enhanced potential for physical accomplishments. With this profound technique, my cultivation will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. And who knows, I may truly have the opportunity to attain enlightenment and sanctity. The chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Biyun felt a surge of excitement in his heart. With his exceptional talent and formidable technique, coupled with the assistance of a golden finger, he was undoubtedly at a distinct advantage. As long as he continued to diligently cultivate, there was no telling what accomplishments he could achieve in the future. First, he must absorb the essence of his cultivation. Biyun still had 500 years of unutilized cultivation, and he promptly began to seclude himself to absorb it. Meanwhile, in another cave, Hu Lei and Yu Yuan were seething with anger. Biyun was thriving in not only garnering the attention of the Tongtian Patriarch, but also being sought after as a disciple by several core disciples of the 2nd generation. This was utterly unacceptable to Hu Lei and Yu Yuan, and their pent-up frustration was on the verge of eruption. Little did they know, they had unknowingly been tainted by calamity energy and had long since lost themselves. This Biyun is destined to perish amidst the tribulations. There is no need for us to intervene. Ma Yuan sneered beside them, appearing quite confident. The 3 of them, in collusion, had been secretly plotting against Biyun, harboring a desire to eliminate him. Unfortunately, not only had Biyun faced no misfortune, but he was also flourishing within now accompanied by 3 beautiful masters, ensuring his safety. As Biyun cultivated within the cave, After absorbing the 500 years of foundational cultivation, his strength surged once more. At the late stage of the true immortal realm, with further progress, perhaps I will soon enter the profound immortal realm. Biyun clenched his fists in exhilaration. In his view, once he possessed the strength of the profound immortal realm, he could roam freely in the outside world. It is worth noting that beings like the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect are already considered experts, possessing the strength of a profound immortal. As long as he does not encounter those golden immortals, he can naturally enjoy safety and peace. The 5-colored gathering smoke flag bestowed by my master should not be refined just yet. I will wait until I receive rewards for refining spiritual treasures, at which point I can easily refine this precious item. Biyun did not wish to waste too much time refining treasures. He aimed to utilize his golden finger to enhance his strength as much as possible, regarding spiritual treasures as mere external objects, hardly worth mentioning. Just as Biyun was departing from the 3 Immortal Island, he overheard some discussions among his peers. You all know about the beautiful female immortal who appeared at sea, right? That immortal has been traveling the world with our Black Mountain Tiger, and now she has gone missing. Some disciples saw her being devoured by a ferocious beast. Could it be? Is she the mysterious female immortal who appeared just a few days ago? She looked quite stunning. I was thinking of approaching her. To think she might have transformed from a ferocious beast? This is utterly unbelievable. The disciples were chattering excitedly, and Biyun listened intently, feeling a shiver of fear in his heart. He recognized that female immortal. Her voluptuous figure had indeed captivated his gaze. Had it not been for the system prompt, he might very well have been the one to be swallowed. This matter left Biyun in a state of hesitation. Although venturing out could activate his fortunate abilities, there was an undeniable sense of peril. It is well known that rewards, while enticing, come with significant risks. Should things go awry, he would find himself in a place of despair. Just as Biyun was preparing to retreat to his cave dwelling for safety, his fortunate ability was triggered once more, unveiling a new prompt. Fortune and danger. Option 1. Depart immediately to the north, embarking on a journey, and seek a spiritual route upon the sea. Reward. Basic Alchemy Proficiency 100, Basic Formation Proficiency 100. Option 2. Continue on the current route. Reward. Mid-grade Postnatal Spiritual Treasure, Thunderclap Bell. Option 3. Return to the cave dwelling and enter seclusion for cultivation. Reward. Supreme Primal Spiritual Treasure, True Martial Black Tortoise Banner. Chapter 22. Come to Sancian Island to kill me? Upon reviewing the 3 options, Biyun was profoundly astonished. Returning to his cave dwelling was tantamount to courting death. Could it be that someone dared to venture to Sancian Island to take his life? As he pondered this, it suddenly dawned upon him that the 3 Heavens Fairy had previously departed for the 10 Heavenly Monarch's place to practice a grand formation, leaving the island unguarded. This meant that Biyun was now alone on Sancian Island. With this realization, Biyun hastily took flight towards the north. Just after his departure, a figure stealthily infiltrated Sancian Island, quietly searching for something. This figure lurked in the shadows, deliberately concealing their presence, making it impossible to discern their appearance. At this moment, Biyun had already left the Immortal Island and was inwardly musing. Could there truly be a formidable being bold enough to come to Sancian Island to kill him? After all, this place was a stronghold of the Jejiao. Biyun could not fathom why he, a mere insignificant player in the grand scheme, would warrant such a desperate attempt on his life. It seemed unlikely that the assailants were disciples of, despite their varying moral compasses. They were aware of his connection to the 3 heavens and would not dare to act recklessly. Biyun speculated on the identity of his potential adversaries, considering the most likely culprits to be the Taiyi Zhenren and Nezha from the Chan religion. He had slain Nezha and seized the Qiankuan circle and the Hengtian silk. This pair held the deepest grudge against him. However, if it were indeed them, it would imply that there was a traitor within, as such precise intelligence could not be obtained otherwise. It was crucial to note that the absence of the 3 Heavens Fairy on the island was not common knowledge and could only be known through meticulous surveillance. In these tumultuous times, even saints could not predict the course of events. Only an insider could disseminate information accurately. Biyun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The existence of a traitor within was not surprising. Among the disciples, those with dubious intentions far outweighed the righteous. Moreover, Biyun's close association with Hu Lei and Yu Yuan, coupled with the favor of Tongtian Jiao Master, had already drawn numerous envious gazes. While there were indeed noble individuals within, the number of nefarious characters surpassed them. First, complete the task at hand. This time, the reward is unexpectedly the proficiency in alchemy and formations. It remains to be seen what purpose it will serve. Biyun dared not linger, swiftly soaring northward. The north leads to the vast northern sea, and beyond it lies the northern abyss. After realizing the insecurity of Fengshen Island, Biyun flew at full speed, attempting to distance himself from his hidden pursuers. The reward of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure foreshadows a dire situation. If captured, his chances of survival are bleak. Upon arriving at Fengshen Island, the shadow that covertly sought to assassinate Biyun first confirmed the absence of the three heavens fairies before cautiously approaching Biyun's cave dwelling. This individual evidently possessed considerable strength and had specifically brought along a treasure capable of dispelling formations. He quietly dismantled the formation outside Biyun's cave, only to be left dumbfounded upon entering. Inside, it was utterly vacant. Where could Biyun have gone? Had he left with the three heavens? Seeing no one present, the assailant revealed himself as Taiyi Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Taiyi Zhenren harbored a deep resentment towards Biyun for slaying Nezha and seizing the Qiankuan Circle and the Hung Tianling. Thus, he had infiltrated Fengshen Island to steal treasures and eliminate Biyun. This time, having come up empty-handed, Taiyi Zhenren's fury intensified. He dared not linger and promptly vanished from sight. Biyun, you cowardly wretch, may you never fall into my grasp. As Taiyi Zhenren departed quietly, others awaited him outside. This time, their preparations were meticulous. However, with Biyun absent, even the most elaborate plans would amount to naught. Master, has Biyun perished? In a nearby corner, Nezha, the third prince, could hardly contain his eagerness to appear. Taiyi Zhenren shook his head in dismay, stating, Biyun is not on the island. I have searched every corner of Fengshen Island and found no trace of him. Nezha's heart burned with anger upon hearing this. His frustration was palpable. Master, I have received news that Biyun did not leave with the three heavens. Perhaps he stepped out temporarily. Let us search the vicinity. Nezha, intent on vanquishing Biyun, was unwilling to relent. At this moment, others emerged. The second and third generation disciples of the Chan sect. Indeed, Biyun hasn't gone far. We must eliminate him this time. One among them was Daoxing Tianzuan, another of the 12 golden immortals, flanked by his first disciple Wei Hu, second disciple Han Dolong, and third disciple Shui Hu. Nearby stood Huang Longzhenren by He Tongzi, Tu Xing's son, and others. Seeing this, Taiyi Zhenren could only acquiesce. After all, they had gone to great lengths, and it would be a pity to leave empty-handed. Very well, let us spread out and search. If we encounter Biyun, we shall ensure he is reduced to ashes, his soul scattered, Taiyi Zhenren succinctly instructed. And the group immediately dispersed, vanishing into the vast sea. It is remarkable that a mere Biyun could attract so many disciples of the Chan sect. Bullying the weak and overwhelming the few with the many is a tactic frequently employed by the disciples of the Enlightenment sect. These disciples are intent on eliminating Biyun, who, at this moment, finds himself filled with joy and exhilaration. He soars across the sea, soon discovering a desolate island. Although it lacks abundant spiritual energy, a refreshing fragrance wafts towards him, indicating the presence of a rare opportunity. To his astonishment, he has indeed stumbled upon such a chance. Elated, Biyun had speculated about the nature of the spiritual root when he received this task. Now, confronted with the rich aroma of fruit and the brilliant hues of twilight, he knows it is extraordinary. Such a spiritual root is fortuitously encountered rather than sought after. Alighting on the barren isle, Biyun casts a barrier to conceal the dazzling radiance and ethereal essence, before carefully inspecting the scene. He observes that the spiritual root bears 9 exquisite spiritual fruits, each shimmering like the stars. Notably, the largest among them radiates brilliance akin to the blazing sun, illuminating the cosmos. Beside this solar fruit, a crescent-shaped spiritual fruit emanates a cool aura, emitting a gentle, silvery glow, creating a stunning interplay of sun and moon, a remarkable spectacle of harmony. The duality of yin and yang is embodied in these fruits, clearly encompassing the essence of the Tao. Aside from the 2 largest fruits, the remaining 7 resemble a constellation, surrounding and exuding splendor. Biyun examines the spiritual root meticulously. The fruits are evidently ripe. He approaches and plucks all 9 fruits, securing the root as well. Such extraordinary spiritual fruits deserve immediate refinement here, enabling a swift enhancement of his cultivation. Filled with delight, Biyun takes the largest solar fruit and consumes it whole. Unbeknownst to him, numerous cultivators are diligently searching for his whereabouts across the vast ocean. Chapter 23. Superior Innate Spiritual Root. 9 Heaven's Primordial Yang Fruit Tree. Biyun establishes concealment formations around him and begins to refine the solar fruit. Upon ingesting the largest solar fruit, a wave of warmth and comfort spreads throughout his being. Crunch, crunch. He devours it, relishing its crisp sweetness, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips. As he consumes this spiritual fruit, a surging torrent of heat courses through him, propelling his strength to ascend rapidly. Boom! The heat surges like turbulent waves crashing upon the shore. Biyun's physical form is swiftly fortified, while waves of Tao rhythm permeate his mind palace. All information regarding the spiritual fruit floods into his consciousness, revealing the origins of this spiritual root. It is a superior innate spiritual root, the Nine Heavens Primordial Yang fruit tree. Though not of the highest grade, the efficacy of the fruits is remarkably potent, surpassing even that of the ginseng fruit. Notably, the solar fruit is exponentially more powerful than those found on the supreme innate spiritual roots. At this moment, Biyun consumed the solar fruit, and a torrent of warmth surged within him, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Boom! Biyun's strength swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. Yet the potency of the solar fruit had not even been depleted halfway. He resolved to continue his seclusion in cultivation. Overjoyed, Biyun had remarkably advanced his prowess within just 10 days of practice, and now he yearned to press forward and directly challenge the mystical immortal realm. The efficacy of this spiritual fruit was indeed extraordinary. He still possessed 8 more, which offered a significant prospect of aiding his breakthrough to the mystical immortal stage. While Biyun secluded himself on this nameless deserted island, his companions, Nezha and Master Taiyi, endured considerable hardship. The vastness of the ocean rendered the search for a single soul akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Master Taiyi and his followers braved the elements, suffering under the scorching sun and the relentless sea winds, yet they were unable to find even a single hair of Biyun. After months of searching, the many disciples of the Chanjiao sect found themselves increasingly agitated, their hearts filled with anger and resentment towards Biyun. Throughout these months, Biyun had been rapidly advancing. After consuming the solar fruit, he had failed to breach the mystical immortal realm. He then devoured the cold moon fruit and 3 stellar fruits. With a single swallow, Biyun consumed the cold moon fruit and the stellar fruits, and under the invigorating influence of these potent elixirs, his strength surged once more. After more than 3 months of relentless effort, Biyun finally achieved a significant breakthrough, thoroughly refining the power of the 5 spiritual fruits and successfully entering the early stage of the mystical immortal realm. Ha ha ha, I have finally broken through, Biyun exclaimed, brimming with exuberance. To ascend to the mystical immortal realm was indeed a remarkable feat. From the time he was slain by Shiji to now had only been a few short years. Within this brief period, Biyun had climbed from the earth immortal realm to the early stage of the mystical immortal realm. Such a span was hardly sufficient for other cultivators to complete even a single retreat, yet Biyun had experienced successive breakthroughs, his cultivation skyrocketing to far surpass that of his peers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: Basic Alchemy Proficiency 100, Basic Formation Proficiency 100. With the completion of this task, Biyun received his rewards immediately. Could his fortune have increased, enabling him to acquire a superior innate spiritual root from the sea? Biyun pondered joyfully, understanding that this fortune was mysterious, linked to various fortuitous encounters and opportunities. Just before, he had increased his fortune value by 100 points, and shortly thereafter, he obtained a spiritual root, leading him to speculate that his enhanced fortune had indeed borne fruit. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Biyun tidied himself and prepared to depart from the deserted island. Having been away for several months, he worried that his 3 masters might become concerned for his safety upon discovering his absence. Thus he intended to return and reassure them. Before Biyun could leave, a figure materialized in the air above. I wondered where you had hidden. Turns out you were lurking in this forsaken place. No wonder we had such difficulty in finding you. At the sound of the voice, Biyun looked up to see a cultivator standing atop a cloud. Standing at a modest height, with a visage akin to the parched earth, adorned with a lotus seed cap and clad in a robe of the same hue. He appeared a curious sight indeed. Yet, in his grasp lay a formidable 7-foot iron staff, towering over even 2 individuals. Who dares to disturb my sect? Questioned Biyun, bewildered yet discerning enough to glean some insight into the stranger's origins from his appearance. With a booming laugh, the stranger replied menacingly, Biyun, listen well. I am the foremost disciple of the great master of the Flying Cloud Cave on Mount Jiaolong, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void. I am the Earthwalker Sun. It became evident that this Earthwalker Sun was tasked with patrolling the northern seas, and unbeknownst to him, he had wandered far to the extreme north, straying from his main force. Just as he contemplated returning, he witnessed Biyun's golden aura ascending to the heavens, which he mistook for a fortuitous event, prompting him to investigate. To his surprise, he discovered that it was indeed Biyun, the very individual they had been fervently searching for. As Biyun appeared poised to flee once more, Earthwalker's son, with no time to alert his sect members, revealed himself, intent on eliminating him. In his estimation, his power surpassed that of the Fengshen realm. While Biyun was merely at the level of the Earth Immortal when he escaped from Skeleton Mountain, rendering him an easy target. Brimming with confidence, Earthwalker's son boldly confronted Biyun, mockingly calling him a 3-inch tall dwarf. Biyun beamed back, secretly clutching the Qianquan circle in his hand. Despite their lack of enmity, the audacity of Earthwalker's son to traverse countless miles to slay him was unforgivable. Instantly, Earthwalker's son's expression darkened. The insult of being called a 3-inch dwarf struck a deep chord within him, revealing his greatest insecurity. You seek your own demise, boy. Today, I shall personally send you on your way, he bellowed in fury. However, before he could unleash his powers, Biyun had already summoned the Qianquan circle, bringing it crashing down upon him. Earthwalker's son, consumed by arrogance, had let down his guard. As the circle descended upon him, he could not withstand its might. Unlike Nezha, he possessed no treasures to defend himself, save for his iron staff, which offered little protection. With a resounding crash, Earthwalker's son desperately attempted to evade the blow. Yet the Qianquan circle struck his shoulder, reducing an arm to ashes in an instant, eliciting a pained scream from him. Rage coursed through him. He believed Biyun to be merely relying on the power of his treasure. If he could close the distance, a single strike of his staff would reduce Biyun to mere pulp. Thus, despite his grievous injury, he charged forward, swinging his iron staff towards Biyun. Yet, Biyun stood his ground, refusing to dodge. Earthwalker's son, interpreting this as a sign of shock, laughed maniacally. Biyun, let us see how you meet your end. Chapter 24. With the demise of Earthwalker's son, your wife becomes mine. Biyun, eager to test the potency of his 9 transformations of mysterious arts, chose to confront Earthwalker's son's assault head-on, unflinching and resolute. He clenched his fist and struck at the formidable iron staff with unwavering determination. Seeking death, Earthwalker's son exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage. In his eyes, Biyun's audacity was tantamount to courting doom. He believed his strike would obliterate Biyun into mere ashes. Unbeknownst to him, he had unintentionally intensified his attack, unleashing a full measure of his combat prowess. Boom! In the face of Earthwalker's son's unyielding strike, Biyun remained undeterred. As the staff descended, it stirred boundless golden splendor, sending ripples across the vast ocean. The furious waves surged towards the azure sky, while tumultuous winds howled across the earth. Yet, upon the staff's impact, Biyun emerged unscathed, whereas Earthwalker's son was violently rebuffed, sent sprawling for miles. You are not an Earth Immortal. Earthwalker's son gasped in astonishment, for he had unleashed his full strength, yet had failed to even ruffle a single hair on Biyun. It dawned on him. How could an Earth Immortal withstand the full force of a true mysterious immortal? However, it had only been a few short years since Biyun departed from Skull Mountain. How could he have possibly transcended from the Earth Immortal realm, through the Celestial Immortal realm, and into the mysterious Immortal realm in such a brief span? For others, those years would barely suffice to break through a single minor realm. Yet Biyun had seamlessly ascended through 3 major realms and over a dozen minor ones. Overwhelmed with shock, Earthwalker's son lost all courage to engage further. He turned and attempted to flee into the clouds, desperate for escape. Still thinking of running? Prepare to meet your end. Biyun pursued, smashing down with his Qianquan circle. Boom! The blow struck Earthwalker's son squarely on the forehead, instantly shattering his skull and resulting in a grisly demise. Alas, Earthwalker's son, renowned for his earth manipulation techniques, had not even been afforded the opportunity to utilize his life-saving skills. Submerged in the depths of the ocean, he could not employ his ultimate techniques, making his death all the more tragic. You sought to champion Nezha, yet your demise is well-deserved. After slaying Earthwalker's son, Biyun rifled through his belongings, only to find the unfortunate soul as destitute as a mouse, devoid of any valuable spoils. He discarded the corpse into the sea, whereupon numerous ferocious beasts swiftly descended to gnaw and devour it. This was the body of a mysterious immortal. Consuming a piece might grant them instant ascendance, though it could also lead to their own explosive demise. Evidently, the forces pursuing him were not insignificant, as even Earthwalker's son had joined the fray. Nezha and the old rogue Taiyi were undoubtedly present as well. It was only now that Biyun comprehended the peril of returning to his cave dwelling. With so many disciples from the Chan sect lying in ambush, Should he be cornered, his demise would be all but assured. They had truly gone to great lengths to orchestrate his downfall. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Bai Yun's eyes. It seemed that their desire to eradicate him was not solely fueled by enmity, but perhaps also by the machinations of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly way can effortlessly intervene in the minds of other cultivators, and as a variable, Bai Yun is undoubtedly on the list for elimination by the heavenly way. However, due to Bai Yun's feeble strength and his remarkably low profile, the heavenly way pays him no heed, as it can easily eradicate him through the disciples of the Chan sect, restoring everything to its rightful course. Upon grasping this crucial insight, Bai Yun surmises that his current situation is undoubtedly perilous. Such occurrences are bound to increase. Having slain the Earthwalker's son, I have already altered the trajectory of the Fengshen calamity. Yet, I wonder if his wife, Deng Chanyu, might consider marrying me? Amused by his own plight, Bai Yun reflects on Deng Chanyu's exquisite beauty, lamenting that she was captured during the Fengshen War and forced to become the chief consort of Earthwalker Sunday. Now that Earthwalker Sun has been preemptively eliminated by Bai Yun, perhaps this destined union might truly fall into his hands. As Bai Yun ponders his next steps, his golden finger providentially offers a timely prompt. Chan sect assassination. Choice 1. Continue cultivating on this deserted island, patiently awaiting the return of the three masters. Reward. Low-grade innate spiritual treasure, wind stabilizing pearl. Choice 2. Immediately return to Three Immortals Island. Reward. High-grade innate spiritual treasure, 5 mountains divine seal. Choice 3. Proceed to White Deer Island in search of the three masters and return to Three Immortals Island together. Reward. Foundation cultivation of 500 years. Formation proficiency of 100. Upon seeing the task prompt, Bai Yun promptly rises and heads towards White Deer Island, contemplating the situation. Having killed Earthwalker's son, it is certain that Nezha and the others will track him down here. Thus staying is undoubtedly unsafe. As for Three Immortals Island, it is likely still surrounded by Taiyi Zhenren and his associates. Returning there would be akin to walking into a trap. Only heading to White Deer Island to seek the three masters guarantees safety. Bai Yun is familiar with White Deer Island, a volcanic isle where the 10 lords and other disciples of the often practice formations. The island lacks any disciples of the, and its expansive terrain, brimming with spiritual energy, is ideal for the rehearsal of large-scale formations. Cautiously navigating his path, Bai Yun evades the pursuit of the Chan sect disciples as he soars towards White Deer Island. Meanwhile, Nezha and his companions have learned of Earthwalker's son's tragic demise, each one gasping in disbelief. This is terrible. Earthwalker's son's soul token has shattered. Wei Hu, with a face as pale as death, approaches Nezha and the others, his expression wrought with shock. The shattering of a soul token signifies the dispersal of a being's soul. In other words, Earthwalker's son has perished at sea. What? Earthwalker's son was searching for Bai Yun in the north. How could he possibly be dead? Nezha bellows, disregarding Wei Hu's identity. Only upon seeing the shattered soul token of Earthwalker's son does he reluctantly accept the grim reality. At this moment, Nezha's fury transforms into hatred as he grits his teeth and declares, "It must be Bai Yun. He evaded our ambush and led the disciples to slay Earthwalker's son." One must admit that Nezha is indeed quite self-assured, believing that Bai Yun is no match for Tu Xing's son, and thus hastily concludes that the disciples of the Jie Jiao have assisted Bai Yun in slaying Tu Xing Sunday. Upon hearing the news, the second-generation disciples of the Chan Jiao are left in utter astonishment at the demise of Tu Xing Sunday. Could it be that our covert infiltration has been exposed? The immediate reaction of Taiyi Zhenren is not to seek vengeance for Tu Xing's son, but rather to worry for his own safety. After months of arduous searching at sea, not only have they failed to find a single hair of Bai Yun, but now they have also lost Tu Xing Sunday. Taiyi Xixiao, it is indeed likely that Bai Yun is incapable of such a feat. He could never have slain Tu Xing Sunday. It must have been the work of the Jie Jiao's second-generation disciples, Huang Long Zhenren remarks, frowning, his apprehension towards the Jie Jiao's disciples palpable. It is well known that the strength of the Jie Jiao's members is formidable, and in a true confrontation, they would be utterly defenseless. You speak wisely, Huang Long Shitty. Let us withdraw for now and observe the movements of the Jie Jiao before we seek an opportunity to eliminate Bai Yun. Taiyi Zhenren hastily suggests, warily scanning his surroundings, clearly filled with trepidation. Having previously slain Shi Jinyang, he is now understandably fearful of potential retaliation from the Jie Jiao and dares not linger. Master, are we to let this go? Tu Xing's son Xixiang was slain by the Jie Jiao. Nezha bellows, showing no restraint in front of his master. However, Taiyi Zhenren pays him no heed. He will not risk himself for the sake of a single disciple, understanding all too well the adage. The death of a friend does not mean the death of the Taoist. In Chapter 25, The Provocations of Zhao Jiang, the Earth Fiend Array Master, Nezha, full of bravado, appears unrestrained outside the Jiao's Golden Turtle Island. Taiyi Zhenren shakes his head inwardly and states, Tu Xing's son cannot have died in vain. We shall temporarily retreat and return to exact our vengeance against Biyun once we discern the prevailing winds. Taiyi Zhenren fears being ensnared by the Jiejiao. Thus he must retreat in disarray while attempting to save face. The Jiejiao disciples are the most shameless. Should they discover us, they would surely employ overwhelming numbers, leaving us at a disadvantage. Huanglong Zhenren is equally shameless, as it is they who conspired to ambush the junior Biyun yet accuse the Jiejiao of cowardice for their numerical superiority, which is utterly ludicrous. Nezha is reluctant to depart, but seeing his companions ascend the clouds, he has no choice but to follow. Little does Biyun anticipate that the death of Tu Xing's son would not incite retribution from the Chanjiao, but instead intimidate these cowards into retreat. At this moment, Biyun has arrived at White Deer Island, where numerous Jiejiao disciples are engaged in array training. The 10 heavenly lords and the 3 celestial maidens are present. The 3 celestial maidens have set up the 9 curves yellow river array, while the 10 heavenly lords have arranged the 10 absolute array. Upon noticing Biyun's arrival, the 3 celestial maidens step out from the grand formation to greet him. My dear disciple, what brings you here? The enchanting fairy Bixiao gracefully approached Biyun, her bare feet gliding softly against the ground, adorned in a diaphanous white garment that modestly concealed only what was necessary, revealing her exquisite figure before Biyun's gaze. Inwardly, Biyun marveled at his master's beauty, struggling to divert his eyes, and spoke. Disciple ventured outside for some respite from the frustrations of solitary cultivation, only to serendipitously encounter the 3 esteemed masters practicing their formations here. Fairy Bixiao, with her naturally sweet and pure appearance, appeared even more captivating in her simple attire, evoking a sense of yearning within Biyun. Observing his reaction, she approached him playfully, linking her arm with his and giving him a gentle squeeze. Meanwhile, Fairy Yunxiao emerged from the grand formation, playfully chiding, Third sister, you always act so informally in front of our disciple. Such behavior is unbecoming. At her words, Biyun reluctantly extricated himself from the enchanting embrace of his beautiful master and stood aside, bowing respectfully. Fairy Qiongxiao smiled and said, Biyun, my dear disciple, we, along with your esteemed uncles, are currently studying a formation. You are most welcome to join us. You may glean some valuable insights. Naturally, Biyun could not refuse this opportunity to observe his elders at work, for it was an excellent chance to learn. Disciple complies, he replied. Led by the 3 fairies, Biyun soon beheld another grand formation behind the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, which was indeed laid out by the 10 heavenly sovereigns. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation and a proficiency of 100 in formations has been credited. Please check promptly. Biyun received the system notification, a surge of joy swelling within him, though he maintained an impassive facade, setting aside the reward for the moment to follow his master's lead. Fairy Yunxiao elucidated, Disciple. The first formation of the 10 absolute formations is named the Heavenly Absolute Formation, crafted by your uncle Qin Wan. Its power is immeasurable, so one must tread carefully upon entering. As she spoke, the 4 of them ascended on clouds into the grand formation. Inside, the 3 talents were inverted, the 5 elements intertwined, and profound mysteries lay hidden within. A cultivator's voice resonated. Heaven and earth turn the talented upside down. The profound calculations often bring strife. Immortals tread on the road of no return, while mortals in the formation are turned to ash. Biyun, drawn by the voice, turned to see a figure riding a spotted deer, emerging from the formation. It was indeed Qin Wan. He was resplendent, adorned with a lotus crown, clad in a crimson garment embroidered with white cranes, and wielding a 4-edged golden mace, subtly carrying the mysterious rope of celestial capture. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Traversing the 3 mountains, wandering the 5 peaks, concocting elixirs on Golden AOL Island, only because worries and desires keep one from enjoying the pleasures of the immortal realm. As the figure approached, bowing on his deer, he greeted with a smile, To my 3 esteemed sisters, today I express my gratitude for your guidance. My heavenly absolute formation now possesses even greater power than before. And this young man beside you must be the esteemed disciple Biyun, am I correct? Upon being addressed, Biyun bowed respectfully in return, saying, Disciple Biyun humbly pays his respects to the honored uncle, wishing you unparalleled mastery of the formation and boundless Tao. Qin Wan erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly delighted. He dismounted from the spotted deer and approached with measured steps, nodding as he spoke. No wonder Master holds you in such high regard. Not only is your talent unparalleled, but your words also resonate deeply with me. My 3 senior sisters have indeed acquired an exceptional disciple. Upon receiving such praise, the expressions of the 3 celestial maidens brightened with joy. Yin Xiao Fairy remarked, Junior Brother Qin's heavenly absolute formation is formidable. It would be beneficial for Biyun to accompany us and witness its intricacies, allowing her to gauge the prowess of our formation path. Hearing this flattering acknowledgement, Qin Wan's face lit up with pride. He deliberately showcased, since my senior sister has spoken, I shall certainly comply. Riding back into the formation atop the spotted deer, he wielded his sword, and instantly, the grand array began to operate. In that moment, an infinite array of profound mysteries emerged, the 4 symbols and 5 elements interchanged, blurring the lines of life and death within the formation, obscuring the comprehension of heaven and earth. It was as if the very fabric of the universe was collapsing, leaving no escape. A grayish haze enveloped the scene. A chilling aura of slaughter permeated the air, while the stars and moon concealed their brilliance, making the paths of gods and demons treacherous. As Qin Wan demonstrated the formation, Biyun observed intently from beginning to end and surprisingly discerned its underlying principles, even identifying the method to break the array in such a brief time. Could it be that my proficiency with formations is coming into play? Previously, I had no experience in this field, Biyun mused, marveling at her own insight. Although the 10 Heavenly Lords formation was not exceptionally powerful, it could easily vanquish the 12 golden immortals of Yushu. It was only later that the lantern lighting teacher, by sacrificing 10 companions, ultimately succeeded in dismantling the 10 absolute formation. Had it not been for this, it is likely that the deputy master would have hesitated to enter the array, underscoring the formidable nature of the 10 absolute formation. Yet, Biyun had grasped the formation's secret after just one viewing and felt confident in her ability to dismantle it, which was indeed astonishing. Uncle's formation is truly impressive. I am in awe, Biyun humbly remarked, realizing that it would be inappropriate to claim she could easily dismantle the formation in front of her uncle. After all, Qin Wan bore no ill will towards Biyun and displayed a demeanor of mentoring the younger generation, leaving her no reason to create discomfort at that moment. Haha, my niece possesses extraordinary talent. As long as she devotes herself to her cultivation, her future achievements will surely surpass mine, Qin Wan said, revealing a certain wisdom in his words that made the smiles of the 3 celestial maidens and Biyun shine even brighter. As they exited the heavenly absolute formation, the other 9 heavenly lords approached them. Under the introduction of the 3 celestial maidens, Biyun greeted each one. One of them said, I have long heard of your remarkable talents, esteemed niece, and how much the master values you. Now, I, Zhao Jiang, possess a ground-searing formation. I wonder if you would dare to enter and test your skills? Though Zhao Jiang appeared affable, he was, in fact, intent on making things difficult for Biyun. It turned out that Zhao Jiang harbored feelings for the fire spirit Saintess, and upon hearing from Hulei that the Saintess had shown a covert interest in Biyun, he felt resentment. Encountering Biyun now, he could not help but wish to put her in a difficult position. Such behavior among peers was unbecoming, especially considering Zhao Jiang was an elder. Regrettably, we find ourselves amidst the calamity of the divine tribulation, and Zhao Jiang is indeed a person destined to face this trial. Under the encroaching influence of calamity, he has long been ensnared in a web of confusion, his heart wholly shrouded by carnal desires. Zhao Jiang gazes defiantly at Biyun, his provocations unmistakably apparent. Chapter 26. Master Uncle, have you not eaten enough? Why do you seem so feeble? Biyun was taken aback that, in the presence of his 3 masters, Zhao Jiang dared to challenge him. It is no wonder that Zhao Jiang, possessing such commendable looks, remains infatuated with the fire spirit matriarch. Adorned in a jade crown, with a hint of crimson, and in an emerald robe, he appeared like a cluster of blooming flowers. His silk ribbons danced as if embodying the cosmos, as he treaded lightly upon clouds. The Taiyi sword revealed the 7 stars, vanquishing dragons and tigers, slaying demons and spirits. The true spiritual masters within 9 Dragons Island sought to achieve great merit alongside Cheng Tang. Biyun was aware of Zhao Jiang's formidable nature, yet, having just discerned the heavenly absolute formation, he felt no concern for the infernal fury formation. While Biyun hesitated, the golden light matriarch interjected with a smile. Dao brother. After all, Biyun is but a junior. This just may have gone too far. The Golden Light matriarch intended to smooth over the situation, shielding Biyun from further embarrassment. In her view, Biyun, as a junior, might struggle against Zhao Zhang's formations, and any misstep could pose a dilemma for the 10 heavenly lords concerning the 3 celestial maidens. As the sole female among the 10 heavenly lords, her bond with the 3 celestial maidens was particularly strong, prompting her to intervene to alleviate the tension. At that moment, Biyun received a notification from the system and hurriedly examined it. Zhao Zhang's provocation, option 1. Remain silent, allowing the Golden Light matriarch to mediate the situation, refraining from involvement entirely. Reward, a random low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Option 2. Step forward and concede to Zhao Jiang, stating, Master Uncle's accomplishments surpass all, and your formations are unrivaled. I, as a disciple, am truly unworthy. Reward, a random mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Option 3. Step forward and passionately declare, though I am lacking, I possess some knowledge of formations and would be honored to spar with you, Master Uncle. Please bestow your guidance. Reward, 500 years of foundational cultivation and a mastery level of 100 in basic formations. Upon reviewing the task, Biyun refrained from an immediate selection, opting instead for a moment of introspection. Should he choose the first option and remain silent, the incident might eventually pass. However, this would solidify his reputation as a timid mouse. Zhao Jiang would undoubtedly exploit this to tarnish Biyun's name, thus winning favor with the Fire Spirit matriarch. The second option bore similar risks. Additionally, striking a single blow may prevent 100 retaliations. If Biyun were to concede this time, he could find himself beset by even greater troubles in the future. He understood this principle. Everyone desires to squeeze a soft persimmon. Although Biyun had always been cautious, his caution was not born from cowardice in the face of adversity, but rather from a proactive desire to avoid danger. Now that evasion was no longer an option, Biyun resolved not to retreat. To offend Zhao Jiang is of no consequence to Biyun, for he is now a formidable figure at the Fengshen realm, and there is little to fear. After careful analysis, Biyun has devised his own strategy. Observing that the 3 Xiaos and several other heavenly lords were about to provide him an opportunity to retreat, Biyun hastily proclaimed with fervor, though I am unworthy, I possess some proficiency in formations and wish to engage my esteemed uncle in a friendly exchange. I humbly request your guidance. The crowd was taken aback by Biyun's audacity. They had not anticipated that a 3rd-generation disciple would dare to challenge one of the 10 heavenly lords among the 2nd-generation disciples. It is well known that although the 10 heavenly lords are not core disciples of the 2nd generation, their prowess and reputation are formidable. Comparatively, they are not far behind figures such as the Plague Emperor Liu and the Flame Immortal Luo Xian. As the crowd marveled at this unexpected turn of events, Zhao Jiang sneered, Indeed, my junior possesses remarkable courage. Let us see how you fare within my grand formation. Zhao Jiang held Biyun in contempt, convinced that once Biyun entered the formation, he would suffer a humiliating defeat. A mere 3rd-generation disciple dared to act recklessly before him. Today, he would learn the harsh realities of the world. Riding a fierce tiger, Zhao Jiang positioned himself at the center of the earthly flame formation. He grasped the 5-directional banner, awaiting Biyun's entry, ready to unleash boundless true fire that could rend the heavens and split the earth. Biyun, undeterred by the crowd's concerns, strode boldly into the formation. This sight alarmed Bai Xiao, who wore a worried expression and implored, Sister, if you do not intervene, our disciple shall surely come to harm. Bai Xiao, being the gentlest of them all and having a particular fondness for Biyun, feared for his safety. The other heavenly lords glanced at Yin Xiao, knowing that if the disciple were harmed, it would reflect poorly on her. However, Yin Xiao merely smiled serenely and replied, Zhao, my junior, is well aware of his limits and would not harm Biyun. Moreover, Biyun is a cloud of spiritual essence, adept at transformation, formless and intangible. He should possess some means to counter Zhao's earthly flame formation. Yun Xiao did not explicitly state it, but she had already discerned that Biyun had attained the Fengshen realm, while Zhao Jiang was merely at the same level. Thus, he was not significantly superior. Furthermore, Yun Xiao understood that Biyun practiced the 8-9 profound art, a technique that emphasizes physical prowess. In her view, even if Biyun were to face defeat against Zhao Jiang, he would likely emerge unscathed. As the onlookers grew increasingly anxious, Biyun confidently entered the earthly flame formation. Noticing that Biyun did not employ any spiritual treasures or divine powers, appearing wholly unconcerned, Zhao Jiang felt an uncontainable rage ignite within him. Perceiving it as a grave insult, young Biyun, your arrogance shall be your undoing, and I will ensure you recognize my might. Zhao Zhang's fury surged from within. Igniting a malevolent resolve, he vigorously shook the five directions banner, and in an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Clouds swirling and smoke billowing as an inferno surged from all directions, intent on reducing Biyun to ashes. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, each one exclaiming, "Zhao, please show mercy." The terrifying force left even the second-generation disciples in shock, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. Even the celestial maiden of clouds, usually composed, felt a pang of regret for allowing Biyun such audacity. Ha ha ha, young Biyun, do you now comprehend my might? Zhao Jiang, blinded by rage, cared little for camaraderie. Consumed by a desire for unrestrained satisfaction, oblivious to the consequences. Yet, amidst the searing flames, a voice of disdain emerged. "Uncle Zhao, have you not had your fill today? Your strikes are so feeble. I ought to thank you for your leniency." Bai Yun's demeanor exuded an effortless grace, prompting Zhao Jiang to fix his gaze upon him. To his astonishment, Bai Yun radiated a brilliant golden light, embodying the indestructible golden body from the 9 transformations mystical arts. This technique emphasized the cultivation of the physical body, rendering Zhao Jiang powerless against Bai Yun, even if he stood motionless. The ferocious flames, potent enough to scorch mountains and boil seas, could not singe a single hair on Bai Yun's head. Zhao Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the 3 celestial maidens, who had previously expressed concern, now found themselves exhilarated, their faces alight with astonishment. In the midst of the earthly inferno array, boundless flames raged, instilling fear even in the second-generation disciples of the sect of the intercepting teachings. Yet Bai Yun remained unfazed, as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. "How is this possible?" Zhao Jiang exclaimed, his expression one of sheer horror. He fervently shook the 5 directions banner, and the divine flames transformed into violet fire, unleashing immense heat that rent the sky. Bai Yun strode forward, mocking. "It seems your grand array is nothing extraordinary. Though I am no master of formations, I could dismantle your trivial array with a mere gesture." His derisive words struck Zhao Jiang like a slap to the face, inciting an uproar. The 5 directions banner flapped violently, but Zhao Jiang, drenched in sweat, found himself overshadowed by Bai Yun's nonchalant demeanor, utterly unaffected by the chaos around him. With the indestructible golden body shielding him, Bai Yun stood invincible. Observing discreetly, Bai Yun quickly discerned the array's critical elements. The earthly inferno array, aligned with the fire element and positioned in the south, took the form of the vermilion bird. Grasping the strengths and weaknesses of the array, he unraveled its mysteries. The spectators outside the array were filled with awe, with the golden light Holy Mother exclaiming, "Indeed, my sister's disciple is exceptional. This golden body is impervious to blades and fire, rendering him invulnerable, as one of the 10 heavenly sovereigns." The golden light Holy Mother understood the formidable power of the earthly inferno array, igniting her interest in Bai Yun even further. Among the disciples of the Jiejiao's 3 generations, there are few who can withstand the earthly flame formation. Such an exceptional talent naturally piqued the interest of the Holy Mother of Golden Light, whose enchanting gaze began to scrutinize Bai Yun. "Sister, you flatter me. Although I am protected by the profound 8-9 mysterious art passed down from my esteemed master, breaching the formation is no simple feat." The words of the celestial maiden of cloudy skies somewhat assuaged the heart of the 10 heavenly monarch, for the formation relies on transformation, its intricacies boundless. A robust body may evade harm, yet that does not equate to the ability to shatter the formation. The celestial maiden was merely preserving everyone's dignity, a fact the 10 heavenly monarch fully comprehended. However, before their smiles could fade, a resounding echo erupted from within the formation. Boom! Bai Yun clenched his fist and unleashed a barrage of golden fist shadows in all directions. The technique appeared chaotic and devoid of any subtlety, and the golden punches struck the formation without inflicting any damage on its foundation. "Bai Yun, your arrogance is astounding. You think you can dismantle my formation with mere physical prowess? I am eager to witness your capabilities," Zhao Jiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. If even a mere 3rd-generation disciple could effortlessly breach his formation, how could Zhao Jiang maintain his standing within the Jiejiao? Regrettably for Zhao Jiang, Bai Yun offered him no courtesy. As soon as Zhao Jiang's words fell, the entire formation began to tremble violently. Boom! The golden light emanating from Bai Yun surged forth as he delivered another punch, instantly shattering the earthly flame formation into fragments. The platform beneath Zhao Jiang crumbled, and he suffered a backlash from the formation, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Splutter! Zhao Jiang tumbled from his mount, his once orderly hair now disheveled. coupled with bloodstains on his chest and dirt covering his body, presenting a most pitiful sight. Biyun, having broken the earthly flame formation, humbly smiled before the onlookers, saying, "Indeed, Uncle Master, your formation is formidable. I have learned much." This remark left Zhao Jiang seething, causing him to faint from the sheer indignation. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Zhao Jiang had previously exerted himself to the utmost, leaving no room for error. Had it been a slightly weaker third-generation disciple, they might have been reduced to ashes. Thus, in light of Zhao Jiang's defeat, the 10 Heavenly Monarch found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, the 3 Skies Maidens hastily apologized and administered a life-restoring elixir to Zhao Jiang. The 4 of them then departed by Lu Island on their clouds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, and a proficiency of 100 in basic formation techniques has been credited. Please check promptly. With the earthly flame formation dismantled, Biyun's reward arrived instantaneously, filling his heart with secret delight. Along the way, the Celestial Maiden of Baishao and the Celestial Maiden of Qiongshao were overjoyed, showering Biyun with compliments. Their beautiful eyes continuously fixed upon him. Clearly, they cherished having such a formidable disciple. 2 ethereal masters accompanied Biyun, who inhaled the gentle warmth of the fragrant air, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Biyun, you have already been maligned on Golden Ao Island. Henceforth, you must refrain from such ostentation, spoke the celestial fairy Yun Xiao in a solemn tone. She discerned Biyun's unparalleled talent. With proper growth, he was destined for greatness. However, the primordial realm was never devoid of prodigies, yet those who truly flourished were few and far between. Take, for instance, the ancient demon emperors such as Dijun, Taiyi, and Kuanping, as well as the progenitor of earth immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, each one a being of innate sanctity. Yet, they too now cower in obscurity, too timid to flaunt their prowess, with some having already turned to mere ashes. Without achieving sanctity, one remains akin to an ant. Yun Xiao understood this profound truth. Your teachings are duly noted, Master. I shall exercise utmost caution henceforth, Biyun hastily assured, acknowledging that he might have overstepped today. While defeating Zhao Jiang had been momentarily gratifying, it might have inadvertently offended the 10 heavenly lords, who held considerable sway within the Jia sect, forging extensive alliances and wielding immense influence. Should they turn against him, the ramifications could be significant, potentially jeopardizing the standing of his 3 masters within the sect. The system's prior prompt had only indicated a contest with Zhao Jiang, without suggesting he breached the formation directly. With a keen awareness of the precarious nature of survival, Biyun reflected on the impact of his actions. A fleeting contest of pride, while pleasurable, could yield dire consequences, perhaps even allowing the hidden forces of destiny to exploit the situation and exert a far greater influence upon him. He must endure. Confrontation was not in his nature. Biyun repeatedly reminded himself as the 4 disciples swiftly returned to their abode. Meanwhile, on White Deer Island, the 10 heavenly lords escorted Zhao Jiang back to Golden Ao Island. After consuming a golden elixir, Zhao Jiang soon regained consciousness. Yet he was too embarrassed to face his comrades, choosing to feign unconsciousness. Overwhelmed by the presence of his brothers nearby, he felt an intense shame that prevented him from awakening. The Golden Light Saintess addressed the assembly. Esteemed brothers, Zhao Shixiang requires rest after taking the elixir. Let us return to our own affairs for now. The others, understanding her intent, rose and departed, leaving Zhao Jiang to recuperate alone. Only after the others had left did Zhao Jiang, filled with indignation, finally open his eyes. How is it possible that a mere child, Biyun, a mere 3rd-generation disciple, could have shattered my earthly fiery formation? Could he truly possess extraordinary talent and unparalleled gifts? Zhao Jiang gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury, embodying the essence of vengeance. This matter could not be left unresolved. Both Hu Lei and Yu Yuan harbored grudges against Biyun, and with that irate celestial steed Yuan. Once I confer with them, we shall ensure that Biyun pays dearly. Zhao Jiang had already lost himself, consumed by a singular desire for revenge, forgetting the very essence of cultivating as a practitioner. In stark contrast, Biyun remained unaffected. He understood the path of survival, extricating himself from calamity, and diligently continued to cultivate within the sanctuary, swiftly enhancing his own strength. Chapter 28. The Journey to Golden Tortoise Island on the 3 Immortals Island. The grand formation was now sealed, and the faces of the 3 celestial maidens were adorned with joy. They had not anticipated that their disciple possessed such remarkable skill in the art of formations, truly a gem hidden in dust. The celestial maiden of the clouds smiled as she regarded Biyun, her fondness for him growing with each glance. While she had been strict and demanding towards him in public, her demeanor softened in their private sanctuary. Excessive flamboyance could indeed invite calamity, especially amidst the turmoil of the divine punishment, where even the great Luo golden immortals had to tread cautiously, and none dared to be complacent. Dear sister, Biyun's innate talent is commendable. Why not impart to him our 9 curves yellow river formation? Let him study it diligently. He may prove to be a significant asset in the future, proposed the celestial maiden of Jade. Known for her serene disposition, she now openly praised Biyun. Biyun felt a surge of joy. His 3 masters were indeed benevolent towards him. The eldest master was composed and wise, the second master was aloof and regal, while the third master was charming and delightful, each excelling in their unique ways. The 3 sisters produced a jade slip containing their insights and experiences in the study of formations accumulated over the years. Disciple, take this jade slip and practice diligently. The 9 curves yellow river formation within holds formidable power. Do not deploy it lightly unless absolutely necessary, cautioned the celestial maiden of the clouds, her genuine concern for Biyun evident. Fearing he might be consumed by the impending tribulations. Touched, Biyun hastily accepted the jade slip, his fingers brushing against the delicate hand of the celestial maiden. A wave of warmth and gentleness enveloping him. Thank you, master. I understand the gravity of this responsibility. He replied. The celestial maiden continued, Biyun. Your cultivation progresses at an astonishing rate. Once you surpass the realm of Xian Immortal, you will enter the realm of Golden Immortal. At that pivotal moment, when you transcend into the Golden Immortal realm, you will gather the 5 vital energies within your being. This is a crucial juncture for a cultivator, a time when the gates to enlightenment swing wide open, and you must remain vigilant. She had discerned that Biyun had already attained the Xian Immortal realm, a remarkable feat considering he had arrived at Golden Tortoise Island merely as a celestial immortal. In such a brief span, his cultivation had surged to such terrifying heights, a pace truly unprecedented. The celestial maidens, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, exchanged astonished glances at Biyun's rapid advancement. Has this young man truly broken through so swiftly? While others toil for millennia to ascend a minor realm, you have accomplished several significant breakthroughs in mere months. Biyun reveled in the admiration of his masters. He acknowledged his own human flaws, his avarice and attraction to beauty. Who could resist the allure of companionship and the desire to shine before others? After an engaging discussion, the 4 parted ways to pursue their respective cultivation. Reluctantly, Biyun returned to his own cave dwelling, devoid of the opulence of his master's abodes. Yet the absence of their company weighed heavily on him. With distractions set aside, Biyun began to reflect on recent events. He had undoubtedly offended Zhao Jiang gravely, and with Hu Lei's temperament, he was certain this matter was linked to him. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to eliminate him. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Biyun's eyes, now that he had reached the Xian Immortal realm. Extinguishing Emir Hu Lei would be but a fleeting moment's effort. 10 days later, Jun feared that Zhao Zhang's influence might cast a negative light upon him. Yet he remained indifferent to such expendable pawns. Biyun, in silent contemplation, surmised that his ability to effortlessly penetrate the earthly fury array was undoubtedly due to his proficiency in formations. His mastery had now risen to an impressive 300 points. A remarkable achievement indeed. The chapter remains unfinished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. Previously, his proficiency was perhaps at a mere 0, having never systematically studied the art of formations. Now, with this foundational proficiency of 300 points, he could dismantle the earthly fury array, and with further practice, he might ascend to the status of a master in this field. Biyun delighted in such thoughts, for possessing a unique advantage granted him considerable latitude in his endeavors. Whether in cultivation, alchemy, or artifact forging, he anticipated great accomplishments ahead. First, he would absorb 500 years of cultivation, and thereafter, delve into the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation. Perhaps he could indeed establish it. Biyun seated himself cross-legged, embarking on earnest cultivation. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chan sect, who had traversed vast distances to eliminate Biyun, returned empty-handed. Nezha, feeling agitated, returned to Qintang Pass, while the others retreated to Yushu Mountain. Upon learning of his disciples' demise, Zhu Lusun wept bitterly. Alas, my fellow Taoist, this tragedy is the result of Biyun's transgressions. He shall inevitably face retribution, and we shall avenge our fallen comrade, the earthly sun. Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed with resentment, lamenting how they had pursued Biyun, only to find themselves on the receiving end of blame. One must admit, Taiyi Zhenren was indeed formidable. My disciple, lacking in skill, has met with an untimely end. He cannot die in vain. Zhu Liusuan's eyes blazed with fury, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He had initially taken the earthly son as a disciple to shield himself from calamities, yet now, with the impending catastrophe of the Fengshen calamity looming, the earthly son's demise only heightened Zhu Liusuan's concerns for his own safety. Regarding his disciple's death, he felt little sorrow, as he was merely a tool for averting disasters. And his grief was but a pretense. The 12 golden immortals of Yushu were present, and upon witnessing the slaughter of their third-generation disciples, one among them declared, "Our Chan sect disciples are of the saintly lineage. How can they be so casually slain? How dare that insignificant Biyun kill one of our own? What will become of our sect's dignity?" This speaker was none other than Guang Qingzi, the leader of the 12 golden immortals. His words rang with righteous indignation, and the others echoed his sentiments. "You speak wisely, my fellow Taoist. This matter cannot be overlooked." Taiyi Zhenren, undeterred by the turmoil, was resolute in his desire to eradicate the youth, Biyun. When Biyun left Skull Mountain, he was merely at the earthly immortal stage. Now, he had the capability to slay the earthly sun. What a terrifying potential. Should Biyun continue to progress, he might one day pose a genuine threat to their safety. "Let us strike at Golden Ao Island and demand that the GS sect surrender Biyun." Suddenly, Zhu Liusuan proposed a cunning scheme. He had a moment of inspiration. If he were to eliminate a few more disciples of the list on the investiture of the gods would be filled, thus potentially bringing the calamity to an early conclusion, ensuring his own safety. However, with the formidable strength of the 12 golden immortals it would be sheer folly to assault Jinao Island. They would not even need the intervention of the Tongtian. Those 12 golden immortals would be unable to breach the mountain gates of Jinao Island. Though they boasted loudly, not one dared to actually set foot on Jinao Island. Their clamorous declarations eventually fizzled into nothingness. Clearly, while the 12 golden immortals were formidable in their threats, when it came down to action, none were willing to bear the weight of responsibility. The death of Tu Xing's son did not even stir a ripple. Even his master remained indifferent. So how could anyone else risk themselves for him? Meanwhile, on Sanxian Island, Biyun was immersed in study, his hands aglow with ethereal light. After analyzing the grand formation presented by the Sanxiao fairies, he had made significant progress and was currently arranging the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Chapter 29, Superior Quality Pre-Heaven Spirit Treasure, the 9-grade Flame Golden Lotus. The 9 curves Yellow River formation possesses extraordinary power, and Biyun's dedicated research aimed to master this intricate array. This formation embodies the essence of the 3 talents, encompassing the marvels of heaven and earth. Mortals entering the formation are swiftly reduced to ashes, while deities find their powers dissipating within. It is aptly described. The array aligns with the cosmos. The force positions like the Yellow River. Chilling winds invade, while black mists shroud the sun and moon. Floating and drifting, elusive and obscure. The ominous aura ascends to the heavens, darkening the earth below. It consumes souls and extinguishes spirits, rendering a millennium of cultivation mere illusions. It drains vitality and spirit. Even if one escapes the tribulations, they ultimately lose their footing. Through his research, Biyun had indeed grasped some of the essence of the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Yet he still lacked a certain refinement to fully master it, to achieve a state of seamless integration and singular focus. Should he deploy this formation in the future, it would surely become a formidable weapon. With satisfaction, Biyun put away the formation when suddenly a voice called out from outside the cave. It was none other than the Fire Spirit Holy Mother. Is Biyun within the cave? The Fire Spirit Holy Mother, adorned in a dress of delicate floral patterns, with a 7-foot red ribbon at her waist, her bare feet and fair, long legs gliding through the clouds, approached gracefully. Biyun rose to greet her, opening the cave door wide. "Fire Spirit Sister, I have missed you dearly over these past days. I had yet to pay you a visit, yet you have come to see me first." Biyun laughed heartily, feeling at ease in the presence of the Fire Spirit Holy Mother, devoid of the restraint he often felt around the Sanxiao fairies, allowing his words to flow more freely. "Oh, how much have you missed your sister then?" The Fire Spirit Holy Mother swayed lightly, her waist twisting, her delicate face blooming with spring-like radiance. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Biyun as she broke into a smile. Biyun, captivated by the rare beauty before him, initially sought to gain an advantage, only to find that his sister was even more playful than he anticipated. The Fire Spirit Holy Mother, reveling in their banter, found great joy in the exchange. Cultivators often spent prolonged periods in solitude within their caves, seldom experiencing moments of relaxation and merriment. In the presence of her master, the Sacred Mother of Fire exhibited utmost reverence and caution, while before her disciples, she maintained a dignified and imposing demeanor. It was rare for her to encounter a junior like Biyun, who was not only handsome but also deeply favored by her. Thus, she was inclined to foster a closer bond with him. Their playful banter resembled that of celestial partners, and their mutual affection steadily grew. Today, she intended to express her gratitude to her junior. Previously, Zhao Jiang had persistently pestered her, devoid of any decorum befitting a senior. She was well aware of his cunning nature, and now that he had been taught a lesson by her junior, it brought her great delight. The Sacred Mother of Fire smiled as she picked up a mountain apricot and savored it. Biyun remarked, "Sister, your beauty is unparalleled and captivating. I can hardly bear to look away." It is no wonder Zhao Jiang was enchanted by your charm, flattered by Biyun's praise. The Sacred Mother of Fire's joy only intensified. "Do you truly see me as such a beauty?" she inquired, causing Biyun to falter slightly under her gaze. Their laughter resonated in the air when the Sacred Mother of Fire suddenly brightened, her expression radiant with excitement. "Junior, I have an impulse. A sense that there is a fortuitous encounter awaiting me to the east. Would you accompany me to explore?" For cultivators, such spontaneous urges often resemble the sixth sense or the arrival of fortuitous blessings, typically heralding good fortune. Instinctively, they sought to embrace auspiciousness while avoiding peril. Upon hearing her invitation, Biyun smiled and replied, "Since it is your request, I shall gladly accompany you at the cost of my life." The two departed from their cave dwelling, ascending on clouds as they sped toward the eastern horizon. Following the Sacred Mother's intuition, they swiftly traversed the skies until they reached the tranquil expanse above the East Sea. However, no sign of any fortuitous event was apparent. "Sister, it must lie at the ocean's depths. Let us hasten to investigate." The Sacred Mother of Fire felt her intuition grow increasingly precise upon arrival. They dove beneath the waves, where the East Sea was unfathomably deep, riddled with numerous trenches, whirlpools, and countless formidable beasts lurking within. Deep within the ocean, the dragon clan lay in wait, patrolling their dominion as sovereigns of the seas. Employing her invisibility technique, the Sacred Mother of Fire led them past various inspections, making their way toward the ocean floor. Soon, a trench began to radiate with brilliant hues, igniting their excitement. "Indeed, there is treasure. It appears my fortunate moment has arrived," Biyun exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the dazzling light emanating from the depths of the trench. Were it not for the vast ocean's embrace, it might have soared to the heavens in a frenzy. The Sacred Mother of Fire hastily approached to investigate, discovering that the depths were illuminated by resplendent flames, causing the once cold and heavy seawater to churn violently, boiling with intensity. As a being of primordial fire, her heart soared at the sight of such a flame-imbued treasure emerging. "Junior, look. This treasure seems extraordinary. Even the immensely heavy currents of the deep sea can be boiled, which speaks volumes of its power." As the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit mentioned, in the depths of the ocean, the pressure is immense, and the currents below have become as heavy as steel, with temperatures plummeting to frigid levels. Yet, even under such conditions, the spiritual treasure can boil the seawater merely by harnessing its released power, which is indeed a formidable feat. "Sister, quickly retrieve the treasure," Biyun urged eagerly, prompting the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit to soar downwards without hesitation. The pressure in the ocean trench was even greater, and even a cultivator of her caliber, a golden immortal, felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon her. She managed to approach the formation just in time. As the spiritual treasure was on the verge of emergence, boom, an endless blaze illuminated the surroundings, transforming the entire trench into a radiant spectacle. The innate protective array automatically dispersed, revealing a flame lotus refining itself, suspended amidst the seawater. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit beckoned, and the fiery lotus flew into her grasp. It was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 9th-rank flame golden lotus. With this precious artifact in her possession, her smile radiated even more brilliantly. The 9th-rank flame golden lotus resonated perfectly with her innate attributes, amplifying its formidable power. Moreover, being a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was exceedingly rare and valuable. "Congratulations, sister. This treasure is extraordinary and rightfully belongs to you," Biyun exclaimed, celebrating the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's good fortune. Previously, she possessed only one high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Mist Crown. Now, with the addition of the 9th-rank Flame Golden Lotus, she was well equipped for both offense and defense, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Naturally, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was overjoyed, Once she refined the 9th-rank flame golden lotus and combined it with her defensive treasure, the golden mist crown, she would undoubtedly become invincible among her peers. However, as the two reveled in their triumph, a shadowy figure suddenly lunged from the dark depths of the trench. Boom! The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was caught off guard and sent flying. The tremendous impact causing her to spout blood, her body spiraling out of control. Biyun rushed forward, catching her in his arms. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Sister, are you all right?" The shadow struck and then retreated, vanishing back into the depths of the ocean. Clearly an exceptionally powerful beast, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit lay weakly in Biyun's embrace, having been utterly unprepared for the attack, her injuries severe. Resting her head on his shoulder, she felt incredibly feeble. "I'm fine. We must leave quickly," she urged, mustering the strength to rise, only to be gently restrained by Biyun. He held her tightly and produced a healing golden elixir for her to consume. Meanwhile, the dark beast surged towards them once more, its speed astonishing and its power formidable. "Junior brother, flee. Don't worry about me." The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, concerned for Biyun's safety, struggled to rise and confront the beast. Chapter 30. Nezha stirring up the sea? A trap for Nezha. Boom. Yet, Biyun did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he boldly stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. The shadow, originally charging towards them, found itself unable to evade in time. Splash! With a powerful punch, Biyun shattered the monstrous beast, sending an overwhelming spray of blood into the surrounding waters, tainting the sea with a metallic scent. The Fire Spirit Matriarch gazed in astonishment, for the beast had moved with lightning speed and had inflicted severe wounds upon her with a single strike. Yet, before Biyun, it was effortlessly vanquished. It is worth noting that, with the Matriarch's formidable prowess, she had not even had the chance to discern the creature's appearance. This revelation left the Fire Spirit Matriarch in disbelief. A beast capable of easily injuring her had been rendered helpless by a mere punch from her junior brother. "Senior sister, we must depart from this place. The stench of blood will surely attract more beasts." Biyun swiftly cradled the Fire Spirit Matriarch and ascended from the abyssal trench. Soaring towards the eastern sea, having descended several tens of thousands of miles into the ocean's depths, they felt the pressure gradually lessen as they surfaced, allowing the Matriarch's injuries to heal rapidly. "Junior brother, does my waist feel comfortable to you?" she inquired. "Very comfortable." Biyun, caught off guard by the question, candidly expressed his thoughts. In an instant, their eyes met, and he awkwardly released the Fire Spirit Matriarch from his embrace. Indeed, her waist was supple and delicate, the sheer fabric barely concealing her skin, allowing for direct contact with her exquisite form. "Since it is so comfortable, why not hold me a little longer?" The Fire Spirit Matriarch's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint akin to that of a cunning little fox. Biyun, feeling embarrassed, shook his head and withdrew his left hand, which still held the warmth of her presence. Just as they were about to leave, a figure descended from above the sea. Biyun hastily concealed their presence, and, upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Nezha? What brings him to the eastern sea at this hour? He clearly recalled that this individual was the very agent responsible for his master's demise. Nezha had always been reckless and unruly, and it was certain he intended to engage in further misdeeds. Previously, after Biyun had slain him, the Four Seas Dragon Kings had besieged Chintang Pass due to the incident involving Ao Bing. In the original tale, Nezha had sacrificed himself to appease the situation. However, this time, with Nezha already dead, the Dragon Kings forced Li Jing into a corner, resulting in his family's ruin. His wife, Yin, was murdered, and Li Jing himself fled in disgrace. Upon returning to Chintang Pass to witness this tragic scene, Nezha, who cherished his mother, Yin, above all else, resolved to confront the Dragon Clan. Aware of the Dragon Clan's deep-rooted power, he realized that single-handedly eradicating them was impossible. Therefore, he devised a scheme to plunder their treasure vault. "Aren't the Dragon Clan wealthy across the seas? This time, I shall raid your treasury and see how you boast after that." Fueled by rage, Nezha stealthily approached the Crystal Palace. Observing his trajectory, Biyun suspected that something significant was afoot. Nezha's arrogance and previous conflicts with the Dragon Clan suggested that he was likely up to no good. After careful consideration, Biyun devised a plan in response to the unfolding events. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was well aware of the discord between Biyun and Nezha. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Junior brother, Nezha harbors ill intentions. Why don't we follow him discreetly and teach him a lesson?" The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was not one to be taken advantage of. Having recognized Biyun, she was naturally inclined to assist her ally. At that moment, Biyun received another prompt from his golden finger. Nezha disturbing the sea. Option 1. Advance to the East Sea Dragon Palace first, steal from the dragon treasury, and then devise a way to attract the attention of the dragon clan, turning them against Nezha. Reward: basic root bone 100, basic fortune 100, and 1 major lottery draw. Option 2. Lurk in the shadows, observing the situation, waiting for Nezha to enter the dragon palace before seizing the opportunity to act. Reward: 1 high-grade innate spiritual root. Option 3. Depart immediately, return to the Three Immortals Island to cultivate, ignoring the unfolding events. Reward: basic cultivation of 72 years. Upon seeing the 3 options, Biyun could not help but smile. Returning to the Three Immortals Island and taking action early posed no danger, but remaining to spectate would indeed lead to trouble. He promptly dismissed the second option, and the third option offered a reward that was rather meager. The first option, with its rewards of basic root bone 100, basic fortune 100, and a major lottery draw, was decidedly more enticing. Sister, I've heard that the dragon clan is immensely wealthy. Having dominated these vast waters for countless years, why not strike first and steal from their treasury, framing Nezha in the process, leaving him unable to defend himself? Biyun grinned. This plan was nothing short of perfect and highly feasible. Given the enmity between Nezha and the dragon clan, they would undoubtedly believe that Nezha was the perpetrator. You are quite mischievous, junior brother, but I find it delightful. The two utilized an invisibility spell to infiltrate the dragon palace, a realm that had been occupied by the dragon clan for millennia, filled with intricate formations. Despite the dragon clan having diminished significantly since the Dragon Han catastrophe, their foundational strength remained intact. Navigating through the dense formations without detection was no simple task. Although Nezha possessed considerable abilities, he lacked expertise in formations, making his infiltration into the dragon palace exceedingly challenging. In contrast, Biyun skillfully avoided Nezha's vicinity and proceeded from another direction. His proficiency in formations had now soared to 300 points, surpassing his capabilities on White Deer Island. He adeptly circumvented the grand formations or passed through without triggering them, garnering continuous admiration from the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. When the two finally reached the Dragon Clan's treasury, they found Nezha sluggishly moving in the outermost area of the Crystal Palace. This is the Dragon Clan's treasury. Biyun identified the location. The formations within the treasury were even more formidable, yet none of these challenges could thwart Biyun. After a thorough study, he quickly dismantled the formations. As he opened the treasury door, a myriad of rare and exotic treasures instantly revealed themselves before his eyes. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit stepped forward to examine the surroundings, her eyes brimming with exhilaration. Junior brother, this place is replete with treasures. Although there aren't many innate spiritual artifacts, the resources here are ample enough for us to amass a considerable fortune. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit danced with joy, emphasizing that cultivation for practitioners involves more than just spiritual artifacts. Other essentials like elixirs and formations are equally indispensable. Sister, quickly gather these into the Chinkoan bag. I shall keep watch outside. With seamless coordination, Biyun and the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit soon turned the vast Dragon Clan treasury upside down. The once resplendent treasury now lay bare, devoid of even a single pearl. Let us depart, Biyun exclaimed joyfully, leading the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit away stealthily. At that moment, Nezha had already delved deep into the Dragon Palace, arriving beside the treasury. Upon seeing Nezha approach, Biyun's face lit up with a radiant smile as he emerged not far behind him. Nezha, Biyun called out cheerfully. Nezha, startled, quickly turned around to see Biyun waving at him. Biyun. Nezha's expression shifted from surprise to anger, and he prepared to rush at Biyun to exact vengeance. However, Biyun remained unfazed. He unleashed a streak of luminous energy towards Nezha. Boom. The innate One-Chi Hiluo formation activated in response to the attack, unleashing a torrent of boundless water energy. Biyun stood at the edge of the formation, safely distanced from its confines, while Nezha found himself ensnared within. Help! A thief is plundering our Dragon Clan treasury, Biyun shouted with his powers, ensuring that every creature within the Dragon Palace could hear him clearly. After his cry, he took flight, vanishing without a trace. Nezha stood momentarily stunned, fury welling up within him as he realized Biyun's true intentions. This is a trap meant to ensnare me, he seethed. Who dares to trespass in my East Sea Dragon Palace? Meanwhile, the powerful auras surged within the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon discovering the theft of the treasury, they erupted in outrage. Yet Nezha remained trapped within the innate One-Chi Hiluo formation, frantically attempting to break free, but escape seemed impossible in the short term. Biyun, you scoundrel! Nezha erupted in fierce invective, his fury causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Alas, he could only seethe impotently as Biyun had long since escaped the Crystal Palace. A cadre of formidable Dragon Clan warriors encircled Nezha, each one aflame with righteous indignation, launching a barrage of accusations. You, Nezha, have slain Ao Bing and now dare to wreak havoc in the East Sea. Where do you think you can flee? You have plundered our dragon treasury. This time, you shall not leave unscathed. This impudent wretch truly believes that our dragon clan would not dare to act against you, a disciple of the Jade Void sect? The dragon warriors roared, their dignity trampled, seething with uncontainable rage. At that moment, Nezha remained blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. You, the Four Seas Dragon Clan, have inundated Qintang Pass and forced my mother to her demise. Today, I have come to exact vengeance upon you. As for the dragon treasury, I did not steal it. It was the work of that scoundrel Biyun. Nezha vehemently denounced the Dragon Clan while still attempting to defend his own honor. Just then, the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, bellowed with fury, "Shameless Nezha, do you truly believe that your status as a disciple of a saint gives you license to act with impunity? Previously, you murdered my son, flayed him alive, and now you have stolen from my treasury, framing Biyun in the process. Who does not know of the enmity between you and Biyun of the truncated teaching?" This tirade left Nezha momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to defend himself. The Dragon Clan could hardly be expected to believe his words. Alas, even if Nezha had 100 mouths, the entire Dragon Clan was convinced he had pilfered their treasury. "Return our treasures, or we shall slay you." The dragon warriors clamored, and Nezha stood no chance against such a multitude of powerful foes, swiftly finding himself in a lamentable state. Meanwhile, Biyun fled the East Sea, soaring through the skies alongside the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. Ha ha! This time Nezha is in dire straits. I shall relish witnessing how he extricates himself. Shortly after Biyun's departure, a radiant light flickered in the skies above the East Sea, entering the Crystal Palace. It was Taiyi Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Had Biyun not left in time, he would likely have encountered Taiyi Zhenren head-on. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards: Basic Root Bone 100. Basic Luck 100. Basic Grand Lottery once has been credited. Please check promptly. Upon returning to Sanxian Island with the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, both wore broad smiles. Junior brother, I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would not have obtained this 9th rank flame golden lotus. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits gazed at Biyun with affection, her regard for him having intensified through this experience. Biyun replied with a smile, "Sister, there is no need for such formality between us. Should I encounter difficulties in the future, I will certainly rely on your help." His words brought even greater joy to the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, her smile blossoming ever more radiantly. "Dear junior brother, remain by my side, and I shall ensure you are never wronged." Approaching Biyun, her captivating beauty stirred his heart, leaving him in a state of fluster. "Your disciple Hulei truly gives me no peace. He has sullied the reputation of our sect. It is high time for you, senior sister, to take him to task." Taking advantage of the moment, Biyun whispered into her ear, which prompted the Fire Spirit Mother to nod in agreement. With her brows furrowed in anger, she exclaimed, "How could I be unaware of the misdeeds you speak of? Hulei, emboldened by my past indulgence, has indeed grown increasingly unruly. I shall return and discipline him properly. No, I shall do so at once." The Fire Spirit Mother departed in a huff, clearly intent on confronting Hulei. Biyun felt a surge of satisfaction. They had recently plundered the treasure vault of the East Sea Dragon Palace, amassing a considerable fortune. At this moment, Biyun lacked for nothing. If he could merely remain in the sect, he would navigate the first half of the impending calamity with ease. Ultimately, it was the celestial master Tontian who descended from the mountain and set up the array of myriad immortals, leading to the downfall of the entire sect. Setting such matters aside, I still have the opportunity for a grand lottery. I wonder what splendid treasures await. Excitedly, Biyun sat cross-legged, for this was his inaugural experience with a grand lottery. The power of his primordial spirit entered the sea of consciousness, and at that moment, Biyun found himself in a unique space. It was resplendent with radiant light and imbued with the essence of the Tao, where a colossal wheel appeared amidst the void. Rewards were distinctly separated upon it, forming a large turntable reminiscent of those commonly seen in later generations. The abundance of rewards astounded Biyun. Not only were there formidable spiritual treasures, but also powerful spells, spiritual roots, and even extraordinary fortunes and innate qualities. The innate treasure, the chaos bell. Biyun gazed at the artifact radiating purple energy, which was indeed the life treasure of the ancient demon clan's emperor, Dong Huang Taiyi. Since the demise of Dong Huang Taiyi, this treasure had vanished without a trace. Could it be that he might draw such a prize? Biyun shook his head with a smile, realizing he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. His fortune was merely 100 points, far too low for such a treasure. Chapter 32, Grand Lottery. Blood of the 12 ancestral witches. In addition to the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, Biyun also beheld the innate treasure, the Chaos Pearl. And the blood of the 12 ancestral witches? Such a miraculous item exists here? Biyun was indeed astonished. Innate treasures and the blood of ancestral witches were items of great significance. Moreover, there were several among the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the innate Tao methods of the 3 purities, and various immensely powerful divine techniques. Each was extraordinarily precious, and possessing even one would be a tremendous gain. If he could draw an innate treasure, it would truly be a windfall. Biyun was filled with anticipation. Not only had he outwitted Nezha, but he had also obtained such bountiful rewards. Just the thought of it brought him joy. After reviewing the specific rules, Biyun could hardly contain his eagerness. The grand lottery commenced. With a shift in his thoughts, the grand turntable began to spin rapidly. Spectacular colors swirled through the void as various powerful treasures rotated in succession, forming a curtain of light. Boom! The intangible force deftly orchestrates all that unfolds, as the great wheel accelerates to its utmost limits before gradually decelerating. Biyun gazes intently at the slowing pointer, his pupils involuntarily dilating in response. Before long, the pointer hovers near the primordial treasure. The primordial treasure. Biyun gasps, fervently hoping the pointer will come to a halt. This grand wheel bears 2 primordial treasures, the Chaos Bell and the Chaos Pearl. Whichever one he claims will undoubtedly confer immense enhancement upon him. The significance of a single primordial treasure is unparalleled. Many future generations believe that the downfall of the was due to the absence of a primordial treasure to suppress the momentum of the great teaching, which led to the eventual disintegration of the. Biyun watches helplessly as the pointer glides past. Evidently, the primordial treasures are not easily seized. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a drop of ancestral witch's essence blood in the grand lottery. Please collect it promptly. Biyun's heart leaps with joy as he realizes he has acquired a drop of ancestral witch's essence blood. While it may not rival a primordial treasure, it is nonetheless extraordinarily precious. The essence blood of the ancestral, which is immensely beneficial to my corporeal form, and it harmonizes with the 9 transformations of profound arts. If I can successfully refine it, my strength will undoubtedly surge. Biyun's imagination runs wild. The greatest disadvantage of the witch clan lies in their lack of spiritual power. Yet he harbors no such concerns. His spiritual essence is formidable, and should he fuse it with the ancestral witch's essence blood, both his physical body and spiritual essence could thrive in unison. With this thought in mind, Biyun retrieves the ancestral witch's essence blood from the system. After ensuring the safety of his dwelling both inside and out, he carefully examines the essence blood in his hand. Boom! A terrifying aura erupts. As the revealed ancestral witch's essence blood emanates an astonishing pressure. That single drop of essence blood radiates abundant vitality, and simultaneously, a colossal phantom materializes within Biyun's dwelling. This figure, with the head of a serpent and the body of a man, clad in black scales, treading upon a black dragon, and entwined by a green serpent, is none other than one of the 12 ancestral witches of antiquity, the water ancestral witch, Gong Gong. Gong Gong, the ancestral witch, gazes imperiously in all directions, his presence resounding with might, exuding a fierce aura that ascends into the heavens. Biyun's delight is palpable as he swallows the drop of ancestral witch's essence blood whole. Such formidable essence blood, if fully refined, will surely fortify my corporeal form and elevate my innate qualities. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Biyun dedicates himself entirely to the refinement of Gong Gong's essence blood. This ancestral witch's essence blood is imbued with boundless malevolence, and the agony of absorption is excruciating. The witch clan's malevolence feels akin to 1,000 cuts, inflicting a torment that gnaws at the bones and marrow. Beads of virtual sweat beat upon Biyun's brow. Such ancestral-grade essence blood is clearly not something everyone can refine. I practice the 9 transformations of profound arts, possessing an indestructible golden body, yet the pain of absorbing the ancestral witch's essence blood is still unbearable. Were it not for my cultivation, I would likely face a tragic demise. Biyun silently rejoices. Were it not for his mastery of the 9 transformations of profound arts, This ordeal could have ended in true calamity. As the essence of the ancestral which was gradually refined, a surging torrent of warmth emanated within him, mending the injuries his body had just sustained. Boom, boom. Within Biyun's being, it was as though rivers roared and thunder rolled, accompanied by the fierce howls of dragons and serpents wreaking havoc across the heavens. This array of extraordinary phenomena was both grand and majestic. Biyun, enduring the agony of his body, relentlessly refined the drop of ancestral witch's essence. As the malevolent energy was slowly depleted, Biyun's physique was rapidly enhanced. His corporeal form grew increasingly robust, and the golden radiance exuding from his indestructible body became more resplendent, even hinting at a transformation from the ethereal to the tangible. At this moment, Biyun unexpectedly perceived a trace of the Tao's essence, which astonished him greatly. This ancestral witch's essence, imbued with boundless bloodthirsty energy, represented the very quintessence of the witch clan. How could it possibly contain the essence of the Tao? Biyun possessed some understanding of the witch clan. They had no primordial spirit and solely cultivated the physical form, rendering them incapable of comprehending the Tao. Yet now, as he consumed the ancestral witch's essence, he grasped the essence of the Tao. Joy welled within Biyun. He exerted himself even more fervently in his cultivation, and his understanding of the Tao grew ever clearer. So that was it. This ancestral witch's essence was augmenting my physical form, inadvertently enhancing my 9 transformations of the mysterious art, which inherently contained the profound principles of the Tao. Alas, the witch clan, lacking a primordial spirit, could not comprehend these truths. They could only fortify their bodies. Yet I remained unaffected, thus attaining insight into the Tao. The Tao transcends the celestial laws. The reason no formidable cultivators have emerged in the primordial world, and why ascension has become arduous, lies in the Tao's concealment from the world. The Tao eludes visibility. The celestial laws remain hidden. One cannot hope to discern them, let alone comprehend them. Only when a sage expounds upon the Tao can it resonate, offering disciples a fleeting opportunity for enlightenment. Unfortunately, the teachings of these celestial law sages pertain solely to the celestial laws and not the profound and unfathomable Tao. Now, Biyun was fortunate enough to directly perceive the Tao, which could be said to transcend all beings in the primordial world, even the 6 celestial law sages. Their comprehension, after all, was limited to the celestial laws, while Biyun was contemplating the Tao. Boom. Just as Biyun immersed himself in his cultivation level surged once more, directly breaking through to the mid-stage of the mysterious immortal realm. The ancestral witch's essence was not originally intended to enhance the primordial spirit. All its power was directed towards fortifying the physical form. Yet now, not only had Biyun's physique ascended to a higher tier, but his primordial spirit had also reaped significant benefits. After completely absorbing a drop of the ancestral witch's essence, Biyun reluctantly awakened from his seclusion. In the realm of mysterious immortals, advancing even a slight step requires thousands of years of arduous cultivation, yet I have merely refined a drop of ancestral witch's essence, achieving not only a physical enhancement, but also a breakthrough in my primordial spirit. Excitement gleamed in Biyun's eyes, and at that moment, 2 miniature water dragon phantoms coiled around his hands. After refining the essence blood of the ancestral deity Gonggong, he acquired a fragment of water-controlling power. In Chapter 33, titled Heavenly Passage, How Has the Catastrophe of the Deities Changed? Biyun, embodying a cloud, inherently embodies the path of water. At this moment, after merging with a drop of Gonggong's essence blood, his origin was significantly enhanced. This single drop of ancestral essence blood primarily fortified his physical form considerably, while also providing a slight boost to his origin and aptitude. Biyun meticulously assessed his gains from this endeavor and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was merely a drop of ancestral essence. What transformations might occur if he were to gather the essence of all 12 ancestral deities? If he were to encounter Erlang Xinyang Jian, he mused, his 8-9 profound arts would likely prove inadequate against him. Biyun brimmed with confidence, believing not only did he overshadow Erlang Shun in terms of techniques, but he also possessed superior physical prowess. The potency of a single drop of ancestral essence blood far surpassed that of Erlang Shun's demigod form. With a casual gesture, 2 water dragons, each over 10 feet long, emerged, exuding a fierce and formidable presence. This was a newly acquired ability of Biyun, the art of water control, a divine innate talent bestowed by the water ancestral deity Gonggong. After practicing this skill within his cave, Biyun set off to visit the residence of the 3 celestial maidens. Previously, he had obtained the 9 heavens primordial sun fruit, but but had been preoccupied with his cultivation upon returning, neglecting to present it to his esteemed masters. Now, with leisure at hand, it was the perfect occasion to offer it to the three revered teachers. Inside the three celestial cave, the three sisters had just emerged from their seclusion and were playfully frolicking after their bath and change of clothes. Disciple has come to pay respects to the three masters. Bai Yun's voice echoed, startling the three celestial maidens. Bai Xiao, with a smile, remarked, Disciple arrives at just the right moment. We have just emerged from our retreat, and perhaps you have encountered some challenges in your cultivation. Clad in delicate gauze, Bai Xiao's figure exuded an enchanting allure. Before Yun Xiao could interject, Bai Xiao joyfully called out, Come in, dear disciple. We have been waiting for you. Upon hearing the invitation, Bai Yun stepped into the cave. A wave of fragrant air enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. The ambience was remarkably pleasant. Inside the cave, the three masters sat upon cushions, awaiting his arrival. Masters, during my travels, I acquired a spiritual root and 3 spiritual fruits, which I present today for your enjoyment, Bai Yun announced, casting a glance at his 3 masters, whose exquisite beauty prompted him to lower his gaze in modesty. Bai Xiao beamed with pride as she observed Bai Yun produce the 3 spiritual fruits, which were none other than the 9 heavens primordial sun fruits. This is the 9 heavens primordial sun fruit, exclaimed Yun Xiao, well versed in various knowledge. Though she had never tasted it, she had heard of it through ancient texts. As Bai Yun revealed the 3 fruits, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by dazzling starlight illuminating the surroundings, a truly extraordinary sight. Disciple, is this truly the 9 heavens primordial sun fruit? This time, even the celestial maiden Qiong Xiao could not maintain her composure. Her azure garments fluttered, revealing her agitation. Bai Yun nodded and explained, Indeed, it is the 9 heavens Yuanyang fruit. I was once pursued by disciples of the Chan sect and, by chance, took refuge on a desolate island, where I fortuitously obtained this spiritual root. She briefly recounted the events, and the 3 celestial maidens nodded in understanding. The disciples of the Chan sect are truly despicable. While we reside in the vast sea, they travel thousands of miles to seek us out, deserving of their fate. Qiong Zhao's starry eyes glinted with coldness, radiating a murderous intent. Yun Xiao remarked, Everything is predestined. If they dare to come again, let my disciple inform us. With us here, none shall harm you in the slightest. The 3 celestial maidens, protective by nature, would not let any transgressions against Bai Yun go unpunished. Bai Yun nodded and presented the 3 fruits to her masters, inviting them to partake. The 3 celestial maidens graciously accepted, each taking a fruit and savoring it with delight. The 9 heavens Yuanyang fruit was indeed remarkable, containing boundless stellar energy, immensely beneficial for our cultivation. Yun Xiao praised, noting that the fruit was infused with the power of starlight and the essence of the moon, providing great advantages to female cultivators. Observing the 3 celestial maidens enjoying the spiritual fruit, Bai Yun said, Master, please refine the fruit swiftly. I shall return to pay my respects another day. After delivering the fruits, Bai Yun departed, leaving her 3 masters to resume their seclusion. My dear disciple is truly considerate, Bai Xiao admired, chuckling lightly amidst the turbulent waves. As the 3 celestial maidens entered into seclusion for their cultivation, Bai Yun returned to her cave dwelling. One day, I shall present this spiritual fruit to Sister Huoling. I wonder how she will express her gratitude. Bai Yun smiled with satisfaction, harboring a genuine fondness for the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. If they could share a harmonious bond, it would indeed be a splendid affair. At this moment, Bai Yun remained unaware that her initial desire for solitude had inadvertently entangled her with many disciples of the Jie sect. To completely sever ties with the calamity was nothing short of impossible, save for achieving enlightenment and sanctification, which would render her impervious to tribulations. Meanwhile, within the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain, Nezha was rescued by the true man Taiyi, his visage marred and bruised, revealing the torment he had endured. Though he had retained his life, it was evident that he had suffered greatly at the hands of the Dragon Clan. Nezha's eyes burned with fury, his countenance twisted in anguish. Master, I did not steal from the Dragon Clan's treasury. It was Bai Yun who framed me. Nezha shouted in exasperation, desperately explaining himself before the true man Taiyi. The true man, though visibly skeptical, could only acquiesce to Nezha's words, nodding, let this matter be set aside for now. Focus on your recovery and heal your wounds. As the true man Taiyi departed, Nezha felt an even greater sense of frustration swelling within him. The feeling of being unjustly accused, with no means to defend oneself, could nearly suffocate him with frustration. Particularly, the palpable disbelief and dismissive demeanor of the true man of Taiyi drove Nezha into a deeper frenzy. Biyun, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance upon you. In the Dragon Clan, I am determined to annihilate you. This profound humiliation inflicted upon Nezha stemmed first from Biyun's treachery and second from the Dragon Clan's retaliatory vengeance. Although they dared not kill Nezha outright, they did not hesitate to strike him. The enmity between Nezha and the Dragon Clan had transformed into an irreconcilable conflict, marking a stark departure from the originally conciliatory nature of the Fengshen. Nezha's premature death at the hands of Biyun led to the Dragon King of the East Sea seeking revenge for Ao Bing, ultimately resulting in the demise of Nezha's mother, Lady Yin. Now, as Nezha harbored resentment and sought to retaliate against the Dragon Clan, he found himself met with brutal humiliation, further escalating the conflict between the two parties. While this may seem to be only tangentially related to Biyun, the reality is that he is the architect of these tribulations. The storm surrounding the Fengshen calamity had been quietly altered by Biyun, and several sages, who operated from the shadows, appeared to sense this shift. Had the Fengshen calamity transformed? In the Biyun Palace, the Taoist master Tongtian opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. Originally, his calculations indicated that the Jie would face a significant disaster, yet now a glimmer of hope emerged. Could it be due to this Biyun lad? A smile crept upon Tongtian's face. Biyun's recent surge in power had garnered considerable attention from the sage of Jie, who had already concluded that Biyun was a variable in this calamity. The previous Fengshen calamity posed dire threats to the Jie, leaving no room for hope. Now, however, Biyun's emergence brought forth a possibility for change, and Tongtian was eager to see what fortune Biyun could bestow upon Jie. While Tongtian covertly increased his focus on Biyun, the Yuanshi Tianzuan began to fret as events unfolded unfavorably for the Changjiao. Chapter 34. Tongtian. Who is the variable? In Tongtian's initial deductions, he feared that Jie would scarcely escape this calamity, yet the situation had become increasingly enigmatic, introducing a hint of variability. After extensive reasoning, Tongtian, though yielding no definitive conclusion, surmised that Biyun was undoubtedly the catalyst behind it all. Meanwhile, the sage of Taching, situated in the 8th scenic palace of the Daluo heaven, wore a troubled expression. The variable had become increasingly apparent. Who could it be? Frowning deeply, the sage of Taching harbored discontent towards his third brother, Tongtian, and sought to seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson. On the other hand, Tongtian's dominance within Jie evoked profound trepidation among the other sages. And if Taching could further diminish Jie's strength, it would be a most welcome outcome for him. Therefore, since the onset of the Fengshen calamity, the sage of Taching had been discreetly observing all developments, intent on balancing the situation and striving to weaken Jie to the best of his abilities. In the present day, the great calamity of the investiture of the gods has encountered unforeseen variables. Yet the sage of the highest clarity is unable to discern the root of the issue. While the calamity is undeniably perilous, the chaotic energy has successfully concealed the heavenly secrets, rendering the calculations of the sages impotent. They must adhere to their prior arrangements. Whether it be the three pure ones, the revered Nuwa of the Nuwa Palace, or even the two saints of the Western Spiritual Mountain, none are aware of the specific nature of this change. Although the master of Tongtian possesses some insight, the circumstances favor the Jie, and thus he has no intention of confronting Biyun. Rather, he is more discreetly intent on nurturing his growth. Biyun remains oblivious to the intentions of the sages, yet he is aware that he has altered certain minor aspects of the great calamity. At the very least, he has survived to this point, and his power has ascended to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, a significant transformation indeed. In the grand scheme of the calamity, he perceives himself as an inconsequential ant. As long as he persists, the chances of survival remain favorable. Biyun comprehends his position well. He knows that even the master of Tongtian cannot sway these events, let alone other cultivators. Following the refinement of the blood essence of the ancestral Witchgongong, Biyun's power has greatly increased, particularly in terms of his physical form, rendering his indestructible golden body even more formidable. While his physicality may not yet rival that of the ancestral witches, it is likely comparable to that of ordinary ancient great witches. Filled with excitement, Biyun practices in his cave abode, acutely aware of his enhanced strength. Should he ever have the opportunity to gather the blood essence of all 12 ancestral witches, his physical form will undoubtedly become terrifyingly potent. Just as Biyun revels in his newfound prowess, a voice calls from outside the cave. It is Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, seeking an audience with Biyun. Biyun, taken aback by the unexpected visit from this old acquaintance, feels a surge of apprehension. Could it be that the incident involving the theft of treasures from the Dragon Palace has come to Ao Guang's attention? With a furrowed brow, Biyun recognizes that he cannot evade a visitor who has come to his door. He opens the formation and personally steps out to greet Ao Guang, who appears alone, alleviating Biyun's concerns. "My apologies for not knowing of your arrival, esteemed friend," Biyun says, bowing respectfully as he welcomes Ao Guang into his cave. Ao Guang, observing Biyun's remarkable presence, laughs heartily. "Ha, my dear friend Biyun, you are too gracious. I have come to learn of your whereabouts through my acquaintance, the three-headed Jiao, and thus I have taken the liberty of intruding." It turns out that Ao Guang, having previously led the dragon clan against Nezha, is aware of the formidable reputation of the Chanjiao and knows well that they are not to be trifled with, given Nezha's fierce and relentless demeanor. He would surely not let matters rest. Regrettably, the Jade Emperor is unable to protect the dragon clan. This supreme being of the three realms dares not confront the great sages directly. Even some second-generation disciples of the Chanjiao regard the Jade Emperor with disdain. In light of such circumstances, the Dragon Clan finds themselves compelled to seek assistance from them, hoping for their aid in dealing with the disciples of the Chanjiao. As Biyun and the Dragon King Ao Guang of the East are mutual adversaries of Nezha, Ao Guang immediately thought of Biyun. Furthermore, Biyun had been thriving within the sect, earning the favor of the Tongtian, and was under the guidance of three formidable masters. Hence, after careful consideration, Ao Guang decided to personally visit Biyun. "Please, Dragon Lord." Biyun invited Ao Guang into the cave dwelling, where they settled down and were served 2 cups of fine tea. Only then did Ao Guang reveal his purpose for the visit. His primary aim was to establish an alliance with the sect, hoping for mutual assistance in times of trouble. Nevertheless, Ao Guang was not overly ambitious. He sought not the complete protection of the Dragon Clan, but rather their subservience to them. In the event of an existential threat to the Dragon Clan, he wished for them to ensure the continuation of their lineage. This request was already quite humble, yet in the face of a mighty saintly sect, they wielded no power. With millions in the Four Seas Dragon Clan, they had no choice but to seek the protection of a saint. While Biyun pondered his options, the Golden Finger provided yet another prompt. Option 1. Directly refuse the Dragon Clan's request, citing their indulgent nature as a reason for their unworthiness to join the saintly sect, and expel Ao Guang. Reward: medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, double-headed spear. Option 2. Suggest that the Dragon King of the East seek refuge in the West. Reward: low-grade innate spiritual treasure, flying dragon wheel. Option 3. Agree to assist the Dragon King of the East, and allow the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Lai, to join thee as his disciple. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, foundational fortune of 100. Upon seeing these options, Biyun couldn't help but smile. The first option would offend the Dragon Clan, which was simply unacceptable. He held no grudge against them and saw no need to provoke them. The second option would push the Dragon Clan towards the Western sect, effectively aiding the enemy. And Biyun was acutely aware of the true nature of the Western sect. He would never take such a course. The decline of the was, at its core, the result of the Western sect's covert machinations. The first 2 options were clearly reminders to himself, leaving only the third option to choose. By drawing the Dragon Clan closer, he would only further alienate the sect. However, Biyun and they were already in a state of irreconcilable enmity. Thus, an increase in animosity would bear no significant consequence. Most importantly, this could disrupt the narrative of the journey to the West. If his assumptions were correct, the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Lai, was likely the little white dragon from the journey to the West Calamity. After a swift contemplation, Biyun grasped the profound implications of this. The little white dragon was a predetermined figure in the journey to the West. Should he join them, he would become a member of the sect. If the little white dragon were to survive, they would gain one more inheritor, altering the course of destiny once again. Moreover, the calamity of the journey to the West would come under Biyun's control. This seemingly trivial move bore considerable significance. Dragon Lord, I will exert my utmost efforts to assist you in this matter, yet I cannot guarantee the eventual outcome. Biyun spoke with remarkable humility, and upon hearing this, Longjuan's face instantly brightened with joy. Thank you, Biyun, my friend. As long as you convey the thoughts of the little dragon to the sage, I shall be immensely grateful. Ao Guang gazed sincerely at Biyun, truly appreciative, for the only ones capable of aiding the Dragon Clan were Biyun and the sage of the Amir. Nezha posed little threat. But behind Nezha stood the 12 golden immortals of the Yushu, led by the primordial Lord of Heaven, a force the Dragon Clan dared not confront. Only a sage could stand against another sage. Aoguang sought out Biyun out of desperation, having been relentlessly pressured by the Chan teaching to the point of no return. For Biyun, preserving the Dragon Clan not only served to irritate the Chan teaching, but also disrupted the journey to the west, thus achieving two objectives with one stroke. Chapter 35. Kunti, Biyun is undermining me. Aoguang was indeed aware of the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King, the Little White Dragon, who was the most gifted descendant of the Dragon Clan in thousands of years. In Aoguang's view, having the Little White Dragon join the would be a tremendous advantage. With the protection of a sage, would it not be much safer? Once allied with the benefits to the Dragon Clan would be substantial. As for offending the Chan teaching, they had not joined the before, yet Nezha had already been riding roughshod over them. Rest assured, my friend Biyun, I shall inform my second brother upon my return to send Aoli to study under you. Aoguang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After exchanging pleasantries, Biyun personally escorted him out of the cave dwelling. Watching Aoguang depart, Biyun finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Aoguang was genuinely unaware of Biyun's theft from the Dragon Clan's treasury. Biyun secretly rejoiced, for this indicated that the Dragon Clan had entirely placed their trust in Nezha as the true thief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, and an increase of 100 points in foundational fortune has been credited. Please check in a timely manner. The East Sea Dragon King transformed into a golden dragon and flew away, and Biyun immediately received a system notification. Fortune points were exceedingly rare and invaluable. This marked only the second time Biyun had acquired fortune points after completing numerous tasks, demonstrating their scarcity. First, let me absorb this 500 years of cultivation. Within the cave, Biyun resumed his training. Now possessing formidable strength, he could effortlessly absorb the 500 years of cultivation. However, as Biyun's power grew, the difficulty of achieving rapid breakthroughs in realms increased significantly. The higher one ascends, the greater the cultivation required for a breakthrough. For Biyun, 500 years of cultivation was no longer substantial, and even thousands of years would fail to suffice for a minor breakthrough. Should he advance to the Golden Immortal Realm in the future, subsequent breakthroughs would prove even more challenging. Nevertheless, as long as Biyun adeptly utilized his unique advantages, his future cultivation speed could still surpass all other practitioners. Meanwhile, upon returning, Aoguang did not wait long before a white dragon soared from the ocean towards the Three Immortals Island. A resplendent white dragon exuded a lustrous, jade-like sheen as it soared through the clouds, embodying the boundless forces of wind and clouds. Seated within his cave, Biyun witnessed the arrival of the young white dragon upon the Isle of the Three Immortals, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. Aoli, the array on the island has been activated. Please come to my cave to meet me. Aoli descended from the clouds, transforming into the visage of a youth around 16 or 17 years of age, clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with two dragon horns atop his head. His jade-like face radiant with youthfulness, and his eyes shimmering brilliantly. Thank you, esteemed immortal. The young white dragon bowed respectfully to Biyun on the Isle of the Three Immortals before hastening to the cave. This young white dragon was later destined to be one of the chosen ones for the journey to the west, possessing considerable strength. He was a rare five-clawed white jade dragon, superior in lineage to the five-clawed golden dragon. After exchanging pleasantries, Biyun nodded and inquired, Aoli, do you wish to join the intercepting sect and take me as your master? Having already received the rewards for his tasks, Biyun naturally intended to accept Aoli as his disciple. Now at the celestial realm, Aoli knelt in reverence, proclaiming, Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. The young white dragon exhibited admirable decorum, eliciting Biyun's satisfaction. Initially, Biyun had taken the young white dragon merely to scheme against the Western teachings and to irk the Chan sect, but upon meeting him, he found himself harboring a greater fondness for this disciple. Rise, my disciple, there is no need for such formalities. I possess little of value, but I shall gift you this 9 heavens primordial yang fruit as a token of our meeting. Biyun had no other treasures to offer, and the Muntian Ling belonged to Nezha. Bestowing it upon the young white dragon would have been detrimental to him. Upon hearing this, the young white dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. As the prince of the dragon clan, though he was only a little over 3,000 years old, he had seen and learned much from a young age. The 9 heavens primordial yang fruit was renowned as a superior innate spiritual fruit, and he had long heard tales of its greatness. To receive such an opportunity upon becoming a disciple was exhilarating indeed. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The young white dragon respectfully stepped forward to accept the gift, his heart brimming with joy. How fortunate it was to join a prestigious sect and receive such a splendid spiritual fruit upon their first meeting. Previously, while in the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea, he had shown some reluctance. Now, however, he felt as though he had nearly missed a golden opportunity. At this moment, a subtle shift in the cosmic energy was felt, and the two saints from the West, who had been secretly plotting against Biyun, sensed a ripple in the fabric of fate. In the spiritual mountain, the saint of provisional enlightenment furrowed his brow, his expression one of sorrow. Clutching the lotus seal, his eyes sparkled with profound wisdom, yet regrettably, after much calculation, he gleaned nothing of value. Biyun had undermined the Western teachings by bringing the 8 parts of the heavenly dragons under the intercepting sect, leading to a diminishment of fortune for the Western sect. It was pitiful that the two from the West had spent years undermining the East, only to find themselves ensnared in Biyun's scheme without a clue as to the source of their troubles. Aolai. Establish your own cave and diligently cultivate your skills here. With that, Biyun sent the young white dragon off to refine the 9 heavens primordial yang fruit. He initially intended to pay his respects to his master, yet all 3 of his teachers remained in seclusion, evidently greatly affected by the 9 heavens sun fruit. With another 9 heavens sun fruit in hand, perhaps he could present it to his senior sister, the fire spirit. The mere thought of her piqued Biyun's interest, and he soared through the skies, swiftly arriving at Jineo Island. At that moment, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was in her cave dwelling, sensing Biyun's arrival. She personally opened the door to greet him. Junior brother, what brings you here at this hour? The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit smiled, her eyes brimming with delight. Behind her, Hulei observed with a sullen expression. Despite his discontent, he dared not act out before his master, and thus begrudgingly stepped forward to pay his respects. Calling out, Master Uncle, peace be with you. Biyun, with a sense of pride, replied, Senior sister has been exceedingly considerate of me. Now that I have acquired a spiritual root, it is only natural that I share this fruit with you. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother's joy intensified. She already held a fondness for Biyun and, in her elation, took his arm, walking intimately into the cave together. Hulei, seething with rage at this display, could hardly endure the sight of Biyun whispering sweet nothings to his master, and now, right before him, was serving her affectionately. Yet, before his master, he dared not show a hint of displeasure, leaving him in a state of frustrated agitation. Biyun discreetly observed Hulei's reaction, noticing his profound vexation, which only served to amuse him further. Wasn't Hulei intent on opposing him? Then he would devise means to thoroughly irk him. Though disciples of the sect of the Intercept could not harm one another, should Hulei be expelled by the Holy Mother, that would be an entirely different matter. Senior sister, this is a 9 heavens sun fruit. Its efficacy is remarkable. You should consume it to enhance your cultivation. As Biyun presented the fruit, the cave was enveloped in its rich fragrance. The Holy Mother examined it with great curiosity, exclaiming, Indeed, junior brother possesses great fortune. This superior innate spiritual root is extraordinary. What ordinary cultivator could ever attain such a treasure? I am fortunate to share this blessing with you. Her smile grew sweeter, her gaze filled with admiration for Biyun. Senior sister, my fortune is also yours. Please indulge in it. Biyun and the Holy Mother displayed no reluctance in their camaraderie, while Hulei, watching from the side, felt a surge of anger, his heart gnawed by envy. Lacking strength, he was already consumed by jealousy at the remarkable fruit, but alas, Biyun would not share it with him. What merit did Biyun possess to deserve such a superior innate spiritual root? The heavens were indeed blind. Consumed by envy and resentment, Hulei was compelled to swallow his discontent while witnessing this affectionate exchange. Chapter 36. Junior brother, I cannot indulge recklessly with you. I must break through in my cultivation. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, embracing Biyun's arm while savoring the spiritual fruit, appeared blissfully innocent, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within Biyun. Junior brother, you must have a taste as well. The Holy Mother offered him a piece of the fruit she had bitten, its warm essence proving irresistible to Biyun. The two shared an intimate bond, resembling newlywed lovers in the city of Chaoga. Hulei, unable to bear the sight any longer, hastily excused himself and departed from the cave of the Fire Spirit Mother. Ha! Just as Hulei exited the cave, Biyun burst into joyous laughter. The sound was evidently a deliberate mockery, inciting Hulei's fury to an explosive degree as he gritted his teeth and fled. The Fire Spirit Mother remarked, Junior brother, Hulei is indeed despicable. I have previously admonished him, and I trust he will not dare to fabricate tales about you again. Should he transgress once more, I shall not show him mercy. She was acutely aware of Biyun's feelings, leaning against his shoulder while savoring a spiritual fruit, her heart awash with sweetness. Having practiced for millennia, she was not one to harbor frivolous thoughts. Biyun, elated by her words, responded, "Thank you, sister. This matter should not have troubled you, but Hulei has gone too far, and I could not chastise him myself." The fire spirit mother popped the last morsel of the Jiu Tian Yuan Yang fruit into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed as she chewed. Leaning closer to Biyun, her breath fragrant, she playfully inquired, "And how does my junior brother wish to express his gratitude?" Biyun, stirred by her allure, embraced his sister, seating her upon his lap. Their eyes locked, and in a tender moment, he kissed her cheek and whispered in her ear, "Why not visit my cave, so I may properly show my appreciation?" The fire spirit mother's face flushed crimson, her shyness rendering her momentarily speechless. She nestled her lovely visage against Biyun's neck, leaving him to ponder their next steps. "Having just consumed the Jiutian Yuan Yang fruit, now is the perfect time for you to solidify your cultivation. How could I hinder your progress?" Biyun thought, reveling in his good fortune as he held the beautiful woman close, consistently considering her needs. The fire spirit mother, aware of priorities, indulged in their affectionate exchange until the essence of the Jiutian Yuan Yang fruit surged within her, flooding her with boundless spiritual power. Much to her delight, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon Biyun's lips before hastily retreating to her quiet chamber to enter seclusion. "Junior brother, I feel a breakthrough approaching. I cannot indulge in frivolities with you now." Biyun laughed heartily, content with the companionship of his beloved, not daring to ask for more. Not wishing to interrupt the fire spirit mother's cultivation, he rose and activated the cave's protective barriers, ensuring that no outside interference would disrupt her practice. Meanwhile, Hulei, fuming with indignation, found himself increasingly resentful of Biyun. On Jinao Island, he sought out several companions to conspire against Biyun. The first ally he approached was Zhao Jiang, who had previously harassed the fire spirit mother. Now, with Biyun and the fire spirit mother entwined, Hulei believed Zhao Jiang would make for an excellent accomplice. How detestable! This Biyun, who once humiliated me, now seeks to steal the heart of the fire spirit. I cannot allow him to escape unscathed. Zhao Jiang was consumed by an uncontrollable fury. Ever since he had been defeated by Biyun, he had harbored resentment, and upon hearing the recent news, he could hardly remain indifferent. However, the thought of confronting Biyun filled him with trepidation. He had witnessed the formidable, indestructible body of Biyun firsthand. To contend with Biyun, he knew he must seek the aid of Yu Yuan, who also practiced the indestructible body and could counter Biyun perfectly. Zhao Jiang was not foolish. He was well aware of Biyun's capabilities, and Yu Yuan, a third-generation disciple of the Zhejiao, happened to be a practitioner of the same indestructible body. Furthermore, Yu Yuan and Biyun had their own grievances, making their alliance against Biyun more than sufficient. The words of their master-uncle resonated with wisdom. Yu Yuan's mastery of the 8-9 mystical arts was profound, and his indestructible body was immensely powerful, rendering him more than capable of dealing with Biyun. After a brief discussion, the two of them approached Yu Yuan with renewed confidence. As a disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Yu Yuan was indeed remarkable. Upon their arrival and explanation of their intentions, he readily agreed. The insignificant Biyun is hardly a concern. Should the opportunity arise, I would relish the chance to see whether his indestructible body is superior to my exquisite 8-9 mystical arts. Yu Yuan dismissed Biyun with disdain, his blind arrogance leading him to believe he could easily vanquish any peer. The three of them convened to devise a strategy to orchestrate an opportunity to bring misfortune upon Biyun. Why search for opportunities? Biyun has committed numerous wrongdoings, and many of our fellow disciples on Golden Ao Island harbor discontent towards him. If we seize the chance to administer a sound beating, I am certain everyone will rally to our side. Yu Yuan, emboldened by his master's favor, had long since grown accustomed to acting without restraint, and he paid no heed to the potential offense it might cause to the Three Shao's ferry. Haha, with the three of us joining forces, I am eager to see how Biyun can escape unscathed. Zhao Jiang laughed maniacally, convinced that if he could eliminate Biyun, the fire spirit Holy Mother would be his for the taking. Meanwhile, Biyun was immersed in his cultivation within his cave abode, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, as a variable that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate. He now faced not only the challenges posed by the Chanjiao, but also the threats lurking within the Zhejiao. Escaping this tribulation was evidently a daunting task. Zhao Jiang and his cohorts were unknowingly influenced by the heavenly Tao, becoming unwitting adversaries of Biyun. The power of the heavenly Tao, though seemingly ephemeral, was immensely potent and omnipresent. While Biyun cultivated on the Three Immortal Island, Yu Yuan and his companions dared not act recklessly and directly assault the island. Thus, they lay in wait, seeking the opportune moment to strike. After 100 days, the Fire Spirit Holy Mother completely refined the 9 heavens primordial yang fruit within her cave, her magical power surging as she successfully ascended to the golden immortal realm. After a millennium of arduous cultivation, I have finally achieved this breakthrough, thanks to the assistance of my junior brother Biyun. If I could forge a partnership with him, it would be the greatest fortune of my life. The Fire Spirit Holy Mother thought of her junior brother Biyun, her fair cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. This time, she successfully transcended to the golden immortal realm, achieving immortality, and the essence of fire within her grew even more profound. Just as the Fire Spirit Saint Mother reveled in her triumph, dark clouds gathered above, signaling the descent of formidable divine power. Her breakthrough to the golden immortal realm had triggered her own 9 thunder tribulation. A sense of gravity flashed through her eyes. She was aware that upon entering the golden immortal realm, she would inevitably face the tribulation, yet why had it arrived so swiftly? With no time to ponder, she had no choice but to flee from Golden AOL Island, preparing to undergo her tribulation over the vast ocean. Chapter 37. Hulei is expelled from the sect by Yun, situated on the nearby Three Immortals Island, since the gathering of thunder in the void. The overwhelming might of heaven. Upon investigation, he was instantly alarmed. The Fire Spirit Senior Sister was about to undergo her thunder tribulation. Not daring to delay, Biyun hastily left Three Immortals Island to ascertain the situation. The Fire Spirit Senior Sister had nearly attained the golden immortal realm during the original divine catastrophe. Yet my appearance altered her fateful trajectory. The 9 heavens primordial sun fruit had enabled her to achieve the golden immortal status ahead of time. But now she was truly in peril. Biyun grew anxious, suspecting that the heavenly Tao was intervening. Although golden immortals are required to face tribulations, such storms can typically be controlled to some extent. For instance, the Fire Spirit Saint Mother could have postponed her tribulation by several months, waiting until her cultivation stabilized, or even after achieving the 5 Qi harmonizing, before actively invoking the thunder tribulation. However, it appeared that she was passively facing her tribulation this time. The heavenly Tao was targeting the Fire Spirit Saint Mother, intent on returning her to her original fateful path, thwarting any deviations from her destiny. Originally, the Fire Spirit Senior Sister had descended to seek vengeance for Hulei's death, ultimately leading to her demise, and her name being inscribed among the fallen. It seemed that her fate had already undergone slight alterations, drawing the attention of the heavenly Tao. Biyun was acutely aware that he was the root cause of these changes. However, if the Fire Spirit Saint Mother could successfully navigate this tribulation and even sever ties with Hulei, she might indeed turn misfortune into fortune, thus thoroughly liberating herself from the entanglement of the divine catastrophe. With this thought in mind, Biyun began to devise a plan, and at that moment, his golden finger offered another prompt. The causal entanglement of the Fire Spirit Saint Mother. Option 1. Immediately head to the area outside Golden AOL Island to witness the Fire Spirit Saint Mother endure her tribulation. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, 100 foundational fortune, 100 foundational alchemy proficiency. Option 2. Wait a moment before departing, secretly monitoring Hulei and others' movements. Reward: 1 random low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Option 3. Do not go to Golden AOL Island to watch the Fire Spirit Saint Mother undergo her tribulation. Dedicating oneself to cultivation in the cave. Reward: 1 random mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Biyun, upon seeing the task prompt, wasted no time in contemplation and swiftly flew towards the area outside Golden AOL Island. The Fire Spirit Saint Mother evidently held a significant place in Biyun's heart. Her demise would undoubtedly impact his resolve. Therefore, he was indeed eager to ascertain the state of his senior sister. At this moment, Hulei had already conspired with the other 2. Upon witnessing the storm brewing outside Gold AO Island, they promptly began devising a plan. Their master was about to undergo tribulation. Previously, Biyun had bestowed upon their master a 9 heavens primordial sun fruit, and now it was evident that their master was on the verge of a breakthrough, preparing to face the golden immortal thunder tribulation. A spark of brilliance flickered in Hulei's eyes as his thoughts raced. Excellent. Biyun might come to witness the event. We shall lay an ambush along the way, and when Biyun arrives, we will immediately rend him to pieces. Zhao Jiang swiftly rose, and the trio hastily exited the cave, clearly eager and anxious not to miss the opportune moment to hunt down Biyun. They hurried towards Gold AO Island, intending to intercept Biyun en route. However, Biyun was already a step ahead, having arrived above Gold AO Island. At that moment, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits stood upon the clouds. an endless expanse of thunderclouds swirling above her head, with bolts of violet lightning dancing wildly. The once bright sky had turned into a somber darkness. Junior brother, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, initially filled with concern, felt a surge of joy upon seeing Biyun approach. Her spirit noticeably lifted. Congratulations, senior sister, on your imminent tribulation. I shall prepare a feast in advance, and we shall drink merrily together afterward. Biyun's words elicited a radiant smile from the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, restoring her former composure and tranquility. With my junior brother by my side, I feel a renewed sense of confidence. Once I successfully navigate the tribulation, we shall drink to our heart's content. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits focused intently on her tribulation, while Biyun stood nearby to safeguard her. This tribulation enveloped thousands of miles, an endless accumulation of thunderclouds pressing down like an impending collapse, casting a heavy weight of oppression upon the beings undergoing the tribulation. Darkness shrouded the land, with purple flashes of light intermittently illuminating the surroundings. Before the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits was fully prepared, the thunderbolts descended with a deafening roar. Crack! The lightning transformed into a golden dragon, descending with boundless celestial might, overwhelming all in its path. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits' eyes sparkled with flames as she soared into the air, wielding a divine sword that erupted with resplendent fiery power, akin to a bonfire in the night, illuminating the vast darkness. Boom! The first thunderbolt struck, and the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits successfully navigated through it. As a golden immortal, the Holy Mother practiced the secret arts of her strength was formidable, coupled with the innate spiritual treasure, the golden cloud crown protecting her. She had a fair chance of overcoming the tribulation, just as the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits was at a critical juncture in her tribulation. Hulei and his companions rushed over in a frenzy. Initially, the three had intended to ambush Biyun along the way, but after waiting a considerable time without sight of him, they deduced that Biyun had likely departed ahead of them, prompting their immediate pursuit. Upon arrival, they indeed found Biyun observing the event over the ocean. Biyun, prepare to meet your demise. You have desecrated my master. Today, you shall pay with your life for your transgressions. Hulei bellowed, their intent to wreak havoc upon Biyun clear, with excuses readily fabricated to justify their actions. As Biyun observed three individuals approaching, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity to eliminate the hidden threat posed by Hulei, thereby freeing his esteemed senior sister from the calamity and creating some chances for her. The Holy Mother of Fire, upon witnessing Hulei and his companions charging forth, furrowed her delicate brows and chastised angrily, "Rebellious disciple, do not dare to act so disrespectfully before your uncle Biyun." At this critical juncture of her tribulation, she was unable to intervene and could only raise her voice in admonition. Regrettably, Hulei had resolutely set his sights on confronting Biyun and was unyielding to his master's admonitions. "Master, you are astute. Biyun harbors ill intentions and is treacherous. If he is not eliminated today, he shall become a lingering threat. I am merely cleansing the sect of its malefactors," Hulei declared with righteous indignation, as though he were an envoy of justice, a beacon of light. Biyun, undeterred, retorted fiercely, "Hulei, you vile wretch. You slander me without basis and show blatant disrespect to your superiors. If you dare to disregard your master, how can you expect to escape unscathed today?" Biyun's skill in inciting conflict was far beyond Hulei's capabilities. The Holy Mother of Fire rebuked, "Hulei, should you dare to act recklessly again, consider our relationship severed. If Biyun were to slay you, it would be of no concern to our sect." Upon hearing this, Hulei was consumed by a mixture of shame and fury, his anger intensifying. If he were cast out of the sect, he would become a laughingstock among practitioners, and his face would be forever tarnished in his future interactions with fellow disciples. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Treacherous Biyun, today, even if I must traverse heaven and earth, I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces." In response, Biyun calmly reassured the Holy Mother of Fire, "Senior sister, this rebellious disciple lacks discernment and has chosen to act in such an outrageous manner during your tribulation. I implore you to remain steadfast in your resolve. Focus on your tribulation and leave everything else to me." The Holy Mother of Fire, upon hearing his words, closed her eyes, aware of Biyun's abilities and her disciple's strength. Hulei was no match for Biyun. From this moment on, Hulei is no longer my disciple. All matters shall be at the discretion of my junior brother. Life and death are of no concern. With these words, the Holy Mother of Fire expelled Hulei from the sect. A wisp of calamity energy dissipated within her palace, bringing clarity and lucidity to her mind. Chapter 38. Carrying senior sister back to the cave, Hule let out a furious outburst, his hair standing on end, eyes wide with rage. Biyun must perish, he roared, having lost all semblance of reason. Biyun chuckled inwardly, recognizing that playing mind games with Hule was a futile endeavor, for he was still rather inexperienced. However, Hule's expulsion was a consequence of his own actions, rendering him unworthy of sympathy. Hule, in the past, you relied on my senior sister's reputation to slander me at every turn. Out of respect for our shared lineage, I refrained from retaliating. Now that you are no longer a disciple of our sect, I shall strike you down, and you will have no grounds for protest. With a cold demeanor, Biyun grasped a precious item in his hand, the superior grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan Circle. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. If he could vanquish Biyun this time, the Qian Kuan Circle would rightfully belong to him, along with the coveted 9 days Yuanyang fruit tree, which would also fall into his possession. At this moment, Biyun wasted no words and raised his hand to strike with the Qian Kuan Circle. Hule, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, foolishly attempted to block the Qian Kuan Circle with his sword, charging forward with reckless abandon. With a thunderous crash, the Qian Kuan Circle instantly shattered Hule's sword, followed by a devastating blow that crushed both his hand and arm into oblivion. Had Hule not narrowly dodged with his head at the critical moment, that strike could have obliterated him entirely. Gone was his former arrogance. Now his face was pale, eyes filled with terror, as he instinctively retreated in haste. Biyun, do not be so arrogant. Yu Yuan has come to challenge you. Yu Yuan roared, his crimson hair billowing as his fangs bared. He urged his mount, the golden-eyed five-cloud camel, to charge directly at Biyun. Zhao Jiang was not idle either. He administered a golden elixir to Hule and swiftly summoned his plum-blossom deer, brandishing his sword to strike at Biyun. The two surrounded Biyun, exchanging blows, fists and swords clashing, creating a spectacle of golden brilliance, as deer's sword and camels galloped, embroiled in a chaotic struggle. In the skies, the fire spirit saintess was enduring a heavenly tribulation, her heart consumed with worry for her adversary, fearing for any harm that might befall Biyun. Biyun, facing two opponents, remained unfazed. He unleashed his indestructible golden body, allowing Yu Yuan and Zhao Jiang to expend their utmost efforts. Yet they could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Zhao Jiang, Yu Yuan, it seems you are but mediocre in skills. With such meager abilities, how dare you boast before me? Biyun mocked coldly, not even exerting his full strength, merely toying with the two. Enraged by his words, Yu Yuan and Zhao Jiang shouted in indignation, their pride wounded, yet they remained utterly incapable of overcoming Biyun. Biyun, cease your arrogance. I shall shatter you into a myriad of pieces. Yu Yuan bellowed, his body swaying in the wind, growing to a colossal height of 1,000 zhang, resembling a towering mountain of gold in the sky. Biyun, prepare to meet your end. Yu Yuan shouted with fervor, believing this maneuver would annihilate Biyun. However, Biyun regarded him with disdain, his own form shifting into a golden body of 2,000 zhang, rendering Yu Yuan a mere dwarf before him. Taste my soul, Biyun declared, lifting his foot to deliver a crushing blow, leaving Yu Yuan no chance to evade, as he was stomped upon mercilessly. The 1,000 zhang golden form shattered instantly, unable to maintain its colossal stature, crashing into the vast ocean below. The once mighty Yu Yuan had become a mere jest in the presence of Biyun. Unable to withstand even a single blow, Biyun retracted his golden form and unleashed a punch towards Zhao Jiang. With a resounding crash, Zhao Jiang fared even worse than Yu Yuan, sent sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, appearing utterly wretched. Upon seeing this, the fire spirit saintess let out a sigh of relief, shifting her focus entirely to her tribulation, no longer concerning herself with Biyun. In mere moments, Biyun had bested 3 cultivators, relentlessly pursuing them with a flurry of devastating strikes. Relying on his indestructible golden form, Yu Yuan boisterously proclaimed his intent to continue the battle, consequently suffering the most brutal defeat at the hands of Biyun, his head now resembling a disfigured mess. Just as the 3 were being mercilessly pummeled by Biyun, Taoist duo Bao arrived on his cloud. As the master of his disciple undergoing tribulation, Taoist duo Bao could not turn a blind eye. Upon witnessing his arrival, Biyun ceased his assault and approached to pay his respects. Taoist duo Bao merely nodded, offering no inquiry into their circumstances. The 3 did not depart, but remained standing at a distance. The thunder tribulation faced by the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits was exceedingly perilous, causing Taoist duo Bao to frown in concern. Fortunately, the Holy Mother possessed formidable strength. and with the protection of a congenital spiritual treasure, she was able to emerge unscathed. Rumbling, the thunder tribulation transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward her. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits stood upon a 9-petal golden lotus of fire, adorned with a golden cloud crown atop her head, radiant flames enveloping her, firmly resisting the onslaught of the thunder. After enduring this trial, the thunderstorm finally dissipated completely. The Holy Mother's complexion turned slightly pale, clearly indicating the significant toll it had taken on her. Master, your disciple was unable to pay her respects during the tribulation. I hope for your understanding. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirits offered her greeting to Taoist Duo Bao, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Taoist Duo Bao nodded with a smile, saying, "My child, your successful passage through the thunder tribulation is a fortuitous blessing. From now on, you must cultivate with even greater diligence and effort." In response to her master's guidance, the Holy Mother readily agreed. After imparting his advice, Taoist Duo Bao rose to return to his cave for further cultivation. At that moment, Hulei stepped forward to bow respectfully. "Master, Biyun harbors ulterior motives. You must not draw close to him." The Holy Mother, initially filled with delight, instantly turned sullen at this remark, her voice rising in anger. "Hulei, considering our bond as master and disciple, I hereby expel you from the mountain. Depart swiftly. And should you ever trouble junior brother Biyun again, I shall not intercede on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Hulei felt as though struck by 5 bolts of lightning. His resentment toward Biyun intensified, and he began to harbor hatred for the Holy Mother as well, forgetting even the gratitude he owed for her teachings over the years. Hulei departed, and Biyun did not attempt to stop him. Zhao Jiang cast a resentful glance at Biyun before hastily fleeing as well. In the end, only Yu Yuan remained, shouting, "Biyun, this matter is not concluded. I shall return when my golden form reaches completion." Biyun paid them no heed, waiting until the 3 had vanished before the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's legs weakened, causing her to collapse into Biyun's embrace. The thunder tribulation had indeed been fraught with peril, although she had emerged safe. The pressure she had endured was far greater than it appeared. She had previously feigned calmness to spare her master from worry and to prevent Yu Yuan and Zhao Jiang from mocking her. "Senior sister," Biyun swiftly enveloped the Holy Mother in his embrace. Though he held her warmly, his thoughts were devoid of any ill intent, filled only with concern. "Do not fret, my junior. I have just undergone the dual trials of inner demons and thunder tribulations, leaving me weary in spirit, yet I am unscathed. A brief respite will restore my vitality. Now, shall we venture to your abode to indulge in some wine?" The Holy Mother of Fire, with her radiant eyes shimmering like the dawn, was evidently elated. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes." With that, Biyun lifted the Holy Mother of Fire and soared through the clouds towards the island of the 3 immortals. "Thank you, my junior," expressed the Holy Mother of Fire with heartfelt gratitude as she nestled her head against Biyun's shoulder, her forehead gently touching his cheek, exuding an air of sweetness and charm. Previously, Biyun had ample opportunity to slay Hulei, yet he refrained. Hulei was the disciple of the Holy Mother of Fire, and their bond had endured for many years. The Holy Mother harbored genuine affection for her disciple. Had Biyun taken Hulei's life, it would have undoubtedly caused her sorrow. By sparing Hulei, it seemed a risk was left unaddressed, but in truth, it deepened the Holy Mother's fondness for Biyun. Biyun understood the adage that allowing a tiger to return to the mountain could lead to endless troubles. However, Hulei was no tiger. At best, he was but a mere pest. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards: 500 years of foundational cultivation, basic fortune 100, and basic alchemy proficiency 100 have been credited. Please check your account in a timely manner. With the task successfully concluded, not only did the Holy Mother of Fire triumph over her tribulation, but Biyun also reaped significant rewards. Most importantly, Hulei had been outmaneuvered and expelled from the Jia sect, ensuring the Holy Mother's future safety. Now, as the Holy Mother of Fire was cradled in Biyun's arms, one could only wonder what enchanting events might unfold. Chapter 39. The Holy Mother of Fire condenses the 5 qi to celebrate the clouds after Zhao Zhang's departure. He concealed himself along the way and chanced upon the sight of Biyun and the Holy Mother of Fire, their intimacy palpable as they conversed and laughed, igniting a fiery jealousy within him. Biyun, taking advantage of the situation, acted without regard for propriety. Zhao Jiang was consumed by rage, while Biyun reveled in delight. Upon returning to the cave, Biyun produced his treasured elixirs and offered them to the Holy Mother of Fire. "My junior, feed me," she languidly requested, her alluring gaze fixed upon him. Biyun was more than willing to oblige, his fingertip brushing against her soft, rosy lips, creating an atmosphere of undeniable allure. After consuming the elixir, her condition began to improve swiftly. Senior sister, please enter seclusion to recuperate swiftly, having successfully traversed your tribulation. Now is the opportune moment to stabilize your cultivation, Biyun advised with concern. The Holy Mother of Fire nodded obediently, taking his words to heart, and began her recuperation in Biyun's tranquil chamber. Following the completion of his task, Biyun's fortune and foundational alchemy proficiency increased. With leisure at hand, he commenced the crafting of elixirs. They had procured numerous valuable materials from the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, providing ample resources for alchemical endeavors. Although it was Biyun's inaugural attempt at alchemy, his expertise in the art was by no means lacking. In this cave, a dedicated alchemical chamber had been established. Biyun retrieved an alchemical furnace and gathered the necessary materials, embarking on the process of concocting elixirs. With sufficient foundational proficiency in alchemy, Biyun exhibited remarkable talent in this art. Skillfully crafting elixirs, he soon released a series of fragrant aromas wafting from the cauldron. After 16 days, this batch of elixirs was successfully completed. As Biyun opened the cauldron to retrieve the elixirs, golden rays erupted from within, illuminating the entire cave dwelling. Success, he exclaimed, as 9 golden elixirs floated above his palm, radiating brilliant golden light. Each elixir bore 3 mysterious patterns, identifying them as 3 transformation golden elixirs. Despite my current modest proficiency in alchemy, I have managed to concoct a 3 transformation golden elixir. It seems that achieving the level of the Taiyi sage, who can produce 9 transformation golden elixirs, is not an insurmountable challenge. Biyun smiled radiantly, satisfied as he stored away the elixirs. The 3 transformation golden elixirs possess significant efficacy, capable of swiftly healing wounds during great battles, making them essential items. Over the past 10 days, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits has recovered from her injuries, and during this time, she has begun to consolidate the 5 elemental energies within her. Once she completes this gathering of energies, her power will experience a substantial enhancement. Upon entering the Golden Immortal Realm, all cultivators will begin to consolidate the 5 energies under certain conditions. The 5 energies represent the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the vital organs of the cultivator, and are the essence of internal refinement. The gathering of these energies signifies the representation of an immortal golden immortal. Not only do these 5 energies protect the cultivator from all forms of harm, but they also strengthen the organs, further enhancing cultivation and laying a foundation for the future gathering of the 3 flowers at the crown. Just as Biyun focused on the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits gathering her energies, the 3 celestial maidens arrived at his cave dwelling. Sensing their presence, Biyun hurriedly emerged to welcome them. I did not anticipate the esteemed arrival of my masters. I apologize for my lack of proper greeting. I hope you will forgive my oversight. His courteous demeanor greatly pleased the celestial maiden of clouds. No need for formalities, my disciple. This time, my sisters and I have made significant progress in refining the 9 heavens primordial yang fruit. Today, we come here for leisure, so do not feel constrained. Grateful for the celestial maiden's relaxed demeanor, Biyun nodded and stood aside. I must report to you, master. Recently, the Dragon King Ao Guang from the Eastern Sea visited me, seeking refuge within our sect to escape the impending doom facing the Dragon Clan. Noticing that you were in seclusion, I agreed and accepted the 3rd prince of the Western Sea Dragon King as my disciple. Biyun recounted the events to the celestial maiden of clouds, who nodded in understanding, showing no concern. I shall inform our master of this matter. The Dragon Kin merely fear the disciples of the Chan sect, while our sect cannot guarantee the safety of the entire Dragon Clan. Preserving a portion of their lineage is quite manageable. As for accepting disciples, you are free to act according to your own judgment regarding any promising candidates. The Celestial Maiden of Clouds would not impose restrictions on her disciples' actions, recognizing that the Master of the Celestial Gate has countless disciples, which aligns with the ethos of their sect. Thus, she refrained from interfering in Biyun's acceptance of disciples. The Celestial Maiden Xiong Xiao smiled and said, "Disciple, it appears that there are cultivators in your cave dwelling who are condensing the 5 qi. I can sense the powerful flow of the elemental energies." Previously, when the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit visited the 3 Immortals Island, the 3 masters were still in their cultivation and were completely unaware of her presence. After Biyun provided an explanation, the 3 celestial maidens began to comprehend the situation. The aptitude of Sister Fire Spirit is commendable. The 5 Qi Chaozong is essentially a convergence of the essence of the inner palace. The fact that she can gather the 5 qi upon just entering the golden immortal realm signifies her immense potential. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement, singing praises for the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Sister, when I condensed the 5 qi, I amassed 300 acres of auspicious purple energy. I wonder how much 5 qi Sister Fire Spirit can gather. Bai Xiao inquired with curiosity, as the quantity of 5 qi reflects a cultivator's future potential. Notably, renowned figures like Daobao Daoist and Yun Xiao gathered less than 1,000 acres of 5 qi, which is already remarkable. As the eldest disciple of the Master, Fire Spirit's aptitude is naturally exceptional. We shall see for ourselves. Qiong Xiao's words piqued Bai Yun's curiosity even more. Currently at the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, he would soon break through to the golden immortal realm and then condense his own auspicious 5 qi. Boom. Above the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's head, the 5 qi coalesced into a size of 200 acres, with auspicious clouds spreading in all directions. Among those clouds, vibrant colors illuminated the heavens, accompanied by golden glimmers radiating endless flames. Simultaneously, the fiery golden lotus took root within the auspicious clouds, supporting a realm of its own. Various Tao artifacts such as golden lamps, fire beads, lotus platforms, mats, auspicious symbols, and celestial bells floated amid the clouds, each emanating unique divine light, together safeguarding the realm of auspicious clouds. 270 acres of auspicious clouds, Bai Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit can be regarded as a leading figure among the 3rd generation of the. Her aptitude is almost on par with that of Bai Xiao. Sister Fire Spirit is indeed extraordinary. Her worth is evident in the Master's regard. Qiong Xiao smiled and nodded, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. At that moment, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit awoke from her seclusion, and upon seeing her 270 acres of auspicious clouds, joy spread across her face. Congratulations, sister. The auspicious clouds have formed, and the 5 qi have converged. The path ahead is promising. Yun Xiao stepped forward to celebrate. Just as the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was about to share her joy with Bai Yun, she noticed the presence of her 3 masters, causing her to blush and bow respectfully. When did my 3 elder sisters arrive? I have not yet paid my respects. Please do not take offense. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit had a good rapport with the 3 celestial maidens, often addressing them as sisters. Such terminology fosters intimacy and alleviates the formality typically found between master and disciple, which the female immortals appreciated. Originally intending to indulge in a more affectionate manner with Bai Yun, she had to suppress her feelings in the presence of her 3 masters, casting a wistful glance at him. Chapter 40. Nuwa takes action. The demon clan revolts. The group enjoyed tea and wine within the cave dwelling. Each of the 4 female immortals possessed an extraordinary capacity. Had Bai Yun and the others not previously pilfered a substantial amount of divine nectar from the Dragon Palace, they might have truly found themselves lacking in provisions for this occasion. In the midst of the clinking of cups and the exchange of drinks, the 4 celestial maidens wore a rosy glow upon their faces, and amidst the melodious laughter, a more enchanting scene unfolded. As the celebratory feast of the Fire Spirit Mother came to a close, the 4 of them departed, leaving Bai Yun to tidy up alone. Little did she expect that her 3 masters and the Fire Spirit could drink so heartily. This was a burden she could hardly support in the future. With a smile and a shake of her head, Bai Yun noted that even after the maidens had left, the air remained fragrant with their delicate scents and the remnants of exquisite wine. Under the slanting rays of the sunset, amidst the blooming spring mountains, Bai Yun reclined atop a hill, basking in the brilliant springtime. The path of cultivation was far from easy. Reflecting on her journey filled her with emotion. Though her current cultivation was not particularly high, she had temporarily escaped the mire of death and found a moment to breathe. The calamity of the divine sealing was not solely her affliction. It was a crisis threatening the entire sect of the intercepting teachings. The Fire Spirit Sister and the 3 celestial masters all faced their own perils. If she could devise a plan to assist them in evading disaster, would that not be splendid? Initially, Bai Yun had merely desired to survive in solitude, yet now she wished to cherish those around her. The loneliness of solitary cultivation proved too daunting. If she could share her days with beautiful companions, reveling in music and joy, it would indeed be a delightful affair. The 3 masters and the Fire Spirit Sister were all breathtakingly beautiful, and Bai Yun had no intention of losing them. Immortal for countless years, what significance did it hold to sit alone through eternity? Bai Yun's thoughts were grounded in reality. The Fire Spirit and the 3 celestial masters had shown her great kindness, and she recognized this bond. Therefore, under the condition of ensuring her safety, she was willing to assist them in escaping the calamity of the divine sealing. Previously, She had orchestrated the downfall of Hu Lei, leading to his expulsion from the sect. This was part of her strategy. A wisp of calamity had already been dispelled from the fire spirit mother's realm, severing her ties with Hu Lei, and she was indeed much safer now. Bai Yun's task was to endure, to make the most of her golden opportunities, and to grow swiftly. Each day on the Three Immortal Island and Jinao Island, she diligently undertook tasks, watching her strength soar. Master, I wish to return to the Western Sea, the little white dragon implored, kneeling before Bai Yun. The North Sea Dragon Palace has faced an invasion from external enemies. My father has summoned me back to assist my uncle in repelling them. Having consumed the 9 Heaven Sun fruit, the little white dragon's cultivation had skyrocketed, achieving the pinnacle of true immortal realm, just a step away from the profound immortal level. Upon hearing this news, Bai Yun's mind raced. An invasion in the North Sea? Given the current turmoil of the divine ceiling, could it be that the rebellious Yuan Fu Tong from the North Sea's 72 routes was causing trouble? The thought struck her, and her mind whirred with ideas. The fox demon Daji had stirred chaos in Chaoga, leading to the tyrannical rule of King Zhou, resulting in great disorder within the Shang dynasty. All of this transpired while Grandmaster Wen was besieging Yuan Fu Tong in the North Sea for 15 years. It is worth noting that King Zhou had once been a diligent ruler, leading campaigns north and south, a revitalizing sovereign during the dynasty's resurgence. When Grandmaster Wen first launched his northern expedition, the Shang was prosperous and stable, with the surrounding tribes pacified, and the 800 vassal lords paying their respects. However, within 15 years, the Great Shang dynasty fell into disarray, with music and rites deteriorating and the court's governance weakened. King Zhou, failing to administer benevolent rule, neglected to bestow grace or heed the loyal and sincere, resulting in chaos across the realm, rebellion among the feudal lords, and the hearts of the people turning entirely towards the West Qi. If the Grandmaster Wen had not marched to the North Sea, or had swiftly vanquished Yuan Fudong within a month, what would the state of the Shang have been? Bai Yun pondered deeply, recognizing the significance of this inquiry. Just as Bai Yun deliberated, the Golden Finger presented a choice once more. North Sea Dragon Palace turmoil. Option 1. Allow the little white dragon to depart alone, disregarding the North Sea turmoil, and let him resolve the issue himself. Reward. Superior innate spiritual treasure, 8 light divine sword. Option 2. Request assistance from the 3 esteemed masters to help resolve the North Sea Dragon Palace turmoil. Reward. Middle grade innate spiritual treasure, heavenly hammer. Option 3. Personally intervene, accompanying the little white dragon back to the North Sea to quell the unrest and assist Wen Zhong in swiftly eliminating Yuan Fudong, returning victorious. Reward. Basic fortune 100, basic roots 100, basic cultivation 500 years, a drop of Zhu Rong's ancestral blood. Upon seeing the third option, with its abundant rewards, Bai Yun immediately ceased further contemplation. Ao Lai, rise quickly. Since the Dragon Clan is in peril, I shall personally go and lend you my strength. Bai Yun's declaration brought an immediate glow of joy to Ao Lai. He had been concerned that his solitary return would bear little fruit. Now, with his master by his side, the matter seemed much more manageable. Thank you, master. Ao Lai hastily rose, standing respectfully to the side. After a brief preparation, gathering elixirs and formation materials, Bai Yun and Ao Lai set off to first gather intelligence in the West Sea before proceeding to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the 3 celestial maidens approached the Tongtian teacher. They had yet to inform the sage about the Dragon Clan's allegiance, and this was the perfect opportunity to share it with Tongtian. Upon hearing their account, Tongtian nodded, saying, "The Dragon Clan's submission to our Jie sect is indeed a fortuitous development. Our sect, already formidable, will undoubtedly flourish further with the Dragon Clan's support." Tongtian, proud of his great sect, was not inclined to oppose the Dragon Clan's allegiance. He suspected that the North Sea turmoil might be instigated by a few fellow disciples acting in the shadows. You should return and focus on your cultivation. I will watch over this matter discreetly. Tongtian placed great importance on Bai Yun, especially after noticing the potential he possessed, which could be advantageous to the Jie sect. After conveying this information, the 3 celestial maidens took their leave. Sitting on the mat, Tongtian engaged in contemplation, yet yielded no fruitful insights. It seems I must personally take action this time. Anyone who dares to harm my disciple Bai Yun shall not escape my wrath. A fierce glimmer crossed Tongtian's eyes as his figure slowly faded away. Previously, the Supreme Master of Tongtian had conducted countless divinations, only to discover that the future of the Jie sect was shrouded in desolation. However, the emergence of Bai Yun has altered the course of events. Consequently, the Supreme Master would go to great lengths to ensure Bai Yun's safety. Upon returning to the West Sea, Biyun and the little white dragon found that the Sea Dragon King had already departed with a substantial force, leaving only a handful of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to guard the Dragon Palace. Master, we should head directly to the North Sea. The situation is quite dire. Aolai expressed with evident anxiety. The exodus from the West Sea Dragon Palace indicated something was amiss. Do not fret, my disciple. We shall ascertain the situation upon our arrival at the North Sea. The two took to the waters, making their way swiftly to the North Sea Dragon Palace. At that moment, the North Sea Dragon Palace was in complete disarray, besieged by countless demon clans, leaving the North Sea Dragon King and his aquatic kin too fearful to show themselves. Even with the full support of the West Sea and East Sea Dragon Kings, they could hardly fend off the relentless assault from the demons. Brother, why not seek assistance from the Lingxiao Treasure Palace? Let us request the Emperor to dispatch heavenly soldiers to aid the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon King implored urgently. However, the East Sea Dragon King shook his head with a sigh. If the Emperor were willing to assist our dragon kin, would matters have escalated to this extent? It turned out that the East Sea Dragon King had already sought help from the Lingxiao Treasure Palace at the earliest opportunity, yet their pleas had gone unanswered, leaving them in despair. The turmoil in the North Sea was of great significance, and the Emperor Haoyan, understanding the intricate dynamics at play, hesitated to intervene recklessly. Alas, the four Sea Dragon Kings lamented, shaking their heads in dismay. They had aspired to a life of stability, yet the three realm sovereigns were suppressed by the saints, leaving no semblance of authority. Witnessing the precarious situation in the North Sea, the North Sea Dragon King even contemplated abandoning the Dragon Palace to seek refuge in the other seas. Within the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, Emperor Haoyan and the Golden Mother of Yaoqi sat upon their exalted thrones, observing the tumultuous battle in the North Sea unfold before them. Your Majesty, the dragon clans of the four seas seek our assistance, yet we turn a blind eye. This may surely incite the ire of the Sea Dragon Lords. The Golden Mother of Yaoqi, perceiving the dire circumstances of the Dragon Palace, felt a sense of unease. Emperor Haoyan, however, shook his head and replied, "This matter is a scheme orchestrated by the saints. We cannot interfere casually. Moreover, we possess no soldiers to deploy. Should we send heavenly troops, it may prove futile." Emperor Haoyan felt a profound sense of frustration. Although he possessed the capability to quell the unrest, he dared not personally intervene. He feared that angering the saints could lead to dire consequences. Just as the Emperor and the Golden Mother continued to monitor the battle, a sudden disruption in the celestial mechanisms caused all images to vanish. They exchanged glances, realizing that a saint had intervened to obscure the heavenly secrets, rendering all direct inquiries into the situation impossible. Meanwhile, the battle in the North Sea raged fiercely, and by the time Biyun and Aolai arrived, they were met with a scene of devastation, with numerous bodies strewn across the surface of the water. Master, let us enter from the rear. I know of a hidden passage. The little white dragon was well acquainted with the North Sea situation, and soon they found themselves within the Crystal Palace. Father, the little white dragon stepped forward to pay his respects. At that moment, the assembled crowd was engulfed in worry. Upon seeing Aolai and Biyun's arrival, the countenance of the four seas dragon kings improved slightly. The East Sea Dragon King spoke first. Biyun, my friend, you have come. We are immensely grateful. The other three dragon kings hastily echoed their thanks. Biyun replied, I was uneasy about Aolai returning alone, which is why I decided to follow him. If I can lend assistance, it would be most fortuitous. Despite Biyun's courteous demeanor, the four dragon kings nodded in agreement, yet their apprehension remained palpable. The situation in the North Sea Dragon Palace was exceedingly intricate, with numerous formidable adversaries outside. Although Biyun was a disciple of a sage, it was likely that the surrounding demon tribes would not regard this with any significance. To the four seas dragon kings, a single Biyun might indeed be insufficient to remedy their troubles. The prestige of the sage's teachings bore little weight in this perilous conflict. This battle involved not only the dragon kings and their heirs, but even the dragon princesses had taken to the battlefield, underscoring the gravity of the crisis. Among the numerous dragon maidens, one stood out with unparalleled beauty, a radiant figure amongst the princesses. She was the daughter of the 10,000 holy dragon king of the Baibo Pool, known as Princess Wansheng. Princess Wansheng was originally the wife of the little white dragon, but later became entangled with the nine-headed insect, leading to the incident where the little white dragon set the dragon palace ablaze and was subsequently exiled to the Eagle's Woe Gorge. Biyun perceived that all these events concealed a web of schemes and machinations. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Observing the perilous state of affairs, Biyun addressed the four seas dragon kings, esteemed dragon lords. please procure some celestial treasures and earthly gems. With my 900 dragon warriors, I shall establish a formation to ensure the safety of the Dragon Palace. Though Biyun spoke with unwavering confidence, the assembled aquatic beings regarded him with skepticism. They recognized that Biyun's power was not particularly formidable. His realm of Xianxian was insufficient to rely upon. Despite their reservations, the North Sea Dragon King complied with Biyun's request for materials to set up the formation, allowing him to undertake the task personally. Brother, what is your true assessment of Biyun? The North Sea Dragon King discreetly inquired of Ao Guang, his concern evident. Do not fret, even if we falter. It matters not. The mere presence of Biyun, with his sincere intentions, is enough, Ao Guang responded, evidently harboring modest hopes. The external demon tribes were exceedingly powerful, leaving the dragon race in a precarious position. Alas, while that may be so, should the North Sea Dragon Palace fall, our losses would be substantial, remarked the West Sea Dragon King. The Four Seas Dragon clan, being interconnected, lacked robust fortune. If the North Sea Dragon Palace were to be seized, the dragon race's luck would undoubtedly suffer another grievous blow. Consequently, the already beleaguered dragon race would face even harsher days ahead. Unbeknownst to Biyun, who was oblivious to the clandestine discussions among the Four Seas Dragon Kings, he swiftly initiated a grand formation, specifically the Nine Curves Yellow River formation of the Three Shaos. This formation was inherently water-based, infused with boundless energy of pure water. In the depths of the ocean, the formidable Nine Curves Yellow River formation is now laid out, its power surpassing that of formations established on land. Dragon Lord, let the dragon kin retreat and lure those demon creatures into the formation, commanded Biyun, who personally entered the Nine Curves Yellow River formation to manipulate it. The dragon kings of the Four Seas were in a quandary. They had painstakingly established their defenses, and if they retreated too easily, while Biyun could not fend off the demon tribe, their dragon palace would face dire consequences. Yet, with Biyun present, refusing to yield would clearly offend him. All dragon warriors, retreat into the formation, commanded the dragon king of the East Sea. Instantly, all engaged aquatic beings withdrew, while the demon creatures surged forth with haste. Although the demon tribe was not as potent as during the era of the ancient demon court, they felt assured in confronting a declining dragon lineage. Follow me to battle and seize the North Sea. This place shall henceforth belong to our water demons. Led by a stunning female demon draped in but two sheer veils, her enchanting figure advanced swiftly with a throng of demons. Within the formation, Biyun commanded 900 dragon soldiers, and the array began to operate with remarkable swiftness. The remnants of the demon tribe, unaware of the impending peril, plunged recklessly into the Nine Curves Yellow River formation. Activate the formation. With Biyun's command, a torrent of yellow sand surged, and the turbulent waters roared violently. The ominous array of the Yellow River, aligned with the three talents, heralded calamity for celestial beings. Within the Nine Curves lay the essence of creation, while the treacherous winds arose from the three bends. As the demon tribe entered the Nine Curves Yellow River formation, they became utterly disoriented, unable to discern cardinal directions or even the line between life and death. Biyun shook the formation's flag, causing ominous winds to howl, devouring bones and souls, while violet lightning struck, obliterating forms and lives. Those demons caught within the formation were instantaneously reduced to ashes, their remains scattered to the winds. Upon the death of their leader, the remaining demons were beset by terror, their souls fleeing from their bodies. Many demons who had yet to enter the formation sighed in relief, and in their panic, turned to flee, none daring to linger for even a moment. The dragon lords of the Four Seas watched in astonishment, their hearts swelling with euphoric delight. Biyun's prowess is remarkable with this grand formation. Any number of demons will be reduced to dust, laughed the dragon king of the East Sea, his previous doubts and worries evaporating. Indeed, Biyun is formidable. He is truly a blessing for our dragon lineage, echoed the dragon king of the North Sea, brimming with praise and joy. Meanwhile, several dragon maidens cast glances at Biyun, particularly Princess Wansheng, whose sparkling eyes remained fixed upon him. While the dragon tribe struggled against the demons, Biyun's formation effortlessly resolved the crisis in the North Sea, earning him the admiration of the dragon princesses. Chapter 42. The 72 Rebel Kings, Yuan Fudong? Biyun's assistance in repelling the demon tribe completely won over the dragon kings of the Four Seas to his cause. The crisis in the dragon palace has been averted, and the dragon king has hosted a grand banquet to celebrate with Biyun. During the feast, the four dragon kings, along with numerous dragon sons and daughters, frequently urged Biyun to drink, and he graciously accepted every toast. This time, he was determined to stay, with the aim of quelling the turmoil in the North Sea. Esteemed immortal, please drink this cup. Princess Wansheng took the opportunity to personally pour wine for Biyun. Your Highness, I accept your kind invitation, Biyun said, aware of the intricate feelings that would later develop between Princess Wansheng and the Little White Dragon. However, with the Little White Dragon now being his disciple, whether his fate would change remained uncertain. Despite the resolution of the crisis in the North Sea Dragon Palace, the rebellion led by Yuan Fudong and others had not subsided. The 72 rebel kings on land were engaged in a fierce struggle with Master One and had not participated in the Dragon Palace battle, thus remaining unscathed. If they could eliminate Yuan Fudong and his faction beforehand, Wen Zhong would be able to return to court smoothly, potentially allowing King Zhou to delay his downfall for a longer period. Biyun understood that King Zhou was not incapable. If he were to restore the imperial authority, he might indeed possess the strength to contend with the forces of Shiqi. What Biyun needed most at this moment was time. With the aid of his extraordinary abilities, he could swiftly elevate his strength. Given a little more time for development, escaping the calamity of the investiture of the gods would be entirely feasible. Once stability was restored in the North Sea Dragon Palace, Biyun proposed to the Dragon Kings. The recent large-scale invasion of the North Sea by the Demon Clan was evidently instigated by someone behind the scenes. Although the demons had retreated for now, they would undoubtedly return in the future. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate the source of trouble in the North Sea once and for all? Biyun articulated his thoughts eloquently, yet the dragon race dared not provoke the Demon Clan. It is crucial to remember that although the ancient Demon Clan had fallen into desuetude, the Demon Master Kunpeng had been lurking in the depths of the North Sea. And the ancient demon generals such as Bai Zhe, Qin Yuan, and Shangyang were also concealed within the vast mountains. Moreover, the demon clan was backed by the Saint Enoi, one of the original 4 demon sovereigns, who had been seeking opportunities for the revival of her kin. Your reasoning is sound, my friend Biyun. But our dragon race is currently weak. How can we dare to retaliate against the demon clan? The East Sea Dragon King expressed his sorrow, not out of cowardice, but out of a duty to consider the welfare of the entire dragon lineage. Biyun nodded with a smile, having never expected the dragon race to offer significant assistance. Do not worry, O Dragon King. If you could provide me with 3,000 dragon soldiers, I shall take them to seek out Master Wen and join forces to quell the unrest in the North Sea. In doing so, we will restore peace and prosperity to the dragon race. Upon hearing this, the 4 dragon kings nodded in agreement, readily granting his request. 3,000 dragon soldiers were indeed a modest number. Even if they were to perish, it would not be a great loss. Wen Zhong, a disciple of the Golden Spirit Mother of the sect, shared a bond of camaraderie with Biyun. With the 3,000 dragon soldiers at his command, Biyun departed from the North Sea Dragon Palace, making his way to the encampment of Master One. A messenger had already conveyed the news to Wen Zhong. Master, there is a man at the gate requesting an audience, who claims to be Biyun, your junior disciple. Wen Zhong was perusing military texts when he heard that Biyun had arrived. He immediately set aside his reading, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm and a broad smile gracing his face. Brother Dao, your arrival is a fortuitous omen. Yu Qing and Ji Li, go forth to welcome him. The 2 disciples rose to comply, but when Taishi quickly called them back. No, it is best that I personally receive him. You shall accompany me. When Taishi rose and exited the central military tent, already laughing heartily before catching sight of Biyun. Ha! Brother Dao, I apologize for my failure to greet you properly upon your long journey. Please forgive my oversight. Biyun looked up and beheld a majestic figure striding toward him. None other than the esteemed Grand Preceptor, a distinguished disciple of the Jie sect, Wen Zhong. This man stood 8 feet tall, imposing and powerful, with a singular vertical pupil that was a manifestation of his innate celestial vision. With a vibrant display of colors, banners waved, while the red and gold of his spear glimmered in the light. He was adorned with a battle axe on one side and a golden gourd on the other, flanked by yellow banners and leopard tails. Warriors bearing blades added luster to his entourage, while officials radiated joy in his presence. Brother Dao, I have come to the North Sea expressly to assist you in vanquishing our foes. Biyun and Wen Taishi entered the military tent together. This time, as Wen Taishi prepared for the expedition to the North Sea, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the 72 rebel kings. Presently, he was troubled with how to repel the enemy, and to his astonishment, Biyun had already arrived at the North Sea. The assembled generals regarded Biyun's boasts with skepticism. After all, Wen Taishi was a veteran of 3 dynasties, adept in both civil and martial affairs, proficient in warfare and strategic deployment. Even he struggled against the 72 rebel kings. Biyun had just arrived and boldly proclaimed his intent to assist when Taisher, which led the soldiers to perceive his confidence as rather presumptuous. Ha! With your arrival, Brother Dao, our troops shall undoubtedly achieve swift victory and return triumphantly. Although Wen Zhong had descended the mountain for many years, he maintained ties with the Jie sect. He was well aware of Biyun's esteemed reputation among the sect's leader. As the crowd pondered, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted from outside the camp. Wen Zhong, come forth and meet your demise. You cowardly wretches dare not emerge from your camp. What prowess do you possess? Send forth one with courage to learn of my might. This was a challenge from the subordinates of the 72 rebel kings, and the faces of the military personnel turned crimson with indignation, yet none dared to confront the enemy. Previous encounters had seen numerous officers, confident in their martial abilities, cut down by the adversaries, leaving them reluctant to display bravado again. Grand Preceptor, since this esteemed immortal possesses strategies to defeat the enemy, shall we not arrange our forces and engage the traitors in battle? A general rose, clearly eager to witness Biyun's potential failure. Wen Zhong furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, Brother Dao has traveled a great distance. I have yet to honor him with a proper welcome. How can we rush into battle so soon? Wen Zhong recognized the enemy's strength and feared for Biyun's safety. Seeking to deflect the call to arms, Biyun smiled gently and remarked, My fellow Taoist, there is no need for formality between us disciples. Let us warm a fine pot of wine. Once I return victorious from battle, we shall drink together. Biyun's words were so audacious, completely disregarding the enemy, that it left the assembled officers and soldiers feeling somewhat embarrassed. Very well, my fellow Taoist, I shall personally beat the drum to rally our spirits. As Master Wen observed he could not dissuade Biyun, he seized the opportunity to bolster the morale of the troops, instructing Jili and Yuqing to keep a vigilant eye on Biyun to prevent any mishap. The crowd moved out from the camp, arranging their forces in 4 formations. From the opposing army, a general charged forth, riding a swift steed, his appearance imposing and dignified, wielding a Fangtian Huaji that exuded great authority. Who dares approach? I do not slay nameless scoundrels. The man's arrogance was palpable, completely dismissing Biyun as he flaunted his might without reservation. At this moment, as Biyun prepared for battle, Yuqing hurriedly cautioned in a low voice, Master Uncle, please heed my words. This man is one of the 72 rebel kings, known as the King of the Turning Sea. His strength is formidable, so I advise you to proceed with caution. The King of the Turning Sea had previously slain 6 generals, instilling fear in the hearts of the Shang soldiers, who dared not confront him again. Biyun, however, was unfazed. He nodded slightly and soared forward to the front lines. I am Biyun, disciple of the Jiejiao Saint. He introduced himself, having little regard for the King of the Turning Sea, assuming he was not a formidable adversary. The King of the Turning Sea grinned menacingly, remarking that with countless disciples of Jiejiao, who could ascertain Biyun's significance. Prepare to die, he bellowed, urging his steed onward as he swung his Fangtian Huaji down with ferocity. Boom! Thunder and lightning erupted, and boundless waves surged skyward. The King of the Turning Sea wielded the power of thunder and water, fighting with unyielding courage. The Shang army was filled with dread, and even Master Wen in the rear felt immense concern. In contrast, the opposing soldiers waved their banners and shouted, as though they had already envisioned their triumphant return. With a thud, Biyun raised his hand and effortlessly countered the thunderous strike with a single punch. The raging tides were quelled, and the crackling thunder dissipated. Even the Fangtian Huaji was reduced to dust by Biyun's might. The King of the Turning Sea's eyes widened in disbelief. His previous arrogance and contempt transformed into sheer terror and despair. He had great confidence in his powers, yet in the presence of Biyun, he appeared utterly fragile, leaving him in a state of panic, stripped of any semblance of pride. With a thump, Biyun stepped forward, delivering another forceful punch. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, the King of the Turning Sea desperately attempted to resist, pouring every ounce of his strength into blocking Biyun's strike. But with a single blow, it was as if he had crushed a ripe, juicy watermelon. The once mighty King of the Turning Sea, who had slain 6 fierce generals of the Shang, could not withstand even 3 exchanges with Biyun. He was vanquished. The simple yet decisive assaults by Biyun left the battlefield in a profound silence, as if the very air had stilled. Such a swift engagement caught both sides off guard. Following a long period of tranquility, the camp of the Great Shang erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers, akin to a tidal wave. For days, the Great Shang army had been under relentless pressure from their foes, suffering losses without a single victory to their name. However, with Biyun's arrival. The tide turned as he effortlessly vanquished a formidable rebel leader, restoring pride to the soldiers of Great Shang. In that moment, the entire army was ablaze with fervor, their exultations ringing out like thunder. In stark contrast, the rebels, upon realizing their predicament, began to flee in droves, retreating like the ebbing tide, too intimidated to confront Biyun. On the city ramparts, Master Wen chuckled heartily, his eyes gleaming with delight. Those generals who had previously dismissed Biyun now felt a deep sense of shame, unable to face him again. As Biyun returned to camp, a pot of fine wine remained untouched, yet all the commanders sang his praises, marveling at his extraordinary prowess. The soldiers too held Biyun in high esteem, revering him as if he were a divine being. Within the city of Beihai, news of the Sea King's demise at the hands of Biyun spread rapidly among the remnants of the defeated army, causing Yuan Fudong to gasp in shock. The 72 rebel leaders, formidable figures among the demon tribe, possessed remarkable skills, though they could not match the ancient demon generals in strength. It was unfathomable that the Sea King had failed to withstand even a single strike from Biyun. Yuan Fudong's face flushed with rage as he contemplated the implications. Their mission had been initiated by a secret decree to keep Master Wen occupied on the battlefield, preventing his return to the capital of Chaoga, where he could manage state affairs. The demonist Daji had wreaked havoc upon the Great Shang during the absence of Master Wen over the past decade. Should Master Wen return, Daji would lose her influence over King Zhou. Thus, the stability of the Great Shang would be assured, and the small territory of Shiqi would find it increasingly difficult to challenge their supremacy. Are the disciples of the truly that formidable? The demon race shall not fear them. Let us unite and eradicate this Biyun, roared the Mountain King, dismissing the notion that the disciples of the could pose any significant threat. These demons had been forged in the crucible of war, their battle prowess formidable. Yes, my rake knows no fear of Biyun or any other. Together, we shall avenge the Sea King. The demons, fiercely defiant, vowed to slay Biyun. Yuan Fudong made no effort to dissuade them. Their mission was clear, to intercept Wen Zhong, regardless of the strength of their adversaries. This was the directive from above, and they dared not defy it. With 70 rebel leaders at his side, Yuan Fudong surged forth from Beihai, a formidable wave of demon soldiers advancing like an unstoppable mountain. Which one of you is Biyun? Step forth and meet your demise. Yuan Fudong, accompanied by numerous rebel forces, approached with fierce curses. Hearing this in the central military tent, Biyun rose with a smile and addressed Master Wen. Brother, your duties are demanding. Allow me to vanquish these rebels, so you may return to court at your earliest convenience. This time, no one doubted Biyun's bravado. Rather, the entire army brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness his display of prowess once more. Outside the encampment, the 70 rebel kings, led by Yuan Fudong, formed their ranks. Are you Biyun? Roared the king of the mountain, brandishing his spear, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Biyun replied with a grin. Indeed, I am your grandfather. The king of the mountain, taken aback by Biyun's arrogance, immediately darkened in countenance and transformed into a fierce dragon, lunging at Biyun. With a thunderous roar, the monstrous dragon, colossal in size, sought to constrict Biyun. Yet, Biyun stood his ground, unleashing a punch that radiated boundless golden light, shaking the very heavens. The dragon's head was instantaneously shattered, but the king of the mountain did not perish. Instead, he transformed, sprouting 2 additional heads. 3-headed dragon. This creature was not the disciple of the Jie sect, but rather a demon general from the demon tribe, sharing the bloodline of the 3-headed dragon. Biyun, you may crush one of my heads, but I can regenerate it. Let us see how you will defeat me. This 3-headed dragon proved formidable. As long as not all 3 heads were obliterated, he could swiftly revive the severed ones, returning to his original state. Biyun scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he charged forward once more. If I can shatter one of your heads, I can certainly obliterate all 3. With that, he unleashed a punch, manifesting 3 golden shadows of his fist simultaneously. The king of the mountain could not keep pace with Biyun's speed, unable even to evade. With a thunderous crash, he shattered all 3 heads at once, and the once mighty king of the mountain collapsed to the ground, silenced. Yuan Fudong squinted his eyes, unable to believe the strength of a mere 3rd-generation disciple from the Jie sect. Everyone, attack together. Let us see how many blows he can withstand. Yes, let us unite and subdue Biyun. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot withstand the combined assault of so many demon generals. The remaining 69 demon generals roared in unison, converging to capture Biyun. The collective might of so many demon generals sent tremors through the air, and the very heavens seemed to change hue. Biyun, brother, flee! Master Wen shouted in alarm from within the ranks, hastily mounting his black qilin and wielding dual whips as he rushed forward. Witnessing the united front of so many demon generals, Master Wen felt a surge of fear, worried that Biyun might be overwhelmed in an instant. If Biyun were to perish, how could he ever explain it to Master Sanshao? Chapter 44. Nua's Shock. Intending to torment Biyun? The forces of the Great Shang were in a state of alarm, all concerned that Biyun might be beaten to death in the ensuing chaos. At long last, a glimmer of hope emerged. Yet should Biyun fall victim to the onslaught, all hope would be extinguished once more. Alas, even the formidable Biyun might struggle to evade such a multitude of attacks. Fear flickered in Yu Qing's eyes as he surveyed the powerful divine abilities converging from all directions, sealing off any chance of escape. Jili, too, turned pale, uncertain of how to confront such a dire situation. The combined assault of 70 demon generals formed an impenetrable net. Biyun, where will you flee? Yuan Futong bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He believed Biyun was doomed in the face of this overwhelming force. Biyun stood proudly amidst the chaos, his body radiating golden light, with water dragons swirling around him. Why should I flee? You insignificant ants cannot harm me in the slightest. He transformed, growing to a colossal size, as a massive water dragon surged forth from his shoulder, roaring ferociously. Simultaneously, two smaller water dragons appeared beneath him, carrying Biyun as he commanded the waters. Boom! All attacks struck simultaneously, yet Biyun showed no inclination to evade. The deafening explosion reverberated, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of mist. Is he dead? Ha! This arrogant Biyun, facing the assault of 70 demon generals without flinching, has likely been reduced to mere ashes. The demon leaders laughed maniacally, while not far away. Wen Zhong trembled in fear, unable to advance. Taoist brother, Wen Zhong cried out, opening his golden eye upon his forehead to peer into the dense fog. As he gazed, his eyes widened in astonishment, even the third eye now round with disbelief. This. He was rendered speechless, though a flicker of joy danced in his gaze. Yuan Futong misinterpreted this spectacle, believing Wen Zhong had been struck dumb with terror, and declared with glee that Biyun was assuredly dead. Ha! Wen Zhong, you fool! How will you contend with my North Sea's 72 lords now? Yuan Futong's face was alight with triumph, emboldened by their previous victories over many fierce warriors of the Shang dynasty, and now with Biyun's demise, their morale soared. Yet, just as the crowd reveled in their perceived victory, the mist above dissipated, and Biyun's voice rang out unexpectedly. Yuan Futong, you rejoice far too soon. As long as I, Biyun, am here, none of you shall survive this day. The sudden proclamation left the 70 demon generals in stunned silence, while Yuan Futong's smile froze, disbelief flooding his eyes. As the demon generals stood in shock, Biyun swung his Qinkuan circle with a swift motion. Boom! One demon general, unable to evade, was instantly reduced to ash. In that moment, Biyun leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated another demon general. These demon warriors were not weak. Rather, Biyun was simply too mighty. Before him, they crumbled like leaves in the wind. Thud! The demon generals fought valiantly. Yet their assaults failed to inflict any harm upon Biyun. Instead, his strikes resulted in grievous injuries and death. In a mere moment, 70 demon generals lay dead or wounded, leaving only Yuan Futong alive. Stop, Biyun! You cannot kill me. Yuan Futong, stripped of his previous arrogance and bravado, gazed at Biyun, who resembled a god of death. Devoid of any fighting spirit, unperturbed, Biyun advanced with determination. I am a saint. With a resounding thud, Biyun struck Yuan Futong before he could finish his sentence, eliminating him entirely. The 72 rebel kings were all vanquished at the hands of Biyun. I am aware you were sent by the saint, yet I cannot allow you to utter his name. A smile flickered within Biyun. If Yuan Futong were to proclaim the saint's name before his demise, it would be a slight against the saint himself. Alas, Yuan Futong had no chance to divulge such information, and Biyun could subsequently feign ignorance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: Basic Fortune 100, Basic Roots 100, Basic Cultivation 500 years. And a drop of the blood essence of the ancestral deity Zhu Rong has been credited. Please check promptly. Biyun's annihilation of the 72 demon kings resulted in immediate rewards, including the coveted blood essence of Zhu Rong. At that moment, Minister Wen finally grasped the situation. He commanded his troops to charge against the rebel forces, swiftly eliminating all remnants of the Northern Sea uprising. The insurrection was quelled with remarkable speed. The soldiers of the Great Shang were filled with immense respect for Biyun. None had anticipated that the troublesome 72 rebel kings of the Northern Sea could be so effortlessly dispatched by him. Indeed, you are a divine weapon descended from the heavens. Minister Wen expressed his profound admiration, bowing deeply before Biyun. Beside him, Jili and Yuqing gazed at this elder they met for the first time with sparkling eyes, utterly astonished. You overpraise me. I merely happen to possess an indestructible golden body, while these demon clans lack formidable techniques, falling prey to my advantages. Biyun humbly downplayed his achievements, wearing a gentle smile, devoid of arrogance. Minister Wen wished to feast with Biyun, but was met with a direct refusal. Brother Wen, your expedition to the Northern Sea must mean instability within the Great Shang. Thus, we can celebrate at a later date. You should return to court promptly. Biyun's words resonated with Minister Wen, who realized upon arriving in the Northern Sea that it was a trap. The demons, hidden within the 10,000 great mountains, had suddenly risen to cause chaos, undoubtedly orchestrated by a master manipulator. Furthermore, Wen Zhong had long sensed the ominous signs of the impending calamity of the Fengshen. His mind is clear as day. Your reasoning is sound, brother. I shall return to court forthwith, presenting your merits to the king, so he may reward you accordingly. With a radiant smile, the illustrious Marshal Wen did not indulge in excessive pleasantries, leading his troops away from the North Sea and directly towards the city of Chaoga. The insurrection in the North Sea had been quelled, leaving the remaining matters to the Northern Marquis. Meanwhile, within the sacred halls of Nuwa Palace, the revered goddess Nuwa, who had been closely monitoring the turmoil in the North Sea, received the news with utmost urgency. Your Majesty, all 72 demon kings of the North Sea have perished, their souls scattered. A female cultivator knelt in trepidation, her face a portrait of fear. This woman was none other than the esteemed demon General Qin Yuan, one of the 10 ancient demon marshals. The North Sea Rebellion was a scheme she orchestrated under the command of the goddess Nuwa, selecting 72 demon generals to create chaos in the North Sea, thereby distracting Marshal Wen's army and providing the nine-tailed fox an opportunity to bewilder King Zhou and disrupt the court. Now that the 72 rebel kings had been swiftly subdued, the conflict that was meant to last 15 years had abruptly come to an end, rendering their elaborate plans futile. It was well known that Wen Zhong possessed an innate divine sight, capable of discerning treachery from loyalty, revealing the true nature of human hearts. The nine-tailed fox and 2 demonesses had nowhere to hide before him. Upon hearing this, the goddess Nuwa's eyes flickered with anger as she coldly declared, "Accompany me to the North Sea and discover who dares to thwart my endeavors." Chapter 45. Goddess Nuwa approaches the North Sea. Disciples of Yushu descend from Kunlun with a countenance as frosty as the winter chill. Nuwa's resentment towards King Zhou, compounded by the disruption of her plans by Biyun, left her unwilling to let the matter rest. In the Yushu Palace, the Primordial Supreme Being also sensed a shift in the celestial mechanisms. He promptly summoned the true immortal Taiyi, stating, "Disciple, it seems the North Sea turmoil has reached its conclusion. Go there and uncover the specifics of what transpired." Though the Primordial Supreme Being was unable to deduce the heavenly patterns due to the impending calamity, he could still perceive the echoes of concluded events. Past occurrences were fixed in fate, and with the means of a sage, discernment was not arduous. "I shall obey," replied the true immortal Taiyi, unaware of the happenings in the North Sea. He returned to his abode and called upon Nezha, who was joined by several other third-generation disciples engaged in playful antics. They all rose to accompany him. With leisure on their hands, they decided to embark on a journey to the North Sea for recreation. Yang Jian, accompanied by the howling celestial hound, and Wei Hu, bearing the demon-subduing staff, led the group as they soared through the clouds towards the North Sea. The failure of Nuwa's schemes against King Zhou, resulting in the demise of the 72 rebel kings, would significantly impact the overarching narrative of the Fengshen saga. It is crucial to recognize that even Nuwa herself would first deplete the Emperor's luck before daring to strike him down. The Emperor's luck is a formidable protection bestowed by the heavenly Tao, and even a sage must exercise caution before extinguishing it. Should a sage recklessly slaughter the innocent without regard, the mortal emperors would be utterly powerless to retaliate, plunging everything into chaos. The essence of the Emperor's luck is enigmatic, reflecting the will of the people and binding their desires to the nation, a mystery even the sages cannot fully elucidate. Thus, to disrupt the Shang dynasty and eliminate King Zhou, one must first undermine his imperial fortune. Enhua, the goddess, exerted great effort to allow the 3 demons of Xianyuan to enter the city of Chaoga, and this was her intention all along. Now, with the countermeasure against Wen Zhong thwarted, Enhua was filled with uncontainable fury and vowed to seek the truth. In Beihai City, Biyun, accompanied by the little white dragon and 3,000 dragon soldiers, realized that he had stirred a great calamity with this battle, and the outcome seemed dire. With the chaos in Beihai resolved, he contemplated making a hasty escape. Harboring a desire for self-preservation, Biyun sought to withdraw quietly, concealing his contributions and name. However, at that moment, his golden finger provided yet another prompt, causing his heart to leap in surprise. Heaven's will is in motion. A great calamity unfolds. Option 1. Immediately flee Beihai City and return to Sanxian Island for seclusion and cultivation. Reward: Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, Flame Dragon Banner. Option 2. Immediately head to Chaoga City and return to court with Master 1, seeking refuge under the auspices of the Human Emperor. Reward: High-quality, innate spiritual treasure. Map of mountains and rivers. Option 3. Remain inactive in Beihai City, cultivate in seclusion, and await the unfolding of events. Reward: Basic Fortune 100, Basic Comprehension 100, Basic Foundation 100, Basic Cultivation 500 years. Upon seeing these three options, Biyun was taken aback. Was leaving Beihai City truly so perilous? Were there so many powerful beings lurking in the shadows, waiting for him? In his astonishment, he remained unaware that if he were to leave Beihai City, powerful figures would converge from all directions, and he would have nowhere to hide. Conversely, above Beihai City, a great deity provided clandestine protection. As long as he refrained from leaving recklessly, he would remain safe. The Tongtian had been concealing himself, having sensed the impending calamity, and thus took it upon himself to safeguard Biyun. Given this, it was prudent to remain in the city and observe the developments while simultaneously refining the essence of the ancestral, which Zhurong's blood. With that thought, Biyun felt a surge of joy. The little white dragon, along with the 3,000 dragon soldiers, stood guard within and outside the grand hall, while Biyun set up a formation and began his cultivation. The ground was saturated with the essence of Zhurong's blood, rich in fiery energy, perfectly complementing the previously acquired water power from the ancestral, which Gonggong, creating a harmonious balance. As Biyun absorbed the essence into his being, a warm sensation coursed through him, and an overwhelming surge of power emanated forth. 2 fire dragons spiraled around him, displaying an extraordinary aura. As the ancestral blood continued to merge, Biyun's strength surged rapidly, particularly in terms of his physical prowess, reaching an astonishing level. However, something felt amiss. The drop of Zhurong's blood appeared to react with the essence from Gonggong, showing signs of mutual fusion. This realization sparked excitement in Biyun's heart, as it represented a tremendous opportunity. A single drop of essence held significant power, and if 2 drops of ancestral blood could unite, it would undoubtedly yield even greater strength. The heart's essence of the great Pangu birthed the 12 ancestor witches. If I were to reverse the fusion of their vital blood into a singular entity, would I not be on the path to resurrecting the bloodline of the great Pangu? At this thought, Biyun was suddenly filled with excitement. This hypothesis holds a significant potential for realization. Currently, the vital essences of the water ancestor witch and the fire ancestor witch have already begun to merge. Once he gathers the vital blood of all 12 ancestor witches, it could indeed be successfully unified. Nevertheless, the 12 ancestor witches have long perished, and relying on the system to collect their vital essences seems an insurmountable task. First, he must merge these 2 drops of ancestral blood. The matters that follow can be contemplated gradually. Biyun's mind turned to a certain individual, the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, the King of the Fengdu Ghost Realm, the only surviving among the 12 ancestor witches, the Empress of Tranquility. When the Earth ancestor witch transitioned into reincarnation, the heavenly Tao preserved a fragment of her true spirit, allowing her to become the ruler of the 9 Netherworlds. The remnants of the witch clan mostly huddle within the 9 Netherworlds, seeking the protection of the Empress of Tranquility. Perhaps she indeed possesses the vital blood of the ancestor witches. Biyun kept these thoughts to himself, for now. The most pressing concern was to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation and swiftly enhance his combat prowess. Having eradicated the 72 rebel kings, he knew this would significantly disrupt the celestial balance, and remaining in Beihai City could no longer be deemed safe. Yet, trusting in his fortuitous capabilities, he chose to stay. Wandering aimlessly outside could easily lead to misfortune. Biyun hastened to refine the ancestral blood, and his strength surged exponentially. The fusion of these 2 drops of ancestral blood provided an immense enhancement, far surpassing the effect of a single drop previously. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Tianhua Palace, the Holy Mother Nuwa rode upon the Azure Luan, descending into Beihai accompanied by the formidable demon leader Qinyuan. Her melodious voice resonated throughout the skies of Beihai, bringing a sense of tranquility to all who heard it. A day of auspicious colors and purple clouds floated by, fragrant mists enveloping the phoenix chariot. The soaring wand and phoenix exhibited grace and elegance, as the ethereal maiden floated serenely. Banners swirled, welcoming the celestial canopy, while luminous jewels danced about the coronet. This was a moment of great fortune, heralding the arrival of the immortal sage to Zhongzhou. The crowd looked up, witnessing the divine presence of the Holy Mother Nuwa. Seated atop the azure wand, draped in crimson silk, radiating celestial brilliance, her demeanor regal and extraordinary. Her delicate visage bloomed like flowers in the warmth of spring, her willow-like brows framing distant mountains. Her eyes, like stars, sparkled with hidden depths, and her lips glistened, adorned with a touch of vermilion. The Holy Mother Nuwa, embodying myriad graces, brought forth a sense of shyness among the flowers. Yet, within her gaze lurked a glimmer of coldness. Her plans had been thwarted. A crucial aspect of the divine calamity had utterly failed, leaving her countenance dimmed. This visit was indeed to investigate the matter. Unfortunately, Biyun, at a pivotal moment of breakthrough, remained oblivious to the impending disaster outside, engrossed in the fusion of the ancestral blood. Meanwhile, in midair, the heavenly teacher furrowed his brows, displaying a hint of concern. To my astonishment, this matter has entangled Sister Nuwa as well. It seems they have indeed been scheming behind the scenes. The Lord Tongtian's eyes glimmered with fury. The calamity of the Fengshen directly pertains to the rise and fall of the three teachings. Yet with the intervention of the goddess Nuwa, it is evident that she bears her share of the consequences, much to the displeasure of the Lord Tongtian. No matter who it is, none shall lay a finger on a single hair of my disciple from Biyun. With a disdainful huff, the Lord Tongtian resolved in his heart. Chapter 46. Biyun, Ancestor, save me. Do not hide. As the goddess Nuwa arrived at the northern sea, countless beings knelt in reverence. The little white dragon and 3,000 dragon soldiers bowed their heads to the ground, afraid to glance at the saintly figure. We had just vanquished several powerful members of the demon clan, and now the goddess Nuwa appears. How shall we resolve this situation? The little white dragon was filled with trepidation, for he understood that the goddess Nuwa was one of the ancient four emperors of the demon clan. Thus he fervently called upon his master to awaken. Do not stand on ceremony. The voice of goddess Nuwa resonated, and at that moment, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Before the goddess, the demon general Qinyuan reported, Your Majesty, this is the city of Beihai, protected by formations. It appears the instigator of this matter is hiding within. Without needing the reminder from Qinyuan, the goddess Nuwa comprehended everything upon her arrival. The actions of Biyun unfolded before her consciousness, leaving no trace of concealment. The means of a saint are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. A mere Biyun dares to thwart my grand design. Today, he shall not escape unscathed. The goddess Nuwa's brows furrowed in anger. Demon General Qinyuan rebuked, Biyun, the goddess has arrived. Why do you not come forth to pay your respects? The goddess Nuwa, though reluctant to lower herself to quarrel with the junior, was not hindered by such scruples as Qinyuan. In the depths of the northern sea, the demon master Kunpeng sensed the aura of the goddess Nuwa. Although he was unwilling to entangle himself with a saint, he could not avoid appearing before her. As she graced his territory, Brothers, follow me to pay homage to Her Majesty the Demon Empress. The ancient ancestor Kunpeng soared into the skies, leading countless demons from the northern sea to the palace of the demon master to greet the goddess Nuwa. With incredible speed, Kunpeng traversed vast distances, arriving in the city of Beihai to offer his respects. Unaware of the esteemed arrival of the goddess, I, Kunpeng, apologize for my tardy welcome. Please forgive me. Although Kunpeng was an ancient great demon, he regrettably did not possess the status of a saint. Upon encountering Nuwa, he had to bow low, never able to hold his head high in her presence. The goddess Nuwa nodded slightly and said, There is no need for excessive formalities, Kunpeng. I have come for specific matters and happen to pass through this area. Kunpeng remained silent, acutely aware of the principle of self-preservation. The calamity of Fengshen bore no relevance to him or the northern sea demons, hence he had no intention of involving himself. Then Demon General Qinyuan declared, Your Majesty, please rest. I shall promptly bring forth Biyun. At that moment, Biyun was in the critical phase of a breakthrough, with no time to spare. Just as the mighty Qinyuan demon lord prepared to take action, a divine light surged from within Beihai City, the twin dragons of water and fire roaring in every direction. The dragon's roar resonated across the land, golden light illuminating the heavens and the earth. Biyun, having merged the blood essence of two primordial ancestors within Beihai City, experienced a series of breakthroughs in his cultivation, ultimately ascending into the golden immortal realm. Unexpectedly, having previously been at the mid-stage of the Xian immortal realm, he had now advanced through 2 minor stages to successfully enter the golden immortal domain. Biyun nodded in affirmation, his face aglow with excitement. This achievement of entering the golden immortal realm exceeded all his expectations. The infusion of 2 drops of primordial ancestor blood significantly enhanced Biyun's physical form, while the harmonious amalgamation of water and fire imbued him with profound Taoist essence that facilitated his breakthrough into the golden immortal realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards: Basic Fortune 100, Basic Comprehension 100, Basic Roots 100, Basic Cultivation 500 years have been credited. Please check your account promptly. With his position in Beihai City secured, Biyun not only experienced a cultivation breakthrough, but also received the task rewards instantaneously. Just as he reveled in his success, he noticed a celestial maiden standing with regal poise in the void, her unparalleled beauty captivating all, especially her overwhelming demeanor that commanded the cosmos. Beside her, 2 other cultivators exuded a terrifying aura, evidently formidable demon kings of unmatched prowess. Biyun, hasten forth to greet us. The Qinyuan demon lord bellowed, descending with an ancient demon lord's terrifying presence that reverberated through the air. Biyun felt a wave of apprehension. The demon clan's power was vast and must not be trifled with. As he hesitated, his golden finger provided another prompt. Saint Nuwa descends upon Beihai. Option 1. Pretend not to hear. Remain indoors. Reward: 1 random medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Option 2. Immediately flee and ignore the demon clan. Reward: 1 random high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Option 3. Step out of Beihai City and confront Saint Nuwa. Reward: 500 years of basic cultivation, 1 high-grade innate spiritual root. Upon seeing these 3 options, Biyun was momentarily speechless. Ignoring the saint or fleeing from her presence did not seem overly perilous. Could it be that someone was secretly protecting him? Perhaps it was the master? As this thought crossed his mind, the worry and despair etched on Biyun's face dissipated, replaced by a knowing smile. To dare disregard a saint without facing significant danger was a clear indication of a hidden protector, one capable of contending with Saint Nuwa herself. Such an entity could only be found among the ranks of Jiejiao, his revered master. Emboldened by this realization, Biyun straightened his posture, accompanied by the little white dragon. He personally emerged from his residence to welcome the divine presence. Unaware of the saint's visit, he humbly expressed, "I beg your pardon for not extending a proper greeting, esteemed saint." His expression of sincere trepidation rendered the already fuming Saint Nuwa momentarily at a loss for how to respond. As a sage, it would be unseemly to directly annihilate a mere disciple of the Jiejiao, particularly one who is a student of the Tongtian. After all, to take a life, one must possess adequate justification. The might of Tongtian is such that even the goddess Nuwa must tread carefully. With a face clouded by frost, Nuwa remained silent, while the demon lord Qinyuan understood her intent, furiously rebuking, "Bold Biyun, as a disciple of Jiejiao, you recklessly slaughter my demon clan's generals and harm our kin. Today, I shall slay you. What defense do you have to offer?" Upon hearing this, Biyun hastily shook his head and replied, "Fair maiden, your words are misguided. The demon race besieged the dragon palace of the North Sea, and my disciple, Ao Lai, as the prince of the palace, naturally returned to aid in repelling the invaders. As his master, I merely accompanied him in defense of the palace. Is there truly fault in that?" Biyun countered Qinyuan's accusations without a hint of trepidation. "The dragon clan has suffered countless casualties. We merely repelled the attacking demons and did not pursue them. Must the dragon clan's losses be deemed unacceptable while yours are not?" Biyun's retort left Qinyuan speechless, as she had sought a flimsy pretext to condemn him without considering the intricacies of the situation. Now, any attempt to rebut Biyun was futile. Fuming, Qinyuan exclaimed, "Humph. In the battle for North Sea City, you killed 72 of my demon generals. What ulterior motives do you harbor? You protect the dragon palace for your disciple, yet I must avenge this blood feud for my fallen subordinates." Biyun, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully and countered, "I have yet to question you on this matter. The demon race has guarded the 10,000 great mountains for countless eons without incident. Now, for no apparent reason, why have you infiltrated North Sea City to sow chaos? This has led to the suffering of countless human lives. As a demon lord, you cannot escape culpability. Moreover, the goddess is the mother of humanity. Knowing you permit your subordinates to slaughter innocents and wreak havoc, she will surely impose severe punishment upon you. I implore the goddess to see this clearly." Biyun's eloquent words turned the tables on Qin Yuan, leaving her dumbfounded and at a loss for words. It is crucial to note that whether it be the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb or the 72 demon generals of North Sea, they all came at the behest of the goddess Nuwa. At the conclusion of the original Fengshen, Nuwa personally eliminated the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb, fearful of leaving behind any incriminating evidence. Thus, in the chaos of the North Sea today, Nuwa could never admit to being the mastermind, even though it was glaringly obvious. However, no one dared to pierce that veil. Biyun skillfully sidestepped this truth, shifting all blame onto Qin Yuan, insinuating that she was the true instigator behind all these events. Enraged, Qin Yuan's beautiful brows furrowed, her delicate face aflame with ire as she exclaimed, "Sharp-tongued wretch, I shall tear you apart." This ancient demon's power was formidable. Despite Biyun's indestructible form, she would not withstand even a single strike from her. Sensing impending doom, Biyun feigned panic, heedlessly crying out, "Ancestors, save me. Come forth. Do not hide." Chapter 47. The 6 saints gather in Beihai City. The grand formation of the celestial extermination. The abrupt cry from Biyun startled the demon, Lord Qin Yuan, who hastily retreated, fearing that the celestial master would strike him down with a mere gesture. Even the Saint Nuwa furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings. The celestial master had initially intended to remain concealed in the clouds, observing the unfolding events. However, with Biyun's revelation of his presence, he could only smile wryly and reveal himself. A majestic purple aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, heralding auspicious signs, while melodious songs filled the air. The principles of creation and the opening of the heavens were expounded, and profound discussions on the Tao resonated throughout the Biyun Palace. The 5 energies converged, imparting exquisite teachings, while the 3 flowers gathered atop, embodying the essence of existence. Golden light radiated in 5 colors from above, as beneath, crimson lotuses bloomed in abundance. The 8 trigrams celestial robes soared with violet energy, and the 3-pointed precious sword, named Qingping, echoed throughout. As the song concluded, clouds of auspiciousness swirled in the sky, and orchids burst forth from the ground, an endless expanse of purple energy stretching 8,000 miles, illuminating the entire realm with divine radiance. A figure approached, riding a mighty bull, clad in a green Taoist robe, with a long sword resting on his back. This was none other than the leader of the Supreme Clarity Saint. Upon seeing this, Biyun rushed forward with fervor, proclaiming, "May the Master live forever, may the great Tao flourish eternally. May the holy sect endure through the ages, and may our doors remain steadfast." This display was a stark contrast to her previous reverence towards Saint Nuwa. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Nuwa's eyes, yet she felt compelled to pay her respects. "Saint Brother, I greet you." The celestial master nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Biyun, inquiring, "Disciple, I have journeyed here and heard your cries for help. What troubles you?" "Wily as always." The celestial master feigned ignorance, adopting a demeanor of a mere passerby. Biyun replied, "Master, do not take offense. I was merely shouting in confusion, with no other matter at hand." The celestial master recognized his clever disciple, understanding that they had gained an advantage in Beihai and should cease while ahead. "Since there is no pressing matter, that is for the best. Should anyone dare to bully my disciples let them first contend with my Qingping sword." The sword, resting at his back, was a formidable instrument of his enlightenment. Beside them, the demon Lord Qin Yuan wore a dark expression but dared not utter a word in the presence of the saints. It was well understood that among the 6 saints, the celestial master reigned supreme. With the extermination formation in his grasp, should he deploy it, no less than 4 saints could break the array. Even the Taiyi saint would find himself ensnared. Saint Nuwa, aware of this, refrained from openly challenging the celestial master. "Disciple, return with me to Golden Ao Island for seclusion and cultivation, and refrain from causing further disturbances." The celestial master admonished Biyun, who promptly acquiesced without a hint of rebuttal. Their exchange, a clever facade, only served to aggravate Saint Nuwa further. Meanwhile, the ancient ancestor Kunpeng stood aloof, appearing utterly unconcerned with the unfolding drama. Just as Biyun and the celestial master were about to depart, a golden lotus platform drifted swiftly through the void, accompanied by the resonant sound of chanting that permeated the surroundings. The celestial being, barefoot Zhao Li Xiang, treads upon clouds with unparalleled grace. The 12 lotus seats manifest treasures of the Dharma, while the 8 virtues pool glimmers with ethereal light. To claim longevity equal to the heavens is no folly. To speak of fortune surpassing the vast waves is not madness. Having attained the sacred relic of the womb, one finds tranquility and bliss in the Western paradise. In an instant, a golden lotus descends, enveloping the realm in a fragrant aura. Biyun hastily gazes upon the scene, witnessing the two saints of the West arriving atop the 12-petal lotus in the North Sea. Their faces are etched with sorrow, as if compassion truly resides within their hearts. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Brother Tontian, this calamity of the deification is a divinely ordained trial. Biyun's meddling in such affairs is an affront to the heavens and will surely invite retribution. The Saint of Purity begins to earnestly counsel Tontian, as if genuinely concerned for him. However, the Tontian master scoffs dismissively, retorting, "The matters among the three teachings are best left untouched by you, Brother Zhuanti. Even if it is a divinely decreed tribulation, it bears no relevance to your Western domain." Tontian master holds the two Western saints in contempt, offering no leniency in his words. Zhuanti shakes his head with a smile, stating, "Your words diverge from the truth, Brother Tontian. To align with heaven's decree is the duty of a practitioner. As saints of the heavenly way, we must heed the divine will and act accordingly. Now that someone dares to defy the heavens, are we not presented with the perfect opportunity to intervene?" Zhuanti remains oblivious to Tongtian's intent and insists on inserting himself into the matter. Tongtian's expression darkens as he retorts, "Zhuanti, do you doubt the efficacy of my Qingping sword?" Zhuanti calmly replies, "I would not presume to question it. Yet with the emergence of unforeseen variables and chaotic heavenly mechanisms, it is imperative for me to intervene in this matter." Resolute in his determination to take charge, Zhuanti understands that the ultimate beneficiaries of the deification calamity are indeed their Western teachings and the celestial court. Therefore, he must ensure the smooth progression of this tribulation, leaving no room for error. Self-interest compels the two Western saints to step forward. "Ha, very well. If that is the case, I must experience the wondrous methods of your Western teachings and see whether my upper clear celestial method is superior or if your great dream true scripture holds greater power." With fury surging, Tongtian's spirits are lifted. His sect has long been in turmoil, and now, a glimmer of hope emerges. Given the current circumstances, Tontian gradually comprehends the larger picture. This deification calamity, with its purported signing of the deification list by the three teachings, is clearly a plot orchestrated by the five saints to ensnare him. If not for vested interests, how could the goddess Nuwa and the two Western saints personally intervene? In contrast, the two expected brothers, the Yushu Saint and the Taiyi Saint, have yet to make their appearance. "Tontian, even though your divine might is unparalleled, my brother and I, in alliance with Sister Nuwa, can halt you, and the remaining cultivators are sufficient to extinguish Biyun." The ever-silent guide of the saints smiled, his countenance perpetually adorned with a grin, as if nothing could ever perturb him. His insufferable facade, which seemed to advise benevolence, ignited a profound ire within Biyun. The Master of Heaven cast a cold, furious glare at his adversary, unleashing torrents of powerful sword energy that traversed the vast expanse, casting the atmosphere into a somber hue and rendering the universe dim. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth like a tempest, teeming with a palpable killing intent. "Zhuanti, Jieyin, your schemes are quite clever. If matters were to unfold thus, I would ensnare you three saints within the Zhu Xian sword formation and eradicate all disciples of the Western teachings. I am most curious to witness the extent of your capabilities." Upon utterance of these words, an inexorable killing intent immediately locked onto the two saints of the West. The formation of the Zhu Xian array spun in the air, casting shadows in its wake, while the four swords of extermination coiled about the array like ferocious dragons. At the command of the master, the four deadly formations would instantaneously materialize. Fear flickered in the eyes of Zhuanti and Jieyin, for they held a profound dread of the Zhu Xian array. Should they truly be ensnared within the Master of Heaven's grand formation, even with the assistance of Enhua, escape would be nigh impossible. It was once proclaimed by the Grand Ancestor Hanjun of the Zixiao Palace that this array could annihilate heaven and earth, impervious to all but the power of the four saints, rendering it the mightiest killing formation in the Primordial World. Biyun, observing from the sidelines, felt his blood surge with excitement. The Master of Heaven's saintly prowess could single-handedly instill fear in the three saints, a testament to his formidable strength. It was precisely due to this might that the five saints harbored trepidation, compelling them to covertly conspire to diminish the Master of Heaven's power. In the face of the formidable Zhu Xian sword formation, none dared to act recklessly. Even the two saints from the west began to harbor thoughts of retreat. At this critical juncture, a figure emerged from the void. "Esteemed friends, hold." The voice resonated even before the figure approached, capturing the attention of several saints. Chapter 48. Master of Heaven. Disciple, do not overreach from the heavens above. A Taoist rode upon a green bull, flanked by numerous disciples arrayed to either side, their celestial light illuminating the surroundings. At the same moment, a profound voice echoed throughout the cosmos, with celestial cranes leading the way. It was none other than the master of the teaching of the way, the primordial supreme being. Liu Qi in the primordial chaos, the Tao, is revered, refining the distinctions of purity and impurity within the universe. The dualities of Tai Chi give rise to the four phenomena, still held within my grasp. The initial distinctions of chaos bear renown, forging the innate convergence of the five elements. The three flowers crown the northern threshold, while the five energies permeate the southern abyss. Among the assembly of immortals, I am known as the primordial one, and the mysteries of my lineage remain unspoken. As fragrant blossoms accompany the chariot's wheels, the vicissitudes of existence endure across countless ages. The newcomer was none other than the master of the teaching of the way, the Yushu saint. The disciples arrayed to his sides were all from the Yushu palace of Mount Kunlun. Previously, the primordial supreme being had intended to send only the Taiyi real person to the northern sea to assess the situation, but upon further divination, he discovered that the great calamity had taken an unexpected turn, progressing unfavorably for the teachings of the way. This astonished the primordial supreme being, who promptly rushed over with his disciples. Tongtian, how can you be so disrespectful in front of several fellow Taoists? Upon arrival, the primordial supreme being assumed an authoritative demeanor, reproaching Tongtian without seeking clarification. Tongtian, with a furrowed brow, replied in a deep voice, "The matters between me and the Western sect do not require your intervention." Tongtian was equally unyielding, as the schism between the Chan and Jie sects had become irreconcilable. The once harmonious relationship had long since deteriorated. The primordial supreme being, infuriated, could only fume in silence. Although he possessed the innate treasure, the Panga banner, subduing Tongtian was an impossible task. Tongtian, your sect is but a bunch of fledglings. Today, with the disruption of the heavenly order by Biyun, retribution is due. We, the four saints, have descended, and even with the might of the extermination sword array, you shall not defy destiny. The primordial supreme being made it abundantly clear that he would not grant Tongtian any leniency for as long as the Jie sect remained. The disciples of the Chan sect would be in jeopardy. Biyun, witnessing the impending conflict, interjected, Yushu saint, you claim that my Jie sect members are mere fledglings. Are you bold enough to let your esteemed disciples compete against me? Let us see whose prowess prevails, your Yushu disciples or my so-called fledglings. Biyun's audacious words left the assembled saints momentarily speechless, having not anticipated that a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect would dare to interject. The Taiyi Zhenren was the first to react, angrily retorting, "How dare you? Biyun, speaks so arrogantly. This is a discussion among saints, not a platform for your interruptions." Though Taiyi Zhenren's abilities were modest, he fervently defended the Chan sect, and upon witnessing Biyun's provocation, he was the first to vehemently chastise him. The primordial supreme being wore a dark expression. In his eyes, a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect held no right to address him, and even responding would be a slight against his dignity. Biyun, with a dismissive smile, remarked, "It appears that among the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, none can match my strength. If so, Huanglong, do you dare to duel with me?" Biyun flaunted his prowess, disregarding the second and third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, which incited a chorus of indignation from them. Nezha, harboring a deep-seated enmity towards Biyun, was the first to brandish his weapon, standing upon the wind and fire wheels, and shouted, "Biyun, scoundrel, prepare to meet your demise." Yet Biyun laughed heartily, continuing to mock, "Nezha, if you possess the courage, let us engage in an honorable battle. Should I lose, you may do with me as you wish, but if you lose, your Chan sect must immediately retreat to Kunlun Mountain." Nezha paid little heed to these words. He was reckless, but not foolish. With the four saints surrounding Tongtian, the remaining beings could easily vanquish Biyun. It would be madness to wager against him. "Biyun, your demise is inevitable today. I shall see who can save you." Nezha roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His hatred for Biyun ran deep, yet with the presence of the heavenly sage, none dared to act rashly. "It appears you lack courage. Or perhaps you are but an inconsequential figure in the way of the teachings, devoid of any authority." Biyun smiled, rendering Nezha momentarily speechless. Although Nezha was brimming with audacity, he was unable to influence matters concerning the sages. With the primordial Lord of Heaven remaining silent, Nezha truly dared not make decisions independently. To ridicule the disciples of the way of the teachings in front of the Primordial Lord stirred a sense of indignation within him. Observing Biyun's calmness and eloquence in the face of danger, the heavenly teacher regarded her with newfound approval. Such a disciple brought honor to the sect and was indeed capable of great responsibility. Secretly transmitting a message, the heavenly teacher cautioned, "Disciple, do not overreach. Let us find an opportunity to depart." His intention was to safeguard Biyun, not to engage in a full-scale confrontation with the four sages. Although he understood he had been ensnared, should he completely sever ties with the sages, the position of the sect would likely become even more precarious. Currently, the sages' schemes were conducted in secrecy. Should they cast aside all restraint and openly target the sect, the consequences would be dire. The long-absent sage of the highest clarity would not side with them either. At this moment, the Primordial Lord of Heaven was also reluctant to resort to violence. Although the four sages united wielded formidable power, none could guarantee the ability to dismantle the heavenly teacher's celestial execution array. If ensnared within the grand formation, they would lose face, rendering the endeavor fruitless. Heavenly teacher, since we sages shall not intervene, let the younger generation settle the matter and determine the victor. The Primordial Lord proclaimed with feigned magnanimity, knowing that Nezha, Yang Jian, and Wei, who were all elite figures of the third generation within the way of the teachings. Should the sages refrain from intervening, they would be more than capable of subduing Biyun. The heavenly teacher furrowed his brow. The way of the teachings had always favored group assaults, devoid of any sense of chivalry. Concerned for Biyun, he once again transmitted, "Disciple, what is your stance?" Biyun replied, "Master, rest assured. I have already ascended to the golden immortal realm. Even if all the third-generation disciples of the way of the teachings join forces, they shall not be my match." The heavenly teacher was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. This disciple continually surprised him. How little time had passed since his last sermon on Golden Ao Island, and Biyun had made such significant strides, directly entering the golden immortal realm. This was akin to rivaling the 12 golden immortals of the way of the teachings. Though elated within, the heavenly teacher feigned a grim expression as he said, "Primordial One, do you think I am unaware of your tendency to go back on your word? This time, I shall not be so easily deceived." Sensing the heavenly teacher's hesitance, the Primordial Lord's confidence surged, and he could not help but sneer, "Do not seek excuses for yourself. If you dare, let us wager. This time, my word is my bond, and I shall not retract it." The heavenly teacher looked towards Biyun, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. "On this day, the 5 saints are present as witnesses. If my disciple, Biyun, emerges victorious, all from the Chan sect shall retreat to Kunlun Mountain. Should Biyun be defeated, the disciples of the Chan sect may dispose of him as they wish." Upon hearing this proclamation from the Master Tongtian, the Primordial Supreme Being felt an unsettling uncertainty. He gazed at Biyun, sensing an inexplicable disquietude. Yet, having spoken, the Primordial Supreme Being could not retract his words. "Tongtian, I shall observe to see what prowess your disciple possesses." The Primordial Supreme Being still harbored hope, believing his disciple would surely vanquish Biyun. Chapter 49, Striking Yang Jian. Kicking Nezha, slaying Howling Heaven, the Primordial Supreme Being and Master Tongtian conferred, while the 2 saints of the West secretly rejoiced. Should a conflict arise between the Chan and Jie sects, there would be no victors. Only the Western sect would reap the greatest benefits. Regardless of the outcome, the relationship between the Chan and Jie sects would undoubtedly deteriorate further, significantly advancing the impending calamity of the gods. Nezha, seeing that his master had consented, summoned the wind and fire wheels to charge forth. In this age of calamity, none could escape the clutches of malevolence, not even the saints. Nezha, lost in rage and vengeance, was consumed by his desire for retribution. Other disciples of the Chan sect were similarly affected. "Biyun, today you shall have your wish fulfilled. I shall extinguish you." Nezha propelled himself with the wind and fire wheels, 2 fiery streaks transforming into a blazing dragon surging forward. While his fiery spear lunged at Biyun like a venomous serpent, the Chan sect was affluent, and even Nezha, a third-generation disciple, was a treasure in their midst. Inciting the envy of the 2 saints of the West, they contemplated guiding Nezha towards the West, but recognized that the timing was not yet opportune. This time, Biyun could not escape his doom. The Saint of Purity laughed unabashedly, his voice low yet clear enough for all present to hear. Master Tongtian's countenance darkened, though inwardly he sneered, anticipating the unfolding drama. "Nezha, I was able to slay you before, and today I can do so again." Biyun deliberately brandished the Chinquan circle. Nezha's innate spiritual treasure, now clutched in by Yun's grasp, infuriating Nezha beyond measure. Die! Nezha roared, his fiery spear intensifying its assault. With a thunderous crash, Biyun casually unleashed the Qianquan circle, the golden bracelet expanding and proving remarkably effective against Nezha. The strike sent Nezha hurtling away, nearly dislodging his wind and fire wheels. While his fiery spear was sent soaring 1,000 zhang away, the once mighty Nezha now found himself in a state of utter disarray. Observing Nezha's plight, Wei Hu, witnessing his comrade falter against Biyun, bellowed and surged into battle. Biyun, do not act so arrogantly. I, Wei Hu, shall battle you. Wei Hu, the foremost disciple of the primordial being of the Golden Court Mountain, wielded a formidable demon-slaying staff, each blow as oppressive as a mountain crashing down. After repelling Nezha, Biyun turned to engage Wei Hu in combat. Wei Hu wielded the demon-subduing staff with great fury, yet Biyun effortlessly blocked it with a single hand. It is worth noting that this staff, seemingly as light as a feather, was in fact heavier than Mount Tai. A common cultivator would be reduced to ashes under its might, while Biyun merely held it aloft with ease, as if supporting the heavens with one hand. Wei Hu was taken aback, astonished that his prized magical artifact could not harm Biyun in the slightest. With a thunderous roar, Wei Hu, undeterred, struck down once more with all his might, but the outcome remained unchanged. Begone! Biyun unleashed a punch that sent Wei Hu and his staff hurtling 1,000 miles away. Witnessing two successive disciples of the Chan sect fail against Biyun, Yuan Shitian Zun's expression darkened significantly. He had come to realize that Biyun's willingness to wager his life against him indicated an immense level of confidence. Damn it, I've been outsmarted by this brat and Tong Tian. Yuan Shitian Zun sighed inwardly. His initial intention had been to leverage the power of the Four Saints to counterbalance Tong Tian, yet it had devolved into this precarious situation. Even a sage like Yuan Shitian Zun was not immune to the distractions of desire and anger during such tribulations, their influence more pronounced than ever. The trials of divine beings were no mere trifles. At this moment, Yang Jian stepped forward, releasing his howling celestial dog while he himself invoked an invisibility spell, vanishing silently. Woof woof. The howling celestial dog drew attention, lunging at Biyun with relentless ferocity. Biyun, undaunted, kicked out with force, disregarding the dog's sharp fangs. With a resounding thud, the dog's head exploded under Biyun's foot, its body disintegrating into fragments, silencing its ferocious barks. Yang Jian's eyes widened in rage. His plan had been for the howling celestial dog to distract Biyun, allowing him to launch a surprise attack from behind. Yet, the dog was dispatched in an instant. Igniting Yang Jian's fury, Biyun shall pay. The loyal canine had been Yang Jian's steadfast companion and assistant, and now, with its demise, his eyes blazed crimson as he aimed his three-pronged blade directly at Biyun's head. However, Biyun stood firm, refusing to evade, bracing himself against Yang Jian's divine weapon with his own head. Seeing this, Yang Jian's murderous intent intensified. I'll send you on your way. Yang Jian's muscles tensed. The previously fierce strike now augmented with even greater lethality. Tong Tian, watching from the sidelines, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Aware of Biyun's golden immortal status, but still unable to quell his concern. Yang Jian's prowess was no mere facade. Clang. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Yang Jian's blade met Biyun as if striking upon a divine iron, producing a sharp, resonant sound of metal clashing. Saint Kunti widened his eyes in disbelief, a flicker of incredulity crossing his face. The neck of Biyun remained unscathed, devoid of any trace of injury. As if nothing had ever transpired, Yang Jian tightened his grip on the blade, a flicker of horror crossing his eyes as he involuntarily stepped back. Simultaneously, the vertical pupil on Yang Jian's forehead suddenly opened wide, emitting a devastating golden light aimed at annihilating Biyun. With a thunderous sound, Biyun leapt into the air, his fist crashing into the destructive beam, shattering it effortlessly. Following this, his left fist surged forward, aiming directly for Yang Jian's face. The swiftness of the assault caught Yang Jian off guard, forcing him to hold his three-pronged, double-edged blade in a desperate attempt to fend off Biyun's relentless attack. A terrifying sonic boom resonated as Biyun's punch propelled Yang Jian away, colliding violently with the northern city wall, reducing the magnificent stone structure to ruins. Biyun descended like a celestial being, dispatching several of the top disciples from the Chan sect with just a few swift strikes, leaving Yuan Shitian Zun with a stinging sense of humiliation, as if Biyun had delivered several resounding slaps across his face. Biyun, cease your arrogance. Today, I shall not spare you. Taiyi Zhenren, fully aware of his master's temperament, recognized that it was now his turn to intervene after witnessing the defeat of the three disciples. If he could vanquish Biyun, Yuan-Shi Tianzun would surely not reproach him for striking a younger opponent. Rather, he would gain greater favor. Thus, Taiyi Zhenren approached without trepidation, prepared to confront the youth. Observing this, Tong Tian Jiaozhu immediately berated, "Taiyi, how can you, a second-generation disciple, be so shameless?" Just as Tong Tian was about to act, Yuan-Shi Tianzun blocked him, stating, "Tong Tian, we previously agreed not to intervene, allowing the younger generation to settle their own disputes. Is Taiyi not also a junior in our presence?" Yuan-Shi's words incensed Tong Tian, while Yuan-Shi remained disdainful, seemingly having Tong Tian firmly under his thumb. The Western saints and Nuwa remained silent, tacitly approving of the situation. Huang Long Zhenren then leapt forth, exclaiming, "Senior brother, allow me to lend you my assistance." Together, Huang Long Zhenren, Taiyi Zhenren, Nezha, Yang Jian, and Wei Hu surged forward, encircling Biyun. Nezha, brimming with arrogance, bellowed, "Biyun, I see you are still alive." Biyun, taken aback, had not anticipated such shamelessness from the Chan disciples, who dared to attack him in full view of the saints. Chapter 50, Zhu Ti's Shamelessness, the Ambush on Biyun. The four saints subtly encircled Tong Tian Jiaozhu, clearly denying him any opportunity to rescue Biyun. In light of the unfolding situation, Biyun remained composed, retorting, "Indeed, Chan disciples are utterly shameless. We, the disciples of Jie Jiao, cannot compete with you. I am truly in awe." Such derisive remarks rendered the disciples of the Chan sect utterly abashed. Even the demon Lord Qinyuan felt a twinge of shame. Moments ago, each participant was no match for Biyun, and when faced with defeat, they resorted to a collective assault. With even the second-generation disciples joining in the fray, more than one, indeed, the Chan sect, it seemed, had truly lost all sense of propriety. Though the demon master Kunpeng remained silent, his eyes betrayed a glimmer of disdain and contempt. Cunning and treacherous as he was, Kunpeng would not stoop to such shamelessness. Realizing his own culpability, Taiyi Zhenren interjected, conjuring a divine light intended to mete out justice upon Biyun. Aware of Taiyi Zhenren's formidable prowess, capable of slaying even the esteemed Shijin Yangyang, Biyun found himself outmatched and swiftly evaded any direct confrontation. At that moment, Nezha and others surged from all directions, encircling Biyun and launching a fierce onslaught. The only adversary Biyun truly feared was Taiyi Zhenren. As for the remaining foes, including Huanglong Zhenren and Yang Jian, he was fully capable of withstanding their attacks. The 9 transformations of mystical arts were no mere boast, and the 2 drops of ancestral witch blood he had assimilated were not given lightly. Clang! Despite the barrage of various divine abilities, Biyun adeptly countered each assault. His speed unparalleled, his physique extraordinary, remaining unflustered amidst the chaos. Yet, under such circumstances, constantly evading Taiyi Zhenren's strikes made victory exceedingly elusive. "Humph. Since you of the Chan sect disregard the rules, allow me to present you with a grand gift." Biyun beamed radiantly, liberating the constraints on his cultivation. Summoning the heavens, thunder rumbled forth. In an instant, boundless storm clouds amassed, saturating the sky with purple lightning and golden thunder. Biyun, being a variable in the calamity of deification, caused a thunderous tribulation far more terrifying than that which the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit had once invoked. Alas, this is Biyun's thunderous tribulation. Huanglong Zhenren, having previously summoned a thunder calamity upon his ascension to the golden immortal realm, was no stranger to such phenomena. The cataclysmic thunderstorm was relentless. Any cultivator who trespassed into its domain would be subjected to its fury, with the severity of the tribulation intensifying according to their individual strength. Biyun, leveraging his status as an element of uncertainty in the deification saga, amplified the power of the thunder calamity, ensnaring Taiyi Zhenren and his cohorts within its grasp, thereby subjecting them to varying degrees of tribulation. What should have been a bane to Biyun transformed into his most advantageous weapon. As the thunder calamity descended, it instantaneously enveloped the 5 disciples of the Chan sect, diverting their attention from Biyun. "Ha! Excellent." The Grand Master Tong Tian laughed heartily. Previously concerned that Biyun might not stand a chance, witnessing this spectacle, he suddenly comprehended Biyun's strategy and felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the thunder roared through the void incessantly, akin to a myriad of thunderous dragons weaving through the storm clouds, occasionally revealing gleaming scales. The countenance of Yuan-Shi Tianzun darkened, as he too grasped Biyun's intent. Under the tempest of lightning, No number of individuals can afford even the slightest hope. The stronger one's prowess, the greater the restraint imposed by the tribulation. Thus, the mere presence of numbers becomes utterly inconsequential. Originally, the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren believed that by standing united, they could swiftly vanquish Biyun, yet the reality morphed into a collective plunge into the abyss. Regrettably, it is now too late for any words of caution. As a colossal bolt of thunder descended upon Taiyi Zhenren's head, crack! The air crackled with thunder, its formidable force rendering Taiyi Zhenren charred and tender in an instant. It was not due to his unpreparedness, but rather the overwhelming power of the aberrant lightning that shattered all his defensive measures, striking him down to the brink of death. The other four, their faces resembling charred remnants, fled in utter disarray. None dared linger within the tempest's reach. They all hastily retreated. Nezha, initially skeptical of the impending doom, sought to seize the moment and eliminate Biyun, believing that the demise of Biyun would dissipate the tribulation, a seemingly optimal solution. Alas, before he could approach Biyun, a bolt of lightning sent him careening away. Come now, weren't you all so brazen? Here I stand, yet you dare not face me. Biyun mockingly taunted the disciples of the Chan sect, who resembled frightened strays in their flight, as he pursued them relentlessly, fueled by the energy of the tribulation. The sheer might of the lightning was overwhelming, capable of even undermining Yang Jian's indestructible form, let alone the others. Huang Longzhenren cried out in anguish, while Yuanshi Tianzuan observed with a countenance as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. This tumultuous thunder could not inflict harm upon Biyun. The Kunping ancestor, a silent observer, calmly directed everyone's gaze toward Biyun. The terrifying aberrant lightning, which instilled dread in the hearts of the Chan disciples, could not touch Biyun in the slightest. It must be noted that Biyun was the true tribulation bearer, enduring an even more ferocious onslaught of thunder. Yet, remarkably, he bore no trace of injury. He allowed the relentless lightning to strike him, unperturbed, as if he were merely indulging in a bath of thunder. This extraordinary resilience finally captured the attention of all present. Around Biyun, the dual forces of water and fire coiled in a mesmerizing dance. These formerly distinct and powerful energies began to merge rapidly under the influence of the violent thunder, gradually evolving into torrents of formidable life force. The yin and yang, when united, invoke the essence of the Tao. The fusion of water and fire birthed an immense vitality that nourished Biyun's very essence, fortifying his physique. Rumbling. The tempestuous power of thunder was absorbed by Biyun, transforming what seemed to be a tribulation into a divine baptism, a sublime ascension. Everything that cannot bring about my destruction will only serve to empower me. In this moment of tribulation, Biyun was evolving, undergoing a metamorphosis beneath the heaven's might. Impossible. This cannot be. Nezha roared, his heart gripped by terror as he beheld the scene before him. Biyun moved with grace amidst the thunderous tribulation, while he himself had barely survived a single strike of lightning that nearly rendered him incapacitated. Had he not swiftly escaped the tribulation, even his lotus incarnation would have been reduced to mere ashes. The assembled saints were equally astonished, deeply impressed by Biyun's formidable physique and boundless potential. Whether it was the primordial heavenly venerable, the two Western saints, or the goddess Nuwa, all bore a glint of apprehension in their eyes. A disciple of such terrifying caliber, once fully developed, could indeed threaten their very existence. The ancient legend of the eighth heavenly Tao saint might soon transition from myth to reality. At this moment, Tan Tianjiaozhu felt a profound excitement and joy, his esteem for Biyun evident. With a disciple of such caliber, he believed that the future of the Jie sect would flourish. Should he manage to secure the two saints and bolster the foundation of the Jie sect, their achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the Western sect, possibly even allowing them to dominate the primordial world. However, Biyun's immense potential had also incited the jealousy of the four saints. Suddenly, the Saint of Purity made his move, unleashing a radiant seven-colored light towards Biyun. This child must not be allowed to survive. If not dealt with today, he would become a future threat. The audacity of the Saint of Purity was astonishing. As a heavenly Tao saint, he resorted to ambushing a mere junior. With his saintly prowess, not only Biyun, but even a great Luo golden immortal or a quasi-saint would be reduced to naught by such a strike. You dare, Saint of Purity, Tang Tianjiaozhu bellowed, his eyes wide with disbelief, shocked that the Saint of Purity would stoop to such depths. Meanwhile, Biyun, currently undergoing tribulation, found himself ensnared in a perilous situation, facing the imminent strike of the Saint of Purity. Despite his indestructible golden body, if struck, he would be utterly obliterated. The attack from the Saint of Purity came so unexpectedly that none present could react in time. This time, it cannot be my golden finger that leads me to ruin. Biyun thought fleetingly, but he was unable to evade the blow. Boom. The violent seven-colored divine light surged forth, a fierce assault from the seven treasures' mysterious tree, the instrument of the Saint of Purity's enlightenment. Yet, when the strike descended, Biyun remained unscathed. Before him stood the towering figure of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Though he too had been caught off guard, he had managed to shield Biyun with his own body at the last moment, thwarting the ambush of the Saint of Purity. Master Ancestor, Biyun exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Tongtian Jiaozhu to protect him in such a manner. No harm done, Tongtian Jiaozhu replied nonchalantly. A mere strike from the Saint of Purity could not possibly bring him down. At that moment, the Saint of Purity's face was a mask of panic as he hastily retreated, completely thrown into disarray. Zhuan-Ti, after many years, you remain as shameless as ever. Since this is the case, today I shall unveil the might of the Zhu Xian sword array. The Tong Tian teacher cast a cold gaze upon the Zhuan-Ti saint. As a grand formation map instantly levitated to the heavens above, with 4 divine swords traversing the 8 directions. An inexorable aura of slaughter enveloped the heavens, while a formidable sword intent shrouded the earth. As the Zhu Xian sword array took shape, boundless killing intent sent tremors through the world, dimming the sun and moon, and unsettling the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Beasts lay prostrate, birds folded their wings, and an atmosphere of impending doom pervaded the universe. Indeed, neither copper, nor iron, nor steel is it, yet it was concealed beneath Mount Sumeru, without the need for the inversion of yin and yang. How could it lack the tempering of water and fire? The sword of extermination is sharp, it vanquishes immortals, and red light surges forth wherever it ensnares celestial beings. The transformations of the immortal are boundless and wondrous, with the blood of the great Luo immortals staining their garments. Now that the Zhu Xian sword array is complete, the 4 saints all change countenance. Brother Dao, flee quickly. Zhuan-Ti's saint could no longer afford to uphold his dignity, transforming into a streak of light as he hastily escaped. Observing the dire situation, the Jiayin saint followed suit in fleeing. In an instant, 2 of the 5 saints had vanished, leaving only the new Hua mother, who sensed the gravity of the situation. She summoned the mighty Qinyuan demon leader and ascended on her azure phoenix towards the heavens. Cowardly rodents. Tong Tian teacher scoffed disdainfully, choosing not to pursue. Saints are immortal and indestructible, even if he were to chase them to Mount Ling. It would merely be to humiliate the 2 saints of the West, an endeavor that would only solidify their resolve against the Jie sect, rendering it unnecessary. Furthermore, with Biyun still present, Tong Tian teacher could not abandon him to depart alone. Seeing 3 of the 4 saints flee while he could do nothing against Biyun, the Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Tong Tian, this matter is far from over. The Great Tribulation of Fengshen is a divine calamity, and we of the Chan sect await your reckoning. Yuan Shi Tianzun left these harsh words before turning away with his disciples. Once everyone had departed, Tong Tian teacher burst into laughter. Disciple, you have performed admirably this time. He praised Biyun, his face alight with pride, devoid of the previous gloom and ire. Biyun, still undergoing his thunder tribulation, recognized that his ancestral master had intentionally set up the sword array to intimidate the 2 saints of the West. Thus, Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer entangle himself with Tong Tian teacher. With 4 saints absent, none dared to breach the Zhu Xian sword array. Grateful for his master's support, Biyun realized that he would have long been reduced to ashes without it. Although he appeared formidable, he understood the importance of knowing when to advance and retreat, acknowledging that his might was bolstered by Tong Tian teacher's backing. As the thunderous tribulation roared incessantly, Biyun ceased to hold back, soaring into the storm of calamity, his golden form towering, as he unleashed his fists and feet to forcibly disperse the ominous clouds. Such a brazen display left Tong Tian teacher shaking his head in disbelief. His disciple harbored numerous secrets, yet Tong Tian teacher had no intention of inquiring further. As long as Biyun grows steadily, Tong Tian cult master is already content. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation. 1 superior innate spiritual root has been credited. Please check your rewards in a timely manner. With the complete conclusion of the Battle of Beihai, Biyun finally received the system's rewards. Now that Master Wen has returned to Chaoga City, the stability of the Shang dynasty will be further solidified, while the imperial aura surrounding King Zhou has been invisibly extended by another 20 years. This additional 20 years of imperial fortune effectively grants Biyun an equivalent extension in his cultivation time, with the assistance of his golden finger. This span of 20 years is more than sufficient for Biyun to achieve significant growth. Furthermore, the increase in the fortunes of the Shang dynasty brings additional uncertainties to the impending calamity of the Fengshen. The entire situation seems to have been revitalized following Biyun's slaying of the 72 demon kings of Beihai. Let us return to Jinao Island. Tongtian cult master felt a surge of pleasure. The more he observed his disciple, the more he appreciated him. With a wave of his hand, the two arrived outside Jinao Island. You may return now. Focus on your cultivation. I shall enter seclusion once more. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me at any time. After imparting his instructions, Tongtian cult master's figure vanished. Biyun's journey to Beihai had indeed brought him great acclaim. Upon returning to the Three Immortals Island, he immediately began his seclusion for cultivation. I have broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Now is the opportune moment to stabilize my cultivation, followed by the condensation of the 5 energies within me. Biyun was filled with anticipation. For the 5 Qi celebrating clouds possess various miraculous uses and symbolize a cultivator's future accomplishments. Hence, he eagerly anticipated how many celebrating clouds he could condense. I practiced the 9-turn Xiangong and have integrated 2 drops of the ancestral witch's essence blood. These factors are sufficient to significantly enhance my aptitude. When the time comes to condense the 5 Qi celebrating clouds, I will not fall short. Biyun began to solidify his cultivation, absorbing the 500 years of rewards in the process. As he absorbed the strands of cultivation, his realm began to stabilize completely. Now, not only had Biyun absorbed 2 drops of ancestral witch's essence blood, but he also utilized the power of the previous mutated lightning tribulation to merge the 2 types of essence blood, transforming it into a brand new life force. This breakthrough in cultivation led to a substantial increase in Biyun's physical strength, especially as the 9-turn Xiangong successfully advanced to the 5th turn, marking a significant milestone. If Biyun could cultivate this technique to the 9th turn, achieving physical sanctity would not be an impossible feat, just as Biyun stabilized his realm. A series of dragon roars and tiger howls resonated within his internal organs. Thunderous sounds echoed through his meridians, resembling a mighty river's surge, with various extraordinary phenomena radiating in all directions, causing an array of orchids and rare herbs to bloom throughout his cave dwelling. My vital essence has reached its peak. I am on the verge of condensing the 5 Qi celebrating clouds. Biyun felt a surge of excitement in his heart, brimming with anticipation. If the 5 Qi celebratory clouds are successfully condensed, the Azure Cloud will gain a formidable divine ability. Yet, I ponder how much of the 5 Qi celebratory clouds I can manifest with my current aptitude. The Azure Cloud steadied her mind, concentrating intently on guiding the quintessence of the 5 organs. Chapter 52. Azure Cloud and the 1,000 acres of 5 Qi. While the Azure Cloud diligently focused on condensing the 5 Qi celebratory clouds on the 3 immortal islands, the 4 saints on the other side wore expressions of dismay, unable to find joy in their endeavors. Upon returning to Ling Mountain, the 2 brothers from the Western Sanctum shook their heads in resignation. They nearly succeeded in vanquishing the Azure Cloud, but alas, brother, since the Azure Cloud is a variable in the divine calamity, it cannot be easily eliminated. We must consider our next steps carefully. Your words hold wisdom. Let the Chan and Jie sects contend amongst themselves while we reap the benefits. The Zhuanti Saint and the Jian Saint deliberated, with the former now hesitant to act recklessly after offending the Tongtian Patriarch. After all, the Zhuanti Saint aimed for the flourishing of the West, not to antagonize the Tongtian Patriarch. His previous intent to strike at the Azure Cloud stemmed from the concern that this variable might influence the course of the divine calamity. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Primordial Supreme being also bore troubled expressions. Particularly, Taiyi Zhenren and Nezha appeared as though cloaked in black soot, their faces grim and desolate. It infuriates me to no end that the Azure Cloud has once again evaded disaster. Nezha, filled with seething wrath, harbored a tempest of murderous intent in his eyes. Previously, they had infiltrated the Mud Pill Palace, and although their return to Kunlun Mountain had improved their situation, Nezha remained ensnared by the aura of calamity, unable to extricate himself. The Azure Cloud possesses extraordinary talent and is treacherous. You must exercise utmost caution when encountering him in the future. Never underestimate him. The Primordial Supreme being cautioned his disciples, emphasizing the difficulty of eliminating such a slippery adversary of equal rank. Observing this, Taiyi Zhenren stepped forward and implored, Master, the Azure Cloud, as a 3rd-generation disciple of the Jie sect, bears immense potential. Should he survive, the consequences could be dire. Taiyi Zhenren sought to persuade his master to personally eradicate the Azure Cloud, with the Chan and GSX already at odds. Leaving the Azure Cloud to linger would indeed be courting danger. The Primordial Supreme Being shook his head, stating, "This matter is dictated by fate. We must align ourselves with the will of heaven. As for the Azure Cloud, he cannot escape death." While the Primordial Supreme Being's words were eloquent, they belied his own lack of confidence in confronting the Tongtian Patriarch alone, as the Azure Cloud remained sheltered within the GS sect, beyond his reach. As the disciples withdrew, they found themselves at a loss regarding the Azure Cloud. "Master, the Azure Cloud merely relies on the power of the saints. If we can lure him out of Jinao Island, capturing him should be a trivial matter." Nezha, unable to relinquish his hatred, stirred up fervor before Taiyi Zhenren. In his view, the Azure Cloud's recent escape was merely a result of chance, bolstered by the power of the lightning tribulation, a force not easily summoned by anyone. As long as they encircle Biyun once more, his demise is inevitable. The disciples' words ring true. At the time we surrounded Biyun, he was utterly helpless. Upon our return, we must confer and ensure his elimination. Taiyi Zhenren harbored deep concerns, for Biyun possessed immense potential and bore a grudge against him for the destruction of his master. Should Biyun flourish, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Taiyi Zhenren first. Without mentioning the schemes of the Chan sect once again, Biyun had already solidified his cultivation within the cave. He absorbed the rewards bestowed upon him, elevating his internal organs to a remarkably extraordinary state. Streams of 5 elemental essence converged above his head, coalescing into ethereal clouds. This was the manifestation of the 5 Qi ascending to the zenith. My 5 Qi auspicious clouds began to gather. Biyun focused his 5 senses and inner perception, harmonizing the essence of his internal organs to swiftly amalgamate the 5 Qi auspicious clouds. These auspicious clouds, born of the primordial essence of water, fire, and the 5 elements, encapsulated the essential quintessence of a cultivator. The more potent a cultivator's essence, the more magnificent the resulting clouds. The physical body serves as the foundation for condensing the 5 Qi, while the primordial spirit initiates the 3 flowers. A gentle breeze swept through, and the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth permeated Sanxian Island. The first acre of auspicious clouds rapidly took shape above Biyun, swiftly followed by an explosive gathering of the 5 Qi auspicious clouds. 10 acres of auspicious clouds, 20 acres of auspicious clouds, 30 acres of auspicious clouds. The cave had become completely submerged in the 5 elemental essence, and the vast multitude of auspicious clouds erupted from the cave, directly condensing in the skies above Sanxian Island. The secluded Sanxian sisters and the little white dragon sensed the commotion on the island and hurried to investigate. Boom! Above Sanxian Island, 120 acres of auspicious clouds spread across the sky. Waves of auspicious energy radiated in every direction, and the Sanxian sisters gazed in astonishment at the clouds in the celestial canopy. Is this Biyun's work in condensing the 5 Qi auspicious clouds? Yunxiao Xianzi asked incredulously. It had only been a brief time since they accepted Biyun as a disciple. Yet he had already broken through to the golden immortal realm and commenced the condensation of the 5 Qi auspicious clouds. This rate of advancement far surpassed Yunxiao Xianzi's previous expectations. She had known Biyun's talents were extraordinary, but she had not anticipated he would excel to such an extent. It seems we have underestimated our disciple. He has unexpectedly reached the golden immortal realm so swiftly. Xiong Xiao Xianzi's elongated eyes fixed upon the clouds in midair, clearly taken aback. I wonder how many acres of 5 Qi auspicious clouds our clever disciple will ultimately condense. Bi Xiao Xianzi, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, pondered aloud. During their conversation, Biyun's 5 Qi auspicious clouds had expanded once more, now encompassing 200 acres. Boom, boom. The heavens above shifted dramatically, enveloped in boundless 5 elemental essence. The 3 celestial maidens gazed wide-eyed at the shifting skies, their attention riveted. 200 acres had been achieved. Previously, the 5 Qi auspicious clouds of the fire spirit sister had scarcely surpassed 200 acres. Yunjiao, the celestial maiden, whispered softly, her eyes brimming with hope. Should her cherished disciple surpass the holy mother of fire spirit, it would signify the preeminence of her lineage. A slight smile graced Yunjiao's lips, a sense of pride swelling within her. To possess such an exceptional disciple was a source of immense joy for a mentor. 300 acres. Bi Xiao, the celestial maiden, leapt with exuberance. 300 acres of auspicious clouds had now eclipsed the 280 acres of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. In that moment, Excitement danced in the eyes of the three celestial maidens, each yearning to witness the extent of Biyun's potential. Meanwhile, Biyun was wholeheartedly concentrating on condensing the 5 chi within, seemingly enveloped in a unique state of enlightenment. As the 5 chi auspicious clouds gathered, his comprehension of the great Tao deepened profoundly. The 5 chi auspicious clouds converged rapidly in midair, showing no signs of abating. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the clouds burgeoned to 400 acres. Then 500 and 600. Bixiao's eyes sparkled with delight. She was fixed in rapt attention, eager to see how far her beloved disciple could ascend. 700 acres. 800 acres. Soon, it would reach 1,000 acres. Yunzhao spoke once more, her anticipation palpable. The auspicious clouds of her mentor spanned 3,000 acres. How far could Biyun reach? Chapter 53. How could he possess qualities comparable to a sage? Boom. Biyun's 5 chi auspicious clouds surged to 1,000 acres, creating a terrifyingly vast cloud cluster above Sanxian Island. The many disciples of the Jinao Island were stirred, mistaking the pure 5-elemental energy within the 1,000-acre cloud for some rare treasure of heaven and earth. As they drew closer, they realized it was the 5 chi auspicious clouds, whose prowess could condense such a formidable volume of 5 chi. Many second-generation disciples were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom the sight before them. It is known that a typical cultivator could not amass such vast 5 chi clouds, as they are the essence of the 5 organs, inherently limited in quantity. Yu Yuan and Zhao Jiang stood among the second-generation disciples, their expressions darkened, having surmised the identity of the one condensing the 5 chi. When Zhao Jiang had previously condensed his auspicious clouds, he had only achieved under 300 acres. Now, Biyun had surpassed 1,000, more than triple his own. This auspicious cloud emanated from Sanxian Island, where the 3 elder sisters had long transcended the golden, immortal realm. Could it be their disciple Biyun? The Plague Emperor, Lu, stood atop a dark cloud, his face a mask of astonishment. Previously, Lu's auspicious clouds had reached only 700 acres, a stark contrast to Biyun's current achievement, which contributed to his astonishment. Could it truly be Biyun, the third-generation disciple favored by the master? The disciples exclaimed in surprise, clearly taken aback by the remarkable talent of Biyun, a third-generation disciple. Meanwhile, Taoist duo Bao and several core disciples, including the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, observed the unfolding events with a resigned smile, filled with envy. When Biyun initially joined the Sanshao sect, they felt a twinge of regret. But that sentiment had since transformed into an enduring lament. They regretted not having fought harder for their own positions. This young man possesses boundless potential. Truly a blessing for our Jiejiao. Taoist duo Bao nodded in approval, as the eldest disciple of Jiejiao. He naturally wished for the continuous growth and prosperity of the sect, for only then would the cultivation environment for them, the disciples, become more stable. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit listened to the discussions around her, her small face brimming with pride. Biyun's accolades from numerous elders felt akin to praise directed at her. The auspicious clouds of the 5 chi continued to coalesce, and the long-eared immortal of steady light regarded the gathering clouds in contemplation. Boom! At that moment, the 5 chi auspicious clouds expanded once more, surpassing an area of 1,200 mu. 1,200 mu. On Jinao Island, a multitude of second- and third-generation disciples had gathered, their astonished gazes fixed upon the spectacle before them. An auspicious cloud of 1,200 mu exceeded that of the vast majority of Jiejiao disciples. This indicated that Biyun's future achievements would surpass theirs. 1,300 mu. 1,400 mu. The auspicious clouds in the sky continued to swell, and their expansion accelerated, leaving the disciples on Jinao Island at a loss for words. My own aptitude barely reaches 1,800 mu. I wonder if Biyun, my junior, can surpass me. Taoist duo Bao spoke with a broad smile, though beneath his calm exterior lay a hint of unease. While being surpassed by others is not particularly troubling, being overtaken by a junior is a notion that the esteemed disciple of Jiejiao found somewhat difficult to accept. It should be noted that Taoist duo Bao's talents were already commendable within the Fengshen world. Apart from a few saints, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite. Master brother, Biyun's recognition by the master surely indicates some potential. However, surpassing you may not be so simple, remarked the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit with a smile. To her, Biyun was indeed impressive, but exceeding the elites among the second-generation disciples posed a significant challenge. Boom. Just as the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit finished her statement, Biyun's auspicious clouds surged once again, reaching 1,500 mu. Boom. 1,600 mu. This level of aptitude now matched that of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. At that moment, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit wore a dazed expression. She had just thought Biyun would reach his limits, yet now it seemed the reality was unfolding at an astonishing pace. Boom, boom, 1,700 mu, 1,800 mu, 1,900 mu, 2,000 mu. 2,000 acres of auspicious clouds stretch across the horizon. An endless expanse of fortune unfurling in the sky. The sacred mother of Turtle Spirit has fallen silent, while the Taoist of many treasures appears slightly agape, seemingly unable to fathom the spectacle before him. Biyun's exceptional talents have utterly eclipsed all disciples of the second generation of the Jia sect. Within the Biyun Palace, the Master of Heaven nods with a smile, radiating joy. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, you have once again brought delightful surprise to your esteemed ancestor. Who could have imagined that amidst my countless disciples, it would be my own grandson whose talents surpass them all? The Master of Heaven rises with glee, thoroughly satisfied with Biyun's capabilities. Although Biyun is not a direct disciple of his, he is ultimately a part of the Jia sect lineage, is he not? Initially, I believed Biyun's potential would merely match that of the Taoist of many treasures, yet it appears he not only exceeds him, but harbors tremendous potential. It is truly unfathomable to contemplate how far he might ultimately ascend. The Master of Heaven wanders the Biyun Palace, his focus now entirely on Biyun rather than his own cultivation. Biyun does not disappoint. Upon reaching 2,000 acres, his 5 energies of auspicious clouds maintain an impressive vigor. Boom. 2,100 acres, 2,200 acres, 2,300 acres. In the past, the 5 energies of auspicious clouds among the saints were merely around 3,000 acres, with the Ta Ching saint possessing the finest talents at 3,000 acres, while the 2 Western saints boasted only 2,800 acres. Now, Biyun's 5 energies of auspicious clouds approach the stature of a saint. While talent does not guarantee ultimate achievement, the Jia sect is now in a state of complete fervor. 2,400 acres, 2,500 acres, 2,600 acres. The 3 Clouds Fairy's face has flushed with excitement. She stands before Biyun's cave dwelling, her eyes brimming with incredulity and joy. Boom. Ultimately, Biyun's talents reach an astounding 2,800 acres, equaling that of the 2 Western saints. The Cloud Fairy's eyes are filled with astonishment. She can hardly believe that her disciple possesses such formidable 5 energies of auspicious clouds. Saintly talent. Saintly talent. The Bai Shao Fairy exclaims with elation, clearly perceiving that Biyun's auspicious clouds extend to 2,800 acres, a level sufficient to rival that of a saint. Who could have anticipated that the present era, far removed from ancient times, could still nurture such extraordinary gifts? A talent comparable to that of a saint. Could it be that the prophesied 8th saint is truly destined to emerge? Should Biyun flourish, his future is boundless. The crowd buzzes with discussion, all astounded by Biyun's innate gifts. At this critical juncture, Biyun shows no signs of halting. His 5 energies of auspicious clouds continue to coalesce. However, at this pivotal moment, Biyun receives another timely reminder from the Golden Finger. Chapter 54, Grand Lottery, another drop of ancestral witch blood. Just as Biyun's 5 energies of auspicious clouds reach 2,800 acres, the Golden Finger appears, providing a new prompt. The 5 Qi celebratory clouds, the attention of the heavenly Tao. Option 1. Continue to gather your 5 Qi celebratory clouds until all are completely coalesced. Reward, supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan measuring heaven ruler. Option 2. Immediately cease the gathering of the 5 Qi celebratory clouds, concealing your innate talents from the outside world. Reward, basic cultivation of 500 years, basic aptitude of 100, and 1 chance for a grand lottery. This time, there are only 2 choices, and once again, a grand lottery opportunity has emerged. Is the first option truly so perilous? Looking at the hints provided by his Golden Finger, Biyun could not help but fall into contemplation. Currently, Biyun's demonstrated aptitude is already comparable to that of a saint, akin to the 2 saints of the West in their prime. The 2 saints of the West and New should possess talents similar to his own. If he were to continue gathering, the one most provoked would undoubtedly be the first saint, Tai Ching. Upon realizing this crucial point, Biyun understood that the Saint Tai Ching and Jie Jiao have always been at odds. Should Biyun's aptitude surpass that of Saint Tai Ching, it would surely incite the latter's displeasure. Although Saint Tai Ching appears to be serene and detached from the mundane, this is only because no one has surpassed him, granting him an innate sense of transcendent status. If Biyun's aptitude were to exceed that of Saint Tai Ching, it is likely that he would no longer maintain his tranquil demeanor. This is evidenced by Tai Ching's tacit approval of Yuan Shitian Zun's actions against Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Had Saint Tai Ching intervened, Yuan Shitian Zun would never have reached this stage with Tong Tian Jiaozhu. After grasping this insight, Biyun promptly retracted his 5 qi celebratory clouds, ceasing further accumulation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards: basic cultivation of 500 years, basic aptitude of 100, and 1 chance for a grand lottery have been credited. Please check promptly. Upon making his choice, the task rewards were instantaneously received. The 5 qi celebratory clouds in the sky were also absorbed completely by Biyun, like a fleeting bloom. The disciples of Jie Jiao were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated that Biyun's 5 qi would continue to rise, yet it appeared that this was the limit. It is indeed remarkable. The 5 qi celebratory clouds that rival those of a saint are truly formidable. Indeed, with 2,800 acres of 5 qi celebratory clouds, even the 2 saints of the West could scarcely compare. Could it be that our Jie Jiao is also on the verge of producing a second saint? Ha! The disciples of Jie Jiao erupted into cheers once more, their animated discussions filled with excitement and anticipation. In the primordial world, where innate aptitude is of utmost importance, Biyun's displayed talents overshadow many of his peers, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. The 3 heavens fairies and the fire spirit Holy Mother, those closest to Biyun among the Jie Jiao disciples, were overjoyed, while the likes of Yu Yuan, Zhao Jiang, and Ma Yuan gritted their teeth, filled with resentment, wishing they could devour Biyun whole. Biyun's aptitude, rivaling that of a saint, indeed makes it difficult for his adversaries to find peace. What elixir or miraculous pill has Biyun consumed to be able to coalesce such an abundance of 5 qi celebratory clouds? Ma Yuan spoke with a hint of sarcasm, reflecting on the fact that his own cultivation of 250 acres of celebration cloud was still less than 1/10 of Biyun's. Exceptional talent alone does not equate to true strength. One must fully mature to make a difference. Zhao Jiang wore a disdainful expression. While the 5 energies of celebration cloud signified a cultivator's potential, they still fell short when compared to actual power. If Biyun were to perish, even possessing the same potential as a sage would be utterly futile. As the others simmered with jealousy, Biyun radiated joy. With a total of 2,800 acres of celebration cloud, he believed that if he exerted himself fully, catching up to the great sage of Ta Ching would pose no problem at all. A brilliant smile graced Biyun's face. He was acutely aware of his own potential, yet he understood the necessity of modesty. Observing Biyun consolidate the 5 energies, the heavenly master returned to his cloud bed, disinterested in further deliberation. Possessing talent that could rival the 2 Western sages, as long as the heavenly master ensured Biyun's gradual growth, the future of the Jie Jiao would be promising. At that moment, the 3 celestial maidens soared into the cave, their faces aglow with delight. Our dear disciple, we indeed did not misjudge you. Such remarkable talent makes even us envious. Bai Xiao, unabashed in her admiration, expressed her sentiments openly. In this primordial world, greater talent facilitated swifter advancement, leading to higher future accomplishments. Given Biyun's potential, surpassing the 3 celestial maidens was merely a matter of time. Biyun was acutely aware of the significant enhancement of his capabilities, attributing it first to the 2 drops of ancestral witch blood, and second to the efficacy of the 9 transformations of profound energy. The quintessence of the 5 energies represented the physical potential of a cultivator, and Biyun's practice of the 9 transformations of profound energy greatly augmented his abilities. Coupled with the benefits of the ancestral witch blood, this had endowed him with potential akin to that of the 2 Western sages. Should Biyun continue to absorb ancestral witch blood and elevate his mastery of the 9 transformations of profound energy to even loftier realms, surpassing the 2 Western sages would be entirely feasible. It is worth noting that the 12 ancestral witches of yore were formidable beings that battled against heaven and earth. Had it not been for the heavenly Tao's deliberate suppression of the witch clan, preventing their ascension to sainthood, few would have dared to provoke the 12 ancestral witches lightly. Master, I merely gathered these 5 energies of celebration cloud by sheer luck. I still have much to learn compared to my 3 esteemed masters, Biyun humbly stated, further solidifying the 3 celestial maidens' confidence in him. The little white dragon, astonished, realized that he had underestimated Biyun's boundless potential, feeling as though he had latched onto a powerful ally. Disciple, focus on your cultivation within the cave and stabilize your progress. Should you encounter any difficulties in your practice, you may always seek us for guidance. Yun Xiao spoke with a warm smile, her affection for her disciple visibly growing. What master would not cherish such a remarkable talent? Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. Biyun bid farewell to the three celestial maidens and continued to stabilize his cultivation within the cave dwelling. The entirety of the Jiejiao sect was abuzz with discussions surrounding Biyun, yet he remained indifferent, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. His 500 years of foundational cultivation were rapidly absorbed by Biyun, who did not emerge from the mountains immediately. Now, Biyun recognized that he had undoubtedly attracted considerable attention and should therefore remain inconspicuous, avoiding any further entanglements. Jealousy is the original sin. Particularly since my current strength is still modest, and with such remarkable talent, it is likely that there are many harboring envy in secret. I must fortify myself further. Resolute in his decision to continue in seclusion, Biyun recalled that he had yet to utilize a significant lottery opportunity. Previously, he had drawn a drop of ancestral witch blood, which filled him with anticipation. If he could draw another drop of ancestral witch blood, would that not allow him to gather 3 drops in total? Filled with hope, Biyun focused his mind and once again entered the sea of consciousness, where the grand lottery wheel materialized before him. Chapter 55. Do not spare Biyun. This marked Biyun's second grand lottery. As he gazed at the ancestral witch blood on the wheel, he found himself losing interest in the other rewards. Draw with a command. The grand wheel began to spin rapidly. Within this lottery were not only 12 drops of ancestral witch blood, but also the bloodlines of the ancient supreme clans, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Beginning Qilin, alongside even the blood of the mighty Pangu. Just another drop of ancestral witch blood. I do not dare to wish for Panga's blood. Biyun's heart brimmed with expectation. Having already fused 2 drops of ancestral witch blood, a third would greatly enhance his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, 12 earth spirit pearls. Biyun was momentarily taken aback. The lottery had concluded, and the needle pointed to a set of spiritual pearls rather than ancestral witch blood. Haha, it seems my luck cannot always defy the heavens. Although I did not acquire ancestral witch blood, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure is quite remarkable. Biyun remained undaunted. There would be ample opportunities to seek ancestral witch blood in the future, and this exquisite innate spiritual treasure would greatly aid him at present. Until now, Biyun possessed only a single Qianquan circle, and now he had acquired a set of earth spirit pearls, perfectly complementing his prior shortcomings. The earth spirit pearls, obtained through the lottery, came with automatic refinement. Holding this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, he infused it with his magical energy, and the 12 earth spirit pearls were promptly refined. At that moment, a wave of information regarding the earth spirit pearls surged into Biyun's sea of consciousness, and upon receiving this information, his face lit up with astonishment. The earth spirit pearls were indeed part of a set comprising 36. Biyun exclaimed in disbelief. He had never heard of these so-called earth spirit pearls. Each individual earth spirit pearl was of medium-grade innate spiritual treasure level, while 12 constituted an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. If a complete set of 36 could be formed, would that not elevate it to the status of an innate supreme treasure? The 12 earth god pearls are already exquisite innate spiritual treasures. When 36 are gathered, they become undeniable innate supreme treasures. Biyun activated this spiritual treasure, and the earth god pearls immediately began to orbit around him. Within the earth god pearls exists a self-contained space, which Biyun entered to explore. It unfolded into an expansive realm, vast and boundless, capable of ensnaring enemies within its confines. This bears a resemblance to the power of the map of mountains and rivers bestowed by the Holy Mother Nuwa. Biyun was filled with joy. The map of mountains and rivers is reputed to be the most formidable among the finest innate spiritual treasures, containing a realm of mountains and rivers with tremendous power. Once my earth god pearls ascend to the status of innate supreme treasures, they will effortlessly surpass the map of mountains and rivers. After playing with the earth god pearls, Biyun suddenly recalled several spiritual roots he had previously obtained. The 9 heavens sun fruit tree could be conveniently planted within the earth god pearls, making it easily portable. Additionally, another high-grade innate spiritual root acquired during his quest could also be placed inside the earth god pearls. The news of Biyun condensing the 5 qi over an expanse of 2,800 acres had not been concealed. It was swiftly disseminated throughout the entire primordial world by those with keen interest. Upon learning of this, the 2 saints of the West were greatly astonished. How could a mere disciple of the Jie sect, Biyun, possess such extraordinary talent? Upon receiving the news, the saint of guidance displayed disbelief upon his countenance. Liuli, is this information reliable? He inquired of a nearby disciple, who confirmed that it was indeed brought back by their second disciple, Liuli. Liuli hastily stepped forward to explain. Esteemed master, this news originally came from a disciple of the Jie sect. Initially, I too was skeptical, so I personally ventured to Golden Ao Island for verification. To my surprise, all disciples of the Jie sect there were aware of this matter. It is indeed irrefutable. Liuli, who would later become the Buddha of Liuli Guang, could hardly believe that Biyun possessed such remarkable qualifications. Let it be known, he himself was merely a meager 800 acres of Qing Yuan, far inferior to Biyun's prowess. This child must not be allowed to remain. The saint of guidance shook his head in despair, filled with profound sorrow. He had once set aside his status to ambush Biyun, yet regrettably, he had failed. Now, upon learning of Biyun's astonishing talent, he felt an overwhelming unease. The saint of interception, equally troubled, cautioned, Master, there is no need for concern. Biyun is merely at the golden immortal realm for now. Let us see if he can extricate himself from the calamity of the investiture of the gods. The saint of interception calculated astutely. The investiture of the gods had already commenced, leaving little time for Biyun to mature. In just a few decades, how much could a golden immortal truly grow? Furthermore, the primordial world is no longer what it once was, even if Biyun possesses extraordinary talent. Without the primordial purple energy, he would be incapable of attaining sanctity. The guiding sage is acutely aware that many formidable beings from ancient times were capable of rivaling the saints. Alas, none managed to endure the successive tribulations of calamity, ultimately fading into obscurity. Take, for instance, the ancient demon emperor Di Jun, the eastern emperor Taiyi, the lunar goddess Shihi, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and the venerable Hong Yun. Their talents were no less than those of the two saints of the West. Regrettably, these great figures have long since turned to dust. And even those who have merely survived, such as the likes of the River of Oblivion, Kunpeng, and Zenyuanzi, remain in a state of despair, daring not to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Without the primordial purple chi, one cannot attain sainthood. Without sainthood, one is relegated to mere insignificance. Of the 9 strands of primordial purple chi, 7 have already been consumed, and as for the remaining 2, not a soul has discovered them in countless millennia. The solitary strand of primordial purple chi once held by the venerable Hong Yun vanished along with his demise. There were whispers that he had bequeathed this chi to Zenyuanzi before his passing. Yet Zenyuanzi's prolonged inability to attain the Tao has dispelled such speculation from the minds of many. My dear fellow, your words hold truth. I have been misguided. Suddenly, the sage of the purity realized the profound impact of calamity upon him, igniting a fervent desire to extinguish Biyun, thus amplifying his own fears. It is the heavenly Tao, subtly influencing his actions, seeking to eliminate Biyun through the hands of the sage of purity. What would my elder brother, the primordial beginning, feel upon hearing this news? The sage of purity wore a smile, his demeanor one of cunning and craftiness. Upon hearing this, the guiding sage also burst into laughter. Marvelous! The guiding sage glanced at Liuli, discreetly instructing him to convey news of Biyun to Kunlun Mountain, which prompted his departure from the sacred mountain. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain was adorned with 2 auspicious clouds soaring towards the heavens, enveloping the surroundings. Nezha and Yang Jian achieved breakthroughs in succession, simultaneously gathering their quintessence into auspicious clouds. Originally, Nezha and Yang Jian had entered the golden immortal realm only after the full eruption of the investiture of the gods, yet now they had advanced prematurely, commencing the assembly of their quintessence clouds. Clearly, this was the heavenly Tao bestowing its favor upon them. In an effort to eliminate the variable that is Biyun, empowering his adversaries proves to be a most prudent strategy. Nezha and Yang Jian, as figures capable of contending with Biyun, have received the heavenly Tao's blessings, emerging as favored ones. This time, as my quintessence converges, I shall directly obliterate Biyun and see how he continues his arrogance. Nezha laughed heartily at the sight of his expansive 200 acres of auspicious clouds, convinced that his previous defeat at Biyun's hands was due to insufficient cultivation. Now that he too had entered the golden immortal realm, he believed he would no longer be at a disadvantage in their encounters. Moreover, Nezha had no intention of facing Biyun alone. He planned to rally his friends to confront Biyun together, adhering to the esteemed traditions of their teaching lineage. Unbeknownst to Nezha, a cultivator was hastily approaching, ready to deliver good news to the disciples of their sect. Chapter 56, Primordial Beginning. Biyun's talent is on par with mine? In the heart of Kunlun Mountain, 2 disciples from the 3rd generation achieved breakthroughs in succession, invigorating the spirit of the Yushu Palace lineage. The entire Kunlun Mountain resonated with a jubilant atmosphere. This significant advancement in cultivation among the disciples of Yushu Palace was undoubtedly a manifestation of divine destiny. The venerable Taiyi Zhenren laughed heartily, believing that his cherished disciples were fated individuals, and their breakthroughs were entirely warranted. Beside him, the esteemed Yuding Zhenren nodded with a smile, expressing his satisfaction with Yang Jian's advancement. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Liuli descended from Ling Mountain, riding a radiant beam of seven-colored auspicious light, landing gracefully before the disciples of Yushu. Dear friend Liuli, your arrival is most timely. My disciple has just broken through to the golden immortal realm, and you have come at the perfect moment. Huh? Taiyi Zhenren, eager to showcase his pride, stepped forward to boast, buoyed by his prior acquaintance with Liuli. Liuli, momentarily taken aback, offered her congratulations. Your esteemed disciple possesses extraordinary talent. He is destined to inherit the teachings of the Chan sect. Congratulations to you, dear brother. This praise instantly lifted Taiyi Zhenren's spirits. Nezha, standing nearby, also wore a proud and jubilant expression. However, Liuli was not inclined to flatter Nezha, as she recalled her master's instructions prior to her journey. Having not been present during the battle at the North Sea, Liuli was unaware of the circumstances at that time. She turned to Taiyi Zhenren and said, Brother, I have gathered new intelligence from the Jia sect. They have reportedly condensed the Biyun 5 Qi, amounting to an astonishing 2,800 acres of auspicious clouds, demonstrating the potential of a saint. Taiyi Zhenren and Nezha, who were still reveling in their previous joy, found their smiles abruptly frozen upon hearing Liuli's words. 2,800 acres of auspicious clouds. Nezha had been elated with just over 200 acres. The magnitude of Biyun was tenfold his own. In an instant, Nezha felt his happiness dissipate, his expression darkening, and even his gaze toward Liuli turned somewhat grim. Sensing the shift in mood, Liuli hastily remarked, I have come to alert you, dear friends, to encourage early precautions. I must take my leave now. With that, she turned to depart, unwilling to linger any longer. Master, this news must surely be false. What merit or capability does Biyun possess? If he could cultivate 2,800 acres of auspicious clouds, then I could surely condense 3,000 acres myself. Nezha protested defiantly, but at that moment, Taiyi Zhenren had no time to entertain his grievances. Liuli had traversed countless miles from Ling Mountain. It was improbable she would bring forth false information. Brother, perhaps we should report this to our master and see how he wishes to proceed, Yuding Zhenren suggested, noting that the truth could be discerned by informing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Taiyi Zhenren nodded grimly in agreement, and together, they made their way to Yushu Palace. What brings you here? Yuanshi Tianzuan, having sensed the recent developments regarding the two disciples condensing the 5 Qi, appeared in good spirits. Taiyi Zhenren awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Esteemed master, a friend from the Western sect has brought news that Jia sect's Biyun has previously condensed 5 Qi, amounting to 2,800 acres of auspicious clouds. Taiyi Zhenren glanced at the expression of Yuanshi Tianzuan and, steeling himself, conveyed the message. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan's visage instantly froze. He uttered no words, his fingers deftly moving as he began to calculate. Clearly, Yuanshi Tianzuan found it hard to believe that Biyun possessed such qualifications. The 2,800 acres of Qingyun were already sufficient to rival him. Unfortunately, as the calculations unfolded, Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance grew increasingly somber, the results evidently displeasing him. If this matter reaches my master, you may leave, he declared, closing his eyes, adopting an air of calm indifference. Taiyi Zhenren and Yuding Zhenren exchanged glances, fearful of defying him, and hastily exited the Yushu Palace. Once the two disciples departed, Yuanshi Tianzuan reopened his eyes. How can this be possible? A mere third-generation disciple of Jie Jiao can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? He murmured, his eyes filled with grave concern. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan held the initiative in the Fengshen calamity, bolstered by other saints, he still lacked absolute confidence. Now, with Biyun's formidable rise, whose qualifications were comparable to the 6 saints, his unease intensified. If they suffered setbacks during the Fengshen calamity, it could spell disaster for the entire Chanjiao. A scenario Yuanshi Tianzuan desperately wished to avoid. To think that a trivial figure like Biyun could threaten my entire scheme. Perhaps I should have been more vigilant since the incident with Shiji's demise. Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed, recalling how Taiyi Zhenren had personally reported Shiji's death and Biyun's escape. At that time, he had dismissed Biyun, stating, Biyun is not a cause for concern. In retrospect, he realized how careless he had been. Regrettably, it was too late for such reflections now. Biyun remained hidden within Jie Jiao, and even Yuanshi Tianzuan found himself at a loss. Humph, Biyun. I shall observe how far you can grow. For now, as saints suppress the chaos of the wilderness, let us see how you develop. A glint of determination crossed Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze, clearly reluctant to acknowledge his potential defeat. Nezha, waiting outside for news, hurried forward as his master and Uncle Yuding emerged. Master, what is the situation? He inquired anxiously. Seeing the grave expression on Taiyi Zhenren's face, Nezha's heart sank. His complexion darkened, and a murderous intent brewed in his eyes. Master, if Biyun's qualifications are indeed extraordinary, we must eliminate him at this juncture, sparing him no opportunity for growth. Otherwise, we shall face endless repercussions. One must admit, while Nezha may be arrogant, his intellect is quite sharp. Taiyi Zhenren nodded in agreement. Your words ring true, my disciple. Let us return and deliberate thoroughly. This child cannot be allowed to remain. As Taiyi Zhenren and the others plotted against Biyun, the latter was peacefully engrossed in his cultivation within his cave abode. Since the moment Biyun condensed the 5 elemental auspicious clouds, numerous disciples from the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Jie sect have paid visits, evidently aiming to curry favor with him and establish connections for the future. Biyun's exceptional talents have led many to believe that he is destined for greatness, making this an opportune time for alliances to form. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation has been credited. Please check promptly. After bidding farewell to the 8th batch of visitors, Biyun was once again rewarded by the system. During this period, he had received an overwhelming number of visitors, and the guiding hand of fate insisted he could not refuse. Understanding the essence of caution, Biyun graciously welcomed all guests, regardless of whether they were at the true immortal or celestial immortal levels, treating each with the utmost respect and consideration. The crux of caution lies in being discreet, prudent, and avoiding conflicts, regardless of the opponent's strength. Biyun, your senior sister has arrived. The melodious laughter of the fire spirit saintess echoed from outside, and her figure soon graced the cave dwelling. With so many cultivators visiting, Biyun had long since deactivated the formation, allowing everyone to come and pay their respects. The fire spirit saintess, adorned in resplendent crimson attire, exuded an air of elegance, her figure accentuated by the delicate ribbons and a phoenix hairpin, which added an exquisite touch to her appearance, clearly the result of careful preparation. Senior sister, you finally made it. With disciples from all directions visiting these past few days, I feel utterly exhausted. Fame truly brings no comforts. I was far more at ease in obscurity, Biyun lamented. The fire spirit saintess covered her mouth with a smile, approaching Biyun and whispering softly in his ear, "Shall I help you relax, junior brother?" Chapter 57, Fire Spirit, Junior Brother, Lie Down, First Female Lead. At her words, Biyun felt an instant surge of vitality. Junior brother, lie down. The fire spirit saintess gently pushed Biyun's shoulders, urging him to recline on the couch. A subtle fragrance wafted from her, inviting him to close his eyes in comfort. Her warm and delicate hands began to massage his shoulders, prompting Biyun to open his eyes in surprise. "So this is how you help me unwind," he remarked, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, which the fire spirit saintess quickly discerned. With a triumphant smile, she leaned over Biyun, playfully inquiring, "How would you prefer to relax? Is this not pleasant?" The fire spirit saintess deliberately teased him, their positions imbued with an intimate allure, both acutely aware of each other as heartbeats. Biyun gazed up, taking in the enchanting view before him. The proximity of the celestial beauty, her alluring red lips emanating a sweet fragrance, ignited a surge of impulse within him. He embraced the fire spirit and shared a tender kiss. In the cave, ethereal energy swirled, cloaking the surroundings and activating all protective formations to ward off any disturbances. Above in the heavens, fire clouds surged, water and fire mingling in harmonious coexistence. Gentle breezes swept across the clouds, as flowers bloomed in sequence on the 3 immortal islands, and birds nestled together in serene slumber. 7 days later, within the cave, Biyun cradled the fire spirit as they reclined upon a couch. "You wicked disciple, I must take my leave," exclaimed the fire spirit maiden, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily departed from Biyun's abode. She had initially come to congratulate Biyun on his significant progress in cultivation, yet unexpectedly found herself pushed away by him. Before Biyun could utter a word, the fire spirit had already ascended into the clouds. Observing his senior sister's bashfulness, Biyun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, choosing not to detain her further. This convergence of water and fire had remarkably strengthened the essence within him. Biyun was elated. He and his elder sister had harbored mutual affections, and this encounter had merely deepened their honesty with one another. Little did he anticipate that after their exchange, not only had his essence grown more robust, but he also possessed a more formidable fire essence. Biyun had already integrated the primal bloodlines of two ancestral deities of water and fire, endowing him with immense power. By a stroke of serendipity, he had now absorbed the essence of fire into his being. Originally imbued with water, wind, and cloud, he had now acquired the essence of fire, thus transforming from Biyun to the flame cloud. This flame cloud further augmented his essence, presumably absorbing the fire spirit maiden's essence in the process. With a smile, Biyun marveled at the unexpected revelation that the fire spirit practiced dual cultivation techniques. In their union of yin and yang, both had reaped tremendous benefits, with the fire spirit maiden's essence also significantly strengthened. The flame essence within Biyun was indeed a gift from his senior sister. The more potent one's essence, the greater the potential of a cultivator, heralding boundless achievements in the future. Such complementary essences could only be harmonized during the initial convergence of pure yang and pure yin. Their efficacy would diminish considerably in the future. Biyun diligently endeavored to stabilize his essence, witnessing a notable enhancement in his strength. As he immersed himself in his secluded training, he felt a surge of vitality within, as though something was beckoning him. A new opportunity arose, prompting a wave of curiosity within Biyun. Can I trigger tasks while cultivating in the cave? He mused, delighting in the prospect as he opened the opportunity to investigate. Indeed, a new task had emerged. Fortune, peril, option 1. Immediately venture outside the fire cloud cave in search of this opportunity, regardless of the outcome. A reward will be granted, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the burning sky feather fan. Option 2. Remain stationary, disregarding any potential opportunities, and continue to cultivate in solitude within the cave, ignoring external distractions. Reward: foundational cultivation of 500 years, foundational alchemy proficiency of 100 points. Option 3. Seek out the 3 masters, and together venture outside the fire cloud cave in search of opportunity. Reward: a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the flowing cloud mace. Upon reading the task prompt, Biyun couldn't help but feel perplexed. An opportunity outside the fire cloud cave? Isn't that the dwelling of the 3 sovereigns of the human race? What could possibly draw me there? A flicker of realization ignited within Biyun's mind. The fire cloud cave, prior to the era of the 3 sovereigns, served as the sacred ground for the esteemed Red Cloud ancestor. It was only after the fall of the Red Cloud ancestor that the cave transformed into the domain of the 3 sovereigns. Might it be that my current fortune is intertwined with that of the Red Cloud ancestor? As thoughts swirled within Biyun's mind, he found this possibility quite compelling. The timing of this fortune was neither premature nor delayed. It arrived just after Biyun and the Holy Mother of Fire completed their dual cultivation. The essence of flames had been infused into his original being, rendering Biyun's current state remarkably akin to that of the Red Cloud ancestor. Both are clouds, and both are flames of the same kind. Such a shared origin could indeed be the catalyst for Biyun's stroke of fortune. This line of reasoning held a semblance of truth. Was the legacy left by the Red Cloud ancestor perhaps the primordial purple chi? The mere thought of it stirred a sense of excitement within Biyun. The only opportunity he could conceive that the Red Cloud ancestor had bequeathed was indeed the primordial purple chi. Alas, even this illustrious prize was not something he dared to seize lightly. The hints provided by his golden finger were exceedingly clear. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. After considerable contemplation, Biyun ultimately relinquished the idea of pursuing this opportunity. Although the primordial purple chi was desirable, one must possess the means to refine it. Biyun was acutely aware of how the Red Cloud ancestor had met his demise. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation and 100 points in foundational alchemy proficiency have been credited. Please check your account promptly. With his decision made, the reward was instantaneously received. A smile graced Biyun's features, and he remained undeterred, resuming his secluded cultivation. Outside the fire cloud cave, the celestial canopy was rife with elusive energies swirling unpredictably, as if the will of the heavenly Tao had descended upon this place. The Red Cloud ancestor was once a variable beneath the heavenly Tao, and now Biyun too existed as a variable beneath the same. They shared numerous similarities, yet unfortunately, the intricate calculations of the heavenly Tao did not affect Biyun. He resolutely secluded himself within the cave, rendering calamity powerless to strike. Several months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Biyun had successfully refined all 500 years of cultivation. However, the Holy Sister of Fire had yet to make her appearance, leaving Biyun, who had recently tasted the sweetness of romantic encounters, in a state of restlessness. Having been solitary in 2 lifetimes, the arrival of a celestial companion made it inconceivable for Biyun to remain idle. Just as he pondered how to rendezvous with the Holy Sister of Fire, the system once again presented a new task notification. Another one? It was likely related to the previous opportunity. A stir of anticipation coursed through Biyun as he promptly checked the details. And indeed, it was yet another opportunity task. Opportunity: the 8th wisp of primordial purple chi. Option 1. Immediately proceed to the Fire Cloud Palace to independently engage in the exploration and contest for the opportunity. Regardless of whether you acquire the primordial purple chi, you will receive a reward, a congenital supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Option 2. Remain in seclusion, continuing your cultivation on the 3 Immortal Island. Reward: an exquisite congenital spirit treasure, the primordial Dao Sword. Choose Option 3. Immediately proceed to the Biyun Palace. Emphasize the significance of the matter and persuade the Tongtian to join me in seizing the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Reward: Basic Fortune 100, Basic Luck 100, Basic Cultivation 500 years. Basic Formation Proficiency 100. Chapter 58. The 8th Hongmeng Purple Chi emerges. Upon seeing the task presented, Biyun was instantly taken aback. To think I had accurately predicted it. Indeed, it is the Hongmeng Purple Chi. If Biyun's previous speculations were mere conjectures, he could now assert with certainty that his assumptions were true. Having merged with the essence of fire, he found himself in perfect harmony with the venerable Hongyun. Under these circumstances, the previously dormant 8th Hongmeng Purple Chi had finally revealed new information. It seemed that a journey to the Biyun Palace was inevitable. For the matter concerning the Hongmeng Purple Chi would likely attract more than just myself. Biyun feared that it might once again become a gathering of the 6 saints. A scene where his modest status as a golden immortal would be utterly inadequate to command respect. Departing from his dwelling, Biyun made his way directly to the Biyun Palace. Logically, in such treacherous waters, shouldn't I be diligently cultivating in my cave? Why must I embark on this venture alongside my esteemed master? Glancing at the second option of the task, Biyun realized that remaining in the cave to cultivate was virtually a dead end. After some contemplation, Biyun quickly grasped the truth. With the emergence of the Hongmeng Purple Chi, even without Biyun's invitation, it was likely that Tongtian would take the initiative to participate. If the elite of the were to emerge, and Biyun were to hide away in his cave, it was probable that several saints would dispatch formidable disciples to invade Sanxian Island and eliminate Biyun without hesitation. Thus, aligning himself with Tongtian was evidently the safest course of action. These saints are indeed formidable adversaries. If not for my fortunate circumstances, I would find myself utterly outmatched by their schemes. Biyun shook his head, acknowledging his lack of aptitude for cunning strategies, remaining oblivious to the intricacies of their devious plots. Before long, Biyun arrived at the Biyun Palace, where numerous disciples had gathered, and the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was also present with her master, the Daobao Taoist. Disciple Biyun seeks an audience with the master. Biyun respectfully bowed outside the grand entrance, and the multitude of cultivators within the Biyun Palace had already sensed his arrival. Tongtian nodded with a smile and waved his hand, summoning Biyun into the palace. Observing the assembly of esteemed elders within the Biyun Palace, Biyun was evidently surprised. Could it be that they was already aware of the Hongmeng Purple Chi's emergence? Biyun, you have arrived just in time. I had summoned the disciples earlier. Yet you were in seclusion. Tongtian personally welcomed Biyun, underscoring his regard for him. Biyun hastily nodded in response. Master, I was indeed in seclusion. But recently, I felt a surge of intuition that the Hongmeng Purple Chi seems to be emerging outside the Huiyun Palace. Hence, I hurried here to request that Master accompany me to investigate. Biyun recognized the urgency of the situation and, therefore, refrained from any concealment, speaking candidly. However, his words were evidently met with disbelief. Even the celestial maiden of the 3 heavens could only chuckle in response. The venerable Hongyun, an ancient powerhouse, was well known among the many disciples of the Jie sect. As for the primordial purple energy he possessed, it was a topic familiar to all. Dear Biyun, we are all aware of the primordial purple energy, but it has been eons since we last heard of its existence. Surely this news cannot be mistaken? Inquired the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit with a smile. They were all cognizant of the significance of primordial purple energy, since the teachings of the ancient Taoist Hongjun. It had vanished from sight, and no one had heard of its trace for countless ages. This is precisely why the disciples of the Jie sect were skeptical, exchanging glances filled with jest towards Biyun. The primordial purple energy held immense importance, and given its long absence from discourse, They found it hard to believe that Biyun could have encountered any news of it on the island of the three immortals. Esteemed colleagues, I share a connection with the venerable Han Yuan. Perhaps it is due to our shared origin that I sense this. Rest assured the information is absolutely credible. Biyun could not explicitly mention his divine insight, so he resorted to sharing his analysis. Unexpectedly, the celestial maiden of Bixiao interjected with a laugh, "My dear disciple, we too have attained enlightenment from the primordial clouds. Why is it only you who feels this connection?" Her question rendered Biyun momentarily speechless, prompting him to glance at the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit beside him. Their eyes met, and the Holy Mother's face flushed crimson, hastily turning away. While the other cultivators remained oblivious to the underlying nuances, the Holy Mother was well aware of the circumstances. She and Biyun had indulged in a forbidden fruit, merging their elemental origins, making Biyun akin to the ancient Han Yuan. Thus, the Holy Mother held the utmost belief in Biyun's words, for she had played a pivotal role in this matter. Biyun found himself at a loss for an explanation. He certainly could not divulge the details of his union with Sister Huling and the subsequent intertwining of their essences. At that moment, the Lord of the Celestial Administration had already commenced his calculations. Initially skeptical, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity as his computations revealed the truth. Biyun, there is indeed credible news of the primordial purple energy. This proclamation from the Lord silenced the laughter, leaving all disciples of the GS sect astonished, gazing at the sage. None had anticipated that Biyun's revelations were genuine. They all turned their attention to Biyun. Realizing that his ability to sense primordial purple energy on the island of the three immortals indicated a profound connection with it. Considering Biyun's previous manifestation of the 5-Chi celebration cloud, if he were to truly acquire a strand of primordial purple energy, the prospect of his eventual ascension to sainthood would no longer be a mere fantasy. All disciples, heed my command. Let us proceed to the Fire Cloud Palace together. We must secure this primordial purple energy. The Master Tongtian rose in excitement. For the emergence of the primordial purple aura was not a phenomenon originally associated with the great catastrophe of the canonization. Now that the circumstances had shifted, this primal essence had come into being. Disciples, heed my command. The multitude of disciples from the GS sect responded in unison, their spirits soaring with determination as they prepared to follow their leader to the Fire Cloud Palace. The primordial purple aura must be contested. Biyun shook her head in silence. The grand display suggested that the contention for the primordial purple aura was indeed formidable. She pondered her own chances of obtaining it. Feeling uncertain, the GS sect had dispatched such a formidable force, and it was certain that other factions would mobilize their full strength as well. Master Tongtian personally retrieved the diagram of the extermination array, ascending upon a cloud to envelop all core disciples of the second and third generations from the GS sect, swiftly heading towards the Fire Cloud Palace. Simultaneously, messages emanated from the Bo Palace, summoning those significant disciples not present to urgently reinforce the Fire Cloud Palace. As the GS sect departed from Jinao Island, the heavens above began to roil with ominous clouds, and a palpable pressure descended from the skies. The heavenly decree had shifted. In this moment, even the Tao of heaven recognized the gravity of the situation. The primordial purple aura, which should not have manifested, had appeared. Was it a result of Biyun's influence or a covert design by the Tao of heaven? None could ascertain the truth. What was certain, however, was that the GS sect had fully mobilized, and other forces would inevitably follow suit. Whether this would lead to the GS sect's downfall or present an unforeseen opportunity remained uncertain. Chapter 59. Whereas the primordial purple aura, the GS sect departed from the East China Sea in an imposing procession, racing towards the Fire Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial lord experienced an epiphany, his eyes shimmering with golden light. 12 golden immortals, Burning Lamp, Yun Changzi, Nanji, hasten to the Fire Cloud Palace with me. The primordial lord's divine visage appeared above Kunlun Mountain, his commanding voice resonating across the realms, awakening all disciples in seclusion, who hastened to answer his call. Nezha and Yang Jian, among the third-generation disciples, also heard the summons, quickly making their way to the Jade Void Palace. What has transpired? Why has our ancestral master summoned all disciples? Nezha inquired, his feet upon the wind and fire wheels, eyes filled with confusion. I am uncertain as well. Let us accompany our master and find out, Yang Jian replied, following closely behind, along with other core disciples of the third generation, such as Baihe Tongzi and Wei Hu. Notably, with the demise of Tu Xing's son, the likes of Yang Ran, Yin Hong, Yin Jiao, and Huang Yuanhua had yet to ascend the mountain. The changes brought about by the canonization catastrophe were beginning to manifest in subtle ways. The Primordial Lord gathered all disciples of the Jade Void, and they immediately surged towards the Fire Cloud Palace. In an instant, the winds and clouds roared as countless powerful beings departed from their initial stages of cultivation, converging upon the Fire Cloud Palace. Among them was the Lord of the Underworld, who, cloaked in a vast sea of blood, transformed into a spectral shadow. Departing from the Azura sect, he had not left for countless millennia. Within the enigmatic realm of the Underworld, the illustrious Lady Fengshen brandished her commanding flag, summoning an array of souls from the netherworld to congregate within the Grand Hall of Fengdu. Xing Tian, Jiu Feng, and the Tenyama Kings. Gather the spirits from all directions and make your way to the Fire Cloud Palace. The primordial purple energy is of paramount importance. I find myself ensnared within the confines of the underworld and cannot extricate myself. You shall heed Jiu Feng's command and act with discernment. As the bearer of the ancestral legacy, Lady Fengshen had been suppressed by the heavenly laws for many years, unable to escape the depths of the Jiu underworld, condemned to a state of confinement. Adhering to the lady's decree, the grand sorceress Jiu Feng rose gracefully, her figure slender, with her long hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding an air of competence and vitality. Clad in a vibrant crimson robe, she appeared as a flickering flame, radiating fervor with each glance. A multitude of sorcerers and spirits ascended on dark clouds, soaring from the Jiu underworld. Outside the Fire Cloud Cave, as the disciples of the arrived, a significant number of cultivators had already gathered there. It was located far across the seas, while other factions were comparatively nearer, thus arriving sooner. Biyun stood behind 3 esteemed masters, having sensed the presence of the primordial purple energy. How did these cultivators come to know of it? Biyun felt a surge of caution. Even the leader of the celestial sect had been oblivious to the matter until he was prompted to deduce it. Yet, upon their arrival, a considerable assembly of cultivators had already formed. The source of their information was indeed worthy of scrutiny. Surely, not everyone possessed a golden finger? Biyun glanced skyward, where the aura of heavenly law lingered subtly. Retracting his gaze, he chose to remain silent. Just as the members reached their destination, the Yu Su Palace faction also arrived, both sides bristling with tension, glaring at one another. The primordial heavenly sovereign himself regarded Biyun, seemingly appraising him. Since learning of Biyun's talent that could rival his own, the primordial heavenly sovereign had been troubled. No matter how he belittled this fledgling, the presence of Biyun felt like a thorn embedded deep within his heart. While the primordial heavenly sovereign scrutinized Biyun, the latter paid no heed, hiding behind the leader and denying the sovereign any opportunity to engage. This chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Observing Biyun's evasive demeanor, the primordial heavenly sovereign's disdain only deepened. Yet, Biyun reveled in his cunning. He had perfected the art of survival, managing to vex the primordial heavenly sovereign while denying him even the slightest chance to retaliate, infuriating him further. At this moment, Nezha also regarded Biyun, but seeing the overwhelming presence of he could only console himself. The primordial purple energy is of utmost significance. I shall spare Biyun this time. As powerful figures converged before the Fire Cloud Palace, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, sending dust swirling and winds howling in every direction. Biyun looked up to behold the ancient ancestor Kunpeng, the lord of the northern abyss, soaring down with resplendent wings. His colossal body, akin to that of a celestial palm, soared for countless miles before finally descending upon the Fire Cloud Mountain, where he transformed into a stern-looking Taoist. Old Kunpeng, I never expected you to be here. From a distance, in the shadows, the ancestor of the underworld river, clad in blood-soaked garments, sneered at Kunpeng. Mingi, it has been many years. I never thought you still lived. Kunpeng gazed at Mingi, recalling the ancient era when the supreme beings had perished, leaving only a few, with Mingi and himself among the remnants. As all eyes turned towards Kunpeng, a resonant chant echoed through the western heavens, and boundless golden lotuses bloomed, filling the air with fragrant orchids. The 2 saints of the West, accompanied by 3,000 Buddhist disciples and countless Buddhist servants, floated towards the gathering. The 2 saints paid their respects to the primordial heavenly venerable and positioned themselves within the ranks of the Chan school. The master of the celestial gate stood proudly above, surveying the assembly of forces, which, despite their numbers, amounted to less than half of the disciples of the Chan school. The grandeur of the Chan school was thus evident. Is that Biyun? Behind the 2 saints, the Earth Store Bodhisattva engaged in hushed conversation with Lu Li, his compassionate gaze scrutinizing Biyun with evident curiosity. Should we manage to draw this young man into our western realm, he could greatly assist our master. This sentiment drew subtle nods from the two saints, lamenting that Biyun was a prized treasure of the Chan school, not easily swayed. The saintess Nuwa soon arrived, her forces from the demon clan also gathering at this location. The demon generals Bai Zhe, Jiming, Qin Yuan, and Shan Yang arrived with their armies, taking their positions atop the mountain. Esteemed friends, you have traveled from afar. Why not join us in the Fire Cloud Palace? At this moment, the three sovereigns of the human race had united their strength, and with so many powerful beings converging upon Fire Cloud Mountain, it was impossible for them to remain unaware. The three sovereigns, born of the human race's destiny, though not saints, could achieve immortality as long as humanity endured. Alas, lacking the means of the saints, they were compelled to bow before a quasi-saint like Kuanping after losing their imperial fortune. The primordial heavenly venerable, upon hearing this, spoke. We are grateful for the kindness of the three friends. We come seeking the primordial violet energy and do not wish to intrude. Once this matter is concluded, we shall pay a visit. As soon as the primordial heavenly venerable's voice faded, a brilliant light surged from beneath Fire Cloud Mountain, ascending skyward. Boom! The vast violet energy, akin to gathering clouds, surged forth, illuminating the realm with celestial radiance. The saints were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. And all living beings in the vicinity turned their attention to the spectacle. Indeed, it was the primordial violet energy. Zenyuanzi's expression was complex as he beheld the familiar rosy glow, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Chapter 60. The arrival of Taiyi, seizing the primordial violet energy. It was this very strand of primordial violet energy that had led to the demise of ancestor Hongyun, and as Zenyuanzi, Hongyun's elder brother, he had witnessed the event firsthand. Upon receiving news of the return of the primordial purple qi, the venerable Zhen Yuanzi hastened to the scene, not driven by the desire to seize the qi, but rather to seek a trace of his long-lost brother. The primordial purple qi, indeed? While others were engulfed in excitement, Biyun lingered at the back, wearing a cautious expression as he surveyed the surroundings. All present seemed to be calculating how to acquire the qi, and amidst such formidable figures, even a golden immortal like him would likely stir not even a ripple should he charge forward. Biyun reminded himself to bide his time. He too felt a compelling allure towards the primordial purple qi, yet he understood the prudence of his approach. Were it not for the fear of being stealthily hunted by adversaries upon his quiet departure, he would have slipped away long ago. The magnificent purple aura surged towards the heavens, igniting excitement among the assembled sages. As long as they were present, no other powerful beings would dare contend with the sages for the primordial purple qi. Tong Tian, what business do you have here among us four sages vying for the primordial purple qi? The primordial lord, taking advantage of the qi's incomplete manifestation, sought to unite with the other three sages to exclude Tong Tian from the contest. Among the 5 sages present, the absence of Tong Tian would enhance their chances of acquiring the primordial purple qi by 20%. The 2 Western sages exchanged glances and smiled. If only 4 sages remained, the odds of their sect acquiring the qi would rise to 50%, a considerable improvement. Tong Tian, your celestial enterprise is vast. You have no need for the primordial purple qi. It would be wise for you to depart soon, spoke Saint Kunti, clearly stating his position. The primordial lord mistakenly assumed the 2 Western sages were allied with him, oblivious to the fact that should only 4 sages remain, the Western sages would surely conspire to seize the opportunity rather than relinquish the primordial purple qi to his sect. With a cold gaze, the master of Tong Tian responded, my actions are not subject to your dictation. Should you provoke me, I shall invoke the celestial slaughter array and confine you all within its bounds. Upon hearing this, the goddess Nuwa's mind began to whirl, yet she refrained from voicing her stance. Despite the primordial lord's arrogance, he dared not further provoke Tong Tian. If the latter truly ensnared the 3 sages within his array, the primordial purple qi would be forever beyond their reach. It was evident that Nuwa's silence was also a reflection of her interest in the primordial purple qi. As the 5 sages plotted among themselves, a radiant light shone from the void, enveloping the world in melodious song. In the chamber, alchemy entwines with self. Within the furnace, herbs seize the innate. Guests of the 8 scenery palace, oblivious to the passage of tens of thousands of years. Beyond the Xianhuang, I pay homage to my enlightened master. In the chaos of time, I am free to be. The 5 elements lie within my grasp, as the great Tao guides the bewildered. Achieving tranquility, I forged the golden tower. Idly wandering, I once ventured beyond the western gates. My hands encompassed the expanse of heaven and earth. My heart at peace with the 5 mountains and Mount Sumeru. Born before the innate, I emerge after the celestial, borrowing the form of Li to gain a name. Once I bowed to Hongjun to cultivate virtue. Only then did I comprehend the transformation of one into the three pure. The crowd turned their gaze at the sound. And there appeared in the sky an elderly Taoist riding upon a verdant ox. Clad in a voluminous and flowing bagua robe, he exuded an aura of tranquility and nonchalance, cradling a dragon-headed staff against his shoulder. It was none other than the esteemed Ta Ching, the holy one of the 8 scenes of the great Luo heaven. Behind the Ta Ching, a young man held aloft a precious map with both hands, a 7-foot-long sword slung across his back, and a dark purple-gold gourd at his waist. He was Xian Du, the foremost master of the Xianmen under the 3 teachings. The multitude of cultivators present bowed in reverence. Salutations to the senior brother. Salutations to the Holy One of Ta Ching. Such grandeur was unparalleled in the primordial world. Countless beings bowed their heads in submission. Ta Ching nodded and gently gestured, prompting all to rise. Esteemed friends, I have come in pursuit of the primordial purple qi. Ta Ching, the founder of the way of humanity, had but one disciple, Xian Du, with a few registered students. His purpose in coming was to contend for a fragment of the primordial purple qi, hoping to secure a chance for Xian Du. What a splendid prospect it would be to unite 2 saints. However, upon hearing this declaration, the expressions of those present darkened. With the Holy One of Ta Ching personally intervening, their hopes appeared increasingly dim. Humph. The ancient ancestor Kuanping quietly snorted. Years ago, he had resorted to treachery, slaying the venerable Han Yun to seize the primordial purple qi, only to end up with empty hands. Now, as the primordial purple qi resurfaced, several saints were once again intruding, igniting his ire. Conversely, Bai Yun observed Ta Ching with keen interest. What was this talk of tranquility and non-action? Wasn't he merely here to snatch the primordial purple qi? The so-called tranquility was merely a reflection of the external allure not being sufficiently enticing. Bai Yun perceived this clearly, harboring disdain within yet maintaining an impassive visage. He even took a few steps back, manifesting an air of trepidation. Senior brother, your mastery of creation and profound understanding of the Tao far surpasses ours. We, your junior disciples, are in greater need of the primordial purple qi. I kindly implore you to refrain from contention. The saintly Zhuan Ti smiled with feigned humility, acutely aware that once Ta Ching joined the fray, the 5 saints would have no opportunity to lay claim to the primordial purple qi. After all, Ta Ching's might was unparalleled, further augmented by the innate treasure. The Taiji diagram. Who could stand against him? Although the 3 clear ones had split, it was unlikely that Tong Tian and Yuan Shi would take action against Ta Ching. Anxious, Zhuan Ti leapt forward to counsel Ta Ching. Ta Ching shook his head and declared, opportunities arise as a natural progression of the heavenly and earthly forces. We must strive earnestly. Ultimately, what is gained or lost is entirely at the behest of fate. His words rang hollow, couched in grandiloquence. What was this talk of fate? If not a mere reflection of whose strength prevailed? Even if the other saints managed to seize the primordial purple qi, should Ta Ching set his heart upon claiming it? Zhuan Ti doubted he could safeguard that precious essence. After all, the primordial purple energy held in hand does not immediately translate into combat strength. The saint of purity cursed inwardly but dared not expose the hypocritical facade of the saint of Ta Ching in front of others. Biyun found it amusing, as he never anticipated that a mere wisp of primordial purple energy could draw out all 6 saints. This led him to ponder whether this was indeed a conspiracy aimed at him, or if the time for the emergence of the primordial purple energy had genuinely arrived. Was that wisp of primordial purple energy real? Biyun gazed below, where clouds billowed and mist swirled, exuding an extraordinary aura, unmistakably emanating from the primordial purple energy. However, something invisible seemed to be constraining the primordial purple energy, preventing it from breaking free. As the crowd remained in uncertainty, the purple energy suddenly erupted, and boundless clouds of purple mist spread instantaneously, enveloping every being present. It was indeed primordial purple energy. The 6 saints exclaimed in unison. Having previously harnessed this energy, they immediately recognized its familiar essence. Chapter 61. 1 against 5. A breakthrough to the 2nd heavenly saint realm. The primordial purple energy deliberately exuded its aura, seemingly attempting to entice the onlookers. This maneuver left all present with racing hearts and quickened bloodlines. Even the saint of Ta Ching could not help but step forward, yearning to draw closer. Should the 6 saints engage in a fierce battle, the land of Hongwang would surely suffer further devastation. Zhen Yuanzi, the Grand Immortal, shook his head inwardly. As the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, he held the Earth Book and was responsible for maintaining the Earth veins. During the ancient times of calamities, The land of Honghuang had already been ravaged. Even the Pillar of Heaven, Mount Buzhou, had been toppled. If the six saints were to act now, the entire Honghuang world might be plunged into ruin. Yet, in the face of the allure of primordial purple energy, none of the six saints were willing to yield. They only saw their own interests, disregarding the fate of the Honghuang world. While everyone remained vigilant, the primordial beginning soon suddenly spoke. Elder brother, fellow Taoists. Tongtian leads the sect in chaos, disrupting the Honghuang. Whoever obtains the primordial purple energy must not allow Tongtian to interfere. Why not join forces to drive the sect away and seize the primordial purple energy for ourselves? This proposal from Primordial Beginning soon was unexpected, leaving everyone unable to refuse. If Tongtian were to be ousted beforehand, it would benefit the other five saints. It is important to note that even the Saint of Taching could not easily escape from Tongtian's sword array of extermination. Even though the Saint of Taching possessed methods to break the array, Tongtian remained a significant threat that could restrain him. The opportunity to contend for the primordial purple energy was fleeting, thus the Saint of Taching was unwilling to allow any hidden dangers to linger. Regarding the alliance to expel the Tongtian master, this decision greatly favors the Taiching faction. Consequently, after the proposal from the primordial heavenly venerable, the Taiching sage chose not to defend his brother, but silently permitted the unfolding of events. Observing Taiching's tacit approval, Zhuanti felt elated and promptly stepped forward. Declaring with righteous fervor, "Thee is a mixed bag. Master Tongtian indulges his disciples in reckless behavior, and it is indeed inappropriate to allow to obtain the primordial purple qi." Upon Zhuanti's affirmation, the other sages also tacitly concurred with the plan. Master Tongtian glanced at the silent Taiching, astonished that his elder brother was also a man of cunning schemes. Ha ha ha. Good, Yuan sure. Zhuanti, you truly have the audacity. Today, I shall engage with you and see who ultimately claims the primordial purple qi. Master Tongtian, filled with rage yet laughing, unleashed boundless sword energy in all directions. The terrifying pressure leaving the other sages utterly astonished. What are these red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots? The three teachings were originally one family. In the face of interests, what becomes of familial ties? It appears Taiyi, was overly naive. With his long hair billowing, Master Tongtian's eyes gleamed with cold light, exuding an air of arrogance and strength. From this day forth, there shall be no more Sanqing. I sever all ties with you, Master Tongtian proclaimed with a resounding voice. At this moment, he finally saw through the facades of his elder and younger brothers, unwilling to maintain any brotherly affection. Rascal, Tongtian, you truly are disrespectful to your elders. Utterly outrageous. The primordial heavenly venerable cursed vehemently, yet he refrained from mentioning his earlier call for a united front against Tongtian, now criticizing Tongtian for disregarding his elder brother. It was indeed absurd that only he, the primordial heavenly venerable, could take action against others, while Tongtian was not permitted to retaliate. Boom. Just as the primordial heavenly venerable berated, and the Taiching sage wore a grim expression, an even more violent aura erupted from Master Tongtian. At this pivotal moment, he unexpectedly broke through, ascending to the second level of the sacred realm. The realm of sages is not the pinnacle. The Tao ancestor Hongjun has long merged with the heavenly Tao, reaching the level of the heavenly Tao. Master Tongtian's breakthrough from the first to the second level of the sacred realm signifies a monumental advancement. Ha ha ha, the ninth level of the sacred realm. I never anticipated that I would finally ascend to the second level. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Master Tongtian rejoiced, all previous frustrations evaporating. His resolve to sever ties with Taiching and Yuan sure dissolved the grudges he had harbored for years. Now, with a clear mind, he found himself unexpectedly propelled to the second level of the sacred realm. At this moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Even the Taiching sage widened his eyes. He had diligently cultivated for years without daring to slacken his efforts, yet he had not managed to reach the second level of the sacred realm. Now, Master Tongtian had taken the lead, surpassing the Taiching sage and becoming the foremost sage under the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Congratulations, Master Ancestor, on your remarkable advancement in cultivation. The path to greatness is within reach, and the sacred court shall remain steadfast. Biyun seized the moment, erupting in jubilant cheers. The disciples of the intercepting teachings swiftly followed suit, and in an instant, myriad immortals bowed in reverence, their voices resonating throughout the cosmos. Congratulations, Master, on your profound mastery of the Tao and your rapid ascension in cultivation. Listening to the enthusiastic praises of his disciples, the Tongtian patriarch felt an even greater joy swell within him, his smile blossoming like the sun. Ha ha, Dear disciple, this time, even Master Ancestor must express gratitude to you. Had you not brought me here, I fear the turmoil in my heart would have remained unresolved for countless eons. Tongtian Patriarch laughed heartily. When he was in the Zixiao Palace, he was the most cherished disciple of Hongjun Daozu. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the formidable diagram of extermination. Tongtian possessed remarkable talent, particularly in the sword path. And with the legendary extermination four swords at his side, comprehending the essence of swordsmanship was not a daunting task for him. Thus, today's breakthrough came as a natural progression. However, the expressions of the Taiyi sage and the primordial heavenly venerable darkened to the utmost upon witnessing Tongtian's display of prowess. Tongtian has actually broken through. Zhuan Ti sage lamented. During his last attempt to eliminate Biyun, he inadvertently struck the Tongtian Patriarch instead. Now, as he conspired with the other sages to expel Tongtian, the latter unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough right before their eyes. This left Zhuan Ti sage wishing he could slap himself for his lack of foresight. Why must I continually charge headlong into danger? Is this not a blatant invitation for disaster? Primordial, Zhuan Ti, do you still wish to engage me in contest? Tongtian Patriarch declared, his sword pointed forward, the Qingping sword vibrating with celestial energy. At that moment, Tongtian's cultivation soared to the second heavenly layer of the sacred realm, and he felt confident that he could sweep away the four sages without the diagram of extermination. The Taiyi sage's face turned a deep shade of fury. He could no longer feign restraint. Tongtian, cease your insolence. Even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your elder brother today, do not think you can act with impunity. The Taiyi sage's words made it clear that he intended to confront the Tongtian Patriarch. What does it mean to act with impunity? Since Tongtian's appearance, he had been beset by others at every turn, having done nothing wrong, yet he was deemed the one acting out of line. The Taiyi sage's reasoning was indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, in the face of the once revered Taiyi sage, Tongtian Patriarch no longer held back. With an air of pride, he proclaimed, "Let all 5 sages come forth. There is no need for you to concoct excuses. Let us see if I, Tongtian, shall so much as flinch." Chapter 62. A million deities and demons avoid Tongtian. Tongtian Patriarch surveyed the world with an imperious gaze, boundless sword energy slicing through the heavens, embodying the very essence of invincibility that defines the sword path. I wield the sword, hence I exist. With a single Qingping sword, he swept away the malevolent spirits of the world. A diagram of extermination served to intimidate the unparalleled powers of the realm. A million deities and demons cowered before Tongtian. The Taiyi sage was beside himself with rage. Today, Tongtian had irrevocably severed their ties. That once easily manipulated third brother had now evolved into a being that even he found intimidating. In the vast expanse, Tongtian, you remain obstinate, utterly disregarding my esteemed presence as your elder brother. It appears that today, a confrontation is inevitable. The Taiyi sage spoke solemnly, turning to the Grand Master of Xuandu behind him and commanded, "Xuandu, retrieve the Taiyi diagram." Simultaneously, the primordial heavenly venerable declared, "Nanji, procure the Panga banner." The 2 primordial treasures radiated brilliance, enveloping the surroundings in an ethereal glow. The unveiling of these treasures by the 2 sages was a clear indication of their intent to engage in a fierce battle. Both treasures, transformed from the divine acts of creation, combined their formidable powers to become even more terrifying. Tongtian, with a cold chuckle, remarked, "A mere wisp of primordial purple chi has shattered your facade of tranquility and detachment. You repeatedly claim I disregard you. Have you ever regarded me as a brother? Today, I shall witness your true capabilities." The sword energy emanating from Tongtian surged like an unstoppable force, overwhelming the sages and rendering them breathless. The second tier of the sage realm exerted an absolute dominance over the first tier. In this moment, Tongtian brimmed with confidence, believing he could single-handedly subdue the 5 sages. The 5 sages, however, turned pale, feeling the immense pressure of Tongtian's formidable aura, which instilled a profound sense of fear within them. None felt assured of triumph should battle commence. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the earth, as an even more potent aura surged forth, with the brilliance of the primordial purple chi reaching an unbearable intensity. As the primordial purple chi threatened to manifest, the 5 sages had no choice but to brace themselves for the impending conflict. At this pivotal moment, amidst the boundless chaos, a figure clad in a tattered robe opened his eyes and descended into the world of the primordial. "Tongtian, Taiyi, cease this at once." The elder Taoist spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet, to the multitude of practitioners present, his words struck fear into their hearts, prompting them to bow in reverence. The 6 sages knelt upon the ground, directing their respect towards the heavens, proclaiming, "We honor our master." The venerable Kunping and other seasoned powerhouses also bowed, their previous arrogance dissipating entirely. "We honor the Tao ancestor." At that moment, Biyun realized that this figure was none other than the revered Tao ancestor, Hongjun. "We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor." Many, like Biyun, who encountered Hongjun for the first time, bowed deeply, their demeanor solemn and respectful. Hongjun nodded, gazing upon the assembly with indifference, and stated, "The 6 sages are ordained by the heavenly Tao. They must not engage in indiscriminate conflict or disrupt the primordial realm. With the emergence of the primordial purple qi, the sages are to abstain from involvement. Do you understand?" His proclamation unequivocally excluded the 6 heavenly sages from the primordial purple qi, while the likes of Kunping and Mingi felt an overwhelming elation, as the absence of the 6 sages significantly increased their chances of acquiring the coveted qi. The 6 sages, upon hearing this, displayed fluctuating expressions, their dissatisfaction palpable, yet none dared to voice their dissent. The majesty of Hongjun Daozu instilled a sense of trepidation that rendered them incapable of challenging him. This chapter remains unfinished. Proceed to the next page to continue reading. The primordial world, riddled with wounds, could scarcely endure a battle of saintly proportions, much less withstand the combined might of 6 saints. Should a conflict truly erupt, it is likely that the primordial realm would face utter annihilation. Biyun remained silent at this prospect. Regardless of Hongjun Daozu's motivations for intervening, she found herself powerless to alter the course of events. Meanwhile, Tontian Zhao Master stood to the side, his expression darkened by dissatisfaction. Previously, when beset by the 5 saints, Hongjun Daozu had not emerged to intervene. Now, having just ascended in cultivation and gained the confidence to contend with the 5 saints, even vying for the primordial purple energy, he found Hongjun Daozu obstructing the saints' participation in the contest. This led Tontian to surmise that Hongjun Daozu was targeting him specifically. Yet, despite his inner grievances, he dared not express them. Tontian felt assured in his ability to overpower the 5 saints, but before Hongjun Daozu, he refrained from any rash actions. Meanwhile, K2 and Jane were in a frenzy, yet lacked the audacity to defy the Daozu's wishes. "We shall adhere to the teacher's decree. Saints shall not partake in the contest for the primordial purple energy." The Taiyi saint was the first to voice his agreement. Powerless to change the situation, he found solace in leaving a favorable impression before the Daozu. The other 5 saints followed suit, none harboring thoughts of opposing the Daozu. Having issued his edict, Hongjun Daozu's figure dissipated once more, returning to the chaos purple cloud palace. "Ha ha, dear friends, since it has come to this, I shall not hold back." Ancestor Mingi chuckled triumphantly, a flash of blood light emanating from his hand as he approached the vicinity of the primordial purple energy. Witnessing the imminent emergence of this energy, all present cultivators sprang into action. "Xuandu, take the Tai Chi diagram. I can assist you only to this extent." The Taiyi saint entrusted the innate treasure to Xuandu Master, while he himself sat upon the back of a green bull, observing the scene of the primordial purple energy's birth from a measured distance. Yuanshi Tianzuan followed suit, handing the Panga banner to the Antarctic immortal rather than the deputy master. Randang Daoist, Antarctic, receive the Panga banner, he instructed, prompting Randang Daoist to lift his downcast head slightly, casting a glance, but ultimately refraining from further comment. Seeing his 2 elder brothers take action, Tontian Zhao Master unsheathed the 4 swords of Zuxian. "Duo Bao, Jin Ling, Gui Ling, Wu Dang, take the 4 swords of Zuxian." Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, wield the Qingping sword. The other disciples shall rely on their own means. With an abundance of disciples, Tontian found it impossible to distribute treasures adequately. At this juncture, Nuwa presented her map of mountains and rivers, the red embroidery ball, and the thread of fate to Qingwan, enabling her to partake in the contest for the primordial purple energy. The 2 saints of the west dispatched Dizong, Liuli, and Methreya, equipping them with the 7 treasures mysterious tree, the 12-grade golden lotus of merit, and the guiding divine banner, to collaborate with other disciples from the western sect in the fray. As the formidable powers from various factions gather their strength, numerous other strong beings rush into the fray. The great shaman of the witch clan, the 9 Phoenix, leads countless spirits and witches into battle, united in a display of remarkable might. Boom. At this moment, the primordial purple energy finally breaks through the barriers, soaring skyward from the depths of the earth. "Here it comes," exclaimed the primordial heavenly venerable, discreetly alerting his disciples. At this juncture, the disciples of the Chan sect, including the lamplighting Taoist, the Antarctic Immortal, the Cloud Dweller, the Vast Accomplishment Master, and the Jade Cauldron True Man. All unleash their powers, with even the third-generation disciples rushing forth en masse. Quick, seize it! The Saint of Proposals unleashed a divine light, propelling the Earth Store forward. With the assistance of the Saint, Earth Store arrived first, astonishingly the first to approach the primordial purple energy. Despicable! The Master of Heaven's path cursed vehemently. Although the Saint of Proposals did not directly join the contest, he shamefully lent his powers to his disciple, a truly ignoble act. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the primordial purple energy. Just as it soared away, another crimson light shot up from the ground. This crimson light contained 62,960 grains of soul-returning sand, within which floated a treasured gourd, radiating an endless crimson brilliance, the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 99 soul-separating red gourd. If this treasure were presented at any other time, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the multitude. However, with the primordial purple energy in the forefront, the other cultivators merely cast a glance and turned their attention back to the primordial purple energy. Chapter 63, The Great Battle of the 10 Directions, the emergence of the chaotic bell outside the Fire Cloud Palace, chaos reigned. As Earth Store drew near to the primordial purple energy, the crowd unleashed their divine powers in an attempt to obstruct him. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Earth Store knew that if he acquired the primordial purple energy, he would likely be slain before he could even grasp it. Boom. Earth Store activated the 12-petaled lotus of virtue, enveloped in auspicious golden light that shielded him from the incoming attacks. Yet this meant he lost the chance to seize the primordial purple energy. The primordial purple energy twisted midair, retreating into the clouds of the 9 heavens. Chase! The ancestor of the Nether River transformed into a blood shadow, soaring into the 9 heavens. He was now willing to employ the blood-burning escape technique, igniting his own life force blood to maximize his speed. As the primordial purple energy appeared to be within the grasp of the ancestor of the Nether River, the crowd erupted into cries of alarm. The ancestor of the Nether River was indeed a figure of great fortune in ancient times. He emulated the Earth Mother ancestor witch to establish one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Azura path. Unfortunately, while the Earth Mother ancestor attained enlightenment, the ancestor of the Nether River had only received a fraction of the heavenly Tao's merit. Later, he imitated the celestial Taoist saints to establish the Azura sect, aspiring to achieve sainthood like the 3 purities and the 2 from the west, yet he failed once again. If the primordial purple energy were to fall into the hands of the ancestor of the Nether River this time, he might truly seize the opportunity to attain enlightenment and become a saint. Ha ha ha, the primordial purple energy is mine. The ancestor of the Nether River laughed heartily. Feeling the years of suppressed frustration finally coming to an end, would the burdens of his past truly be lifted? As the ancestor of the Underworld River was on the verge of success, the Antarctic Celestial Elder brandished the Panga banner with great force, unleashing a torrent of chaotic sword energy that surged forth, terrifyingly cleaving the heavens and rending the very fabric of the primordial world. With a thunderous roar, the struggle for the primordial purple aura was anything but simple. This strike was capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Any ordinary being struck by it would face certain demise. However, the ancestor of the Underworld River was no stranger to brutality. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he chose not to evade but to withstand this formidable blow, determined to seize the primordial purple aura. Yet, he underestimated the might of the Panga banner and the strength of the Antarctic Celestial Elder. With a resounding crash, the chaotic sword energy descended, instantly transforming the ancestor of the Underworld River into a torrential blood rain, allowing the primordial purple aura to escape once more. Regathering his essence from a distance, the ancestor of the Underworld River cast a cold, piercing gaze at the Antarctic Celestial Elder. A quasi-saint powerhouse, he had not anticipated such formidable beings among the disciples of the Primordial Lord. Realizing his oversight, he had initially intended to sustain injuries in order to capture the primordial purple aura, but he had not been able to endure the full force of the Panga banner strike. From afar, Biyun observed this scene with clarity, pondering that the involvement of a saint was likely, and thus he decided against pursuing the primordial purple aura. Changing direction, he hastened after the 99 scattering soul red gourd. At this moment, very few cultivators paid attention to this spiritual treasure, for even the saints were drawn to the primordial purple aura, and others naturally could not resist its allure. Transforming into a streak of light, Biyun pursued the innate spiritual treasure. Unnoticed by the throng that remained fixated on the primordial purple aura, those powerful beings chased after the primordial purple aura, soaring into the clouds. Even the 6 saints followed suit. As Biyun chased the 99 scattering soul red gourd, he swiftly departed from the fire cloud cave. "Where do you think you're going?" Biyun shouted, propelling himself to his utmost speed, quickly closing the distance to the 99 scattering soul red gourd. With a resounding blast, Biyun unleashed a golden hand of light, firmly grasping the gourd within his hold. This treasure had gone unchallenged, allowing Biyun to acquire it effortlessly. To his astonishment, such an exquisite innate spiritual treasure was left unattended, a stroke of fortune for him. Elated, Biyun promptly stowed the gourd away. This treasure was born from the gourd vine, one of the 10 finest innate roots of antiquity, possessing extraordinary power. Were it not for the numerous deities being captivated by the primordial purple aura, Biyun would not have obtained this treasure so easily. Just as Biyun reveled in his acquisition, a dark cloud approached at great speed. Noticing the incoming presence, Biyun took to the clouds and fled. "Stop right there. Where do you think you're going?" A cacophony of cries erupted behind him, and upon glancing back, he saw a group of demon clan members. These demons had been lying in wait, originally aimed at seizing the primordial purple aura. But Lady Nuwa had discreetly instructed the demon commander to remain vigilant against the witch clan. Those from the demon clan, having not awaited the arrival of the witch clan, were taken aback to see Biyun seizing an opportunity. They immediately surged forward, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? Ha ha ha." Just as Biyun attempted to flee, several formidable demons appeared atop a nearby mountain, effectively blocking his path. These demons had lain in ambush. Viewing Biyun as a fool rushing into a trap, realizing escape was futile, Biyun chose to charge recklessly ahead. His body radiating a brilliant golden light as he shouted, "Will you not step aside? Do you seek death?" The demon general, witnessing Biyun's audacity despite falling into their ambush, bellowed furiously, commanding his subordinates to encircle and eliminate Biyun. With a thunderous punch, Biyun obliterated the foremost demon, his physical prowess manifesting in devastating strikes. Another blow sent a demon general crashing to the ground, causing the surrounding minions to halt in terror and scatter in all directions. The ground was littered with the fallen, none capable of halting his advance. Before the demons could fully comprehend the situation, Biyun had vanished from sight. Those who dared to obstruct him had been slain, leaving the remaining demons wary of further confrontation. Having collected his treasures, Biyun swiftly returned to the side of Tongtian. At that moment, numerous powerful beings were locked in a fierce contest for the primordial purple energy. The Southern Pole Immortal, brandishing the Panga banner, surged forward, reaching out to seize the coveted energy. Observing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan's face broke into a triumphant smile, sensing that the primordial purple energy would soon belong to the Southern Pole. Yuanshi Tianzuan reveled in his triumph. If the Southern Pole Immortal acquired the primordial purple energy, the strength of the Chan sect would undoubtedly amplify. However, just as the Southern Pole Immortal was on the brink of claiming his prize, the Grand Master Xuandu suddenly brandished the Taiji diagram, a golden bridge materializing to traverse the heavens and directly intercept the primordial purple energy. With formidable cultivation and the innate treasure of the Ta Ching Saint, Grand Master Xuandu was evidently intent on usurping the Southern Pole Immortal's prize. In the presence of the primordial purple energy, any camaraderie or bonds between the two sects had long been discarded. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes widened in fury. The primordial purple energy, so close to his grasp, slipped away, inciting his anger, though he dared not voice his discontent in the presence of the Ta Ching Saint. As it seemed Grand Master Xuandu was to succeed, the Southern Pole Immortal suddenly swung the Panga banner, striking towards Grand Master Xuandu from behind. Forced to abandon the primordial purple energy, Grand Master Xuandu prepared to confront the Southern Pole Immortal. At that moment, a violent tremor rippled through the void, revealing a resplendent golden treasure ship bursting forth from the chaos, descending into the primordial realm, aimed directly at the strand of primordial purple energy. "Quick, stop him!" cried the onlookers in alarm. The treasure ship bore a multitude of powerful demons, maneuvering their vessel with remarkable speed and formidable defenses, rendering it nearly impossible to breach. The assembled cultivators immediately sprang into action, attempting to thwart the advance of the demon fleet. At this moment, a resonant chime emanated from the ship, momentarily freezing the boundless cosmos, as if everything had been ensnared. The tolling sound swept across the heavens and the earth, suppressing all it touched. The 6 saints, upon hearing the bell, were utterly astonished. It was the innate treasure of the demon race, the Chaos Bell. No one could have anticipated that the long-lost Chaos Bell would re-emerge at this juncture. Chapter 64. The Divine Might of Haotian. Where has the primordial purple qi gone? With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon ship surged forward, as if it were soaring through the chaos sea. It shattered the void, charging straight towards the primordial purple chi. The chaos bell stabilized the surroundings as the grand dragon ship rode the winds. The powerful beings of the demon race, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally seized their opportunity to approach the primordial purple chi. Was that the 10th prince of the Golden Crow? Biyun gazed at the golden treasure ship, where a figure enveloped in flames wielded the chaos bell, instilling awe in all. The leader of the Tongtian sect revealed a glimmer of divine light in his eyes, scrutinizing the bell wielder, eager to discern the identity of this formidable being. The demon race was immensely powerful, and with the aid of their treasure, it seemed that the primordial purple chi might indeed fall into their grasp this time. The leader of the Tongtian sect recognized clearly that the contention for the primordial purple chi hinged upon their respective foundations. In the face of innate treasures, the efficacy of other spiritual artifacts diminished significantly. For instance, the 4 swords of Zhenren wielded by the leader were less effective once separated. These divine blades were ultimately more potent when arrayed together. Come! A resounding call echoed from the golden dragon ship, as if a supreme being were summoning the primordial purple chi. At that moment, the primordial purple chi appeared ensnared, unable to escape swiftly. From the dragon ship, a fiery claw coalesced, piercing through the void and reaching for the primordial purple chi. Not good. Act quickly. The Saint of Enlightenment called out anxiously from the sidelines. But alas, the chaos bell remained unyielding, and the 6 saints were unable to intervene. They watched helplessly as the primordial purple chi seemed destined to fall into the hands of the demon race's great power. The other saints were equally frantic, yet none dared to act overtly. Just then, a golden dragon soared through the sky. Roar! The golden divine dragon leapt to the heavens, transforming into a towering divine sword that descended from the sky, piercing through the void and furiously cleaving the universe asunder. Boom! With a single strike, the divine sword split the world in two, severing the fiery claw that had coalesced on the golden treasure ship. In an instant, divine blood flowed profusely. Each drop of golden blood that fell ignited into a blazing inferno in midair. The sword of the heavenly emperor, it was Hao Yin. The Saint Nuwa furrowed her brow as a figure gradually materialized in the void, adorned with a crown of 9 dragons and clad in a golden dragon robe. Wielding a divine sword, the supreme being of the 3 realms, the heavenly emperor Hao Yin. The 6 saints were taken aback, each expressing their astonishment. In his everyday demeanor, Hao Yin embodies humility and restraint, never revealing his true prowess. Yet, in the recent display of power, he has proven himself unrivaled beneath the celestial sages. Were it not for the presence of the saints, Hao Yin could effortlessly dominate the vast realms of the primordial universe. Beside the great emperor Hao Yin, a resplendent goddess adorned in a phoenix crown has emerged. She is the empress of the 3 realms, the golden mother of Yaoqi. The appearance of these 2 figures instills a palpable pressure among all beings present. As the supreme rulers of the 3 realms, their words carry divine authority. And while their strength may not rival that of the 6 saints, they represent the most legitimate authority within the primordial universe. At this moment, however, Hao Yin is preoccupied. His thoughts solely focused on seizing the primordial purple energy. You, Hao Yin, dare to covet the primordial purple energy, roars the ancient ancestor Kunpeng, his expression dark and menacing. Manifesting into a colossal form akin to a mountain, Kunpeng exerts his overwhelming presence, shattering the 33 heavens. A thunderous crash reverberates through the air. Despite the combined efforts of the Emperor of Heaven and the Golden Mother, they find it challenging to repel Kunpeng's onslaught. Flash! Bellows the northern polar immortal. Brandishing the Panga banner, an endless torrent of chaotic sword energy surges forth, aimed directly at the supreme rulers of the 3 realms. In this tumultuous moment, none care about their identities or past affiliations. All who dare approach the primordial purple energy are met with lethal force. Biyun, hidden behind the saints, shakes his head in dismay, perhaps the only one unaffected by the allure of the primordial energy. Unbeknownst to them, all minds have become fixated on the primordial purple energy, its boundless calamity already infiltrating their consciousness, clouding their once clear wisdom. In an instant, powerful beings from all factions unleash their might, fracturing the heavenly dome and reducing the world barriers to mere dust amidst their assaults. The battlefield sky shatters into chaos, vast areas collapse, creating black holes where endless black lotuses bloom, and the breath of chaos seeps into the primordial realm, deepening the disorder. Since the collapse of the celestial pillar, the primordial world has become fragile. Now, With 3 innate treasures colliding and countless sovereigns joining the fray, the spatial barriers are swiftly obliterated. Be cautious. The chaotic currents of space surge violently, causing surrounding cultivators to retreat in haste. This chaotic turbulence is immensely potent. Even the great Luo Jingxian dare not underestimate it. For to be touched by it would mean instant obliteration. In this moment, all beings withdraw, and the scene descends into utter chaos. But where is the primordial purple energy? Saint Tsutue has been vigilantly observing its whereabouts, yet amidst the ensuing melee, no one notices its elusive path. The assembled crowd appears frantic and disoriented, oblivious to the energy's fate. The expression on Hao Yin's face darkens. He had been so close to the primordial purple energy, only for the ancient ancestor Kunpeng to intervene at the last moment, thwarting his intentions. The Emperor Hao Yin has long endured in silence, living in a state of profound frustration. This time, seizing the opportune moment, he was willing to offend the 6 saints, yet ultimately his efforts were in vain. As for the venerable Kunpeng, he evidently harbored the mindset that if he could not possess the Hongmeng purple qi, others should not benefit from it either, which led him to deliberately collide and send the precious energy flying away. The human heart is inscrutable, as deep as the Eastern Sea. Now, with the absence of the Hongmeng purple qi's presence, even the 6 saints, employing their immense powers, could discover nothing. Kunpeng was the first to react. He transformed into the form of the heavenly Peng and plunged into the chaotic vortex of space. The barriers of the world had been shattered, and with the Hongmeng purple qi vanished, it could only have entered this chaotic whirlpool, hastened to search within the chaos. The Saint of Purity urged his disciples from the Western sect, and the likes of Dizong immediately followed suit into the vortex, while those disciples lacking sufficient strength were sheltered within the Buddha kingdom in his palm. The demon race's treasure ship set sail and followed suit at the earliest opportunity. Yuan Shitian Zun cast a glance at the demon's chaos bell, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. The Tongtian Patriarch instructed, Sanshao, you need not pursue. The Hongmeng purple qi has entered the chaos and will likely be difficult to locate. Protect Biyun. The Tongtian Patriarch entered the chaos not to contend for the Hongmeng purple qi, but to see if there was a chance to seize the innate treasure, the chaos bell. The only deficiency of the was an innate treasure. Although the Zhujian formation diagram was formidable, it was ill-suited for suppressing the fortunes of a grand sect. As the various saints departed, a significant number of powerful beings followed, yet many cultivators chose to remain. Searching for the Hongmeng purple qi within the chaos was no trivial matter. Even a Deluo golden immortal would not dare to venture recklessly into it. Thus the majority of cultivators opted to stay behind, just as Biyun was preparing to leave alongside the Sanshao fairies. A familiar aura emanated from within the Jiuzhong Sampo red gourd. Biyun extended his consciousness inside, and, upon careful observation, his eyes were instantly filled with ecstatic joy. Little did he know what wondrous object lay within the gourd that could elicit such elation. Chapter 65. The greatest victor is Biyun Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards. Basic Fortune 100, Basic Luck 100, Basic Cultivation 500 years, Basic Formation Proficiency 100 have been credited. Please check promptly. This time, Biyun was overjoyed to receive 4 foundational rewards. A significant portion of the disciples had departed on their own, leaving only the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit accompanying Biyun. Disciple, what brings you such delight? Asked the fairy Qiong Shao, noticing the joyful expression on Biyun's face. Biyun hurriedly concealed his emotions, saying, Master, I just acquired a treasure gourd, which fills my heart with joy. The matter of Biyun obtaining the Jiuzhong Sampo red gourd was not a secret. Many cultivators had witnessed his pursuit of this spiritual treasure. However, what brings joy to Biyun is not merely the treasure itself, but rather the extraordinary essence contained within it. The primordial purple energy, astonishingly, resides within the 99 scattered soul red gourd. The opportunities presented by this discovery are immense, leaving Biyun hesitant to reveal the truth, even reluctant to gaze upon it too long. With the recent departure of the saints, Biyun fears they might sense its aura, compelling her to conceal the treasure within her own being. Let us return to Three Immortals Island. We shall discuss everything upon our master's return. The celestial maiden Yunxiao glanced towards the heavens above, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. The primordial purple energy bears significant implications. Without its assistance, the attainment of the saintly position remains unattainable. Despite Yunxiao's profound mastery of the arts and unparalleled mystical abilities, the absence of primordial purple energy has kept her confined to the quasi-saint realm for many years. Just as they prepared to depart, however, The disciples of the Chan sect encircled them. Biyun, you think you can leave today so easily? Nezha declared, his countenance brimming with arrogance as he blocked their path atop his wind and fire wheels. This time, aside from the Southern Polar Immortal and the lamplighting Taoist, most of the other 12 golden immortals remained here, having received covert instructions from the primordial heavenly sovereign to specifically deal with Biyun. The disciples of the Western sect also converged, clearly intending to seize this opportunity to eliminate Biyun. The alliance of these two formidable forces presents a significant advantage over the three celestial maidens and Biyun. Yet, they overlook a crucial detail. The celestial maidens possess the Qingping sword of the heavenly teacher, a profound artifact of enlightenment. Just as the seven treasures wonderful tree of Zhuani, the divine banner of Jin, and the red embroidered ball of Nuwa, these divine treasures are formidable in their own right, and once transformed into instruments of enlightenment, they are imbued with the authority of saints, enhancing their combat prowess dramatically. Nezha, have you come seeking your demise once more? Biyun scoffed at Nezha, for he was no longer the feeble being of yore. As a golden immortal, Biyun's strength now allowed her to reign supreme among her peers. Witnessing this, Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed furiously, you dare to be defiant even as death approaches. Today, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. The remaining cultivators, the majority of whom are below the great Luo golden immortal level, including Taiyi Zhenren himself, who is merely at the Taiyi golden immortal stage, dare not tread lightly into the chaos. Seeing this, Xiao, with a cold rebuke, declared, the disciples of the Chan sect truly exhibit arrogance. To confront a junior, they gather in a swarm. Today, as Xiao stands here, I shall witness who dares to harm my disciple. Her brows furrowed in anger, her beautiful eyes radiating a fierce determination and a visage filled with ruthless intent. This celestial maiden, typically gentle and refined, transforms into a ferocious protector when her kin is threatened, fierce and unyielding. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit summoned the 9-petal fire lotus, enveloping all 5 of them in its protective embrace. Nezha, do not be so arrogant. You are no match for me. Biyun disdainfully regarded Nezha, confident that in a one-on-one confrontation, she could render him unrecognizable. Enraged, Nezha propelled himself forward, brandishing his spear with intent to strike. Previously, Nezha had transcended to the golden immortal realm atop Kunlun Mountain, confident in his newfound combat prowess, thus unperturbed by Biyun. As this chapter unfolds, the narrative beckons you to advance to the next page for further reading. Beside him, Yang Jian, Wei Hu, and others surged forth, launching a simultaneous assault. Concurrently, numerous disciples of the Chan sect, including Taiyi Zhenren, Zhu Lusan, Yuding Zhenren, and Huanglong Zhenren, converged to besiege the Sanchao trio. Zhu Lusan proclaimed, Dear comrades, let us unite to vanquish the disciples of the Jie sect and eradicate this menace. Zhu Liusuan's disciple, the Earthwalker's son, had been slain by Biyun, fueling his vengeful desire to obliterate the Sanchao lineage. At this moment, Zhu Lusan brandished a shimmering golden light, conjuring a divine rope suspended in midair, the prized artifact of Feiyun Cave, the binding immortal rope. This rope transformed into a golden dragon in the air, poised to ensnare the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. Observing this, the fairy Xiao raised her hand, unleashing a beam of golden light, which manifested into a resplendent pair of celestial scissors that soared skyward, rapidly enlarging to 100 zhang. With a resounding snap, the scissors severed the golden dragon formed from the binding immortal rope into 2, causing it to plummet as a mere grass rope, devoid of its previous divine brilliance. Everyone, advance and subdue the Sanchao harpies, roared Huanglong Zhenren, launching a sword from his grasp directly toward the trio. Disciples from the Western sect also joined the fray, among them Lioli and Methria, who sought to eliminate the Yinxiao fairy, unaware that she scarcely regarded them as a threat. How shameless, relying on sheer numbers to challenge us. Today you shall find no escape. The Yinxiao fairy bellowed, unleashing a barrage of thunderous bolts. Crackling, the purple gold divine thunder erupted in the void, enveloping countless foes instantaneously. Those of lesser strength were reduced to ashes, and even the Taiyi golden immortals and Luo golden immortals suffered grievously. Supreme Qing Thunder Art. She is a quasi-saint supreme. Methria exclaimed in alarm, his rotund form nimbly retreating in haste. Witnessing Methria's flight, Lioli too turned to flee, for they lacked the courage to confront a quasi-saint supreme. Among the Western sect, only Xidagarba had attained the quasi-saint realm, and the other disciples were no match for such supremacy. Thus, even with the overwhelming numbers on the side of the Chan sect, victory remained elusive. Boom. Biyun delivered a powerful kick to Nezha's face, flattening his features, and followed up with another kick that sent him tumbling from his wind and fire wheels. Yang Jian swooped in from the side, striking with a blade, only for Biyun to catch it with one hand and retaliate with a punch. Undeterred, Yang Jian, having lost his trident blade, returned the blow with his fist, engaging Biyun head-on. The collision resulted in Yang Jian's left arm shattering, transforming his shoulder into a mist of blood. Nezha, Yang Jian, and the others, now pale with fear, no longer dared to linger in battle and swiftly turned to flee. Originally, upon entering the golden immortal realm, they believed themselves capable of contending with Biyun. However, it has become evident that their shortcomings are far more significant than anticipated. Cowardly wretches. Do not even think about escaping, Biyun bellowed, poised to pursue when he was once again alerted by his golden finger. A jolt of unease surged through him as he read the ominous message. Saints are pursuing. Seeing these 4 daunting words, Biyun's heart plummeted. Chapter 66. The Saints have arrived, Saints are pursuing. Option 1. Continue to chase the disciples of the Chan school, regardless of whether they are slain. A reward will be granted. Innate Supreme Treasure, Chaos Pearl. Option 2. Immediately return to the Bayou Palace, advancing at the fastest speed possible. Regardless of whether you reach the palace, a reward will be granted. Innate Supreme Treasure, Qianquan Cauldron. Option 3. Immediately conceal yourself on the spot, suppressing your aura and hiding at the foot of the mountain, patiently awaiting the resolution of the crisis. Reward, Basic Luck 100, a portrait of the Saint Nuwa. Note: the portrait of the Saint Nuwa not only aids cultivators in comprehending the path of creation, but also contains a formidable strike from Saint Nuwa, which can prove invaluable for survival in critical moments. Upon reading the task prompt, Biyun's complexion turned pale. The saints sought to hunt him down? They must have returned from the chaos. Master, senior sister, follow me quickly. Biyun, without time for further explanation, led the 4 celestial maidens to the foot of the green mountain, concealing themselves. He deftly cast a concealment array, enveloping all 5 within its protective shroud. We must suppress our auras. Several saints are likely returning from the chaos. At his words, the 4 maidens' expressions shifted dramatically. Before they could inquire further, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire primordial world. Boom. The terrifying force quaked the cosmos, casting an oppressive aura over the vast expanse. While Biyun and the others could not perceive any immediate movement, the sheer terror of the pressure was unmistakable to all. At that moment, the azure feather sword in the hand of the celestial maiden of clouds transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward, evidently summoned by the Tantian Patriarch to retrieve his instrument of enlightenment. The saints are clashing. Biyun felt a wave of dread wash over him. A battle of such magnitude at the saint level would guarantee death if they were caught in its wake. Fortunately, this conflict was not occurring within the primordial world, but rather in the chaos, albeit perilously close to their realm. Just as Biyun and the 3 celestial maidens found their hiding place, a figure streaked overhead, scanning the surroundings with a powerful divine sense. Unmistakably in search of a target. Zhuan-Ti Saint. Biyun recognized clearly that the newcomer was none other than the Western sect's leader, Zhuan-Ti Saint. It was evident that Zhuan-Ti was on the hunt for Biyun. With 6 saints delving into the chaos in pursuit of the primordial purple chi, their divine senses would soon comb through a vast area nearby with remarkable efficiency. Upon discovering the absence of the primordial purple aura, the Sage of Purity's initial reaction was to seize the opportunity to eliminate Biyun. He conveyed his intentions to the other sages, who unanimously agreed with his decision. Meanwhile, the heavenly teacher was intercepted by the other 4 sages upon his return. He was acutely aware of their adversarial motives, yet he found himself unable to extricate himself from their relentless pursuit due to his divided attention. The clash in the void raged on, and the Sage of Purity dared not linger, swiftly navigating his surroundings. In the current tumultuous world of the primordial chaos, the atmosphere was saturated with the essence of calamity, rendering all divine insights futile. Consequently, the Sage of Purity was left with no choice but to resort to the most rudimentary methods in his search for Biyun. Biyun, adept at concealment, had successfully evaded detection. In his flustered state, the Sage of Purity's search lacked thoroughness, leading him to overlook Biyun's hiding place. Most critically, he had not anticipated that Biyun would choose to conceal himself at this juncture. Under normal circumstances, they would likely have taken flight towards Golden Tortoise Island. Even upon sensing the celestial battle, retreating would have been too late. Unfortunately, the Sage of Purity had never fathomed that Biyun would preemptively conceal himself at the foot of the mountain. As the Sage of Purity departed, Biyun had no intentions of revealing himself. He understood that the sage was searching for him and was undoubtedly heading towards the direction of the Three Immortals Island. Should he find no leads along the way, it was highly probable he would return. Biyun was acutely aware that exposure would spell his doom. They had to remain hidden and await the heavenly teacher's return. The three heavens fairies and the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit nodded in agreement, feeling immensely relieved. Had it not been for Biyun's timely concealment, all four of them would have fallen victim to the Sage of Purity's wrath. At that moment, chaos erupted in the primordial realm as the fierce battle continued among the five sages. The unbounded chaos was thrown into disarray, and violent storms swept across all directions. As the terrifying conflict obliterated everything in its path, causing all beings to flee in terror, none daring to linger amidst the tumultuous chaos. The Sage of Purity sped forth. But his agitation grew with each passing moment. There was no sign of Biyun in the direction of the sea. According to his calculations, Biyun could not have fled so swiftly, yet he remained elusive. Offending the heavenly teacher while failing to slay Biyun was a dire predicament. The Sage of Purity scratched his head in frustration, growing increasingly anxious. The more he searched, the more restless he became, unable to find any trace of Biyun. Infuriatingly, Biyun was exceedingly cunning. He had certainly hidden himself well. Cursing under his breath, the Sage of Purity realized he had been deceived and promptly turned back, preparing to once again seek Biyun within the fire cloud cave. High above in the heavens, formidable sword energies surged forth. Boom! A divine sword cleaved through the heavens, its radiant blade resembling divine flames descending from the chaotic void as the heavenly teacher soared forth, emerging from the tumultuous chaos. At this moment, the Master of Heaven was enveloped in a surging aura of sword energy, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. His flowing robe billowed majestically in the wind. Zhuan-Ti, should you dare to slay my disciple, I shall bathe Mount Ling in blood. His voice reverberated through the heavens, causing all who heard the saints roar to bow in reverence, trembling in fear. The Master has returned, exclaimed the fairy of Bixiao in jubilation. But she was hastily restrained by Biyun. Master, do not be hasty. If we venture out now, we may not only be of no assistance, but could also endanger both our master and ourselves, Biyun explained urgently. The six saints had irreversibly torn apart their facade, with their singular aim being the extermination of Biyun. If he were to reveal himself, he would undoubtedly become the target of the five saints. The Master of Heaven had just achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, and confronting five saints would surely prove arduous. Otherwise, he would not have been obstructed within the chaos. If the five saints were to lose track of Biyun, they would have no choice but to abandon their pursuit of the Master of Heaven, allowing the matter to dissolve quietly. After all, as long as the saints persisted, they could never completely vanquish the Master of Heaven. As predicted by Biyun, four figures emerged from the void, each appearing disheveled, especially Yuan Shi, who had lost a leg. Dark malevolence coalesced around his severed limb, rendering it impossible to restore in an instant. The malevolence of the four swords of extermination was not easily dispelled. At that moment, Zhuan-Ti was returning in search of Biyun when he heard the Master of Heaven's furious roar. Startled, he swiftly turned to flee towards the western Ling Mountain. Yet, the Master of Heaven remained relentless, brandishing the Qingping sword, a tempest of malevolence surging forth as he charged towards the western Ling Mountain. Clearly, the Master of Heaven believed that Biyun had been killed, and he sought vengeance for his beloved disciple. Zhuan-Ti, do not flee, the Master of Heaven called out as he quickly closed the distance. The four saints, witnessing the Master of Heaven pursue Zhuan-Ti, hurriedly followed suit. United as one, the five saints were akin to grasshoppers tethered to a single string, determined not to allow Zhuan-Ti to be bullied by the Master of Heaven. All six saints raced towards the western Ling Mountain, while Biyun quietly watched their departure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Basic Fortune 100. A portrait of the Saint N has been received. Please check promptly. Upon receiving the system reward, Biyun's spirits soared. The arrival of the reward signified that danger had been averted. Master, senior sister, let us depart swiftly. After the six saints had left, Biyun immediately led the four fairies in a different direction, taking a circuitous route back to Sanxian Island. Upon returning to Sanxian Island, the four fairies finally exhaled in relief. This time, they owed their safety to their astute junior brother, for had it not been for his vigilance, they might have fallen victim to the sinister hands of that old Zhuan-Ti. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's brows arched in admiration. Her eyes filled with reverence for Biyun. Biyun smiled and remarked, the Master Ancestor will likely return soon. Regrettably, due to my actions, our sect may have irreparably severed ties with the five saints. making life for our fellow disciples exceedingly difficult. However, Xianzi Yinxiao shook her head and responded, Disciple, you are an integral part of our sect. The 5 heavenly saints have erred in their united opposition against you. You need not worry. Our sect has always been united. And even with the arrival of the 5 saints, the sect leader shall not fear them in the slightest. Xianzi Yunxiao's words held truth, yet without absolute power. The sect leader would struggle to protect our vast sect. Fortunately, the sect leader has recently broken through to the 2nd level of the sacred realm, though it remains uncertain how significant this will be in the impending calamity of the divine. Master, I have obtained the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd. I shall take this opportunity to refine it, thus enhancing my own foundation. Biyun found a casual excuse to send the 3 Xiaos away. As he sought to delve deeper into the study of the primordial purple qi, it was not yet the right moment to disclose this matter to the masters. After all, the primordial purple qi is of utmost importance, and knowledge of it would be more detrimental than beneficial for the 3 Xiaos. The 3 Xiaos nodded and departed, leaving only the Fire Spirit Mother and Biyun in the cave. The Fire Spirit Mother cheerfully said, Junior brother, I shall cultivate here, so we can look out for each other. Though she appeared carefree, her thoughts were astute. She understood that Biyun's solitude here posed risks, as the 6 saints had completely ruptured their relations, and there was a possibility of powerful adversaries infiltrating the 3 Immortal Island. Thus, Biyun's current situation was perilous, and her presence could heighten the danger. Aware that she could not offer much assistance, she nonetheless chose to remain. This gesture warmed Biyun's heart, prompting him to embrace his ample-bodied elder sister. I appreciate your sentiment, but it is not safe to remain here. You should leave. I have my own means of self-preservation. Biyun perceived the Fire Spirit Mother's hidden concerns, and she, in turn, did not feign modesty. They were already akin to birds of the same forest, requiring no excessive words. The Fire Spirit whispered in Biyun's ear, When you have time, come visit my cave. Your sister awaits you. She bestowed a sweet kiss upon his cheek before gracefully departing. Reluctantly, Biyun watched the enchanting and considerate Fire Spirit leave. He wished for nothing more than to have her stay. Alas, the danger of remaining here was too great, and he could not allow her to linger. He turned his attention to the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd. With a joyful expression, Biyun activated all the formations, finally unveiling the gourd. Within it, a wisp of primordial purple qi floated, resonating with boundless Taoist melodies. Thunderous roars echoed forth. As the moment the red gourd was opened, an endless gathering of dark clouds swiftly amassed in the heavens, as if the celestial pathway itself had responded. Biyun sensed something amiss and hurriedly sealed the gourd's mouth once more, concealing it again. Indeed, it was the primordial purple energy, yet he dared not bring it forth. Observing the dissipating aura of the heavenly pathway, Biyun suddenly recalled a precious item he possessed, the Earth God Pearl. The interior of the Earth God Pearl constituted a space of its own. If he were to open the red gourd within it, there should be no issue. Both the Earth God Pearl and the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd were exquisite innate spiritual treasures capable of effectively concealing the primordial purple energy. Although Biyun could not enter the red gourd, he could certainly access the internal space of the Earth God Pearl. With this thought, he instantly transported himself into the interior of the Earth God Pearl. The space here was vast, filled with abundant spiritual energy, and surprisingly, there was even a spontaneously nurturing spiritual vein. He decided to set up some concealment formations as a precaution. Biyun appeared quite cautious. He had long studied various formations from the sect, and with his extraordinary proficiency in formations, deploying these concealment arrays posed no difficulty. After a series of operations, Biyun had arranged 49 concealment formations. He paused only because he had exhausted all his knowledge of concealment formations and found himself compelled to stop. I am eager to see what this primordial purple energy truly entails. Biyun smiled radiantly as he opened a small aperture in the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd. This time, there was indeed no commotion outside. After several attempts, he finally felt assured enough to extract the primordial purple energy. The primordial purple energy emanated a brilliant golden purple radiance, imbued with boundless principles of the Tao. As a golden immortal practitioner, merely gazing upon it caused Biyun to feel dizzy, immersed in profound mysteries that could easily lead him to lose himself within. The primordial purple energy harbored endless celestial Tao principles, comprehensible only to those of quasi-saint status. Despite Biyun's exceptional aptitude, his golden immortal realm rendered it impossible for him to grasp its subtleties. He found it enigmatic and obscure, unable to fully integrate its essence. This was a fragment of the foundation of enlightenment, a manifestation of the celestial Tao, imbued with immeasurable Tao rhythms, not something to be easily comprehended. The qualifications of the old ancestor Hong Yun were among the finest in the primordial realm. He had pondered over the primordial purple energy for countless ages without successfully refining it. For Biyun to attempt comprehension at his golden immortal level was indeed premature. After a careful examination, Biyun contentedly stowed the primordial purple energy away once more. Its significance was immense, and the time for comprehension was not yet ripe. As long as the primordial purple energy remained in his possession, he would eventually refine it, or perhaps the golden finger would hold the means to do so. Biyun remained optimistic as he secured the primordial purple energy. At that moment, he glanced back at the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd and realized there were still treasures within. Previously, he had been entirely captivated by the primordial purple energy, failing to notice the hidden wonders inside. Now, upon discerning the treasures within the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd, Biyun burst into hearty laughter. Within the mystical 99 Scattered Soul Red Gourd, a swirling mass of cloud essence floated. Inside, golden flowers blossomed, flames roared, embodying the potent forces of wind, cloud, water, and fire, alongside a vigorous azure aura and a golden essence of creation. This was the very source of life belonging to the venerable red cloud ancestor. Biyun gasped in astonishment. This was far more precious than blood essence, encapsulating the quintessence of a formidable being. The source of life is the fundamental basis upon which a cultivator's existence rests. Hadn't the red cloud ancestor perished in a self-explosion during the ambush by the Kunpin? How could all his life essence be contained here? Biyun found it hard to believe, as this stroke of fortune had come so unexpectedly. The amplification of life essence could allow a cultivator to undergo a complete metamorphosis, representing a truly miraculous transformation. More importantly, Biyun's essence was remarkably compatible with that of the red cloud ancestor, enabling him to directly refine the latter's life source for his own use. In contrast, other beings would find it exceedingly difficult to absorb another's life essence, as such an endeavor could lead to disastrous errors, and differing essences often failed to merge. Only with an exceptionally high degree of compatibility, as seen with Biyun and the red cloud ancestor, both imbued with the powers of wind, cloud, water, and fire, could they safely amalgamate. Another approach, akin to the dual cultivation technique of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, was exceedingly rare, as a cultivator could only employ it once in a lifetime, rendering it less effective. Ha ha ha, fortune truly favors me, Biyun exclaimed joyfully, immediately settling into a meditative posture to fervently absorb the essence of the red cloud ancestor. At that moment, the 6 heavenly saints remained entangled in their conflict. However, upon their arrival in the primordial world, they had shown considerable restraint, refraining from reckless battles. The ancient primordial world had already been shattered beyond recognition. Should the 6 saints unleash their full might, the entire realm would likely be plunged into chaos. The master of Tongtian pursued the saint of Zhuanti, while the other saints attempted to intervene. The current master of Tongtian possessed immense power, and had he not broken through previously, he would have been easily suppressed by the 5 saints. Yet now, the 5 heavenly saints found themselves at a loss against him. Seizing this opportunity, Biyun rapidly absorbed the life essence of the red cloud ancestor, as streams of resonant essence continuously flowed into his body, merging with Biyun's own life source. Boom! Within Biyun's being, clouds of brilliance surged and swirled, those clouds ablaze with resplendent golden flames, taking the form of fiery clouds. As their essences fused, Biyun underwent a profound transformation. The enhancement of life source signified an all-encompassing elevation of one's roots, fortune, and comprehension. Although the immediate boost in combat strength may not have been substantial, it undeniably constituted a formidable foundation for the being's potential rise. A powerful life source foreshadowed future achievements, presenting an immeasurable advantage. With Biyun's fervent absorption, the essence within the 99 Scattered Soul Red Gourd diminished rapidly. At this moment, outside the body of Biyun, a delicate haze of clouds enveloped him, wisps of vapor wafted gently, and streams of fiery light flickered, giving him an ethereal presence akin to a deity emerging from the primordial chaos. Thunderous roars echoed as his essence surged, bestowing significant benefits to Biyun's cultivation, propelling his power to a breakthrough, elevating him to the mid-stage of the golden, immortal realm. The fusion of essence provides little direct enhancement to cultivation. Its true value lies in future practice. Nevertheless, the overwhelming essence of the red cloud ancestor, despite the passage of countless eons, was sufficient to aid Biyun in achieving this breakthrough. Upon opening his eyes once more, a glimmer of gold appeared within them. This was the merit of creation. The red cloud ancestor, being the first fiery cloud since the inception of the world, harbored within him a grand aura from the Panga deity and a fragment of the merit of creation, both of which now benefited me. Biyun rose, concealing the aura of merit within his being. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. The merit of creation holds great significance. It not only averts misfortune, but also enhances fortune. It is a pity that the merit in Biyun's possession is rather meager. However, having acquired it without effort, he bore no disdain. Upon stepping outside his cave once more, all appeared normal on Three Immortals Island. The Master of Heaven had evidently intimidated the two saints of the West, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. While Biyun leisurely wandered the island, the Master of Heaven returned on his sword. From a distance, he spotted Biyun, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. "Disciple, you are alive?" The Master of Heaven, filled with incredulity, descended beside Biyun, laughter radiating joy. Biyun, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood. The Master of Heaven had been intercepted by the four saints in the chaos. Although he swiftly broke through to return to the primordial world, the Saint of Purity had indeed been quicker than him. Upon his return, seeing the Saint of Purity in a state of panic fleeing, the Master of Heaven mistakenly believed that Biyun had fallen victim to the Saint of Purity's sinister hand. Thus, in a fit of rage, he stormed to the western Spirit Mountain, breached its protective array, and severely punished the Saint of Purity. Yet now, upon returning, he discovered that Biyun was utterly unscathed, without a scratch. Had the Master of Heaven's wrath been in vain? "Master, when my master and I departed from the Fire Cloud Cave, we concealed ourselves at the foot of a nearby mountain. Shortly thereafter several saints flew by. I dared not reveal myself. I implore Master to mete out punishment." Biyun expressed deep gratitude to the Master of Heaven, who had risked a confrontation against 5 heavenly Tao saints on his behalf, a battle that must not have been easy. The Master of Heaven, however, laughed heartily. "Ha! As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. This time, I severed the legs of the primordial beginning and gave the Saint of Purity a thorough beating. Let us see if they dare to act brazenly before me again." The Master of Heaven had fought fiercely, driven by the desire for vengeance for Biyun. It has now become evident that the venerable Zhuan-Ti has indeed been unjustly mistreated. The two conversed upon the Three Immortals Island, after which the Master of the Heavenly Tao hurriedly departed, returning to the Biyun Palace. That battle was far from easy for him, and it is clear that he now seeks to recuperate his strength. As Biyun bid farewell to the Master of the Heavenly Tao, a radiant smile illuminated his face. The primordial Supreme Being had suffered a broken leg, and Zhuan-Ti had also been dealt a significant blow. It appears they have been quite soundly thrashed indeed. Biyun mused that once the Master stabilizes his power, his second level of the sacred realm will utterly overshadow the 5 other saints, further solidifying the position of the Jia sect. Perhaps this time, the Master's breakthrough could directly influence the grand scheme of the Fengshen calamity. Biyun was acutely aware that during the original Fengshen War, the Master of the Heavenly Tao had always been mindful of brotherly ties, showing leniency even towards the disciples of the Chan sect, which resulted in frequent fatalities among the Jia sect's disciples. Now, however, with the Master and the Ta Ching completely severing ties, and the Primordial Supreme being no longer a concern, he felt liberated. On the other hand, the Master of the Heavenly Tao possesses sufficient strength to confront the Primordial Supreme Being. The outcome of this Fengshen War might indeed lead to the utter annihilation of the Chan sect. Should he disclose the tidings of the Hongmeng Purple Qi to the Master? Biyun found himself in a quandary, when suddenly a new golden opportunity presented itself, bringing him a sense of relief as he began to examine it. Chapter 69. Concealing the news of the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongmeng Purple Qi. Option 1. Present the Hongmeng Purple Qi to the Ta Ching Saint. Seeking his protection and attempting to resolve the conflict between the Ta Ching Saint and the Master of the Heavenly Tao. Reward: Supreme Primal Spirit Treasure, Shumi Divine Sword. Option 2. Entrust the Hongmeng Purple Qi to the Master of the Heavenly Tao, allowing him to handle it. Reward: Medium Primal Spirit Treasure, Dragon and Phoenix Qin. Option 3. Continue to conceal the news of the Hongmeng Purple Qi, keeping this secret to oneself. Reward: Basic Fortune 100 points, Basic Cultivation 500 years, Basic Proficiency in Dancing Brush 100 points. Upon seeing these 3 options, Biyun began to deliberate. Offering the Hongmeng Purple Qi to the Ta Ching Saint might appear to ease tensions between him and the Master of the Heavenly Tao, but in truth, it would not. The Ta Ching Saint, despite projecting an image of tranquility, is undoubtedly more wary of the Master than ever. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would surely attempt to further suppress the Master rather than genuinely reconcile with him. Thus, The first option of surrendering the Hongmeng purple chi is tantamount to courting death. Such a ludicrous suggestion was swiftly dismissed by Biyun. As for the second choice, after some contemplation, Biyun came to a realization. If he were to present the Hongmeng purple chi to the patriarch, it was likely that other core disciples within the sect would become aware of the matter, and the master might even bestow the Hongmeng purple chi upon them directly. Biyun believed that this supposition was not unfounded. If the master of the heavenly Tao faced immense pressure, he would indeed require a formidable ally. Therefore, expediting the cultivation of a saint became exceedingly necessary. The 8 disciples of the hold considerable promise for breaking through to the sacred realm. Currently, the Tongtian stands alone against 5 heavenly Tao saints, undoubtedly bearing immense pressure. Should he find himself in a desperate situation, the possibility of utilizing the primordial purple energy to nurture a new saint is certainly plausible. The danger does not stem from the himself. Rather, it is those who might acquire the primordial purple energy who would be more inclined to eliminate me. Biyun understands well the terrifying nature of causality. Great karmic debts are nearly impossible to repay, and typically, a cultivator must annihilate their opponent to dissipate such ties. After thorough analysis, Biyun realizes that the primordial purple energy cannot be carelessly revealed. Although that has treated me favorably, this matter must remain confidential for now. As the primordial purple energy is akin to a hot potato, Biyun shook his head. What appears to be a coveted treasure may not necessarily be a blessing once it is obtained. Presently, Biyun lacks the strength to refine the primordial purple energy and must also be cautious to prevent any leaks regarding its existence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards: Basic Fortune 100 points, Basic Cultivation 500 years, Basic Proficiency in 100 points have been credited. Please check your account promptly. Just as Biyun made his choice, the rewards from his golden finger arrived. First, he absorbed the cultivation. Biyun sat cross-legged, continuing to absorb the cultivation to enhance his strength. Following this absorption, his power increased slightly once more. Upon awakening, Biyun had no intention of venturing outside. Instead, he resumed painting within the cave. Previously, his proficiency had already reached impressive heights, rendering his figures more lifelike than ever. Now, he endeavored to see what progress he could achieve. Seated in the cave, Biyun focused intently on his art. One by one, the scrolls were completed rapidly, each image more vibrant than the last. These portraits bore an uncanny resemblance to living beings, almost indistinguishable from reality. As Biyun observed the landscapes and flora he had painted, a spark of inspiration struck him. He directed a point towards the scroll, and to his astonishment, a spirit grass from the painting manifested in the cave, alive and thriving. This was indeed marvelous. The path of painting seemed to resonate with the essence of my cultivation. Biyun marveled at the realization that his paintings could transmute depicted objects into reality. Although the spirit grass was an ordinary plant without any extraordinary qualities, Biyun was nonetheless ecstatic. If I were to paint a portrait of myself and then bring it to life, could I not leave it here as a decoy to confuse my enemies? With his eyes sparkling, Biyun recognized the potential in this idea. If he could truly create a lifelike effigy of himself, it could serve as an unexpected means of evasion during critical moments. Resolutely, he set to work on his self-portrait. Soon, numerous paintings were completed, and Biyun paused to select the one he found most satisfactory. Rise. With a graceful flick of her hand, Biyun summoned a radiant light, and indeed, her likeness stepped forth from the scroll. This manifestation was nothing more than a puppet, possessing the strength of an early-stage Earth immortal, yet it appeared rather lackluster. Capable only of executing simple commands such as fleeing, concealing itself, and halting its actions. Communication and combat were entirely beyond its abilities. Nonetheless, it was quite impressive. This puppet bore a striking resemblance to me, and when released to escape, it would undoubtedly serve a purpose. Biyun felt a sense of satisfaction, for she had merely begun her journey into the art of painting, having invested little effort thus far. Achieving such results was commendable. As her experience in this artistic discipline grew, the effectiveness of the puppets she created would surely improve. By imbuing plants and stones with life, she could elevate her creations beyond mere artistry. Although her work was somewhat inferior to the celestial beings, she was confident in her gradual advancement. Biyun retracted the puppet image and once more immersed herself within the artwork, placing it within the Earth Divine Pearl. With this artistic puppet at her disposal, her future endeavors would be considerably safer. While Biyun reveled in her success, the 5 saints within the Western Spirit Mountain bore expressions of fury. How infuriating! Tongtian was utterly unreasonable, daring to pursue me to the Spirit Mountain and even shattering our protective formation. This matter cannot be allowed to rest. The Zhuan-Ti saint erupted in curses while discreetly gauging the reactions of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tai Ching saint. The Zhuan-Ti saint's intentions were clear, to incite animosity between Yuan Shi and Tai Ching against Tong Tian, escalating the conflict among the three teachings. Tong Tian's arrogance knows no bounds. Having shattered my leg, I shall not let him go unpunished. Yuan Shi Tianzun bellowed, resolutely determined to eradicate the Jiejiao. Furthermore, that Biyun, a variable beneath the heavens, must also be eliminated in the future. Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance was dark as thunder, while Tai Ching's saint remained silent. With Tong Tian having ascended to the second level of the saint realm, the five saints understood that provoking him could lead to another cataclysmic battle. Brother Yuan Shi speaks wisely. All disciples of Jie Jiao must be eradicated without exception, leaving not a single one to survive, thus ensuring the complete downfall of Tong Tian's grand sect. The Zhuan-Ti saint reveled in the chaos, fervently fanning the flames of discord. Chapter 70. Calamity descends from the heavens. The five saints were consumed by their loathing for Tong Tian, deliberating strategies against Jie Jiao within the Spirit Mountain. Unfortunately, Tong Tian's power surpassed that of the five saints, and none dared to confront him directly, particularly in the face of their inability to vanquish Tong Tian. Their focus naturally shifted to Jie Jiao. The disciples of Jie Jiao were nothing but depraved beings, lacking virtue, deserving of their fate. Yuan Shi Tianzun was the first to step forward, having always looked down upon those within Jie Jiao. Now, he yearned to see it obliterated at once. The supreme sage of Ta Ching proclaimed, "The war of deification is a predetermined fate. We must not act impulsively, but rather submit to the will of heaven." The calamity of deification is inherently aimed at the destruction of thus the so-called heavenly mandate is merely the thoughts of a few sages. First, we must eliminate Biyun. As long as this young man remains alive, I cannot find peace. The sage of Zhuan-Ti continued to strike, targeting Biyun multiple times. Yet each attempt was deftly evaded by Biyun. This led Zhuan-Ti to feel that Biyun posed a significant threat that must be eradicated swiftly. Biyun shall undoubtedly perish, added the primordial heavenly sovereign, from the outset at Skull Mountain's Bone Cave to the current upheaval of the deification calamity. Biyun's influence can be traced throughout. Although I am reluctant to acknowledge his capabilities, the reality is that everything has shifted due to him. The five sages convened in secret within Ling Mountain, while the master of the heavenly teaching commenced his own plans. He issued a decree from Baiyu Palace, summoning all second-generation disciples to return to Jin Ao Island to heed his commands. With this command, all second-generation disciples of the hurried back to Jin Ao Island, thus consolidating the strength of their sect once more. Our boasts thousands of disciples. Their return to Jin Ao Island will bolster our defenses and prevent us from being picked off one by one. Although the master of heavenly teaching was powerful enough to not fear the five heavenly sages, his disciples were scattered, and having offended the five sages, it was inevitable that they would be targeted. Therefore, gathering his disciples back was a strategic maneuver, leaving no opportunity for the other sages. This action significantly altered the fate of the disciples, greatly reducing their likelihood of being among those who would fall during the calamity of deification. Previously, the master of heavenly teaching had hesitated due to brotherly ties and his own lack of strength to combat the four sages, which led to the downfall of the. Now, with the three pure ones at odds, and the master being the foremost among the six sages, he possessed the absolute strength to protect his disciples. As more disciples returned, the vicinity of Jin Ao Island became lively. Zhao Gongming, accompanied by his two disciples, took residence on San Xian Island, being the brother of the three celestial maidens. His return was entirely unproblematic. Chen Jiugong and Yao Shaoxi followed their master back and also resided on San Xian Island. Though Biyun remained within his abode, he was acutely aware of the situation outside, receiving news from the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. I must endure, while the circumstances appear to have improved somewhat, and the fortune of the Shang dynasty has grown. This critical moment demands caution. I must remain steadfast. Just as Biyun adjusted his mindset, a new task emerged. Endure King. Endure King. Option 1. Immediately enter seclusion, refuse all visitors, and devote oneself to focused cultivation in the cave dwelling. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation. 100 points of proficiency in basic dancing skill. This chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Choosing option 2. Open the door to guests. Engage frequently with the disciples of the, and cultivate good relations, with a reward of a randomly selected low-grade postnatal spirit treasure. Choosing option 3. Wander upon the three immortal islands, deliberately showcasing one's formidable prowess to establish authority, with a reward of a medium-grade innate spirit treasure. The Heavenly Flower Marvelous Flag. Upon reviewing the three options, Biyun joyfully selected the first, claiming both rewards. With her proficiency in the Danxing Miao by surpassing 500 points, she commenced painting anew within her cave dwelling, striving to enhance her artistic cultivation. However, while Biyun immersed herself in her endeavors, troubling news reverberated throughout the Hongwang realm. Did Biyun acquire the primordial purple qi? Have you not noticed the 99 scattered soul red gourd in her possession? In our haste to pursue the primordial purple qi, we overlooked this treasure now held by Biyun. Within the numerous disciples whispered among themselves, their gazes directed greedily towards the three immortal islands. Secretly, Zhao Jiang and Yu Yuan reveled in their triumph. Master Uncle, the disciples of the Chan sect are indeed cunning. They planted the news of the primordial purple qi on Biyun, and she shall undoubtedly encounter endless troubles, Yu Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Having been bullied by Biyun in the past, he eagerly spread the news received from the Chan sect throughout the What merit does Biyun possess to be worthy of the primordial purple qi? Once she can no longer remain on the three immortal islands, we shall discreetly follow and ambush her. A ruthless glint flickered in Zhao Jiang's eyes, for it was they who disseminated this information. Now that both Zhao Jiang and Yu Yuan had ascended to the golden immortal realm, they believed themselves sufficiently capable of extinguishing Biyun. Indeed, while Biyun may not possess the primordial purple qi, the 99 scattered soul red gourd is a supreme innate spirit treasure, conveniently falling into our hands. Ever since attaining the golden immortal realm, Yu Yuan's confidence soared, and he longed to bring misfortune upon Biyun. However, while Biyun remained secluded, Yu Yuan lacked the audacity to invade the three immortal islands. The news of Biyun acquiring the primordial purple qi swiftly spread throughout the Hongwang realm, reaching the ears of all cultivators. Some powerful beings dismissed it with scorn, convinced that Biyun could not possibly have obtained the primordial purple qi. Countless mighty figures had previously acted in concert, yet none achieved any success. What qualifications does a mere golden immortal like Biyun possess to lay claim to the primordial purple qi? The ancestral figure of Kuanping scoffed with disdain, dismissing the report from the Biming demon clan and resuming his meditative state. To the Kuanping ancestor, the news of Biyun obtaining the primordial purple qi was undoubtedly a ploy orchestrated by the Chan sect or the Western faction, aimed at creating mischief for Biyun. It must be said that the Kuanping ancestor possessed a modicum of intellect, or else he would not have survived to this day. Alas, he underestimated Biyun, evidently. No one anticipated that the primordial purple qi would truly be associated with her. Even the Tongtian, upon hearing this news, offered a slight smile, recognizing the devious machinations of the adversary. Junior brother, this news is clearly aimed at you, and now you are truly at a loss for words, spoke the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit with a bitter smile. In her perspective, even if Biyun were to step forward and clarify, few would be inclined to believe him. Once a rumor spreads extensively, many will accept it as truth. Even if a portion of the cultivators are aware that it is a lie, they will still likely come to verify it themselves. Consequently, Biyun would find himself in a continuous predicament, and the objectives of the disciples of the Chan sect would be achieved. Chapter 71. Is the king appointing me as national master? In response to the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's concerns, Biyun remained unfazed. Senior sister, as long as our master and grandmaster do not believe this matter, it will gradually fade away, and we can simply focus on our cultivation within the cave. He gazed at his beautiful senior sister without a hint of worry. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit rolled her eyes and pouted, choosing not to dwell further on the issue. As Biyun had stated, as long as the higher-ups of the Chan sect remained skeptical, Biyun would temporarily be safe on Three Immortal Island. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit reclined languidly on the soft couch within the cave, having frequently visited Biyun during this period. With Biyun's continuous increase in strength, she had evidently become aware of the looming dangers surrounding him. Though she knew she could offer little assistance, her concern for him remained. After a tender exchange between the two, Biyun urged the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit to depart once more. Meanwhile, within the Chan sect, Taiyi Zhenren and others were reveling in their triumph. This time, by spreading the news of the primordial purple qi in Biyun's possession, we can eliminate him without lifting a finger. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled, stroking his beard, clearly pleased with his clever scheme. Indeed, my Taoist brother, this plan is quite ingenious. Even if some cultivators are aware that Biyun cannot possibly possess the primordial purple qi, they will still seek him out to verify it themselves, remarked Zhu Lu's son, his eyes glinting with excitement. Faced with the allure of the primordial purple qi, many beings are reluctant to place their trust in others. Thus, Only through personal verification will they feel assured. Biyun is merely at the golden immortal realm. In this vast wilderness, there are many capable of handling him. The Chan sect intends to employ this strategy of using another's hand to eliminate him. After the news spread, numerous hidden figures appeared outside 3 Immortal Island. Drawn by the significance of the primordial purple chi, arriving with the intent to seek personal confirmation. Coupled with the influence of calamity and the covert support of the heavenly Tao's will, Biyun's situation indeed became precarious. Biyun. Brother Wen has come to pay his respects. Biyun was deep in cultivation when the voice of Wen Taisher suddenly echoed from outside. Had it been an ordinary cultivator, Biyun would certainly have chosen to remain hidden. However, Wen Zhong, the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, was pivotal to the survival of the entire dynasty, and Biyun could glean valuable information from him. Brother Wen, please, come in. Biyun exclaimed with joy as he stepped outside to greet him, ushering Wen Zhong into the cave. In Biyun's view, this time, Wen Zhong was perhaps influenced by the news of the Hongmeng Purple Chi, which led him to unexpectedly return to the GS sect to pay a visit. Wen Zhong dismounted from the Ink Qilin, entrusted his steed to a disciple behind him, and warmly greeted Biyun. Brother Bai, it has been quite a while since we last met, and your cultivation has advanced significantly. Wen Zhong appeared exceedingly courteous, devoid of any pretense befitting a current Grand Minister. Ha ha ha. Thanks to your abundant blessings, I have been indulging in alchemy and secluded cultivation on the 3 Immortals Island, living quite contentedly. The two entered the cave dwelling, where Biyun personally poured tea for the Grand Minister. After exchanging pleasantries, Wen Taisher elucidated his purpose for the visit. During the battle in the North Sea, had it not been for your unwavering support, I fear I would have struggled to return to court smoothly in such a short time. Wen Taisher clasped his fists and bowed in respect to Biyun. Biyun hastily waved his hand, saying, "This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. We are kin through our master, and it is only natural for us to support one another. You must not be so formal." Wen Taisher nodded with a smile and remarked, "When I returned to the court, I reported your contributions to the king. His Majesty personally decreed to appoint you as the national master, placing your status above mine. My visit this time is to invite you to Chang'e City to assist the king alongside me." Wen Taisher's intention was not merely to discuss the Hongmeng Purple Chi. He was genuinely seeking to coax Biyun out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, Biyun smiled and shook his head, saying, "Brother, I am unversed in military strategy, ignorant of the art of warfare, and utterly unfamiliar with the principles of governance. How could I possibly assume the title of national master, or preside over you? This cannot be." Biyun, still reluctant to leave the sanctuary of the 3 Immortals Island, found it implausible to depart so readily. Wen Zhong seemed to have anticipated this response, and with a radiant smile, he said, "Your singular pursuit of the Tao is truly admirable. When the king conferred the title, I did intercede on your behalf. However, the king's sincerity is genuine. He genuinely wishes for you to emerge from seclusion and assist him. Furthermore, the king has expressly stated that you may reside at sea, but you must not refuse the title of national master." Wen Zhong glanced around and whispered, "The king is the destined sovereign of humanity, born of the human race's fortunes. Should you accept the title of national master, you would be able to partake in the fortunes of humanity, which would greatly aid your cultivation." Biyun, however, was indifferent to the fortunes of humanity, confident in his own abilities to progress swiftly. Yet, with such an offer presented so readily, to persist in refusal would seem rather ungracious. At this moment, Wen Zhong added, "The king has already constructed a national master's residence for you and has personally selected 36 beauties for your company. Do you realize that even in the king's own harem, there are not so many consorts?" Biyun was taken aback. Historically, King Zhou had few women, indicating that the king was indeed serious about this arrangement. Seizing the moment, Biyun replied, "Given the kindness that you and the king have shown, I shall accept the position of national master. However, I fear I may not be of much assistance in this role." Wen Zhong chuckled, remarking that as long as his esteemed brother had agreed, it was sufficient. The Great Shang was currently flourishing, its realm secure, with the 4 barbarian tribes subdued. There were no significant matters troubling the court, thus his brother could focus on his cultivation at sea. King Zhou's appointment of Biyun as the national advisor was merely a gesture of gratitude for alleviating the siege of the North Sea, rather than a genuine attempt to solicit his aid. Furthermore, with the presence of Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu, stability prevailed both within and without the Great Shang, rendering major issues practically non-existent. After discussing important affairs, Biyun inquired, "Brother, I have heard that the king has wed Su Daji, the daughter of Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou." Wen Zhong paused momentarily, nodding in response, It seems you have heard the news. If Lady Su were indeed merely the daughter of Marquis Su Hu, it would be acceptable. However, she is, in fact, a nine-tailed fox spirit, strategically placed here by the sage. A flicker of anger crossed Wen Zhong's eyes. Had Su Daji not been backed by the sage, he would have already employed his twin whips against her. Brother, with Lady Su in our midst, you must exercise utmost caution. Biyun could not help but admonish Wen Zhong, for a significant portion of the Great Shang's downfall could be attributed to Su Daji. Wen Zhong nodded repeatedly, having comprehended everything upon his return to Chaoga City. The turmoil of the North Sea was evidently orchestrated to distract him, creating an opportunity for the nine-tailed fox to wreak havoc in the court. Thus, after his return to Chaoga City, Wen Zhong attended court daily, remaining close to the king while discreetly warning him to be vigilant. This constant vigilance thwarted the nine-tailed fox's schemes, and the fortune of the Great Shang began to flourish day by day. It was apparent that the nine-tailed fox feared Wen Zhong, the revered thunder god of the nine heavens, who possessed immense power to restrain all malevolent entities. Chapter 72. Are you the son-in-law of Hao Yin? Upon understanding the state of affairs within the Great Shang, Biyun felt a modicum of reassurance. As long as Grandmaster Wen was present, Chaoga City would not descend into chaos, and the rate of the Great Shang's decline would be mitigated. The longer time stretched, the more favorable it was for Biyun. He found himself wishing to linger for an additional couple of years. At this moment, having accepted the emperor's decree, he was nominally the national advisor of the Great Shang, and the overwhelming fortune of humanity was instantaneously bestowed upon him. This abundant human fortune sharpened Biyun's senses, enhancing his mental acuity and observational prowess significantly. Such are the external effects of human fortune. With it, one's cultivation becomes exponentially more effective, and it serves to avert calamity. Countless cultivators willingly descend from their mountains to assist sovereigns, not solely for wealth and grandeur, but primarily to harness the fortune of humanity for their own cultivation. Given that extricating himself from the great calamity of the gods was now impossible, Biyun realized that he must fully immerse himself within it, gradually shifting the trajectory of the entire calamity. He reflected inwardly, having previously evaded his fate, hoping to extricate himself from the impending disaster. Through this period of development, he gradually discerned the true state of affairs. As a variable within the grand calamity, the heavens would never permit Biyun to escape his tribulation. His only recourse lay in awaiting the conclusion of the Fengshen calamity, or perhaps altering its ultimate trajectory. Evading this great disaster was simply impractical. It was precisely these considerations that led Biyun to join the Deshang, accepting the imperial edict of the human sovereign. Many second-generation disciples of the Jiejiao were likely aware that mere evasion was futile. However, they were reluctant to allow their disciples or companions to bear the brunt of the tribulation in their stead, and thus could only confront it themselves. Dao brother, the matter here is concluded, and I cannot linger any longer. I shall return to Chaoga City. Recently, there have been rampant rumors concerning your possession of the primordial purple qi, which is evidently a scheme crafted by malicious individuals. You must exercise caution at all times. With heartfelt counsel, Master Wen mounted the black qilin and departed, accompanied by auspiciousness and good fortune. Biyun personally saw Master Wen off, fully aware that there were those scheming against him in the shadows. It was likely that not only the Chan Jiao, but also enemies lurked within the Jiejiao. Just as Master Wen departed, numerous figures surged forth from outside Sanxian Island. At the forefront was an individual riding a whale dragon, stirring the sea and creating tumultuous waves. This person, with a countenance like jade and a demeanor both refined and handsome, donned a golden armor adorned with lion motifs and a feathered crown that soared high. With a jade belt encircling his waist and jingling ornaments at his side, he wielded a crescent-shaped blade, unmistakably a person of exceptional talent. Biyun, I ask you, do you possess the primordial purple qi? This individual charged onto Sanxian Island, directly inquiring about the primordial purple qi. The others followed suit, ascending the island as Jiejiao disciples who had loitered outside for days, evidently lying in wait for Biyun. Upon hearing the inquiry, Biyun felt a surge of indignation. It was utterly absurd that these Jiejiao disciples, rather than engaging in secluded cultivation, sought him out to demand information about the primordial purple qi. Who are you to come to Sanxian Island and question me? Biyun retorted with disdain. Though he adhered to a philosophy of survival, he was no pushover. When his strength was adequate, he would not allow himself to be bullied. The questioning disciple, retracting the whale dragon, proudly proclaimed, I am Hong Jin, a second-generation disciple of the Jiejiao and your master's nephew. Upon hearing this name, Biyun's anger intensified. This traitor, Hong Jin, was the son-in-law of the Emperor Hao Yin and the husband of the dragon princess, Long Ji, from Phoenix Mountain. Indeed, Hong Jin was a disciple of the Jie Jiao, but he had later betrayed the sect to join the forces of Shi Qi, ultimately meeting his demise alongside his wife at the hands of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. The stars of Long Da and Hong Luan represented their ill-fated union. Recognizing the individual's name only fueled Bai Yun's wrath further. How dare a turncoat question him? Just as Bai Yun prepared to unleash his fury, a timely task prompt appeared from his golden finger. News of the primordial purple chi. Choice 1. Disregard Hong Jin's inquiries, turn and walk away, closing the cave door to continue one's cultivation, indifferent to others' opinions. Reward. Medium grade innate spiritual treasure, spiritual spring jade. Choice 2. Speak gently to Hong Jin, explaining the fact that one does not possess the primordial purple chi. Reward. Superior grade innate spiritual treasure, heaven's bag. Choice 3. Immediately berate Hong Jin, escalate the matter. Striking first to avoid being overwhelmed by a barrage of blows, to let everyone know one does not possess the primordial purple chi. Reward. 500 years of foundational cultivation. 100 points in foundational mastery of the artistic brush, 100 points in foundational comprehension. Bai Yun, upon seeing the three options, could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. If he chose to ignore the situation, it could potentially spiral further out of control. Conversely, a gentle explanation might only complicate matters further, rendering it even more perilous. Instead, the third option, resolving the issue through sheer force, seemed the most effective way to restore calm. With a surge of righteous indignation, Bai Yun made his choice and immediately turned to confront Hong Jin, questioning, "If I claim I do not possess the primordial purple chi, I doubt you would believe me. Otherwise, you would not have come here to confront me." Bai Yun's statement caused Hong Jin to momentarily falter, prompting him to retort, "Are you implying that you do possess the primordial purple chi?" Bai Yun erupted into laughter, dismissively responding, "Hong Jin, even if I had the primordial purple chi, what could you possibly do to take it from me? Even if I were to bestow it upon you, you would lack the fortune to retain it. Do you have the strength to safeguard the primordial purple chi?" Bai Yun's barrage of questions left Hong Jin visibly stunned. As Bai Yun articulated, should he transfer the primordial purple chi to Hong Jin, the latter, a mere golden immortal, would be unable to protect it, nor would he be worthy of enjoying its benefits. To believe in baseless rumors so easily, and as a fellow disciple to come here to question me about the whereabouts of the primordial purple chi, let me enlighten you. It resides with the disciple Guang Chengzi of the Chan sect. Do you dare to inquire of him? You who are cowardly before the strong, be gone. Bai Yun understood well that the reason these individuals dared to surround him stemmed from an inherent disdain for him. Had it been Taoist duo Bao who acquired the primordial purple chi, would any of them dare to question him? They had come to Sanxian Island under the impression that they could easily manipulate Bai Yun, believing that offending him would bear no significant consequences. Bai Yun's unabashed retort, laden with scorn, incited great fury in Hong Jin. These disciples of the Jie sect had fallen prey to rumors, further incited by dark forces, ultimately unable to discern the truth, which led them to seek trouble on Sanxian Island. Now, having faced Bai Yun's scolding, many began to awaken to reason, feeling justified in their thoughts. Yet, Hong Jin, having been too deeply corrupted by malevolent energies, seethed with rage and spat, "Bai Yun, you have gone too far. I merely came to inquire. Whether you answer yes or no suffices. Why all this unnecessary chatter? How dare you scold me? You show utter disrespect for your elders. Today, I shall not let you off lightly." With gritted teeth, Hong Jin urged his mount, the whale dragon, and brandished his crescent moon blade, aiming directly at Bai Yun's face. With a defiant arch of her brows, Bai Yun ascended the clouds to confront Hong Jin. Chapter 73, The Grand Art of Divine Lottery. Hong Jin, secure in his status, had never regarded Bai Yun with any seriousness. "You, young Bai Yun, are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Armed with his blade, Hong Jin lunged at Bai Yun, unaware of her formidable prowess. Clang! The fierce strike met with Bai Yun's effortless defense. She seized the crescent blade, rendering it immobile. Hong Jin struggled fiercely, yet he could not wrest his weapon away from Bai Yun's grasp. With unparalleled divine strength, how could he, a mere novice, hope to contend with her? Boom! Bai Yun delivered a powerful kick, sending Hong Jin sprawling through the air. The onlooking disciples of the Jie Jiao were struck with trepidation at Bai Yun's ferocity. They had previously underestimated her, but now they recognized her true might. Realizing he was outmatched, Hong Jin attempted to flee on his whale dragon, but Bai Yun pursued relentlessly. "Fleeing, are we?" You obstruct my path to inquire about the Hongmeng purple qi, blind to the schemes of the Chan sect, and dare to boast among your peers? Today, I shall not let you escape. Hong Jin, caught off guard, found himself stopped in his tracks, only to be kicked off his whale dragon and onto the ground once more. The whale dragon, fiercely protective of its master, charged at Biyun, only to be struck down into the depths of the sea with a resounding crash. The creature's plunge sent towering waves crashing into the air, leaving its fate uncertain. Terrified, Hong Jin seized his bravado. Scrambling to his feet, he sought to flee again. Biyun, cease your assault. I am your master's uncle. Such treatment is unbecoming. Hong Jin invoked the weight of propriety in an attempt to reason with her. Yet, Biyun was unimpressed. She advanced and delivered a punch that shattered his protest. As Hong Jin attempted to retort, Biyun silenced him with a direct blow, not merely dislodging his teeth, but obliterating his jaw. Had it not been for his status, a single strike could have reduced his head to dust. You claim to be my master's uncle? Today, you come seeking information about the Hongmeng purple qi. If I possessed it, would you not seek to kill me and seize it for yourself? Clearly, you are a charlatan from the Chan sect, deliberately sowing discord among the Jie Jiao disciples. With ferocity, Biyun unleashed a torrent of blows upon Hong Jin, who cried out in agony. Unable to form coherent words, his jaw shattered. There was no chance for him to plead for mercy, as Biyun continued her relentless assault, leaving him voiceless and desperate. The commotion on Sanxian Island had drawn countless eyes. Many Jie Jiao disciples observed from the shadows, none daring to intervene. Biyun's arguments were irrefutable. Any cultivator who learned of the Hongmeng purple qi would surely seek to acquire it, rather than broadcast its existence. The recent news regarding the presence of the primordial purple aura on Biyun is evidently a perilous situation. Those within the sect, upon reflection, can readily comprehend this. And thus, no one stands in support of Hong Jin any longer. Biyun's aggressive actions have effectively dispelled the rumors within the sect, leaving no room for doubt about the existence of the primordial purple aura upon him. Despite Biyun's remarkable talent, he remains merely at the golden immortal level. Countless formidable beings have failed to acquire the primordial purple aura, making it even less likely for him to seize it. Indeed, golden immortal practitioners are not deemed top-tier combatants in the vast realm of Honghuan. The disciples of are secretly discussing, clearly beginning to acknowledge some of Biyun's previous assertions. His maneuvering has proven to be quite impactful. At this moment, Yu Yuan and Zhao Jiang observe with furrowed brows, as this is not the scenario they wish to witness. They had painstakingly disseminated information to manipulate the situation, and it was inconceivable for them to allow Biyun to easily dismantle their efforts. Yu Yuan shouted vehemently, Biyun, cease your actions at once. You strike against your fellow sect elder. Do you not regard the elders of? Yu Yuan refrains from physical confrontation, choosing instead to vocally condemn Biyun from a distance. Biyun, taking advantage of his position, may have some justification against Hong Jin, yet such treatment is utterly unreasonable. Zhao Jiang also steps forward to berate Biyun, while other scheming practitioners join in the chorus of criticism. Yuan, the celestial horse, also intervenes to obstruct Biyun. Biyun, amused internally, realizes that the greater the commotion, the more attention it will draw, prompting others to scrutinize the underlying issues. As the situation escalates, the celestial maiden Yun Xiao emerges from her abode, surveying the surroundings with a cold glare as she commands, leave my Sanxian Island at once. Should anyone dare to trespass and malign the disciples of my lineage, my Hunyuan Golden Dipper shall not spare them. Yun Xiao, a quasi-saint supreme, exudes an aura of authority, causing all disciples present to promptly fall silent and retreat from Sanxian Island in disarray. With the power to obliterate all present with a mere gesture, none dare to confront her at this moment. True strength is paramount. Observing the retreating crowd, Biyun is filled with profound reflections. Had his power been sufficient, he would not find himself in this awkward predicament. Notification, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards, 500 years of foundational cultivation, 100 points in foundational mastery of the dancing skill, and 100 points in foundational comprehension have been credited. Please check your account promptly. After the crowd's departure, Biyun successfully fulfills his task. Outside Sanxian Island, the disciples of, who had been covertly observing, also withdraw, leaving behind only a few ill-intentioned members of other factions. Without the cover of disciples, these external forces dare not act too brazenly, tempering their actions considerably. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Biyun expresses his gratitude to Yun Xiao. Although he could have resolved this matter independently, it likely would have resulted in offending even more disciples of. With the intervention of the celestial fairy, the situation was swiftly quelled, proving more beneficial than detrimental for Biyun. Disciple, the Three Immortals Island may no longer be safe. You must exercise greater caution henceforth, the celestial fairy advised, aware of her disciple's unparalleled talent, which would undoubtedly attract envious gazes. Yet, in this era tainted by chaotic energies, even the sages found it arduous to predict forthcoming events. Thus, everyone could only seal their caves and patiently await the unfolding of circumstances. Biyun returned to his cave to cultivate, immersing himself in the enhancement of his abilities without concern for worldly affairs. This time, his proficiency with the brush for crafting puppet portraits advanced significantly, rendering his creations strikingly lifelike. Once infused with essence, these puppet images experienced a substantial power surge, reaching the initial realm of the celestial immortal, and could even engage in simple communication. Consequently, they would prove exceedingly convenient in times of peril. Biyun resumed his work, diligently producing several more puppet portraits to ensure his safety. Just as he delved deeper into his seclusion, he received an urgent alert from his golden finger. Immediate evacuation from the Three Immortals Island. A crisis is imminent. Choice 1. Continue cultivating on the Three Immortals Island. Doing nothing and waiting for events to unfold. Reward: 1 random exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Choice 2. Immediately flee to Jin-Ao Island in search of the protection of the Ancestral Master. Reward: 1 random mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Choice 3. Quietly depart from the Three Immortals Island, leaving a message for the Three Heavens and the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit to inform them of your temporary absence. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation. 1 chance for a foundational divine ability lottery. 100 points of foundational fortune. Chapter 74. Transforming Qi into the Three Purities. Such divine abilities exist? Biyun had previously suspected that someone might covertly target him, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of this crisis. It was prudent to escape first. He hurriedly instructed the little white dragon to find a place to hide, then discreetly relayed some final instructions before vanishing in a flash of light. The little white dragon, filled with concern, recognized that accompanying his master would only be a burden, rendering him ineffective. Master, take care. Unable to remain in the cave any longer, he sought out the celestial fairy. Biyun first used earth escape to depart, then entered the sea to utilize water escape for his flight. His cautious nature evidently sought to leave no traces for his adversaries. Shortly after Biyun vacated the Three Immortals Island, a tremendous explosion resounded across the ocean's surface. Boom! The Three Immortals Island was instantly overturned, submerged beneath the tumultuous waves, utterly obliterated. The sea surged in a furious tempest, soaring toward the heavens. The torrents, propelled skyward, transformed into a deluge, cascading back down as if heralding an apocalyptic flood. Countless fish, shrimp, serpents, and turtles perished under that devastating blow, their lifeless bodies turning into a mushy mass, mingling with blood and scattered across the vast ocean. Fortunately, I managed to escape in time, otherwise I would have met a tragic fate. A sense of relief washed over Biyun, yet a surge of anger began to ignite within her. That strike had plunged the entirety of Sanxian Island into the sea, shattering the protective formation, while the cave where Biyun resided was utterly obliterated. Had she not departed beforehand, that blow would have sufficed to extinguish her life. Those vile creatures dare to wreak havoc upon Sanxian Island. Show yourselves at once. The celestial maiden soared into the heavens, her phoenix-like eyes surveying the surroundings with disdain. Suddenly, the primordial golden cauldron was hurled towards a specific direction. Embrace your demise. The celestial maiden unleashed her full prowess, the force of her strike causing the void to collapse beneath the weight of the primordial golden cauldron. In the wake of its descent, a figure hastily emerged to counter the attack. A thunderous collision echoed as the ambushing power, indeed still present, revealed itself. Perhaps they sought to ascertain Biyun's fate, yet they had clearly underestimated the celestial maiden's formidable strength. Once the void had caved in, the hidden adversary could no longer afford to conceal themselves and engage the celestial maiden directly. Before them, a rotating lotus platform materialized, conjuring an ethereal golden lotus that swayed gently, supporting the entire celestial canopy and successfully shielding against the celestial maiden's primordial golden cauldron. This precious artifact was none other than the 12th-ranked merit golden lotus belonging to the Western Two Saints. Were it a saint's weapon, that strike would likely have claimed it effortlessly. Dizong, why do you not reveal yourself? The celestial maiden bellowed. For the only disciple capable of contending with her from the Western sect was Dizong. Others, such as Methriya and Lioli, were simply inadequate to challenge her. Realizing their identity had been exposed, the adversary dared not linger, for they were perilously close to the sacred grounds of the saint. With a resounding crash, the celestial maiden struck once more, and the opponent could not withstand the force, succumbing along with their treasure into the depths of the sea. Ultimately, Dizong's power fell short of the celestial maiden's, and the 12th-ranked Merit Golden Lotus, being a saint's treasure, did not yield to his will. Dizong lamented silently. Having remained to ascertain whether Biyun had been eradicated, never anticipating the celestial maiden's swift arrival. "Sister, I come to lend you aid," the Qiong Shao fairy exclaimed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with determination. She and Bai Xiao had been engrossed in their cultivation moments ago and hastily rushed to join the fray. Dizong, besieged by the celestial maiden's relentless assault, made a hasty retreat, daring not to hesitate any longer. "Thief, taste my blade," the Qiong Shao fairy declared as she unleashed her treasured weapon, while Bai Xiao released the golden Jiao scissors to vanquish their foe. The three celestial fairies united in their attack, rendering Dizong unable to withstand their onslaught, forcing him to flee for his life. As he fled, blood poured from his mouth. Alas, he could not afford to rest, desperately escaping towards the western spiritual mountain. Meanwhile, Biyun had distanced herself from Sanxian Island, seeking refuge beneath the waves of the ocean. Fortunately, the aura of the divine calamity concealed his presence. Otherwise, the sages could easily deduce his whereabouts with but a mere gesture. Biyun, cloaked in shadow, understood that returning to the Three Immortals Island was no longer an option. If the enemy had come once, they could certainly return. After all, one can only evade capture for so long. Ultimately, one cannot continually guard against thieves. The defenses on Three Immortals Island were utterly ineffectual. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation, 1 chance for the Foundational Divine Power Lottery, and 100 points of Foundational Fortune have been credited. Please check your account promptly. As Biyun departed the Three Immortals Island, the rewards arrived swiftly. He did not venture far, but instead concealed himself in the water to examine his spoils. He was quite familiar with the foundational cultivation and fortune points, but the Foundational Divine Power Lottery chance was a novel occurrence. Could this reward pertain to the acquisition of divine powers? A thought struck Biyun. Divine powers were not merely ordinary cultivation techniques, but rather formidable secret arts, each with distinct capabilities. For instance, the most renowned secret art of the Ta Ching sage, 1 Qi transforming into 3 Qing, was an incredibly potent combat technique, transcending mere duplication to manifest 3 entities identical in strength to the original. This terrifying transformation could unleash unparalleled lethality in battle. Similarly, the blood god child of the ancestor of the underworld river could morph into 96 billion blood god children during combat, yielding extraordinary results whether confronting foes or making an escape. The heavenly eye of Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, on the other hand, resembled an innate divine power that could not be easily learned. Concealed within the ocean, Biyun set up arrays around him, feeling secure enough to initiate the grand lottery. This time, the lottery differed from previous ones. Before Biyun lay an array of various divine powers. Each secret art appeared as a golden, transparent orb, imbued with mysterious resonances, clearly representing diverse divine powers. At that moment, Biyun could only perceive a general overview, unable to fathom the specifics of the secret arts contained within. Fall of the Demon God, Hand of the Primordial Chaos, Eye of the Guardian, Indestructible, Hundredfold Divine Speed, and so forth. Upon careful inspection, Biyun indeed spotted the secret art 1 Qi transforming into 3 Qing, and even the dual body transformation of Kuanping. Should he draw a practical secret art, it would significantly augment his future cultivation. With eager anticipation, Biyun hesitated no longer and commenced the lottery. Under the guidance of his will, the golden orbs began to whirl at high speed, rendering their contents indecipherable. He could only discern the specifics upon seizing one. It seemed that clever shortcuts were not an option. As he gazed at the dazzling array of orbs, Biyun suddenly lunged for one. Boom! Upon grasping the orb, a vast expanse of golden light erupted, illuminating the heavens and the earth in a brilliant radiance. Chapter 75. The third drop of ancestral which blood. The golden radiance in Biyun's hands flickered erratically, as waves of divine consciousness surged into his sea of awareness. This was a formidable Tao rhythm imbued with profound mysteries, which Biyun swiftly grasped. Boom! A tremendous aura emanated from Biyun, who clenched his fists tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Divine Might, Celestial Net. The divine technique he had drawn was one that directly augmented combat strength. Upon activating Divine Might, Celestial Net, Bai Yun's physical prowess would multiply 100-fold for half an hour. After a single use, it would require a month of recovery before it could be used again. With this technique, he felt equipped to confront any danger that might arise. Bai Yun, already adept in physical combat, could now stand against any cultivator at the golden immortal level with the aid of divine might, celestial net. This technique was indeed formidable, and as Bai Yun's strength grew, its efficacy would significantly enhance as well. Should he eventually break through to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the effects of divine might, celestial net, would surely become even more terrifying. Having lingered in the ocean for quite some time, Bai Yun waited until all was quiet outside before he quietly departed. Continuing his journey away from the Three Immortals Island, he had no intention of returning in the near future. However, he found himself hesitating about where to go next. Despite the vastness of the primordial world, truly safe havens were scarce. As Bai Yun contemplated his next move, a prompt from the golden finger appeared once more. Sealing the gods, entering the tribulation. Option 1. Immediately return to Golden Ao Island to seek the protection of Tong Tian, hiding under the wings of the saints. Reward. Low-grade innate spiritual treasure, wind and thunder scissors. Option 2. Proceed to the Dragon Palace of the West Sea, concealing himself among the dragon kin. Seeking the protection of the reclusive supreme of the dragon race, Qinglong Mengzhong. Reward. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, peerless purple jade wheel. Option 3. Journey to the great Shang dynasty of the human race, find a place to hide, and leverage the luck of the human emperor to conceal himself. Reward. Basic cultivation of 500 years, 1 drop of ancestral witch blood, proficiency of 100 points in the Dancing Masterpiece. Upon seeing these 3 options, Bai Yun's spirits lifted. A drop of ancestral witch blood. This truly seemed to compel him to enter the world and seek salvation for himself. He shook his head with a wry smile. Venturing to Chaoga City would mean stepping directly into the heart of the calamity. Yet, it was precisely this danger that would provide the best cover, making it difficult for anyone to decipher his whereabouts. The more perilous the location, the safer it ultimately became. Bai Yun nodded to himself. He indeed needed to leave. As for the suggestion from the Golden Finger to seek out the Dragon Kin and find Mengzhong, the supreme lord of the Four Polar Saints, while his status matched that of the 3 human emperors, he remained a mere puppet of the heavenly Tao. Relying on him for protection seemed rather dubious. On the other hand, entering the Great Shang presented a unique opportunity to deceive those lurking in the shadows. The most crucial element is a single drop of ancestral witch's blood, a truly remarkable treasure. With a radiant smile, Bai Yun no longer hesitated and soared directly into the realm of the Shang dynasty. Though the Shang dynasty has stood for centuries, its territory appears vast. Yet to a cultivator, it is but a mere speck. Throughout his journey, Bai Yun exercised utmost caution, moving stealthily through the waters to obscure his traces, leaving not a single clue behind. Soon, he arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea, just outside the Qintang Pass. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards. Basic cultivation of 500 years, 1 drop of the 12 ancestral witch's blood, and 100 points in proficiency with the Dancing Brush have been credited. Please check your account in a timely manner. Outside Qintang Pass lies the domain of the Shang dynasty. Previously, Li Jing had offended the Dragon Clan and fled his official post, and his current whereabouts remained unknown. Presently, the commander of Qintang Pass is Lu Xiong, a seasoned warrior of the Shang. Since he took charge, peace has reigned within and beyond the pass, indicating that his leadership surpasses that of Li Jing. With the task rewards in hand, Bai Yun deliberated before deciding to return to the Skull Mountains Bone Cave, a place rich in spiritual energy, far more suitable for cultivation. The desolation of the primordial world has rendered its spiritual density far inferior to that of ancient times. Only a few celestial mountains and caves still possess sufficient spiritual energy for training. Observing the current state of the primordial world, Bai Yun could only shake his head, realizing he could not alter these circumstances. After Bai Yun stealthily departed from the Three Immortals Island, the disruptive Dizong returned to the Western sect. Utilizing the sage's spiritual treasure, he dismantled the grand formation of the Three Immortals Island and simultaneously destroyed Bai Yun's cave. Upon returning to Ling Mountain, he was met by Methreya and Liuli, who had been waiting for him. Senior brother, how did the mission go? Seeing Dizong battered and bruised, his appearance did not suggest a successful endeavor. Dizong shook his head sorrowfully, lamenting, "This time, I did manage to shatter the formation on the Three Immortals Island and obliterate Bai Yun's cave. But I did not have the chance to ascertain his fate before being pursued by the Sanshao all the way to Ling Mountain." Upon hearing this, Liuli's face lit up with joy. "Haha, it seems that Bai Yun must be dead. with senior brother wielding the master's spiritual treasure. His might is certainly beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. It is already fortunate that the Three Immortals Island remains intact. How could Biyun possibly survive? Liuli's optimism was echoed by Mithriya, who nodded in agreement. Master's divine banner is a proof of the Tao. How could a mere golden immortal like Biyun withstand it? The exchange among the three brothers significantly lifted Dizong's spirits. If Biyun were indeed eliminated, enduring some physical suffering would be well worth it. Dizong departed to report back to the two leaders, while Mithriya and Liuli began instructing the disciples of the Western sect to disseminate this news widely. The tidings of Biyun's death soon reached the ears of the disciples of the Chan sect, as the grand calamity of sealing the gods had only just commenced, and Jiangxia had not yet descended the mountain to serve as prime minister in Shichi. The Chan disciples found themselves rather unoccupied. What? Biyun is dead? Upon receiving the news, Nezha appeared incredulous. Jinjai nodded and smiled, saying, "Third brother, are you unaware? The earth deity from the Western teachings personally descended upon the Three Immortals Island and obliterated Biyun, sinking the island itself into the depths." Only after hearing this did Nezha come to believe the matter. A flicker of delight flashed in his eyes, prompting an uncontrollable roar of laughter. Biyun had met a deserved fate, as he was indeed a being worthy of death. Now reduced to mere ashes, it was simply the will of destiny. Nezha had harbored a deep-seated hatred for Biyun from the very beginning, having fallen victim to him on multiple occasions. Thus he had longed to witness Biyun's demise. Although he had not personally delivered the final blow, the news brought him immense relief, as the pent-up resentment within him was finally released. Come, let us share this news with our esteemed master, that he might also find joy in it. Nezha was aware that Yuanshi Tianzuan harbored considerable discontent towards Biyun, and upon receiving this good tidings, his first thought was to report it to his master and grandmaster. At this moment within the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 12 Golden Immortals were deliberating significant matters regarding the Fengshen, investiture of the gods. Upon Nezha's arrival, all eyes turned towards him. "Disciple, what brings you here?" Taiyi Zhenren inquired first. "Myself and your grandmaster, along with your uncles, are engaged in important discussions." This was clearly not an occasion for juniors to intrude, yet Nezha was unfazed. Being favored by Yuanshi Tianzuan in the Jade Void Palace granted him a certain freedom. "Grandmaster, Master, I have come today to share some delightful news, hence my audacity to interrupt," Nezha replied, his eyes sparkling with delight and his countenance radiating pride. Yuanshi Tianzuan, noticing his demeanor, nodded and asked, "Nezha, why are you not cultivating in the cave? What good news could possibly compel you to rush here?" Nezha hurriedly bowed and said, "I dare not withhold from my grandmaster. I have learned that the Biyun from the Jiejiao has been slain by the earth deity of the Western teachings, and his soul has been shattered." Nezha's joy was palpable, as he reveled in the avenging of his grievances, clearly the most exuberant among them. The surrounding Golden Immortals, upon hearing this, were equally elated. The Jiejiao's aberration has met its end, a fitting fate. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled, stroking his beard, recalling his own past misfortunes at the hands of Biyun. Hearing this joyous news, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Good riddance. This Biyun was but a variable of calamity, and his demise aligns perfectly with the will of heaven. Huanglong Zhenren nodded enthusiastically, reveling in the news. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's brow furrowed slightly as he began to calculate in silence. On that day, the 5 saints had joined forces to trap the Tongtian Jiao master in the chaos. And even Zhuan Ti had failed to eliminate Biyun. If the fluctuations of the heavenly principles could be so easily eradicated, he would not have persisted until now. After a moment of calculation, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened considerably. "Biyun has not perished," he spoke solemnly, his countenance grim. Moments ago, Nezha reported the news with great delight, believing he had finally eliminated a lurking threat. However, the outcomes of the current deductions revealed that Biyun's life remained in constant flux. It is important to understand that when a being perishes, it becomes an inanimate object, its essence and fate fixed and immutable. Yet, Biyun was enveloped in an enigmatic aura, rendering any examination impossible. Most critically, the uncertainties persisted, affirming to the primordial celestial master that Biyun had not died. What? This cannot be true. The disciples of the Western Church have no reason to deceive us. Nezha's mood soured instantly, his face a canvas of shock and resentment. Just 3 minutes ago, he had been elated, only to discover that this was, in fact, a falsehood. The primordial celestial master responded calmly, "Biyun is cunning and full of stratagems. If he has not perished, he merely needs to deceive the Western practitioners. I suspect that the Earth Store has also launched a covert attack. too intimidated to verify the outcome personally. The primordial celestial master understood well that Biyun had been lurking on 3 Immortal Island, perilously close to Biyun Palace. Earth's Door likely lacked the audacity to brazenly commit murder and had instead opted for ambush. Nezha, now consumed by rage, clenched his fists and ground his teeth. A picture of unrestrained fury. Taiyi Zhenren, who moments ago had been the most exuberant, now felt utterly embarrassed, resembling a clown in his humiliation. Return to your duties. Jiang Shang has departed from the Shang dynasty, heading to Shiqi. The War of the Gods is about to commence in earnest, and you must exercise greater caution henceforth. The primordial celestial master advised. After descending the mountain, Jiang Zia first served in the Shang, during which he opened a shop and married the broom star, Ma. After several years of turmoil, he ultimately lost heart, fishing in the wild, and finally settled in Shiqi, becoming the prime minister, thus setting the stage for the true commencement of the divine ordination. As Nezha and the others exited the Jade Void Palace, discontent lingered in his heart. That treacherous Biyun had proven exceedingly sly, even deceiving the Western disciples. Nezha fumed, having initially believed he had vanquished a significant worry, only to find his joy was in vain. Rest assured, my disciple, you are the ordained envoy of the gods. When the Great Tribulation erupts, Biyun shall surely be reduced to ashes, Taiyi Zhenren remarked with a serene smile, exuding confidence in his ability to confront Biyun. In Taiyi Zhenren's view, although Biyun possessed a modicum of cleverness, he was merely a golden immortal, hardly a cause for concern. The disciples of the Chan sect proceeded to arrange matters pertaining to the divine ordination, while Biyun returned to the Skeleton Mountain, to the Cave of Bones. The once vibrant place now lay in desolation, overgrown with weeds and in ruins. The bleak sight filled Biyun with sorrow. Master, junior brother, may you rest in peace. I shall not let the disciples of the Chan sect escape unscathed, Biyun murmured, for although it seemed he had been solely focused on survival, the embers of vengeance had never left his heart. Before one possesses true strength, the fervent cries for vengeance are rendered futile, only serving to highlight one's own inadequacy. It is only through the attainment of absolute power that the foundation for revenge is established. At present, Biyun's abilities fall short. He is indeed unqualified to speak of retribution. The Taiyi Zhenren resides within the realm of Taiyi Jingxian, a level beyond Biyun's reach, compelling him to endure in silence and nurture his growth. First, he must refine the blood essence of the ancestral witch, and in conjunction with my divine, might heavenly net, his combat prowess will undoubtedly escalate. Suppressing the flames of resentment within, Biyun's confidence returned to his visage. Without hesitation, he carved out a dwelling on the cliffside and proceeded to arrange various magical formations within, thus commencing his cultivation. In this era of the primordial world, riddled with calamity, the spiritual veins of the earth lay in ruin, with spiritual energy perpetually leaking and gradually thinning. To find a suitable place for cultivation is already a commendable feat. Within his abode, Biyun extracted a drop of ancestral witch blood, specifically that of the Di Jiang ancestral witch. This blood harbors the essence of spatial laws. Although not perfectly aligned with my origin, it is sufficient to enhance my physical form. Biyun prepared himself and began the absorption process. As a non-witch being, his efficiency in utilizing the ancestral witch blood is somewhat limited, an unavoidable circumstance. The blood of the ancestral, which is a direct manifestation that nurtures great witches, leaving no room for waste. When Biyun absorbs it, he discards the impurities before beginning the process, further reducing the amount he can truly utilize. After all, the lack of compatibility inevitably leads to some wastage. Boom. As the drop of ancestral witch blood entered his being, a surge of warmth erupted within him. It was a fervent sensation, the blood coursing through his veins resonating with the sounds of tigers and leopards, akin to mighty rivers merging into the sea. Biyun's physique radiated a brilliant crimson glow, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. With this single drop, it was as though he had consumed 3 drops of ancestral witch blood. While the primary function of the ancestral witch blood is to transform his body, similar to the effects of washing the marrow and refining the essence, it simultaneously fosters his enhancement in power. As Biyun's physical constitution metamorphosed, intricate and profound patterns began to manifest upon his skin. These patterns were enigmatic and ancient, seemingly containing some extraordinary mystery. Chapter 77. An unexpected encounter with Jiang Zia. Feeling the might of his enhanced physique, Biyun experienced yet another transformation in his abilities, rendering his body nearly invincible among his peers. He radiated a dazzling golden light, enveloped in a rich blood glow. the two harmoniously intertwining to showcase the formidable nature of his form. In this moment, an abundance of power surged within him, and the mysterious patterns emerged vividly on the surface of his body, particularly pronounced along his arms. Boom! Biyun's cultivation has once again reached a breakthrough, elevating his physical form to the late stage of the golden, immortal realm. The potent blood of the ancestral, which has significantly aided Biyun. And even if he cannot fully absorb it, its effects on his physical enhancement and cultivation elevation are profoundly substantial. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists, and the intricate patterns on his arms began to spread like delicate vines, swiftly entwining around him. Is this the mark of the Tao? Biyun was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such a formidable manifestation within himself. In this era, where the great Tao is obscured and the heavenly path is not revealed to the world, this phenomenon is indeed one of the critical reasons why cultivators struggle to progress swiftly. The emergence of Tao patterns on Biyun is truly extraordinary. This must be related to the ancestral witch's blood that I absorbed, Biyun speculated. The 3 drops of ancestral witch blood he had taken were all derived from the essence of the great Pangu. Now, as he has reversed the fusion of these 3 essences, he has indeed begun to embody a trace of Pangu's divinity. If this is the result of merging the 3 drops of ancestral witch blood, then by fusing more of it, I am certain that additional Tao patterns will manifest. And perhaps even some of Pangu's divine powers may be revealed. Biyun felt a vague sense of anticipation, for he held immense reverence for the great Pangu. Unfortunately, Pangu had fallen during the great calamity of creation. If he could somehow revive Pangu's former glory, Biyun would gladly undertake the endeavor. Pangu, he mused, lifting his gaze to the night sky, where an endless river of stars hung in the heavens. He could not help but ponder the immense strength of Pangu, who was capable of forging such a splendid world. Could the current 6 saints, or even Hongjun Daozu, carve out a realm akin to the primordial world from the chaos? The primordial world harbors countless innate treasures and spiritual artifacts, which surely cannot be conjured by mere saints. After this reflection, Biyun gathered his thoughts. It was ultimately futile to dwell on such distant matters. At the late stage of the golden immortal realm, it seems I shall soon break through to the Taiyi golden immortal realm, he concluded. Rising once more, he reveled in the abundance of his power, feeling quite satisfied. Amidst his cultivation, he picked up his brush again to practice his artistic skills within his cave dwelling. Biyun has developed considerable expertise in both formations and painting, and he is eager to explore further applications of his art. As he completed his works, he deftly infused life into them, summoning puppets from the canvases. With the prowess of the celestial immortal realm, they were far more agile than before. You shall guard the cave, and, in doing so, obscure the enemy's vision, Biyun instructed. The purpose of these puppets was to confound his foes. These puppets bore an uncanny resemblance to Biyun himself, indistinguishable from the genuine article, and only through combat would one discern the truth. As the sun rose and set, Biyun had concealed himself in Skull Mountain for over half a month, completely absorbing the ancestral witch blood, and his realm had stabilized. Venturing forth, he found no tasks to engage him. Thus, he resolved to journey to Chaoga City to ascertain the situation. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Disguising his identity, Biyun set out alone towards Chaoga City. Over the years of his cultivation, he had never truly ventured into the realm of mortals. This time, however, Biyun was not there to meet King Zhou, but rather to conduct a discreet visit. He arrived at Chaoga City, where a scene of prosperity unfolded before him, with the populace living in peace and contentment, numbering in the millions. Blending seamlessly with the throng, Biyun meandered through the bustling streets. He noted the heavy military presence both within and around the city, where order reigned supreme. The streets brimmed with lively merchants and citizens, creating a cacophony of sounds. As he wandered, he found himself before the grand temple of Nuwa, an edifice of exquisite opulence, frequented by numerous devotees who came to pray and offer tributes, often bringing forth items they would otherwise cherish. Nuwa, revered as the saintly mother of the ancient human race and its creator, was venerated across generations. Yet, as Biyun observed the fervent offerings, he felt a sense of disdain. Though Nuwa received the homage of humanity, she had plunged the entire Shang dynasty and its myriad subjects into peril for her own desires. Such actions, he mused, hardly warranted the veneration of the people. Perhaps, in the eyes of the sages, human beings were mere ants, mere tools for their enlightenment, thus rendering compassion unnecessary. Reflecting upon this, Biyun was soon drawn to a nearby residence. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the bold inscription, National Master's Residence. So this was my abode. I had not anticipated its proximity to the Temple of Nuwa. It seems King Zhou holds me in high regard. A smile graced Biyun's lips. Receiving a residence and an official title was indeed a delightful occurrence. He contemplated visiting the 36 beauties bestowed upon him by the king, but reconsidered, suspecting that enemies might be watching, which swiftly extinguished his interest. After a leisurely stroll around Chaoga City, Biyun observed the royal palace where the emperor's aura coalesced into a formidable flame, enveloping the entire palace in a protective embrace. The Shang dynasty bore the legacy of fire, and it was said that the mysterious bird birthed the Shang. Thus, the emperor's innate connection to the virtue of fire was astonishingly potent. Biyun, taken aback by the overwhelming presence of flame, recognized that although the emperor lacked celestial abilities, such formidable fortune served as a safeguard, deterring even the most audacious immortals from assaulting him. Only when the emperor faltered in virtue and his fortune waned could there be a chance to vanquish him. While meandering through Chaoga City, Biyun unexpectedly encountered an elderly cultivator, his hair white, yet his demeanor spirited, exuding an air of dignity in his movements. Though his cultivation was modest, his presence was remarkable. Biyun pondered the origins of this intriguing figure. As he scrutinized the man, the system's prompt swiftly clarified his understanding. Fei Xiong, Jiang Shang. Choice 1. Immediately approach and eliminate Jiang Shang, thereby irrevocably altering the trajectory of the investiture of the gods. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. 9 Dragon Golden Staff. Choice 2. Follow Jiang Shang, and, in your capacity as the National Master, recruit Jiang Zia to serve in the National Masteress residence. Reward. High-quality innate spiritual treasure, Shumi Pot. Choice 3. Stealthily trail Jiang Zia to assess his situation. Reward. Basic cultivation of 500 years. Basic proficiency in Qin Dao of 100 points. Upon seeing the prompt, Biyun was momentarily taken aback. This elder was none other than Jiang Zia. Chapter 78. On Mount Buzhou, the legacy of Pengu? Jiang Zia was merely a pawn in the great war of the investiture of the gods. In the end, he was granted the title of Duke of Qi, unworthy even to be listed on the god list, which was indeed lamentable. Compared to the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb, Jiang Zia's fate was not much better, perhaps even inferior to Shin Gongbao. Killing Jiang Zia would change nothing. Moreover, he had died in the investiture of the gods before, only to be rescued again. Biyun understood that Jiang Zia was merely a piece on the chessboard. Without him, there would still be Jiang Zia and Zhao Zia. Eliminating him would not fundamentally resolve the issue. Upon this analysis, the first choice was indeed meaningless and bore the risk of exposing oneself, which was highly perilous. As for the second option, recruiting Jiang Zia to the National Masteress residence would allow for monitoring him, but it would also mean exposing oneself to his scrutiny, rendering the endeavor more detrimental than beneficial, thus inadvisable. The third option, to covertly follow Jiang Zia and grasp his every movement, appeared to be a sound strategy. It was evident that Jiang Zia intended to leave for Chaoga City, with his next destination being Shiqi, where he would recline and wait for the Western Prince to summon him. I choose the third option. Biyun had ventured out with the purpose of completing a task, and he certainly would not miss this splendid opportunity. Jiang Zia was evidently unaware that he had already become the object of Biyun's attention. Jiang Zia, possessing cultivation at the Earth Immortal level, bore the god list, the god-slaying whip, and the mythical creature, the Four Not Quite. At this moment, as Jiang Zia departed from Chaoga City, he rode the Four Not Quite directly towards Mount Qi. It seemed I too must find a steed, concealed in the shadows. Biyun felt a stir of desire upon seeing Jiang Zia on his Four Not Quite. As a golden immortal, lacking a mount was indeed a great embarrassment. Jiang Zia arrived at Shiqi, fully aware of his predicament. He dared not defy the edicts of the saints, and could only comply with the commands of Yuan Shi Tianzun, obediently proceeding to the investiture of the gods. Jiang Zia's decision to first visit the Shang dynasty stemmed from his lingering hopes. Regrettably, under the will of heaven, he achieved nothing and was ultimately compelled to arrive at Shiqi. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, basic cultivation of 500 years and basic proficiency in Qin Dao of 100 points have been credited. Please check your account promptly. After discerning the whereabouts of Jiang Zia, Biyun promptly completed his task and received his reward. However, he was reluctant to simply let Jiang Zia go, as such a course of action was contrary to his nature. Stealthily departing, he returned to the Bone Mountain and captured 2 ferocious beasts of celestial caliber. These beasts, devoid of intelligence, were ancient manifestations of brutality, known for their bloodthirsty nature and formidable combat prowess. It was deemed sufficient to employ these beasts against Jiang Zia. Biyun returned to the outskirts of Shiqi. releasing the three ferocious beasts and directing them to charge towards Jiang Ziya's residence. Yet, just as the beasts were nearing their target, thunderbolts descended from the void, swiftly annihilating them. Witnessing this spectacle, Biyun turned on his heel and departed without a moment's delay. Clearly, a powerful entity was covertly safeguarding Jiang Ziya, corroborating his earlier suspicions. As Biyun left, the hidden guardian began to scan the surroundings with divine perception. The appearance of these beasts in such an unusual manner would undoubtedly draw attention. Yet Biyun adeptly evaded detection once more. Jiang Ziya was not to be trifled with. It would be prudent to seek a mount for future expeditions. The first place that came to Biyun's mind was Buzhou Mountain, a location he had yet to visit despite his prolonged existence in the Primordial World. Once a pillar of heaven and earth, Buzhou Mountain was regarded as a sacred site by many beings. With the intervention of Biyun, the calamity of the Fengshen had evidently begun to slow, resulting in a period of stability for the Shang dynasty. Consequently, the Western prince, Ji Chong, found himself devoid of justification for rebellion. After all, he ruled the realm under the auspices of virtue, and an abrupt insurrection would likely invite ridicule from the populace. The other 600 vassal lords would likely refrain from joining Ji Chong in revolt. Having grasped the crux of the situation, Biyun's spirits lifted considerably. With his continuous growth, the previously dire circumstances had undergone significant transformation. Although the momentum of the Fengshen calamity still surged forward, Biyun's own safety had garnered considerable assurance. Swift and unparalleled, Biyun soon arrived at the domain of Buzhou Mountain, where he could faintly observe the half-collapsed mountain range. Was this indeed Buzhou Mountain? Gazing at the majestic remnants, Biyun was astounded. The half-ruined mountain soared into the heavens, its broad midsection spanning countless miles. Its grandeur was unparalleled, towering towards the skies. Once, Buzhou Mountain stood as an indomitable force, emanating an infinite pressure that quelled the cosmos. Yet, over the millennia, the divine might that once reigned supreme had dissipated, and the once impregnable mountain was slowly succumbing to the ravages of time, fading from the primordial world. Biyun alighted at the mountain's base, bowing his head in reverence as he gazed upon the majesty of the sacred mountain. At this moment, a new task prompt suddenly appeared, causing Biyun to pause briefly before checking it. Ascend to the unmatched mountain. Option 1. Directly ride the clouds to the summit of unmatched mountain. Reward: 1 random low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Devoutly worship, activating the 9 transformations of profound skill, and ascend step by step. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation. 100 points of foundational fortune. This time, the task presented only 2 options, both seemingly devoid of significant danger. Exercising caution to avoid major errors, he opted for the second choice. A low-grade innate spiritual treasure held little value for him, whereas cultivation and fortune were far more practical. After a brief consideration, Biyun discarded the low-grade innate spiritual treasure and commenced his ascent. He silently channeled the 9 transformations of profound skill, and as he climbed higher, it unexpectedly began to operate autonomously. Within unmatched mountain, an unseen force seemed to draw Biyun closer. Unbeknownst to him, he became enveloped in a unique aura, his essence appearing to intertwine with the mountain itself. A profound sensation coursed through his body, and mysterious shamanic patterns began to materialize on his arms, gradually extending towards his shoulders. With the emergence of these enigmatic markings, the sense of summons in his mind intensified. Atop unmatched mountain, an overwhelming pressure mounted, rendering Biyun's ascent increasingly arduous. This seemed to be a trial. With indomitable spirit, Biyun pressed onward, his steps resolute and his gaze clear, as he ascended the mountain. In that moment, his physical form underwent a baptism, and his cultivation steadily advanced. Chapter 79. Breakthrough. Taiyi Golden Immortal Unmatched Mountain. Once decayed and dilapidated, now radiated a terrifying aura, as if granted a second life. Boom, boom. In the ocean of Biyun's consciousness, thunder raged, and celestial melodies resounded. Yet, externally, the world remained serene, with gentle breezes, fragrant blossoms, and melodious birdsong, all harmonizing as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Biyun transformed into a pure shamanic being, battling the heavens and the earth, as he took the place of his divine father to govern the primordial lands. However, he was not a shaman. Unlike them, he possessed a complete primordial spirit. Biyun suddenly realized that he had not transformed into a shaman, but rather into Pangu himself. With an invincible physical form and a flawless primordial spirit, the 3,000 great avenues accompanied him, embodying the essence of the long-lost Pangu. Boom! The aura emanating from Biyun surged forth, and in that instant, he broke through, directly ascending to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Upon reaching the summit of Unmatched Mountain, he encountered an extraordinary opportunity. It seemed that a lingering essence of the Pangu deity sensed Biyun's bloodline, triggering an incredible reaction. In terms of compatibility, Biyun indeed bore a closer connection to Pangu than the shamans, who lacked a primordial spirit, while Pangu possessed a complete one. The shamans relied solely on their formidable physicality, whereas Biyun was not only physically robust, but also possessed considerable prowess in his primordial spirit. He resembled a vastly diminished version of Pangu, harmonizing both corporeal form and primordial spirit. It is precisely for this reason that he could invoke a thread of fate that lingered in the void. However, Biyun speculated that there must be a deeper layer of causality at play. The current primordial world was already in a state of disrepair. It was said that after the conclusion of the great calamity of the canonization, the six saints recreated the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, subsequently establishing the earth immortal realm. Within this realm, it is possible that there exists no trace of the present primordial world, nor any remnant of the great Pangu. That world is entirely disconnected from the essence of Pangu. It is precisely due to the deterioration of the primordial world and the decay of Mount Bujo that the last vestiges of the great Pangu's aura are on the verge of dispersal. Presently, by the serendipity of fate, Biyun finds an extraordinary resonance with the great Pangu, which has granted him this opportunity. As Biyun walked forward, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, growing increasingly formidable. However, the divine resonance belonging to the Wu clan gradually diminished, transforming instead into a more profound and enigmatic existence, an echo of the great Pangu. Behind Biyun, a vague apparition materialized, powerful, majestic, and sanctified, impervious to violation. It was formless yet undeniably real. This shadow moved in tandem with Biyun's advance, appearing as an amplified version of his own silhouette, standing ethereally in the void. Biyun immersed himself in contemplation as he aligned his being with the Tao, comprehending the grand principles of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of all living beings. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to the summit of Mount Bujo, where the intricate patterns on his body intertwined. The lines traversed his neck, spreading across his face, ultimately converging at his brow. The patterns on his back joined together, gradually extending downwards to his lower back. With a deliberate opening of his eyes, he found himself atop the fractured summit of Mount Bujo, surrounded by a tempestuous atmosphere. He beheld the distant expanse of the 33 heavens, with the Lingshao Treasure Hall, the southern heavenly gate, and the structures of various celestial palaces vividly discernible. Boom! As Biyun opened his eyes, an abrupt transformation occurred in the aura surrounding him. The Tao patterns receded quietly, as if they had never existed. In that moment, his cultivation surged dramatically, waves of abundant spiritual energy swirling around him. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. With a resounding thud, akin to the evening drum and morning bell, Biyun's entire being underwent a profound metamorphosis. He attained the realm of Taiyi Golden Immortal. To his astonishment, upon this ascent of Mount Bujo, he had consecutively broken through twice, reaching the pinnacle of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Who would have thought that such a breakthrough would occur at this moment? In just a few short years, he had elevated from the Earth Immortal Realm to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Biyun's spirit soared. His smooth progression was entirely attributable to this fortuitous encounter. Initially, he had merely sought to admire the scenery of Mount Bujo, yet unexpectedly, he had reaped extraordinary fortune, indeed, a delightful surprise. Biyun stretched out at the mountain's peak, his strength magnified beyond measure. The disparity between the Taiyi Golden Immortal and the Golden Immortal is immense. Coupled with Biyun's divine might of the heavenly net, the combat prowess he can unleash will be astonishing. Indeed, Mount Bujo is a blessed land, perhaps partly due to my absorption of 3 drops of the ancestral witch's essence. Biyun had previously sensed a profound pressure emanating from the depths of Mount Bujo, along with the unique aura of the great god Pangu. These experiences have been immensely beneficial to him. Although they have yet to directly translate into combat strength, they will significantly aid his future cultivation. Now, with the last remnants of the great god Pangu's essence consumed, the entire divine mountain has completely decayed, reduced to mundane earth and stone, devoid of any trace of its ancient wonders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 500 years of foundational cultivation and 100 points of foundational fortune have been credited. Please check your account promptly. At this moment, Biyun received the notification of task completion, and his fortune increased by another 100 points. Mount Bujo rises into the clouds. In its heyday, it was a source of endless pressure, and one can only imagine its former grandeur. Biyun is filled with emotion, contemplating how powerful the mountain must have been in its entirety, even though the severed remnants are still formidable. Although the mountain is now lush with vegetation, the shaman clan that once inhabited the base of Mount Buzhou, along with the various spiritual birds and beasts that thrived upon it, have long since vanished. After the ancestral witch Gong shattered Mount Buzhou, the spiritual veins of the mountain were severed, and no spiritual energy gathers here anymore, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. However, something had been drawing him during his ascent, indicating that this was not merely a singular opportunity. Biyun now feels that something within his consciousness is still beckoning to him, leading him to suspect that perhaps his fortune has yet to be fully revealed. The ascension in cultivation is merely a trial. With this thought, Biyun's mind became significantly clearer. He gazed down at Mount Buzhou and attempted to once again circulate the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. His 9 transformations of mysterious arts has now advanced to the 6th transformation, and his physical strength is unparalleled. As Biyun activated the mysterious arts, Mount Buzhou began to actively disintegrate. A considerable amount of earth and stone started to fall from the fractured sections, and as the mountain's body disassembled, radiant light began to emanate from below. Truly, there is still an opportunity. Biyun felt a surge of joy. His gradual ascent must have passed a trial, or perhaps validated his identity. What has been exposed now is the true fortune that lies beneath. What could it be? As the mountain continued to break apart, the light below grew ever more brilliant, illuminating Biyun's face with a dazzling glow. A bone slowly emerged from the soil, appearing unremarkable yet imbued with boundless Taoist essence. Is this the bone of the great god Pangu? Biyun's eyes widened, and an incredible thought flashed through his mind. Upon the mystical Mount Buzhou, the bone that emerged compelled Biyun to ponder its connection with the primordial deity Pangu, especially after having undergone numerous trials. Chapter 80, The Divine Bone of Pangu. As Biyun approached, he felt an undeniable magnetism emanating from the bone, reminiscent of the sensations within his own sea of consciousness. Could this truly be Pangu's divine bone? He hastily picked it up, noticing a shallow pool of water beneath it, roughly the size of a gourd. Yet, at that moment, his focus was solely captured by the bone itself. In his grasp, the bone felt unremarkable. It was neither cold nor hard like iron or stone, but rather bore the texture of ethereal wood. After an exhaustive examination, Biyun found himself at an impasse. What if he tried to drip his blood upon it? The thought quickly dawned on him that this might indeed prove effective. He let a drop of blood fall onto the bone, and it was instantly absorbed, accompanied by a flicker of soft radiance, confirming a response. The light danced, and an enigmatic aura resonated, enveloping Biyun in its mystery. As he delved deeper into this experience, joy illuminated his face. This was undeniably the divine bone of Pangu. However, he lamented his current inability to refine it, let alone grasp its intricate subtleties. Despite his elation, a hint of resignation lingered within him. Pangu, the primordial architect of heaven and earth, possessed a bone imbued with boundless transformative power, certainly not something that could be easily refined by just anyone. Were it not for Biyun's own bloodline connection to Pangu, it is likely that this bone would have remained inert. Though he could not refine it at present, merely possessing it would allow him to comprehend the great Tao, and he could nurture it within himself gradually. Biyun carefully stowed the divine bone away, treating it as a treasured artifact within his being. In ancient times, Pangu forged the cosmos, his essence manifesting in all things. He pondered the original placement of this bone. Could it be a fragment of the skull? Biyun found himself puzzled, for logically, every hair of Pangu had transformed into celestial bodies, making it improbable for any bone to remain untransformed. Yet, this bone undeniably resonated with Pangu's essence, sharing a common origin. It likely was not a piece of the skull. Nevertheless, nurturing it was paramount, and in the future, should he succeed in merging with it, all would be revealed. Biyun erupted into laughter, for integrating Pangu's divine bone into his physical form would be an extraordinary feat. The origins of this bone would eventually reveal themselves in due time. With the bone secured, Biyun turned his attention to the surroundings below. Surely, the location of Pangu's divine bone would not be ordinary. Uncertain of the nature of the spirit liquid before him, he decided to collect it all within the earth god pearl. This liquid exuded a rich spiritual energy, faintly reminiscent of the essence of the 9 heavens sun fruit, yet far more refined and pure. Biyun hesitated to experiment with the enigmatic liquid, deeming it prudent to refrain from consuming it indiscriminately. Beneath this essence lay a colossal mineral, which had supported both the liquid and the jade bone of Pangu in its unblemished form. Presently, The summit of Mount Buzhou was gradually disintegrating. Yet that singular mineral remained utterly immovable. Intrigued, Biyun approached to examine it, discovering its extraordinary hardness, with wisps of chaotic light emanating from above. Particularly after the surrounding mountains had begun to crumble, the luster of the mineral became increasingly resplendent. Could it be Chaos Divine Gold? Biyun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this fortuitous encounter would yield such treasures in quick succession. Indeed, it was as if he had uprooted a radish and unearthed mud, for this was genuinely a fragment of Chaos Divine Gold. Biyun gasped, recognizing that Chaos Divine Gold is an exceptionally formidable material for crafting artifacts, rivaling the likes of the 9 Heavens Essence Soil, Primordial Fire of Chaos, and 9 Yuan Heavy Water, each a fearsome divine substance. Such materials are rare and elusive. Acquiring them is akin to obtaining a congenital treasure of comparable worth. Most importantly, each of these divine materials possesses unique properties that, if utilized correctly, would yield boundless benefits. Biyun stepped forward, intent on seizing the Chaos Divine Gold, but despite his efforts, it remained immovable. It is worth noting that Biyun was currently a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Even a weapon of immense stature would be as light as a feather in his grasp. Yet, this relatively modest piece of Chaos Divine Gold defied his attempts to lift it. Rather than dismay, a sense of exhilaration washed over him, his eyes gleaming with clarity. This time, Biyun activated the 9 turns mystical art, a torrent of potent energy coursing through him as he advanced once more. Lift, he bellowed, but alas, it still did not budge. As a distinguished Taiyi Golden Immortal, renowned for his physical prowess through the 9 turns mystical art, it was astonishing that he could not even shift a mere mineral. This illustrated the formidable weight of the Chaos Divine Gold. Such immense weight, if refined into a spirit treasure, would surely devastate an opponent like Nezha. Biyun was utterly thrilled. The astonishing heft of the Chaos Divine Gold was indeed well suited for him. If he could transform it into a magical weapon and successfully refine it, he would be able to unleash his full combat potential. The 9 turns mystical art inherently grants immense strength, making it ideally suited for heavy weaponry. It can be said that the Chaos Divine Gold was a perfect match for Biyun, though at present, he lacked the means to wield it with ease. I shall take it back and have my ancestral master craft it into a divine weapon. Then I will wield it at will. Biyun exclaimed joyfully, summoning the earthly divine pearl, which enveloped the Chaos Divine Gold within its inner cosmos. Without such a powerful spiritual treasure, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Biyun to transport the Chaos Divine Gold. Having secured the piece of Chaos Divine Gold, Biyun, satisfied, began to search the surrounding area. His gains thus far had been considerable, and further exploration seemed unlikely to yield additional treasures. The unbroken mountain has ceased its disintegration, seemingly not yet reaching the point of complete annihilation. It appears that I have seized the opportunity of this mountain, which has led to its further decay. Biyun gazed upward. At this moment, the unbroken mountain had diminished considerably, now standing on par with several other divine peaks in height. As Biyun surveyed his surroundings, he noticed streaks of light traversing the heavens. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that a multitude of cultivators were soaring through the air. So many practitioners. Could it be that they have encountered a fortuitous event? Biyun pondered deeply. Having recently acquired a treasure, he was particularly attuned to the notion of opportunity. Observing the throng of cultivators moving in unison toward a common destination, it was evident that a significant reason lay behind their actions. Was it Taiyi Zhenren? Biyun recognized a familiar figure amidst the clouds. It was none other than Taiyi Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Previously, upon sighting Taiyi Zhenren, Biyun might have instinctively considered retreat. However, now that he had ascended to the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, he was entirely equal in strength to Taiyi Zhenren. Witnessing the latter in solitude presented the perfect opportunity to confront him. Should he be able to exact vengeance for his master, Shurji, and his junior brother? This journey would not be in vain. As Biyun contemplated this, the golden finger once again provided a new hint.